Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 908 to Chapter 966. Peacock King and Lion Yan looked at each other and laughed. Both of them were straightforward people. They liked people like Xianxia the most. He was never shy and would do whatever he wanted. "How is it, old lion? I have a good eye, right? When I was in the Western Domain, I already found this kid pleasing to the eye." Peacock King transmitted his voice to Lion Yan and said proudly, "Don't be so narcissistic in front of me. I knew that he was a good kid the first time I saw him." Lion Yan didn't buy Peacock King's words, but he also understood that the reason why Xianxia could have such a close relationship with the demon race was all thanks to Peacock King. Without Peacock King, he was afraid that there wouldn't be such a close relationship between Xianxia and the demon race today. Obtaining the sacred heavenly demon art today was a great opportunity for both of them. It was much more valuable than any heaven-defying treasure. "Let's go to the stronghold to collect the treasures and wealth of the dark shadow, and then destroy the spatial zone," Xianxia said. Then, Lion Yan stretched out his hand and collected all the things in the stronghold. Peacock King unleashed a powerful spatial force, destroying the entire spatial zone, and then left in an unrestrained manner. At this point, the top assassin organization in the Saint Origin world had completely disappeared from this world. It was completely annihilated by Xianxia and the others in the most brutal way possible. None of the assassins in the shop managed to escape. If this news was spread out, it would certainly cause a huge uproar. After all, in the world of assassins, the dark shadow had a significant influence. It was an existence that stood at the top of the pyramid. As for the remaining small strongholds of the dark shadow, Xianxia wasn't interested in them. The headquarters of the dark shadow had been destroyed. Those small strongholds wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him. Once again, Xianxia let the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil hide in the spatial ring. This time, the Earth Devil Beast had eaten 2 great saints. In addition to the fact that his cultivation had already reached the peak of 2nd grade Great Saint, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the 3rd grade Great Saint. At that time, it would be of great help to him. Along the way, they quickly returned to the demon race. Peacock King and Lion Yan could not wait to go into seclusion. All their thoughts were now on the sacred heavenly demonic technique. "Elder Peacock King, Patriarch Lion, Patriarch is looking for you all." The Peacock King and the others happened to bump into a great sage. The great sage saw the Peacock King and the others and quickly said, "Patriarch is looking for us? Did something happen?" The Peacock King was stunned. They had only been out for half a day. "I heard that it's news from Saint Origin Palace, saying that a purgatory space has been discovered in Eastern Continent. Inside this space is a remnant ancient battlefield. Now that the purgatory space has been opened, the Patriarch must be looking for you because of this purgatory space," the great sage elder said. "What? Purgatory space?" Xianxia and De Huang Dog exclaimed at the same time. "Xianxia, you know about the purgatory space?" The Peacock King looked over at Xianxia. "That's right. Not only do I know about it, I have also entered it before. De Huang and I are originally from Eastern Continent, but there are only some low-grade demonic beasts in the purgatory space. There isn't even a combat king expert, let alone any treasure. It's just a place for cultivators in Eastern Continent. How could it attract the attention of Saint Origin Palace?" Xianxia was very puzzled. To Eastern Continent, the purgatory space was indeed a dangerous place, but to Pure Land, it was just a rubbish place. Let alone a minor saint, any combat emperor could destroy the purgatory space 100 times over. How could such a small place attract the attention of Saint Origin Palace? Wasn't this nonsense? Moreover, Xianxia was sure that there was no ancient battlefield in the purgatory space except for the Inferno City. He had stayed in the purgatory space for quite a long time. It seems like things aren't that simple. Let's go to the spiritual main hall to see the Patriarch first. The news from Saint Origin Palace must be unusual," Peacock King said and flew towards the spiritual main hall. Lion Yan followed closely behind him. Xianxia and De Huang Dog exchanged a glance and followed. They were very concerned about everything related to Eastern Continent. That was Xianxia's hometown. In the spiritual main hall, the higher-ups of demon race were gathered. Heavenly Wolf King and Heavenly Leopard King were sitting on the main seats, while dozens of great saint experts were sitting on their left and right sides. Each of them had a pivotal position in demon race. This was the first time that the lineage of Heavenly Wolf King and Heavenly Leopard King were sitting together peacefully ever since the conflict broke out in demon race. Peacock King and the others entered the main hall. Everyone turned to look at them. Such a grand scene meant that something big was about to happen. Patriarch, what's the situation of the opening of the purgatory space? The Peacock King asked. According to the news from Saint Origin Palace, there's a place called Inferno Hell Space in Eastern Continent. There's an ancient battlefield ruins there. It's said that there are endless treasures in there. There are also many inheritances left by great saint experts. I'm afraid that the geniuses of the other 7 major families are also preparing to go to the Inferno Hell Space. It's said that the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace will also be going there. For many of them, this is a rare opportunity to gain experience. If they're lucky, they can get a lot of benefits. Our demon race can't fall behind. Xianxia said. Upon hearing this, Xianxia and a Huang dog frowned again. There was a battlefield in the purgatory space? And the legacy of the great sage? How was that possible? He knew too well what was inside the Inferno Hell Space. If there was an ancient battlefield inside, and there were inheritances and treasures left by great saint experts, he and a Huang dog would have found it long ago. As for Xianxia, he was the reincarnation of a great saint. If there were treasures inside, it was impossible for him to not find them. Furthermore, De Huang dog was an expert in finding treasures. One should know that back in the Inferno Hell Space, a combat soul earth devil beast was enough to dominate the entire Inferno Hell. How could such a small place attract the interest of Saint Origin Palace and the 8 major families of the Pure Land? This was ridiculous. Patriarch, De Huang and I have been to this Inferno Hell Space. It's just an ordinary place for training. A combat soul earth devil beast is enough to dominate the place. How could there be an ancient battlefield here? Xianxia said. Xianxia, the information from Saint Origin Palace can't be wrong. If what you said is true, there's only one explanation. The Inferno Hell Space that you entered was just a portal to the ancient battlefield. Many people in the Eastern Continent are able to enter the Inferno Hell Space, but this ancient battlefield has just been opened. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said. Little Chinzi, it seems like Patriarch is right. Saint Origin Palace can't be wrong. When we entered the Inferno Hell Space, it might just be a portal. Now that the ancient battlefield has appeared, let's go back. Don't forget that there's a blood talisman in the Inferno Hell Space. It's very useful to you. De Huang dog's voice sounded in Xianxia's ears. However, what Xianxia was worried about wasn't the blood talisman. The blood talisman would only recognize him. Even if others found it, they would never be able to get it. What he was worried about now was the martial saint dynasty. Swoosh, under Xianxia's summons, the earth devil beast and the demon appeared at the same time. Master. The earth devil beast and the devil called out respectfully to Xianxia at the same time. This scene shocked everyone present. The way they looked at Xianxia had changed once again. They were even more shocked than Peacock King and Lion Yin. Given their eyesight, they could naturally see that the earth devil beast was a 2nd-grade great saint and the devil was a 3rd-grade great saint. Although Xianxia had made some progress, he was still just an 8th-grade great saint. How could an 8th-grade minor saint have the ability to subdue 2 of them? One of them was an unruly earth devil beast. They wouldn't believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. They really couldn't imagine how Xianxia did it. However, Xianxia didn't have the time to pay attention to their shock. Immediately, he said to the earth devil beast and the devil, the 2 of you, go to Martial Saint Dynasty in Eastern Continent immediately and guard them well. If anything happens to the people of Martial Saint Dynasty, the 2 of you will die. Xianxia's tone was solemn and cold. Martial Saint Dynasty was too important to him. Jiang Zhenhai was there, so was Yan Zhanyun, his family, and friends. Although Martial Saint Dynasty ruled the entire Eastern Continent, it was like an ant compared to Saint Origin World. Any expert from Saint Origin World could destroy Martial Saint Dynasty. More importantly, Jiangchen had too many enemies now. It was too easy for them to find out his identity and the relationship between him and Martial Saint Dynasty. Xianxia didn't want to see anyone use his family to threaten him. Last time, he had edified a few minor saint experts, but given the current situation, minor saints were no longer enough. He would feel more at ease if the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil were protecting him. Yes, Master. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil didn't dare to show any neglect. They immediately answered. They had never been stubborn when it came to Xianxia's words. Hold on. Peacock King stopped the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil, then said to Xianxia, I know that you and De Huang came from Eastern Continent and Martial Saint Dynasty is your hometown. I also know that you are afraid that the opening of the ancient battlefield will affect the safety of your family. However, it's better for the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil to stay with you. Given your current situation, they will be of great help to you. As for Martial Saint Dynasty, Old Lion and I will go there personally. Both of us need to go into secluded cultivation. There's no difference between cultivating in the demon race or the Eastern Continent. After listening to Peacock King's words, Lion Yan nodded. Now that they had obtained the sacred heavenly demonic art, they had no interest in the ancient battlefield anymore. That's right. The two of us will help you protect Martial Saint Dynasty. We shouldn't be any weaker than them. Lion Yan said. After obtaining Xianxia's sacred heavenly demon technique, they felt that they owed Xianxia a favor. If they could help Xianxia, they would feel more at ease. Just like what Peacock King said, it didn't matter where they went for seclusion. Their cultivation now had little to do with the density of the heaven and earth yuan qi. The key to their cultivation was to comprehend the sacred heavenly demon technique. Alright. In that case, I will have to thank you both. Xianxia held his fists at the two of them. It couldn't be better if Peacock King and Lion Yan could help him protect Martial Saint Dynasty. Not only were they powerful, they also had a very high status in the Pure Land. In other words, it was a great honor to ask them to protect Martial Saint Dynasty. In the entire Saint Origin world, Xianxia was afraid that he was the only one who could ask them to help. Alright. Since you two are going to help Xianxia, I will handle the matters here. Lang Xingtian said. As a matter of fact, there wasn't much to handle. All they needed to do was to open a spatial passageway from the demon race to the Inferno Hell space. By then, those who wanted to enter the ancient battlefield could go through that passageway. In that case, let's go. Peacock King said. How about this? Since I am going back anyway, let's go to Martial Saint Dynasty together. De Huang, go to Xuanyu Mayan cult and inform Ma Yan to return to Eastern Continent. I will wait for you two in the Inferno Hell space. Xianxia said to De Huang Dog. Alright. De Huang Dog agreed and disappeared. In any case, the opening of the Inferno Hell space was a rare opportunity for them to gain experience. There might be a lot of benefits left in the ancient battlefield. How could they miss such a good opportunity? This guy possessed the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma. He might be able to obtain some benefits from the ancient battlefield. Shua, Xianxia, Peacock King, and the others left the spiritual space mountain with a sway of their bodies. They locked onto the direction of the Eastern Continent and prepared to move forward at full speed. This was an extremely urgent matter. They had to return before the 8 families of the Pure Land left for the Eastern Continent. The journey from the spiritual space mountain to the Eastern Continent was too far. However, with their speed, they could basically travel thousands of miles in an instant. It was extremely easy for them to return to the Eastern Continent. Brother Chen. At this moment, a voice was heard from behind. Xianxia turned his head and saw Yan Xinyu flying out from the demon race. He immediately blamed himself. Yan Xinyu had been cultivating in seclusion in the demon race. During this period of time, he was too busy dealing with the matters of the demon race, Gu family, and Dark Shadow. He had neglected Yan Xinyu. Xiaoyu. Xianxia held Yan Xinyu's hand. Currently, Yan Xinyu's cultivation had advanced to the 7th grade minor saint through seclusion, which was considered pretty good. Brother Chen, where are you going? Yan Xinyu asked. Going home. Back to the Eastern Continent. Xianxia told Yan Xinyu about what happened in the Inferno Hell. Hearing that they were going back to the Martial Saint Dynasty, Yan Xinyu's face lit up. Their speed was extremely fast as they flew towards the eastern continent. The martial Saint dynasty was as peaceful as ever. As the first great overlord of the eastern continent, its position was unshakable. Ever since the heavenly sect caused a certain amount of damage to the martial Saint dynasty, Jiang Chen had Xia and the other two stay behind to protect the entire martial Saint dynasty. The next day, outside the martial Saint dynasty, a few silhouettes appeared like ghosts. They were Jiang Chen and the others. Peacock King, Lion Patriarch, the martial Saint dynasty is in front of us. The two of you should hide yourselves. I don't want to give them too much pressure. Jiang Chen said to Peacock King and Lion Yen. These two were too powerful. If they appeared directly, it would bring a lot of pressure to the people of martial Saint dynasty. Therefore, Jiang Chen asked them to protect them secretly. To them, it was too easy to find a place for seclusion. Any spatial zone would suffice. All right. Just go into the inferno hell. Leave the martial Saint dynasty to us. I guarantee that not even a fly can enter. Peacock King patted his chest and promised. If that's the case, I will have to thank the two of you. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at the two of them. No need to be so polite with us. Lion Yen patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and disappeared with Peacock King. Xiao Yu, let's go home first. We will go to the inferno hell later. Jiang Chen held Yan Xinyu's shoulder with one hand and flew towards the martial Saint dynasty. Stop. Who dares to trespass the martial Saint dynasty? The martial Saint dynasty was heavily guarded. There were sentries a dozen miles away. Two guards in golden armor stood in front of Jiang Chen and Yan Xinyu, yelling at them. Behind them, there were more than a dozen guards flying towards them. When the leader saw Jiang Chen and Yan Xinyu, his expression changed drastically. He immediately walked forward and slapped the two guards who dared to yell at Jiang Chen. You two are blind. This is young Master Jiang Chen and Miss Yan Xinyu. After that, the guard quickly bowed to Jiang Chen and said, Young Master, you are back. These two are new here. Please don't mind them. It's all right. You have worked hard to protect the martial Saint dynasty. This is your reward. Jiang Chen casually threw out a storage ring containing 10,000 heaven elixir pills. 10,000 heaven elixir pills were nothing to him, but to these guards, it was an immeasurable amount of wealth. Captain, is this young Master Jiang Chen? He is so young. The guard who had just been slapped said cautiously. Although he was slapped, he didn't feel angry at all. One should know that the person they had offended was Jiang Chen, the god in the eyes of all the people in the martial Saint dynasty. His status was far higher than the emperor's, and they felt lucky that they were still alive. That's right. Of course. You two better open your eyes in the future. Our young Master Jiang Chen is a good man. He won't argue with you. He even gave us some wealth as a reward. The captain held the storage ring in his hand. Captain, how much wealth is inside? Someone asked. With a thought, the captain opened the interspatial ring. When he saw the contents of the interspatial ring, his expression immediately changed. Oh my God! This is heaven elixir. 10,000 heaven elixir pills. Oh my God! Young Master Jiang Chen has given us so much wealth. The captain felt dizzy. He couldn't accept this. The amount of wealth Jiang Chen had given them was too much. 10,000 heaven elixir pills was something they didn't even dare to dream about. Now that Jiang Chen had returned, he naturally wanted to gather all the higher-ups of the martial Saint dynasty. No matter where Jiang Chen went, even if he went to the legendary immortal realm, the martial Saint dynasty would still be his home. Whenever he came back, he would feel warm, as if he had returned to his roots. In the main hall of the martial Saint dynasty, Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Zhanyun, Wu Jiao, Xianyi, Guoshan, Daoist Black, Yu Zihan, all of them were familiar faces. Looking at these familiar faces, Jiang Chen couldn't help but recall the paths he had walked, the things that had happened, and the little things that had happened. The return of Jiang Chen and Yan Xinyu had lightened up the atmosphere, especially Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun. They were grinning from ear to ear. Nothing could make them happier than having their children by their side. After some greetings, Jiang Chen brought up the topic of the Inferno Hell dimension. Dad, Brother Jiao, have you heard about the opening of the Inferno Hell dimension? Xianxia asked. Hasn't Inferno Hell always existed? People can enter Inferno Hell to cultivate at any time. Our martial saint dynasty would send people to Inferno Hell every once in a while. It has always existed, so how could it be opened? Jiangchen was startled. He didn't understand what Jiangchen meant. Jiangchen had entered Inferno Hell before, and his life was saved by Jiangchen and De Huang Dog in there. Why did Jiangchen suddenly ask about this? Normally, Jiangchen should know more about Inferno Hell than him. It looks like you guys don't know about the ancient battlefield ruins in Inferno Hell dimension. Now, it has been opened. The Inferno Hell dimension that we entered before was just the entrance to the ancient battlefield. The superpowers from the Divine Continent are preparing to enter the ancient battlefield ruins. Jiangchen said. What? The experts from the Divine Continent are coming? Wu Jiao exclaimed. Brother Jiao, you don't have to worry about that. I have already arranged some experts outside the Saint Dynasty. Even if the experts from the Divine Continent come, the martial Saint Dynasty will still be safe. Brother Jiao, is there any way to summon the experts from the martial Saint Dynasty who entered Inferno Hell? Not long after, the experts from the Divine Continent will enter Inferno Hell. You can imagine how dangerous it would be if they encountered them. Jiangchen said to Wu Jiao. He knew very well how arrogant the experts of the 8 families of the Pure Land were. In the cultivation world, only the strong were respected. In front of those experts, the cultivators of the Eastern Continent were just like ants. As long as they didn't like you, they would kill you without hesitation. Currently, he didn't even know whether those who were training in Inferno Hell had entered the ancient battlefield after discovering that it had been opened. If they did, given their cultivation base, it wouldn't just be a slim chance of survival, it would be a sure death. Putting aside the experts from the Pure Land, it was hard to imagine how many terrifying existences there were in the ancient battlefield ruins. Those existences were not something that the cultivators from the Eastern Continent could touch. There's really no way to summon them. Inferno Hell isn't open yet. They can't come out even if they want to. You know this. Wu Jiao shook his head. It looks like I have to go in earlier. Jiangchen said. Yesterday, the flowers were 500 yuan and 1 chapter, the red packet was 90 yuan and 1 chapter. Today, there are 4 chapters. Also, brothers, you must pay attention to the official WeChat account. In a few days, there will be a new chapter about the Dragon Mark War God. If you don't pay attention, you won't be able to see it. Wu Jiao's words reminded Jiangchen of the characteristics of Inferno Hell. One could enter the Inferno Hell at any time, but the exit would only open once a year. So, even if Wu Jiao could summon the people inside, he wouldn't be able to get them out. Therefore, Jiangchen was preparing to enter Inferno Hell as soon as possible. One should know that there were a lot of people training in Inferno Hell. Once the experts of the Pure Land arrived, it would be a disaster for them. Even if the experts of the Pure Land didn't want to attack them, the gap between their cultivation base was just too huge. If 2 experts clashed, the shockwave released would be enough to kill them. In Jiangchen's eyes, the entire Eastern Continent was his hometown. He had left too many memories here. This place and Pure Land were 2 completely different worlds. The dispute of Pure Land shouldn't involve Eastern Continent and disrupt the peace here. In the hearts of the cultivators of Eastern Continent, Jiangchen was the supreme being, their guardian. So, Jiangchen didn't want to cause any harm to the Eastern Continent because of the appearance of the ancient battlefield. Jiangchen rested for a while in Saint Origin World before heading to Inferno Hell with Yanxinyu. There was a passageway that led directly to Inferno Hell in Martial Saint Dynasty. When Jiangchen and Yanxinyu arrived at the entrance of the passageway, De Huang Dog and Han Yen had arrived at the same time. De Huang Dog's speed was already unparalleled. Now that his cultivation grade had advanced to the peak of 1st grade Great Saint, his speed was unimaginably fast. So, he returned as fast as he could after notifying Han Yen from Moyne Cult. It's good that you are back. Let's go to Inferno Hell now. We have to evacuate the people inside before the experts of Pure Land arrive. Jiangchen said. All right. De Huang Dog and Han Yen nodded. The 4 of them turned into light and flashed into the passageway. In the next moment, the scenery changed abruptly. They had already arrived at the Inferno Hell. They couldn't be more familiar with this purgatory space. However, at this moment, they could sense an ancient and distant aura from the void. It seemed to be a primordial aura, which was clearly different from the purgatory they had encountered before. Just as Xianxia said, there is a huge ancient battlefield relic in this purgatory space. I can already smell the scent of an ancient battlefield. De Huangdog's spirit shook, and he thought to himself, we actually didn't notice it in the slightest when we were here. It can be seen from this that this ancient battlefield has always been concealed very deeply. Let's go to Inferno City first, Xianxia said. With a sway of their bodies, they immediately appeared where Inferno City used to be. With their current cultivation base, entering Inferno Hell gave them a completely different feeling compared to when they were in the past. Now, when they looked at Inferno Hell, they didn't feel any sense of danger at all. What surprised Xianxia and the others was that the huge Inferno City had completely disappeared. What was left behind was a stretch of ruins. At the place where Inferno City used to be, there was a dense crowd of people standing there. There were at least a few thousand of them. These people were all cultivators from the eastern continent. They came to Inferno Hell to train themselves, and many of them were exiled here. At this moment, these cultivators all had their eyes fixed on an illusory barrier in front of them. The barrier was transparent, like a heavenly barrier. Standing outside the barrier, one could feel the cold and gloomy aura inside the barrier. It had a trace of ancient and primordial aura. It seems that everyone is here. Behind this barrier is the ancient battlefield relic. Inferno Hell is really just a gateway. However, why has Inferno City disappeared? It seems like it has been destroyed, De Huangdog said. Xianxia knitted his brows. Inferno City was extremely sturdy, and it was protected by the blood talismans. Currently, the experts of the 8 families of the Pure Land had yet to arrive. Who would have the ability to destroy Inferno City? This was too strange. However, it was impossible for them to guess. They could only ask about what had happened here. Kong, a powerful pressure suddenly gushed out from Xianxia's body. This invisible pressure hovered above Inferno Hell. For a moment, everyone felt as if a great god was pressing down on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Those cultivators who were staring at the barrier were also startled. They turned to look at Xianxia and the others, then knelt down with a puff. The pressure on their souls was too strong. They couldn't resist it at all. All they could do was to kneel down and kowtow to Xianxia. Don't be afraid. I am Xianxia. I believe you have heard of my name. I have returned to save your lives, Xianxia said. What? Xianxia is back. It's him. I have seen him before. He is Xianxia. His appearance hasn't changed, but his strength has become more and more terrifying. Yeah. The aura he released made us feel like we were falling into hell. He is too powerful. But he said he wanted to save our lives. What does that mean? Are we in a dangerous situation now? What kind of existence is behind the barrier? We have no way to enter it. Many people were shocked. Some of them raised their heads, but when they saw Xianxia, they quickly lowered their heads again. Let me ask you, who destroyed Inferno City? Xianxia asked. Young Master Xianxia, no one destroyed Inferno City. It collapsed by itself. Someone answered. What? It collapsed by itself? Han Yan was shocked. That's right. Not long ago, a barrier suddenly appeared here. After that, Inferno City collapsed by itself. We saw a blood-red light rushing into the barrier. We tried to enter the barrier, but we were blocked by an invisible force. None of us could enter. That's why we are standing here and guessing. Another person said. Hearing this, Xianxia and De Huangdog were shocked at the same time. What these people said must be the truth. They wouldn't dare to lie in front of him. It seemed like that blood-red light was the blood talisman. It seemed like after the ancient battlefield appeared, the blood talisman had collapsed Inferno City and entered it directly. As for why these people couldn't enter, it was easy to explain. They must be too weak and were blocked by the barrier. However, this was still a good thing. They should be glad that they were blocked by the barrier. No one knew how long the ancient battlefield had existed. There must have been many powerful evil spirits and creatures born in it. With their cultivation, if they were to enter it, the consequences would be unimaginable. They would be eaten alive by the terrifying evil spirits within a few steps. Let me tell you, behind this barrier is an ancient battlefield. There are countless ferocious creatures in it. With your cultivation, you will definitely die if you enter it. Besides, countless experts from the divine continent will arrive soon. If you are involved in the conflict, you will die at any moment. With the strength of those experts, they can easily kill you with a single breath. If you stay in Inferno Hell now, there is only one ending waiting for you, death. Xianxia said loudly. What he said was definitely not an alarmist. The current Inferno Hell was no longer the training ground it used to be. Those with weak cultivation could only die here. Ah. What should we do? There are still a few months before the space of Inferno Hell opens. We can't get out. That's right. Young Master Xianxia, please save us. We know that young Master Xianxia is extremely powerful. He must have a way to save us. We don't want to die here. Please save us, young Master Jiang. Many of them were scared. Although there were countless treasures in the ancient battlefield, they knew their limits. Just like what Xianxia had said, they would definitely die if they went in with their current cultivation. Even if they were to stay outside the ancient battlefield, they would still have a slim chance of survival. I will definitely save you. After Xianxia said that, he grabbed the void with his big hand and tore the barrier of the Inferno Hell apart. With his current cultivation, it was extremely easy for him to go in and out of Inferno Hell. He wouldn't encounter any obstruction. A black space portal was grabbed by Xianxia. Outside the portal was the territory of the Eastern Continent. Everyone, get out immediately. If you continue to stay, you will die. Xianxia's voice reverberated through the air. None of the Eastern Continent cultivators dared show any neglect. Each and every one of them scrambled toward the black door, fearing that the door would close if they were one step slower. No one dared to ignore the fact that it was a matter of life and death. In less than a minute, thousands of people had disappeared from the space of Inferno Hell. Seeing this, Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he didn't know how many of them would be able to leave this place alive. The space of Inferno Hell suddenly became incomparably quiet. This silence lasted for less than a minute. Suddenly, a violent roar burst out from the void. A pitch-black space portal appeared. Although no one had walked out of it, they could already feel the powerful chi emitting from it. At the same time, several space portals appeared at the same time. It's the space portals created by the 8 families of the Pure Land. So fast. De Huangdog was shocked. A large number of experts have arrived. Let's go. Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent. He pulled Yanxinyu and Han Yan and rushed towards the barrier. He didn't want to encounter the people of the 5 families here. He didn't know how many experts there were. If he encountered them directly, they would probably eat him alive. At that time, he was afraid that there would be a life-and-death battle before he even entered the ancient battlefield. Xianxia and the other 3 entered the ancient battlefield without encountering any obstacles. It was as if the barrier didn't exist at all. Xianxia could feel that the barrier only blocked cultivators below the Minor Saint Realm. Cultivators above the Minor Saint Realm could enter at will. *Kuhu, cold wind blew from all directions, bringing with it a strong smell of decay. It was ancient and ancient. In this place, they could vaguely hear the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. This place used to be a land of death, filled with blood and slaughter. Brother Chen, the atmosphere here makes me feel very uncomfortable. Yanxinyu said with a frown. This is an ancient battlefield, a land of death and slaughter. It would be strange if the atmosphere here was good. De Huangdog said. Little Chen, the void is full of variegated marks and spatial nodes. This ancient battlefield isn't as simple as you think it to be. That's right, Little Chen, Little Chen. Han Yan looked at the void and said. That's right. There are many spatial zones here. Different spatial zones have different existences. If we look at it this way, this ancient battlefield is just too big. Xianxia nodded. The spatial zones here were overlapping. It was basically impossible for a powerful great saint to go through all the spatial zones in this place. Ah Yan, Xiaoyu, let's do the same as before. We will look for our own opportunities. Both of you have special bloodlines. Once you get any opportunities, it will be very beneficial to you. Jiangchen said to Han Yan and Yan Xinyu. Alright. The two of them nodded and chose a direction respectively. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. No matter if it was Han Yan or Yan Xinyu, they were all people with great luck. However, if they followed him, their luck would be suppressed by him. After Han Yan and Yan Xinyu disappeared, Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog also disappeared. In order to avoid encountering the people of the 8 families of the Pure Land, they went into a random spatial zone. It was a gray spatial zone. Before Jiang Chen and Yan Xinyu had the time to observe the surroundings, they sensed a great danger. A huge mouth suddenly appeared above Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog's head. Damn it! Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog couldn't help but curse at the same time. Both of them were extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, they flew to both sides and avoided the huge mouth. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the gigantic mouth slammed onto the ground, creating a deep crater. Black smoke rose up from the crater. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow saw a gigantic creature suddenly appear there. It was a ferocious-looking monster, and its body was covered with black airflow. This kind of airflow could allow the monster to hide well in this gray environment, making it impossible for its enemies to detect its existence. Just like Jiang Chen and Big Yellow, before the gigantic mouth appeared, they didn't notice anything. If it wasn't for their quick reaction, they would have been swallowed by the gigantic mouth. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow were shocked. Although the gigantic mouth appeared in front of them, they didn't notice it at all. If it wasn't for their fast reaction, they would have been swallowed by it. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Da Huang Dog's body flickered and came to Jiang Chen's side. He said, "What kind of creature is this? I have never heard of it before. It's a first-grade great saint and it has merged with the spatial qi here, making it very difficult to detect. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a creature born in this ancient battlefield. This monster must have eaten the corpse of a great saint. That's why it's so scary," Jiang Chen said. Asterisk roar asterisk the monster seemed to be very angry after missing its attack. It furiously roared at Jiang Chen and Big Yellow. A pungent stench immediately sprayed out from the monster's mouth. The stench was like a deadly poison, causing those who smelled it to feel nauseous. It was an indescribable discomfort. Mother asterisk cur. This thing is too disgusting. Master Dog can't stand it anymore. Da Huang Dog was flustered and exasperated. Immediately, he turned into a golden light and rushed at the monster. Asterisk Hong Long, asterisk the indestructible head of Da Huang Dog collided with the monster's head at the fastest speed. The monster let out a shrill scream. Its giant head was crushed on the spot, turning into a mist of blood. It died on the spot. The huge body of the monster fell into the big pit that was created by its own attack. After wriggling a few times, there was no more sound. The monster was dead, but what surprised Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog was that this monster didn't have a demon soul. A great saint monster didn't even have a demon soul. This was too surprising and unexpected. Why doesn't it have a demon soul? Da Huang Dog was very depressed. Initially, he thought that he could get a lot of benefits from killing a first-grade great saint and devouring its demon soul, but he didn't expect that this monster didn't even have a demon soul. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. The monster's energy is all in its body. Its body has a huge amount of essence qi, which is supported by essence qi. This essence qi is actually very precious. If it could be condensed, it would be even more precious than a demon spirit. It's a pity that this essence qi completely dissipated the moment the monster died. It's impossible to collect it, what a pity. Jiangchen shook his head. It was indeed a pity to get nothing after killing a first-grade great saint. Many great saints have fallen in this so-called ancient battlefield. At least, there should be a few powerful great saint weapons. If I can get a peerless divine weapon, this trip won't be in vain. Da Huang Dog's eyes were rolling. A great saint weapon was extremely precious. One should know that it was extremely difficult for a mighty third-grade great saint to own a great saint weapon. Moreover, great saint weapons were divided into different grades. The value of a peerless saint weapon was immeasurable. If one could get one, even if it couldn't unleash its full power, it would still be a terrifying trump card. It could unleash unimaginable lethality at the critical moment and cause fatal damage to the opponent. I'm not interested in ordinary treasures now. What I need to do now is to find the location of the blood talisman. I have an intuition that if the two blood talismans come together, it will probably bring me unimaginable benefits. It might even push me to the 9th grade minor saint. Xianxia said. But there are countless spatial zones here. Where are you going to find the blood talisman? This is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. De Huang Dog said. I have a blood talisman in my body now. These two blood talismans belong to the same origin. They should have a certain connection with each other. Let me try. Xianxia said. De Huang Dog was right. There were so many spatial zones here. Without a certain method, finding the blood talisman was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. One could imagine how difficult it would be. Therefore, Xianxia had to pin all his hopes on the blood talisman in his GC. Immediately, he used his divine sense to communicate with the blood talisman in his GC. After communicating for a while, Xianxia flew into a rage and cursed loudly. Mother ****. Do you really think that you are a master? Mother ****. I don't care anymore. Xianxia had an urge to vomit blood. This bastard blood talisman was too shameless. It hid in his GC and occupied his territory. However, it acted like an emperor. No matter how Xianxia summoned it, the blood talisman didn't respond at all. It completely ignored Xianxia. It seemed that it was addicted to being a master. Unfortunately, even though Xianxia cursed loudly, the blood talisman still didn't respond. In the end, Xianxia could only helplessly spread out his hands. It seemed that it was impossible to rely on the blood talisman to directly sense the blood talisman. If he wanted to find another blood talisman, he could only rely on himself. What should I do now? Big Yellow shrugged his shoulders, but his eyes were filled with a gloating expression as he looked at Xianxia with a grin. Slap, Xianxia slapped on De Huang Dog's head. What are you laughing at? There must be a certain level of connection between the blood talismans. Even if the blood talisman isn't summoned, the two blood talismans must be able to sense each other. The blood talisman in my Chi-Si didn't respond, indicating that the distance between the two blood talismans is still very far. We can only try our luck. Once we get closer to the distance between the two blood talismans, we will be able to sense it. Xianxia said. This was the only way for now. Subsequently, Xianxia and De Huang Dog didn't stay in this spatial zone for too long. They found a spatial node and headed to another spatial zone. At the same time, all the experts of the 8 major families of Pure Land had entered Inferno Hell. This time, the lineup was huge. Among the 8 major families, except for the Patriarch, all the powerful elders were present. 5th grade great saints could be seen everywhere. Not only the 8 families of Pure Land, there were also a lot of people from Saint Origin Palace. However, most of them were the geniuses of the younger generation. Each of them was once an earth-shattering existence in Pure Land, one of the top geniuses in the Sky ranking. After becoming a young great saint, they were sent to Saint Origin Palace by their families for further cultivation. Each of these geniuses was extremely arrogant. They had the capital to be arrogant. They represented invincibility in the same grade and even had the ability to kill those who were higher grade than them. This time, the lineup of experts that entered the ancient battlefield was too huge. Plus, the news had spread. The 8 major families of Pure Land and Saint Origin Palace were the first batch to arrive. In the following period of time, there would be more rogue cultivators coming. Saint Origin World was huge. Many rogue cultivators were very powerful. They were usually reluctant to come out, but they had a certain degree of prestige. Not only that, the opening of the ancient battlefield could even attract the eminent monks of Great Lightning Tune Temple. It had been a long time since such a big event had happened in Saint Origin World. Obviously, the more powerful the lineup and the more people there were, the more chaotic the ancient battlefield would be. Killing was unavoidable. A large number of experts didn't stay in Inferno Hell for long. They passed through the barrier and entered the ancient spatial zone, then quickly dispersed in all directions. This youth looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old, but his cultivation had reached an unimaginable level. The name Desolate Yuan represented the pinnacle of the young generation of the Pure Land. It represented a kind of power. He was the existence that countless of young people looked up to. The number one on the sky ranking was his nickname. He was born with the star tyrannical body. He was the youngest and most terrifying genius on the sky ranking. That was why he was called the little monstrous genius. In the sky ranking of the Pure Land, the most powerful genius was a half-step great saint. The so-called half-step great saint was a half-step great saint and had begun to comprehend the unique domain of a great saint. However, this realm actually didn't exist for Jiang Chen. He was the reincarnation of the greatest saint. There was no bottleneck in his cultivation. In other words, after Jiang Chen's cultivation reached the 9th grade minor saint, he could directly break through to the 1st grade great saint, skipping the hurdle of half-step great saint. However, the current Desolate Yuan was exuding the strong qi of a great saint from head to toe. He had already surpassed the category of half-step great saint and had become a true great saint. A 1st grade great saint with the star tyrannical body, a young 1st grade great saint and the youngest monstrous genius of the Desolate family. The combat strength of such a figure was unimaginable. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill someone who was a higher grade than him. Jiang Chen could already kill a 1st grade great saint when he was still a 7th grade minor saint, but he wouldn't be a match for Desolate Yuan. However, Jiang Chen had already advanced to the 8th grade minor saint and could kill a powerful 2nd grade great saint. If he were to fight with Desolate Yuan, it would be hard to tell who would win. He had already heard about the matter of Jiang Chen challenging the geniuses of the Pure Land. He was even ready to attack when Jiang Chen killed Shirhan. However, because he was at the critical moment of breaking through to the Great Saint realm, he refrained from doing so. Now that he had successfully broken through to the Great Saint realm and coincidentally, the ancient battlefield had opened, he was sure that Jiang Chen would appear here. Therefore, apart from searching for treasures and opportunities, his biggest purpose in coming to the ancient battlefield was to kill Jiang Chen. Xiao Yuan knew that at this moment, everyone in the Pure Land, especially the younger generation, had their eyes on him and Jiang Chen. If he couldn't kill Jiang Chen, then it would seem that there was no one in the younger generation of the Pure Land. There were so many geniuses on the heavenly list, but none of them was a match for Jiang Chen. Xiao Yuan wanted to kill Jiang Chen just for this reason alone. Moreover, Jiang Chen had killed so many people from the Xiao clan. This debt must be settled. Not only Xiao Yuan, there were many people who wanted to kill Jiang Chen this time. The experts of the 5 major clans had already made up their minds that they must not let Jiang Chen walk out of the ruins alive this time. Through the things that happened during this period, they had truly seen Jiang Chen's potential. Such an evildoer freak was too terrifying. If he couldn't be eliminated as soon as possible, he would be a great threat in the future and cause endless troubles. Xiao Yuan broke into a space. This was a ruin left behind by the ancient battlefield. There must be a lot of treasures. Of course, opportunities and dangers always coexisted. The more treasures, the more dangers. No one knew how many years this ruin had existed. Many evil creatures were born in it. Even some great saints who had died tragically in the past had turned into terrifying evil spirits. They would appear and disappear at any time. It was horrifying. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog flew through more than a dozen spaces in a row. Apart from killing some evil spirits, they gained nothing. They didn't get any top-notch treasures. Jiang Chen's real target, the blood charm, also didn't have any news. The blood charm in his GC was still as stable as Mount Tai. It didn't have any reaction. It seems like the blood charm isn't nearby. Let's go deeper into the space to have a look, Jiang Chen said. He was almost certain that if the blood talisman was nearby, the blood talisman in his GC would be able to sense it. But, the blood talisman in his GC didn't sense anything, which meant the blood talisman wasn't nearby. A man and a dog kept shuttling through the deeper layers of the spatial zone. Even if they encountered some evil spirits, they would avoid them. Jiang Chen's mind was on the blood charm because he knew his current situation very well. The appearance of the ancient battlefield had attracted countless experts. The enmity between him and the 5 families couldn't be resolved. The experts of the 5 families wanted to tear him apart and eat him. This was undoubtedly very dangerous for him. Facing such a situation, he couldn't place all his hopes on the 2 allies of the demon race and the ancient people. No matter when or where, strength was the most important thing. Only by improving his strength could he deal with everything. Jiang Chen had just advanced to the 8th grade minor saint not long ago. If he wanted to advance again, he would need to find another blood charm. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill, so he could faintly sense it. He was almost certain that as long as he found the other blood charm, the benefits he would get wouldn't be as simple as advancing to the 9th grade minor saint. It was highly possible that there would be other great rewards. In Jiang Chen's eyes, all the treasures in the ancient battlefield weren't as important and precious as the blood charm. Soon, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog entered another spatial zone. Roar. As soon as they entered the spatial zone, they heard a tragic roar. An extremely tragic scene rushed into Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's eyes. In front of them, a youth in blue clothes was carrying a mountain uprooting chi, tearing a powerful evil spirit into 2 halves. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had already noticed that the evil spirit was a 1st grade great saint. The youth in blue clothes was also a 1st grade great saint. Under the same situation, the youth was able to tear the evil spirit apart with his bare hands. It showed how heaven-defying this youth was. Can't even withstand a single blow. The youth said proudly, then turned to look at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog who had just appeared in the distance. When he saw Jiang Chen's appearance and the majestic big dog next to him, his eyes sparkled instantly. "You are Jiang Chen?" the youth in blue clothes asked. This youth was none other than the monstrous genius of the Desolate family, Desolate Yuan. He was ranked 1st in the Sky ranking. He had long heard about the appearance of Jiang Chen and had a vague idea of his appearance. If he met Jiang Chen alone, he might not be able to recognize him at first glance, but the symbol of De Huang Dog next to Jiang Chen was too easy to recognize. "Yes," Jiang Chen said. "Very well. I didn't expect to meet you here. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Desolate Yuan. I'm ranked 1st in the Sky ranking. Now that you have met me, you should know what will happen to you." Desolate Yuan had a sneer on his face. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. After all, he was too powerful and had a confidence that no ordinary person could surpass. Damn it. So this kid is the 1st in the Sky ranking, the little monstrous genius of the Desolate family. Wasn't he a half-step great saint? How did he become a 1st grade great saint? De Huang Dog was a little depressed. Encountering the genius of the Desolate family here meant that a battle was inevitable. It seems that he has already advanced to the great saint realm. But this is also good. It will make things more interesting. Otherwise, it will be boring if he ends up like Shirhan. Jiang Chen moved his body casually. He was ready for battle. He knew very well that if he and Desolate Yuan met, there would only be one ending, either you die or I die. Xiao Yuan's hair was fluttering. His eyes were extremely bright. His azure blue eyes were like 2 bright stars. The powerful star's overlord body could absorb the power of the stars without limit. Although there were no stars in the ancient battlefield, Xiao Yuan's own energy was already extremely terrifying. "Both of you, come at me together. You are a very important target of mine in this trip to the ancient battlefield. It is a worthy death for you to die in my hands." Desolate Yuan was incomparably arrogant. His eyes were looking at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, threatening to fight both of them alone. However, he did have the right to be arrogant. He was ranked 1st in the Sky ranking, the youngest monstrous genius of the Desolate family and the most promising genius of the Desolate family. It would be abnormal if such a figure didn't have any arrogance. "Desolate Yuan, you think too highly of yourself. I alone am enough to deal with you. If De Huang joins in, it will be bullying you." That day in the spiritual space mountain, I, Jiang Chen, declared war against the geniuses of the Pure Land. No matter who they are, I will fight them one by one. I have killed Shirhan and today, I can kill you too. I don't put the geniuses of the Pure Land in my eyes. Xianxia placed one of his hands behind his back. His tone was even more arrogant than Desolate Yuan's. Looking at the entire young generation of the Pure Land, perhaps only Xianxia dared to speak to Desolate Yuan in such a tone. Good. You are indeed arrogant. I, Desolate Yuan, like to kill people like you. I would like to see what kind of tyrannical means you have to kill Shirhan. Desolate Yuan unleashed all of his chi in an instant. The vast energy of the stars bloomed like an ocean. Every trace of energy carried unparalleled lethality. On the other side, Xianxia had also transformed into his dragon form. There was basically no need to say anything when facing Desolate Yuan, because it was useless to say anything. In the end, it all depended on who was more powerful. The battle between Xianxia and Desolate Yuan was the same as the battle between Xianxia and Shirhan. It was a battle of life and death. Given Xianxia's current strength, he didn't even need to use his dragon transformation to deal with an ordinary first-grade great saint, but it wasn't enough to deal with a star tyrannical body like Desolate Yuan. He had to use his dragon transformation to increase his combat strength by 10 times. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for Desolate Yuan. Little Xianxia, this kid doesn't look easy to deal with. Can you do it? Otherwise, the two of us will attack together and directly beat him up. De Huang Dog said. His voice was loud and he didn't even try to conceal it. Desolate Yuan's blood spurted out when he heard the word bastard. Immediately, it was followed by intense anger. He stared at De Huang Dog with incomparable anger and said ferociously, "Stupid dog, after I kill Xianxia, I will skin you alive." Given his identity, he was a high and mighty existence even in the Desolate family. Today, a dog dared to disrespect him. This dog simply didn't know how to write the word death. The word bastard was a great humiliation to him. Desolate Yuan secretly swore that after he killed Xianxia, he would definitely skin this dog alive. No need. Just watch the show from the side. Xianxia said that as the greatest saint, he had his own dignity. This was a battle between him and the genius of Pure Land. This was the competitive spirit that existed between geniuses. He had to fight personally. Only by doing so could he prove his strength. Come on, Xianxia. I would like to see if you can withstand 3 moves from me. Desolate Yuan grabbed the void with his big hand. An incomparably bright star was formed. This star was incomparably beautiful. It was blooming with azure blue luster. It was a few hundred meters in size, like a small blue mountain. The moment the star was formed, the entire void trembled, as if it couldn't bear the pressure of the star. Go! Desolate Yuan threw the star with all his might. The huge star immediately let out a loud roar and rushed towards Xianxia. This was a mountain-like strike. No one knew how much force it carried. If one was hit by it head-on, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even a first-grade great saint would be smashed into pieces. However, Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. He now had 75,000 dragon marks. Basically, he was at the peak of the 8th-grade great saint. His dragon form had increased his combat strength by 10 times. Although Desolate Yuan's star attack was powerful, Xianxia's attack wasn't weak either. He struck out his strongest attack, the Golden Dragon Seal. 3 powerful golden dragons spiraled and danced vividly, like real heavenly dragons descending from the heavens. The 3 golden dragons overlapped with each other and rushed towards the huge blue star. Kong Long, this was the collision of 2 extreme combat strength. The shockwave caused by the collision could only be described as earth-shattering. The entire spatial zone was smashed. Many evil spirits were attracted. Some of them didn't have high intelligence. They rushed over when they sensed the shockwave of the battle. Unfortunately, they were crushed on the spot by the shockwave and died tragically. There weren't any powerful evil spirits in this spatial zone. There was only a first-grade great saint monster, which had been torn apart by Desolate Yuan with his bare hands. The golden and blue light intertwined and filled every inch of the interior of the spatial zone. The shockwave of the battle was too powerful. There was destructive energy everywhere. Many evil spirits that rushed over were killed instantly. Xianxia and Desolate Yuan's body trembled at the same time. On the surface, they seemed to be equally matched in this collision. What? Desolate Yuan was shocked. He never thought that Xianxia would be able to fight him head-on without losing. In his opinion, this was simply impossible. One should know that he was now a true first-grade great saint, no longer a half-step great saint. Given his current cultivation grade, he could easily pinch an ordinary first-grade great saint to death, but now, he was tied with an 8th-grade minor saint. This was too funny. While Desolate Yuan was shocked, Xianxia was also somewhat surprised. He was very clear about his combat strength and the power of the Golden Dragon Seal. He had killed a 2nd-grade great saint, but now, he was tied with Desolate Yuan. This showed that Desolate Yuan wasn't the #1 on the sky ranking for no reason. The mighty star's tyrant body was actually this powerful. This is interesting. Xianxia moved his body casually, producing cracking sounds. A strong combat intent was aroused instantly. The stronger Desolate Yuan's performance was, the more Xianxia liked it and the more his fighting spirit was aroused. Xianxia, you really surprised me. An 8th-grade minor saint was able to withstand my attack just now. You should be proud of this. However, no matter what Desolate Yuan, want to kill you today, you will die for sure. That was just a probing attack. I won't be polite next time. Desolate Yuan said loudly. Xianxia's strength had made him retract his underestimation of Xianxia. He now treated Xianxia as an opponent. In the beginning, he didn't put Xianxia in his eyes. He didn't put Xianxia on the same level as him. Whatever means you have, just use it. Xianxia's combat intent was soaring. It wasn't easy to encounter a truly powerful opponent. Since he had encountered one, he must have a hot-blooded battle. Meteor filling the sky. Xiao Yuan's body floated in the air. Suddenly, countless brilliant meteors appeared around his body. These meteors emitted a deep blue radiance. Each one was as big as the previous one, like a blue mountain. Xiao Yuan was like a real star, able to create an endless stream of meteors that would never run out. Asterisk swoosh 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 asterisk the meteors swayed rapidly. For a moment, the entire spatial zone was filled with meteors. Countless of blue light filled every inch of the spatial zone. Each of these meteors possessed unparalleled destructive power. As the number of meteors increased, under Desolate Yuan's control, countless meteors began to attack Xianxia. This was a large-scale attack. The innumerable meteors formed a sea of stars, the chaotic star ocean. The boundless energy was going to wreak havoc in the entire spatial zone, annihilating all living beings. This bastard really has some tricks up his sleeves. De Huang Dog, who was watching the battle from afar, couldn't help but say. This guy was indeed worthy of being the #1 on the heaven list. His powerful star's tyrannical body far surpassed ordinary geniuses. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Xianxia shouted. Countless dragon silhouettes that emitted 5 different colors spiraled out from Xianxia's body and rushed into the sea of stars, colliding with those meteors. Especially those golden dragons, they were too strong. Some of them directly opened their huge mouths and swallowed the meteors. The powerful 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal was a true dragon combat skill. One could imagine how tough it was. Now that Xianxia had unleashed all 5 combat skills at the same time, the principle of the 5 elements reinforcing and restraining each other was immediately revealed. The power of the 5 elements increased once again. With so many true dragons, the sea of stars created by Desolate Yuan was smashed into smithereens. Countless meteors were directly shattered. The explosive energy destroyed half of the spatial zone. If anyone were to witness this battle, they would definitely open their mouths wide in shock. It was too explosive. Dang dang dang. What other tricks do you have? The star tyrant body is just SOSO. Xianxia looked at Desolate Yuan and said indifferently. Just SOSO? Upon hearing such an evaluation, Desolate Yuan had the urge to spurt out blood on the spot. Ever since he was born, he had been living under the dazzling light. He was a supreme genius, the object of love from the higher-ups, the object of worship from the youths and the idol of countless people. No one had ever used such an evaluation on him. It was a humiliation. Xianxia, don't be so arrogant. I, Desolate Yuan, will never be defeated, at least not by you. Desolate Yuan's hair was dyed by the blue star power. This was the first time in his life that he was really angry. He had never wanted to kill someone so badly before. Desolate Yuan moved again. He spread both of his hands. In between his palms, the blue star power was at least 3 times denser than before. Amidst the flickering light, a solid blue star spear appeared. It was condensed by the star tyrant body, but it didn't look any different from a real combat weapon. Xianxia, have a taste of my star spear. Desolate Yuan roared. He raised the 30 meters long star spear and launched an attack at Xianxia. This star spear had an incomparably terrifying destructive power. It was the most powerful technique condensed by the star tyrant body. It was even stronger than the meteor attack just now. This attack was enough to pierce through a powerful second-grade great saint and kill him on the spot. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Xianxia was even more fearless. Immediately, he took out the Heavenly Saint sword. The Heavenly Saint sword made a melodious sword whistle and turned into the shadow of a blood dragon, rushing at Desolate Yuan's star spear. The Heavenly Saint sword had already merged with the 5 fragments of its original body. It could unleash the true power of the Heavenly Saint sword at will. This was also Xianxia's most powerful technique. It had no problem dealing with Desolate Yuan's star spear. Asterisk Kong Long, asterisk the sword and the spear collided. Once again, an unparalleled power erupted. This was an extreme confrontation. Desolate Yuan's star spear was indeed powerful. It pushed Xianxia back a dozen meters before he could regain his balance. However, Desolate Yuan's situation was worse than Xianxia's. His star spear was shattered and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Xianxia, I will kill you. Desolate Yuan wiped the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth and left a ruthless sentence before disappearing in a flash. Desolate Yuan was a very smart man. He might have other trump cards, but after the battle with Xianxia, he understood that it was impossible for him to kill Xianxia today. If the battle continued, he might be the one to die. Therefore, Desolate Yuan decided to give up on killing Xianxia for the time being. He would wait until he had obtained some benefits in the ancient battlefield to improve his strength before killing Xianxia. Why did you let him escape? De Huang Dog came to Xianxia and complained. Once a person like Desolate Yuan escaped, there would be endless troubles in the future. Although I had the upper hand in the battle with him, he did not suffer any substantial injuries. With his ability, if he wanted to escape, I wouldn't be able to stop him. This person is very smart. When he saw that there was no chance to kill me, he immediately retreated. If he continued to fight with me like Shirhan, I would destroy his mental defenses and exhaust his fighting strength. Then, I would find an opportunity to kill him. However, if he chose to escape, I wouldn't be able to stop him. Xianxia shook his head. It seemed like he could only wait for the next time to get rid of this powerful star's overlord body. If I had taken action, I would have definitely been able to stop him. De Huang Dog felt that it was a pity. It should be said that it was a great pity. However, that Desolate Yuan was indeed smart. He had been watching the battle from the side and was enjoying the show. He didn't expect that this bastard would suddenly stop the battle and run away. It doesn't matter. He is just a defeated opponent. I have the confidence to deal with him the next time we meet. Let's go and find the blood talisman now. As long as we find it, we will kill Desolate Yuan the next time we meet. Xianxia kept his dragon sword and dragon form and continued to search for the blood talisman with De Huang Dog. Desolate Yuan couldn't kill him now, but it wouldn't be easy for him to kill Desolate Yuan either. He had the same idea as Desolate Yuan. Desolate Yuan wanted to find some opportunities in the ruins to increase his combat strength and then turn around to deal with Xianxia. Xianxia's goal was the same. He was searching for the blood talisman in order to increase his cultivation grade. If he advanced to the 9th grade minor saint, killing Desolate Yuan would be a piece of cake. As a matter of fact, if Xianxia released the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil just now, he could have killed Desolate Yuan. However, Xianxia didn't want to rely on external forces to deal with Desolate Yuan. He wanted to kill Desolate Yuan with his own hands. Xianxia and De Huang Dog turned into 2 rays of light, shuttling back and forth in different spatial zones like ghosts. Xianxia ignored all the evil spirits and treasures as he searched for the blood talisman wholeheartedly. Unknowingly, he and a Huang dog had been shuttling back and forth in different spatial zones for a few hours. Wing wing suddenly, the blood talisman in his GC vibrated and produced a buzzing sound. Xianxia stopped moving and summoned it. The blood talisman flew out of his GC and floated in front of Xianxia. I can sense it. The blood talisman must be here. Xianxia's eyes sparkled. Finally, he found it. As long as he could find the blood talisman, he would be able to refine it. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the 9th grade minor saint. The blood talisman circled around Xianxia, then it chose a direction and flew towards it. Xianxia was overjoyed. He hastily followed the blood talisman. Obviously, the direction that the blood talisman chose was the direction where the other blood talisman was located. The two blood talismans could sense each other. That was why such a situation occurred. Xianxia and a Huang dog didn't say a word. They just followed behind the blood talisman and flew for a few hundred miles. When they arrived at the center of this spatial zone, Xianxia and a Huang dog gaped at the same time when they saw the scene in front of them. In front of them was an altar that was a few meters tall. Normally, an altar wouldn't be too shocking, but this altar was completely different from the ordinary ones. It was built entirely with corpses. There were at least a few hundred corpses piled up like a small hill. What was even more horrifying was that the lowest grade of these corpses was an 8th grade minor saint while the strongest was a 7th grade or 8th grade great saint. So many corpses piled up to form an altar. This was truly horrifying. Such a scene stunned Xianxia and a Huang dog. The scene was horrifying and mysterious. An altar piled up with great sage corpses. The air was filled with the breath of death. However, behind this frightening scene, this was a treasure land. Although these corpses had been dead for a long time, with so many great sage experts piled up together, their bodies alone contained unimaginable powerful energy. With so many corpses piled up, the energy could no longer be described as huge. However, what Xianxia couldn't figure out was why the blood mark would choose to appear in such a place. Could it be that the blood mark was very interested in these great sage corpses? Little Xianxia, this scene is too scary. What is this blood mark? It feels so mysterious. The Huang dog shrank his neck. Even for him, this was the first time he saw such a scene. It was somewhat scary. How would I know? Xianxia shook his head. The blood mark's actions were too mysterious. Even for him, he now thought that the blood mark might have found this corpse altar on purpose. However, he didn't know what the connection was. At this moment, the blood mark that led the way also rushed up to the altar. Xianxia clearly felt that the blood mark had a sense of excitement when it rushed up to the altar. He didn't know whether it was because of the excitement of meeting another blood mark or the excitement of meeting this corpse altar. Buzz, the two blood talismans gathered together, giving off countless rays of blood-red light that enveloped the entire altar. The two blood talismans spun at a high speed, looking as if they were about to fuse together. However, something seemed to be missing and they were unable to fuse together. Little Xianxia, did you see that? These two blood marks want to merge, but there seems to be an invisible existence blocking them, so they can't really merge. Said the Huang dog. I know, the thing that's stopping them from fusing is me. I've already refined one of the blood talismans and absorbed its energy. It's almost connected to me by blood. As for the other blood talisman, I haven't refined it yet. So, as long as I refine that blood talisman, the two blood talismans will completely fuse. At that time, all the problems will be solved. Xianxia's eyes lit up. As a matter of fact, he was feeling excited right now. He knew that obtaining two blood talismans at the same time would bring him unimaginable gains. Now, with the appearance of the altar, the blood talisman became even more mysterious, and this mystery was definitely related to what Xianxia had expected. Therefore, as long as he absorbed the blood talisman, he would be able to find out the secret behind it, and why it appeared in a place like this. Xianxia waved his hand and summoned the two blood marks. Immediately, the two blood marks left the altar and flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia grabbed the blood marks in his hand and immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Back in purgatory, it was impossible for him to control these blood marks. Now that his cultivation base had grown stronger, the blood marks didn't reject him at all, especially after he refined the blood marks in the suspended tower. De Huang, help me guard the altar. I will refine the blood marks now, Xianxia said to De Huang. De Huang dog nodded. He wouldn't dare to be careless at this critical moment. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the ground and fused the 2 blood marks into his body. The dragon transformation skill began to circulate crazily. As if it had sensed the existence of the dragon transformation skill, the blood marks became restless all of a sudden. Xianxia could see the shadow of a dragon flickering in the blood marks, roaring at the sky. It was very domineering. The blood marks seemed to contain the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Traces of energy overflowed from it and seeped into Xianxia's limbs and bones. At the same time, under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, new dragon marks began to form one after another. This was the stimulation of the bloodline. It was very beneficial to Xianxia. In less than a minute, 1,000 dragon marks were completely condensed, making the number of dragon marks in Xianxia's body reach 76,000. This number was exactly the number of dragon marks needed to advance to the 9th grade minor saint. A powerful chi burst out from Xianxia's body. A large number of high-grade true metastones were refined and absorbed by Xianxia. Very quickly, Xianxia's cultivation had reached the 9th grade minor saint. His combat strength had increased by a lot. After advancing to the 9th grade minor saint, the number of dragon marks continued to increase. Another 1,000 dragon marks were condensed at the fastest speed, making the total number of dragon marks in his body reach 77,000. However, it wasn't easy to advance from the 9th grade minor saint to the great saint realm. Advancing to the great saint realm required 2,000 dragon marks each time, but advancing to the next realm required 4,000 dragon marks. In other words, Xianxia had to condense 80,000 dragon marks to advance to the great saint realm. It was impossible for him to break through the great saint realm with the help of the blood marks. After the blood talisman was completely refined, the 2 blood talismans immediately fused together. It was an intimate fusion, and right after the 2 blood talismans fused together, the circulation speed of the dragon transformation skill suddenly increased by a few times. This situation made Xianxia extremely excited. Haha! I never thought that the fusion of the 2 blood marks could transform the dragon transformation skill again. This is too awesome. I wonder what kind of powerful combat skill this transformation will bring me. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected this to happen, but it was the biggest surprise. One should know that every transformation would bring unimaginable benefits to Xianxia. At the very least, it would bring him a powerful true dragon combat skill. During the first transformation, Xianxia obtained the true dragon palm and true dragon flame. During the second transformation, Xianxia obtained the azure dragon 5 steps. During the third transformation, Xianxia obtained the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. Now, it was the fourth transformation. Xianxia was really looking forward to it. Moreover, the transformation of the dragon transformation skill would bring great benefits to Xianxia's cultivation. For example, after the transformation, Xianxia had condensed another 2,000 dragon marks. The total number of dragon marks had reached 79,000, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th grade minor saint. At the same time, a message appeared in Xianxia's mind out of nowhere. Zulong Tower, True Dragon Supreme Divine Weapon, 99 floors Zulong Tower. Once it is condensed, it will destroy the heavens and earth, and it will dominate the universe. This was the legend of the Supreme Divine Weapon and the method of condensing it. Before Xianxia had the time to savor it, the 2 blood marks rushed out of his body. Swoosh, swoosh, countless rays of blood-red light began to rush out from the blood talisman. Each ray of blood-red light was incomparably dazzling. As the amount of blood-red light increased, the blood talisman directly disappeared, as if it had completely turned into blood-red light. After that, a blood-red ancient tower appeared. Or rather, it was only the prototype of an ancient tower. It was just an illusion made of blood-red light, not a real existence. Even though it was illusory, it still gave people a shocking feeling. The top of the ancient tower pierced through the sky. The ancient and noble Qi was revealed, making people have the urge to worship it. My God, what is this tower? Although it is illusory, it is countless times more noble than the suspended tower. This ancient tower gives people a feeling that it has existed for eternity, higher than the sky, and above all the laws. De Huang Dog looked at the marvelous sight. The shock in his heart had reached an extreme level. Zulong Tower. Jiangchen murmured. He knew that the fusion of the two blood marks had turned into the prototype of the Zulong Tower. The transformation of the dragon transformation skill had given him the method of condensing the Zulong Tower. In other words, he still needed to condense the 99 floors of the Zulong Tower in the future. According to the secret of the Zulong Tower, there is only one way to condense the tower, and that is to absorb energy. It can absorb all kinds of energy. There is nothing in the world that the Zulong Tower can't absorb. If my guess is correct, I already know the use of these corpses. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He moved his mind, and the illusory Zulong Tower suddenly floated above the corpse altar. A blood-red light beam sprinkled from it. Suddenly, the countless energy contained in the corpses were all absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Those corpses all disintegrated and turned into energy. The body of a great sage, even if it had been dead for a long time, still had unimaginable energy. The superposition of so many great sages' energy was enormous. In the blink of an eye, the corpse altar that was dozens of feet high was completely refined and absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the ancestral dragon pagoda let out a rumbling sound. The lowest level of the pagoda began to solidify gradually. However, with such a large amount of energy, only half of the first level of the pagoda was condensed. The half of the pagoda that was condensed was like a blood-red city wall. There were blood-red dragon marks engraved on the surface of the pagoda, emitting dazzling rays of light. Oh my God, what the hell is this Zulong Tower? The energy contained in so many great sage corpses only condensed half of the first layer. This is too heaven-defying. De Huang Dog sat on the ground with his mouth wide open in surprise. Not only him, even Jiang Chen's eyes were wide open. One should know that the Zulong Tower had 99 layers. He originally thought that such a corpse altar could condense at least 8 or 10 layers, but it was only half a layer. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog now finally understood why the blood mark chose this place to appear. This corpse altar was prepared for the Zulong Tower. In the face of this situation, Jiang Chen suddenly felt dizzy. The first layer of the Zulong Tower required such a huge amount of energy. If one wanted to condense the 99 layers of the Zulong Tower, how much energy would be needed? It was simply an astronomical figure. Jiang Chen cultivated the dragon transformation skill, which required the support of ruthless and endless energy. Now, the Zulong Tower was like a vampire. The Zulong Tower was suspended in front of them, shining with blood-red light. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had also accepted the reality after the initial shock. They began to feel a little excited. De Huang Dog wasn't a fool. Naturally, he could see the power of this ancient tower. Let me try the defensive strength of the Zulong Tower. How about it? De Huang Dog said. His huge body leaped up. His head radiated golden light and rammed towards the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen, who was at the side, held his breath without blinking his eyes. He also wanted to see the power of the Zulong Tower. De Huang Dog was a powerful first-grade great saint. His head was comparable to a powerful combat weapon. It was almost indestructible. He could easily smash a mountain. Asterisk dong. Asterisk mother asterisk cur. Big Yellow's head collided with the half-story blood-red pagoda, producing a clanging sound. The ancestral dragon pagoda only shook a few times, but Big Yellow was bounced back. He cursed, feeling dizzy after being hit by the ancestral dragon pagoda. De Huang, how is it? Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. It's 2F asterisk king powerful. Not only does this thing have amazing defensive strength, it's also extremely powerful. My attack just now didn't even cause the slightest damage to this bloody tower. It's really terrifying. It's hard to imagine how powerful it will be when all 99 stories of this bloody tower are condensed. De Huang Dog was an arrogant person. The fact that he could say such words was enough to show the power of the Zulong Tower. It is indeed powerful. With this tower, I will have a powerful trump card. However, the first floor of the Zulong Tower has not been condensed yet. Its true power is not that great. Now, I have to find a way to completely condense the first floor. That would be amazing. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. After witnessing the true power of the Zulong Tower, he had a new plan. In this ancient battlefield, there were treasures everywhere. There were powerful evil spirits and many monsters. After killing these evil spirits, they could be converted into energy for the Zulong Tower to absorb. Right, the essence of this Zulong Tower is also a battle weapon. I wonder if it can absorb battle weapons. Jiang Chen suddenly thought of an idea. He had a lot of combat weapons in his storage and most of them were minor saint weapons. Since the Zulong Tower could absorb everything, he wondered if it could also absorb combat weapons. Walala, after saying that, Jiang Chen took out dozens of combat weapons and threw them onto the Zulong Tower. Buzz, immediately, the Zulong Tower rotated at a high speed. Dragon roars came out from it, as if countless of magma was smelting the combat weapons. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of combat weapons were smelted by the Zulong Tower. Just like what Jiang Chen said, the Zulong Tower was also a battle weapon. After absorbing the combat weapons, its main body became stronger, and the amount of energy that could be condensed had increased. This is really abnormal. This blood-red tower can really devour anything. It can absorb any kind of energy. De Huang Dog was speechless. Moreover, I discovered something even more terrifying. Every time the Zulong Tower absorbed some energy and condensed some of its main body, the dragon transformation skill would circulate faster. My cultivation base would also increase accordingly. Just now, when the Zulong Tower absorbed those combat weapons, the dragon marks in my body had increased by dozens. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. He discovered that his bloodline was connected with the Zulong Tower. His cultivation base could directly affect the power that the Zulong Tower could unleash. And when the Zulong Tower was continuously condensing its main body, he could also gain some benefits. This was too perfect. Previously, when Jiang Chen used the dragon transformation skill to refine demon spirits, he was always worried that his foundation would be unstable. However, the enhancement that the Zulong Tower could bring to him came from the source of the dragon transformation skill. It was equivalent to stimulating his potential. Not only would it not cause his foundation to be unstable, it would also make him more powerful. Kid, what kind of cultivation technique are you practicing? How can it be so abnormal? De Huang Dog was getting more and more interested in the cultivation technique that Jiang Chen was practicing. No matter what, he also has the bloodline of a divine beast. In terms of cultivation, he could be said to be blessed by the heavens. However, compared to Jiang Chen's abnormal cultivation technique, it seemed like it was on a completely different level. Peerless divine technique. Jiang Chen chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the Zulong Tower instantly turned into a speck of dust and entered his body. He carefully observed the Zulong Tower and discovered that the condensed Zulong Tower was a huge space filled with energy fluctuations. Jiang Chen simply sent the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil into the Zulong Tower for cultivation. It was indeed a very good cultivation environment. If the Zulong Tower wanted to absorb any energy in the future, they would also be able to obtain some benefits, which would be of great help to them. Jiang Chen had too many enemies now. The stronger the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil were, the more advantageous it would be for him. Let's go. I have something to do in the ancient battlefield this time. The Zulong Tower needs a large amount of energy to attack. If anyone dares to provoke me, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Chen revealed a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. De Huang Dog was jumping up and down excitedly. It seemed like the emergence of the Zulong Tower had made the opening of the ancient battlefield a bloody one. All of a sudden, the void flickered. Two silhouettes appeared like ghosts. They were two elders who seemed to be in their 50s, but their cultivation wasn't weak. One of them was a second-grade great saint while the other was a third-grade great saint. The two of them were in the adjacent spatial zone. They sensed a huge fluctuation in this spatial zone, so they came to have a look. Coincidentally, they bumped into Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. You are Jiang Chen? The third-grade great saint elder looked at Jiang Chen and asked loudly. His tone was filled with cold killing intent. You're right. I'm Xianxia. Who are you? Xianxia's eyes revealed two rays of cold light. Sure enough, it's you, you little bastard. We are the elders of the Narang family. You're courting death by killing the people of our family. There are many people who want to kill you in the ancient battlefield. Fortunately, we got here first. Xianxia, are you going to commit suicide or do we have to kill you? You're right. The elders of Narang family were incomparably arrogant. Given their cultivation grade, they indeed had the capital to look down on Xianxia. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the current Xianxia was no longer the Xianxia of the past. Xianxia was now a peak 9th grade minor saint. Killing a 3rd grade great saint was just a piece of cake for him. There was no need for the earth devil beast or the devil to do it. The two of you really shouldn't be here. The desolate family is very powerful now. Your Narang family should join hands with me, Xianxia. I won't kill the two of you. If the two of you disappear from my sight now, you can still live. Xianxia said plainly. Among the 8 major families, the desolate family was the most powerful one. He was more than willing to join hands with the Narang family. After all, he had only killed the experts of the Narang family in Void Triangular Domain. He hadn't killed any geniuses of the Narang family after he returned. However, Xianxia was obviously thinking too much. Given the arrogance of the Narang family, there was no way they would let him go. Haha. This is hilarious. Xianxia, no one has ever been able to live after killing the people of our Narang family. Me, you are no exception. If you kneel down and kowtow to me now, I will consider giving you a quick death. The 3rd grade great saint laughed. He felt that what Xianxia said was a joke. He was a dignified 3rd grade great saint. Killing Xianxia was a piece of cake. It seems like there is nothing more to say. Xianxia shook his head. In that case, he didn't want to say anything more. Anyway, he had a lot of enemies, including the Narang family. If these 2 old men wanted to kill him, there would only be one ending for them. Why are you talking so much nonsense with this little beast? I'll make a move and kill him first. The 2nd grade great saint said and appeared in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. An enormous chi was unleashed perfectly, enveloping Xianxia completely. *Pu-chi**, however, a horrifying scene happened. The 2nd grade great saint had only unleashed his chi, but before he could attack Xianxia, his body stopped abruptly. He lowered his head to look at his chest. A blood-red dragon claw had pierced through his chest. The elder was horrified. He had never dreamt that such a scene would happen. He, a mighty 2nd grade great saint, would be instantly killed by a junior that he didn't even put in his eyes. No, the elder let out a roar. It was the pain of despair. He couldn't even move when he was controlled by Xianxia. He could only let Xianxia do whatever he wanted. Remember, never be too confident, especially when you don't know how strong your opponent is. Xianxia's voice was very cold. The powerful force shattered all the vitality of the elder. Then, Xianxia circulated the Zulong Tower. All the energy, essence, and battle spirit of the elder were absorbed by the Zulong Tower. After absorbing a 2nd grade great saint, the Zulong Tower became even more excited. Under the stimulation of the Zulong Tower, Xianxia condensed another 10 dragon marks. The energy of a 2nd grade great saint wasn't comparable to the ordinary corpses on the altar. Although those corpses also contained a great amount of energy, they had been dead for too long and most of the energy had already been lost. *plop. Xianxia threw the 2nd grade great saint's corpse on the ground. At this moment, the great saint's corpse was just an ordinary corpse. All the essence had been absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Xianxia was being merciful by not absorbing the great saint's corpse. Be merciful. I will leave your corpse intact. Xianxia said, then shifted his gaze to the 3rd grade great saint of the Narang family. It's your turn. What are you waiting for? The 3rd grade great saint widened his eyes, looking at his companion who was lying on the ground. He was dumbfounded. Only now did he realize that Xianxia's cultivation had reached the terrifying level of a 9th grade great saint. However, even a 9th grade great saint couldn't kill a 2nd grade great saint in an instant. Besides, wasn't this person said to be able to transform? After transforming, Xianxia was able to kill a second-grade great saint in an instant without transforming. If he transformed, wouldn't he be able to kill the third-grade great saint too? How could a man be so powerful? What shocked Elder Narang the most was the way his partner died. He had seen it clearly. His partner's energy and essence had been completely absorbed by Xianxia, turning him into an ordinary corpse. This scene was just too horrifying. At this moment, an inexplicable fear suddenly emerged in the old man's mind. Elder Narang, you're right. You're right. Hee, leave this old man to me. De Huang Dog chuckled. Let me do it. Xianxia stood in front of De Huang Dog. He had just advanced to the 9th grade minor saint and he needed a powerful 3rd grade great saint to practice. Furthermore, he was no longer an ordinary 9th grade minor saint. He had reached the peak of 9th grade minor saint and was only a step away from advancing to the great saint realm. Killing an ordinary 3rd grade great saint was almost effortless. However, there was an insurmountable gap between a minor saint and a great saint. Xianxia would need to transform into his dragon form to kill a 3rd grade great saint. Xianxia's body swayed and transformed. He cast out the true dragon palm, shrouding the 3rd grade great saint. I don't believe that I, a 3rd grade great saint, can't defeat a 9th grade minor saint. Brat, die. Elder Narang was also enraged. A black broadsword appeared in his hand. This broadsword exuded a strong great sage aura. It turned out to be a rare great sage weapon. The saber danced, emitting a cold sound. The saber in the hand of the 3rd grade great saint tore the void apart and slashed at Xianxia's true dragon palm. Chi la both of them collided, producing a deafening sound. Countless spatial waves were set off. The dragon claw that Xianxia conjured was torn apart. The combat strength of a 3rd grade great saint combined with a great saint weapon was indeed terrifying. However, Xianxia didn't care. He swung his arm and the heavenly saint sword roared, lunging at Elder Narang like a thunderbolt. Xianxia had the strength to pick up a mountain. His body was filled with endless energy like a vast ocean. Elder Narang's facial expression changed dramatically. He could already feel the gap between him and Xianxia. Without delay, he raised the huge blade in his hand to meet the attack. Clang. The blade and the sword collided. The huge blade was repelled by the crazy attack of the heavenly saint sword, but the heavenly saint sword's attack didn't diminish. The elder was caught off guard and one of his arms was cut off by Xianxia. Arg, the elder let out a miserable cry. Then, he was beaten to death by Xianxia's crazy attacks. The remaining energy in his body was absorbed by the Zulong Tower along with the great saint weapon. It was obvious that the first floor of the Zulong Tower had grown a little more. The dragon marks in Xianxia's body were condensed by dozens more. However, along with the rotation of the ancestral dragon pagoda, Xianxia's chi gradually became brutal. Both of his eyes started to turn red. A wave of brutal chi burst out from his body. The newly condensed dragon marks were obviously more brutal than the previous ones. Little Chinzi, what's wrong with you? De Huang Dog noticed the change in Xianxia. His facial expression changed immediately. He had never seen Xianxia like this. The current Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot, like a beast that was about to lose its mind and become a killing machine. Roar. Xianxia let out a deep roar. He looked at De Huang Dog. The look in his eyes scared even De Huang Dog. Mother of Ker, so that's how it is. Xianxia felt that he was about to lose his mind. He immediately sat down cross-legged and started to chant the Lotus Sutra. This Lotus Sutra was given to him by Great Master Ran Feng. It could purify the soul. In this way, Xianxia sat there cross-legged and chanted the Lotus Sutra for half an hour. Only then did he recover. What happened to you just now, kid? It was too scary. De Huang Dog still had a lingering fear in his heart. Because the Zulong Tower absorbed the essence of human beings. Although I'm cultivating the dragon transformation skill, I'm still a human being. Humans can kill each other, but stripping away their essence, chi, and spirit after killing them is undoubtedly a violation of the heavenly Tao and human ethics. If this continues, I'll be no different from a bloodthirsty demon. I left their corpses, saying that I should be lenient to others, but they lost their essence, chi, spirit, and fighting spirit. In fact, I've already gone too far. This method of killing my own kind can only be described as inhumane. The Zulong Tower and I are connected by blood and merged into one. After absorbing the essence, chi, and spirit of human beings, it began to accumulate a certain tyrannical aura in my body. This tyrannical aura can directly affect my mind, turning me into a beast that only knows how to kill. It's really terrifying. Xianxia also had a lingering fear in his heart. If it weren't for the Lotus Sutra, he might not have been able to control his emotions just now. Maybe he would have attacked De Huang Dog directly. Just now, the Zulong Tower had absorbed so many great sage corpses, but those corpses had been dead for a long time. There were also many corpses of demon beasts and devils among them, so the influence wasn't that great. However, the two elders of Narang clan were real living people. Xianxia had killed them personally and then absorbed them. This was an inhumane method. Therefore, the dragon mark that was condensed was also tyrannical. It brought a tyrannical aura to him and seriously affected his mind. I see. Then you have to pay attention in the future. De Huang Dog hurriedly reminded him. The instantaneous change of Xianxia just now made De Huang Dog feel incomparably strange. That kind of feeling was really not good. That's right. It seems that if I want to upgrade the Zulong Tower in the future, I can't absorb the essence, chi, and spirit of human beings. After all, my origin is also human. However, if I refine and absorb demon beasts, devils, and anything beyond the scope of my own kind, it will be fine. Xianxia opened his mouth and said. Only now did he truly understand the meaning of the Zulong Tower. Although it was the supreme treasure of the real dragon, it was now Xianxia's treasure. It was connected with Xianxia's bloodline. Therefore, he had to accept the fact that Xianxia's origin was human. You should be able to suppress the tyrannical aura generated in your body, right? Asked De Huang Dog. He was still a little worried. There was no way he wouldn't be worried. Xianxia's appearance just now was too terrifying. If that tyrannical aura was still there, he might turn into a homicidal maniac at any time. The tyrannical aura just now was very little. After all, it was only the first time. I have already used the Lotus Sutra and the edifying light to eliminate it. It won't affect me anymore, said Xianxia. With his current ability, it was still very easy for him to eliminate this bit of tyrannical aura. However, that tyrannical aura just now was really terrifying. If it was someone else, they might have been controlled directly. However, Xianxia was after all the greatest saint in the world. He cultivated the great soul derivation technique, so his will was incomparably firm. That's good. You scared this master dog to death just now. De Huang Dog was flustered and exasperated. He was really afraid that this guy would become a madman one day and even do him. Hee, come. Let me rub your dog head to help you calm down. Xianxia chuckled. Without any explanation, he pressed down on De Huang Dog's head and rubbed it furiously. Xianxia, F***CKU. How dare you rub Master Dog's head? De Huang Dog struggled desperately. He then opened his huge mouth and bit Xianxia's butt. Haha. Layers upon layers of space nodes were everywhere. It was like a maze. A black shadow was constantly flashing, shuttling through different spaces. It was a white-haired young man. He was none other than Han Yen. Not long after Han Yen entered the ruins, he felt a mysterious summoning force. He followed this summoning force and moved forward. At this moment, he was already deep into the depths of the ruins. With Han Yan's current cultivation, going deep into the depths of the ruins was undoubtedly very dangerous. If he encountered a powerful evil spirit, he would die without a doubt. However, it seemed that the mysterious summoning power was guiding Han Yen. Han Yen followed the guidance of the summoning power and flew through the various large spaces. He did not encounter any danger. There were too many spaces here, and many of them were empty. There was nothing in them. What is it that is summoning me? I have been flying for such a long time, but I still haven't found anything. With my current cultivation, if I encounter a powerful monster in such a deep space, I will die without a doubt. However, there is no way out now. I can't remember the way back, so I can only follow the mysterious summoning force and move forward. I want to see what is it that is summoning me. A trace of determination appeared in Han Yan's eyes. Since he had already come this far, there was no possibility of turning back. Moreover, he had a feeling that the mysterious summoning force might be an opportunity for him. At the same time, in another space, the most intense and cruel scene was unfolding. The entire space was filled with a pungent smell of blood. At a glance, there were more than 30 powerful evil spirits surrounding 5 or 6 people. These 6 people were wearing the same clothes and looked very young. They were the people of the ancient people. Around them, there were a lot of evil spirits' corpses. These evil spirits were incomparably ferocious. They looked ferocious and walked like zombies. However, their combat strength was incomparably tyrannical. They had an extremely strong destructive power. The faces of the 6 people of the ancient people were extremely ugly. There were 2 dead bodies of the ancient people lying on the ground. One of them didn't even have a head. He was eaten alive by the evil spirits. The 6 people who were still alive were covered in blood. Their injuries were extremely serious. Some of them even had their arms broken. The leader of the group was Gu Lufeng, but his current condition wasn't ideal. He was panting heavily. It was imaginable that he had consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle. They were walking in different spatial zones when they suddenly encountered a spatial whirlpool and were sucked into it. There were evil spirits everywhere. They could still deal with the evil spirits that appeared in the beginning, but as the strength of the evil spirits grew, they couldn't resist them anymore. After Gu Lufeng tore a first-grade Great Saint evil spirit into pieces, the truly powerful evil spirits appeared. The strongest evil spirits in front of them had reached second-grade Great Saint, and there were 2 first-grade Great Saints. The rest of the evil spirits were also incomparably strong. Although the young geniuses of the ancient people weren't weak, they weren't on the same level as these evil spirits. Now that they were surrounded by the evil spirits, they were letting out ear-piercing screams that made them feel incomparably uncomfortable. The terrifying evil spirits stuck out their long tongues and regarded them as their prey. "Big brother Lufeng, it seems like we are going to die today." "Yeah. I didn't expect that we would be trapped by these evil spirits when we came here to search for treasures. Unless there's a miracle, we are going to die for sure. What should we do? I don't want to die yet." The ancient people were disheartened. Everyone was in despair. Gu Lufeng was their backbone, but no matter how powerful he was just a half-step Great Saint. It was already very impressive that he could kill a first-grade Great Saint. Now that a second-grade Great Saint evil spirit had appeared, Gu Lufeng couldn't even protect himself, let alone take care of him. "Shut up, all of you." Gu Lufeng reprimanded without turning his head. "What's there to be afraid of if we die? Even if we die, we still have to fight." Gu Lufeng drew out his combat weapon. It was a huge golden shield. Under his control, the golden shield burst out a strong roar. He shouted at the evil spirit opposite him. "Come on." Putting everything else aside, Gu Lufeng's current performance was enough to make people admire him. In this world, how many people could remain so calm in the face of death? Jia. The evil spirits let out a sinister laughter that was enough to cause anyone who heard it to feel like their hearts were being scratched by 100 claws. They felt as though they were about to go crazy. Following that, the evil spirit leader let out a roar, and all the evil spirits pounced towards the 6 ancient race members. Upon seeing this, the ancient people were in complete despair. Some of them had already closed their eyes and given up resisting. Gu Lufeng laughed, but there was some sadness in his laughter. He was a heaven's pride of the ancient people, the #1 genius of the younger generation of the ancient people. Today, he was going to die in such a place. How sad and stirring was that! The second-grade Great Saint Evil Soul stretched out a terrifying sharp claw and appeared in front of Gu Lufeng in a blink. Gu Lufeng knew very well that even if he exerted all of his techniques, he would still die in his current state if he were to face the second-grade Great Saint Evil Soul in front of him. Kong Long, however, at the most critical moment, a giant dragon claw descended from the void. It was a blood-red dragon claw that blocked Gu Lufeng's path. At the same time, it enveloped the second-grade Great Saint Evil Soul. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The powerful evil spirit was smashed into pieces by the dragon claw. What was even more horrifying was that the broken body of the evil spirit was taken away by the dragon claw and disappeared. At the same time, a series of golden beams of light burst forth from the void, smashing the bodies of the evil spirits in the surroundings into pieces. In the blink of an eye, all of the evil spirits that were surrounding the ancient race tribesmen were killed. Not a single one of them was left alive. In fact, none of their corpses were even intact. The scene stunned the 6 people of the ancient people. Gu Lufeng was still holding the golden shield in his hand, but his opponent had disappeared. Killing a second-grade great saint with a single strike and killing all the evil spirits in an instant. How terrifying was the attacker, the scene was surprisingly clean. The 6 people of the ancient people hadn't recovered from the shock just now. They stood blankly on the same spot with the same expression. They couldn't believe everything that had happened in front of them. Looking at the bodies of the evil spirits that were scattered on the ground, apart from shock, they felt more joy. They had been in complete despair and thought that they were going to die today, but they didn't expect a miracle to happen. The huge contrast between death and rebirth was enough to excite a person to the point of madness. At the same time, they were thinking about a question. Who saved them? Was it the expert of the ancient people? No, the ancient people didn't have such means. The huge blood-red dragon claw just now gave them a familiar feeling. At this moment, 2 silhouettes appeared in front of them. It was a man and a dog. The dog might be unfamiliar to them, but they couldn't be more familiar with the white-clothed youth, especially Gu Lufeng. He was defeated by this white-clothed youth in the clan gathering of the ancient people. Xianxia. It's you who saved us. The ancient people were very excited to see Xianxia at this time. If they were to reject Xianxia, an outsider, after the marriage between Xianxia and Wu Ningzhu, then at this moment, they had completely regarded Xianxia as one of their own. We happened to pass by just now. Are you two all right? Xianxia said. He couldn't help but sigh when he saw the corpses of the 2 Gu family experts lying on the ground. However, this wasn't a big deal. The ruins of the ancient battlefield had always been a dangerous place. They should have known that there would be danger when they came in. Plus, death was nothing in this place as it happened all the time. Brother Jiang, thank you for saving my life. I, Gu Lufeng, owe you my life. Gu Lufeng kept his golden shield and clasped his fists at Xianxia. This was a life-saving grace. Even Gu Lufeng wouldn't dare to neglect it. Gu Lufeng was an upright person. Back in the clan gathering of the ancient people, he was defeated by Xianxia wholeheartedly. He didn't have any complaints about Xianxia. Today, Xianxia had saved his life. Of course, he was grateful, but at the same time, he was shocked to the extreme because the current Xianxia was much stronger than when he was in the clan gathering of the ancient people. At that time, Xianxia could only kill someone like Shirhan. In just a short period of time, Xianxia could easily kill a second-grade great saint. Gu Lufeng knew that the gap between the 2 of them was getting bigger and bigger. It would only get bigger in the future. He would never be able to catch up with Xianxia in this lifetime. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to grow so fast. I'm not as good as you. Gu Lufeng smiled and shook his head. Brother Gu, don't be so polite. Ancient people and I are already a family. When you are in trouble, how can I, Xianxia, just stand by and watch? Xianxia smiled. What young Master Jiang said is right. He and Miss Ningzhu are engaged. We are a family. There's no need to be so polite. Yes, we are a family. The other geniuses of the ancient people said hastily. In front of Xianxia, they didn't have any arrogance. I can see that your injuries aren't light. Take these pills. It will help your injuries a lot. Xianxia took out a few pills and gave one to each of them. This was a healing pill that he concocted using the wood spirit. Although the injuries of Gu Lufeng and the others were serious, it didn't affect their foundation. As long as they took this pill, they would be able to recover very quickly. Thank you, Brother Jiang. The ancient people swallowed the pill. Their facial expression changed immediately. As the geniuses of the ancient people, they had a lot of healing pills with them. However, compared to Jiang Chen's pill, all of them were rubbish. What a powerful pill. I have suffered such a serious injury, but half of it has been healed in an instant. My injury has been completely healed. This pill is really scary. It gave me the feeling of a withered tree coming back to life. It's really amazing. Not only did young Master Jiang save our lives, but he also gave us such a high-grade healing pill. We really don't know how to repay this kindness. The geniuses of the ancient people were shocked. They had never seen such a powerful healing pill before. As one of the 8 families of the Pure Land, the ancient people had a strong foundation. They had countless healing pills. There were also many alchemists in the family. As the top geniuses of the ancient people, they had access to more resources than ordinary people. However, they were still shocked by Jiang Chen's pill. Naturally, they didn't know that Jiang Chen's pill contained a large amount of spiritual herbs. It also contained a certain amount of wood essence. Ordinary injuries could be healed in an instant. Jiang Chen smiled. His eyes fell on the corpses of the evil spirits. He secretly operated the Zulong Tower to absorb the energy contained in the corpses. However, most of these evil spirits were minor saints. The advancement of Jiang Chen and the Zulong Tower complemented each other. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation, absorbing the energy of minor saints wouldn't help him much. However, after absorbing these evil spirits, Jiang Chen figured out a puzzling problem. It was the problem of how the Zulong Tower could absorb energy. Previously, he had absorbed the essence, qi, and soul of the 2 elders of the Narang family. His body had produced a violent qi, but after absorbing so many evil spirits, there wasn't even a little bit of violent qi. In this case, Jiang Chen was clear about the method to condense the Zulong Tower in the future. Humans' essence, qi, and soul must not be absorbed. After all, they were of the same kind. The Zulong Tower could absorb any energy other than human beings. Upon seeing this, Gu Lufeng and the others revealed a surprised expression. They didn't know why Jiang Chen wanted to keep the corpses of the evil spirits, but they didn't ask. This was Jiang Chen's personal matter. There was no need for them to know too much about it. Today, Jiang Chen was no longer at the same level as them. Brother Gu, since all of you are fine, I will take my leave. The other evil spirits in this spatial zone aren't strong. You should be able to deal with them. Moreover, a place with a lot of evil spirits will also have a lot of treasures. It is possible that there are treasures left behind by an ancient great saint. All of you should look for them carefully. Also, try to find the experts of the ancient people when you get out of this place. Don't separate from them. There are too many spatial zones in this spatial zone. The degree of danger is far greater than what you can imagine. Jiang Chen said to Gu Lufeng and the others. Alright, we understand. It's true that we didn't understand the situation here. Gu Lufeng nodded. When Jiang Chen was about to leave with De Huang Dog, he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Gu Lufeng again and said, Brother Gu, I wonder if Sister Ning will come with us this time? Ningzhu didn't come with us. Gumu went to the southern continent to pick up her father. Now that their family has just reunited, they didn't come to the ancient battlefield. Gu Lufeng said. Farewell. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he disappeared with De Huang Dog. Gu Shantian was a man of his words. He asked Gumu to pick up Wu Tianyang from the southern continent. It wasn't easy for Wu Ningzhu and her family to reunite. Naturally, they would cherish this time. It was normal that they didn't come. To Jiang Chen, Wu Ningzhu's absence made him less worried. After all, this place was too dangerous. As for the treasures in this spatial zone, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in them. So, he simply did Gu Lufeng a favor and left these treasures to them. Ancient people had been fighting the evil spirits for a long time. After all, it was very tiring for them. In the deep layer of the spatial zone, Han Yan didn't know how many spatial zones he had passed. The summoning force was getting more and more obvious. He could already feel that the mysterious summoning force wasn't far away from him. He was just a minor saint, but he didn't encounter any danger along the way. He was very lucky. Come, come, come. All of a sudden, a voice rang in Han Yan's mind. The voice was low and hoarse. It seemed like the speaker hadn't spoken for a long time. Even the first word sounded very awkward. Han Yan was shocked. This voice was obviously directed at him. He could feel that the mysterious summoning force was coming from this mysterious voice. Han Yan took a deep breath. He didn't know why something in this ancient battlefield would summon him, but there was no turning back now that he had come this far. A spatial node appeared in front of him. He took a deep breath and jumped into it in a flash. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed dramatically. The spatial zone that he was in was very small. It seemed to be only a dozen miles in radius, but the devil chi here was soaring to the sky. Devil waves were floating in the void, setting off waves of cold wind. Xianxia took a deep breath and felt refreshed. Even his soul was nourished. To him, this environment was simply a peerless treasure land. I can smell the scent of Gu Tianma. It's connected to my origin. Han Yan was extremely shocked. He looked ahead and saw a huge monster sitting in the center of the spatial zone. You're here. The behemoth spoke to him once more, this time in a much smoother voice. It was a giant demon that was over 100 feet tall. He had 2 horns on his head, but he had a human face. His eyes were the size of camel bells, and he stared at Han Yan without blinking. Gu Tianma, Han Yan exclaimed. Han Yan exclaimed. He could sense the chi of origin from the giant devil's body. In other words, this giant devil was a true ancient divine devil. However, the chi of this ancient divine devil was very weak. Han Yan could feel that the vitality of this ancient divine devil was gradually fading away. It seemed to have suffered a severe injury and had been here for such a long time. Almost all of its life force had been exhausted and it was on the verge of death. You're finally here. A trace of a smile was revealed on Gu Tianma's face. Seeing the ancient devil's appearance, Han Yan suddenly felt a kind of sadness. He felt a kind of throbbing that originated from the source. He strode forward and came to the front of the ancient devil. He bowed deeply to it and greeted, "Senior." Although Gu Tianma was dying, Han Yan could still feel the power of Gu Tianma when he stood in front of him. It was a kind of peak power. Due to the influence of his bloodline, Han Yan could sense the true cultivation grade of Gu Tianma. Because of this, Han Yan was even more shocked and respectful. This mighty Gu Tianma was actually a mighty 9th grade great saint. Very good. I have sensed your bloodline the moment you entered this ruin. Listen, I'm now an arrow at the end of its flight. I'm dying and will die soon. You have the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma in your body. Before I die, I want to transfer my bloodline to you and impart all my cultivation grade to you. Only those who have the true bloodline of Gu Tianma will be able to bear my inheritance. You are only a 3rd grade minor saint now, but after receiving my inheritance, you will benefit immensely. Your cultivation grade will advance by leaps and bounds and you will break through to the great saint realm. Gu Tianma said, I'm already at the end of my rope. I don't want my skills to be lost just like this. Let me know your name. Junior Han Yan. Han Yan said. Good name. Now, release your divine sense completely. I will use a special technique to communicate with the origin of your bloodline. Our bloodline is connected, so you can receive my inheritance directly. Gu Tianma said. Han Yan knitted his brows. According to what Gu Tianma said, he had removed all his defenses and exposed the origin of his soul to Gu Tianma. If Gu Tianma had any evil intentions, wouldn't he be at the mercy of Gu Tianma? Child, don't worry. I don't have long to live. Now, I just want someone to receive my inheritance and you are the most suitable candidate. Don't hesitate. Gu Tianma's voice became lower, giving people a feeling that he was about to die. All right. Han Yan nodded, not suspecting anything. Immediately, he removed all his defenses and exposed the origin of his bloodline to Gu Tianma. However, he didn't notice that a trace of cunning flashed across Gu Tianma's eyes. That was the feeling that his plan had succeeded. Very well, I will give you the inheritance now. Consider it as sowing some good karma before I die. As the ancient devil spoke, a black spot of light rushed out from between its eyebrows. This black spot of light directly shot into the space between Han Yan's eyebrows. Soon, it reached the depths of Han Yan's origin and connected with Han Yan's bloodline. Buzz buzz, however, at this moment, the black speck of light trembled violently. Han Yan suddenly felt as if his soul was being torn apart. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Han Yan sensed that something was wrong. He raised his head and looked at Gu Tianma. Haha, foolish child. You're too naive. Now that you've been hit by my ancient demon soul-absorbing technique, I have complete control over your soul and bloodline. You're at my mercy. As long as I refine your bloodline bit by bit, I'll have a chance to return to my peak. Haha. Despicable. Han Yan couldn't help but curse. When he thought about how he had taken the initiative to release all his defenses and even allowed the other party's soul seed to enter the depths of his soul and control his bloodline, he felt a deep sense of regret. He wanted to slap himself in the face. No matter what, he had experienced so many things, but he didn't expect that a single mistake could cause everlasting sorrow. He had been so gullible at such a critical moment. As a matter of fact, Han Yan's mind was completely affected by the bloodline of Gu Tianma. He thought that Gu Tianma had taken a fancy to his bloodline and was looking for a successor. Moreover, Gu Tianma was indeed in a dying state. That was why Han Yan didn't put up his guard and thought that Gu Tianma was really doing him a favor. Only now did Han Yan realize that the opponent was Gu Tianma. What kind of existence was Gu Tianma in the ancient history? He was ferocious and insane. He was the ancestor of the devil race. Even if he was going to die, he wouldn't create a good karma for others. Although Xianxia also possessed the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma, he was still a human and had been living like a human. Even the bloodline of Gu Tianma was slowly awakened later on. There was an essential difference between him and the true Gu Tianma. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. This Gu Tianma was a mighty 9th grade great saint. Now, he had cast the ancient devil soul-seizing technique on Han Yan, trying to extract his soul and bloodline by force and even occupy his body. Han Yan felt like he was trapped in a cage. It was extremely difficult for him to even move. Han Yan was filled with regret. Although Gu Tianma was a 9th grade great saint, his condition was extremely bad. If he didn't release his defenses, Gu Tianma wouldn't have the chance to get close to him, let alone control him. Despicable? Little doll, you're still too inexperienced. I advise you not to resist. Let me directly occupy your corpse, corrode your soul, and fuse with your bloodline. From then on, I'll be you, and you'll be me. Isn't that great? Gu Tianma's face was filled with a sinister smile. His plan had succeeded, allowing him to see the hope and future of his survival. He had already stayed in this broken place for who knew how many years, so naturally, Gu Tianma was extremely excited. Dream on. Han Yan's eyes were filled with rage. He couldn't give up. Even if he had to die, he couldn't let the other party obtain his bloodline and soul so easily. Humph. Brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You've been struck by my ancient devil soul-seizing technique, which means that you're destined to be corroded and refined by me. Pointless resistance will only bring you endless pain. I have plenty of time now. I can torture you to death bit by bit and let you taste all the sufferings before you die. Gu Tianma harumphed coldly. He had already succeeded. In his point of view, it didn't matter even if Han Yan resisted. He could spend some time to refine Gu Tianma's soul bit by bit. Thinking that he would be reborn soon, it was an incomparably refreshing thing. Old devil, you won't succeed. Han Yan gritted his teeth. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. A golden talisman in his GC suddenly exploded. He then sent his divine sense into it. Inside the overlapping space, there was an incomparably cold space. A massacre was taking place. Xianxia and De Huang Dog were fighting with dozens of evil spirits and monsters. They were absorbing all the essence of those evil spirits and monsters to condense the Zulong Tower. Xianxia's cultivation was getting more and more tyrannical as the massacre continued. He was getting closer and closer to the Great Sage Realm. The first floor of the Zulong Tower was also condensed little by little. Motherf ****, isn't the speed of the Zulong Tower condensing too slow? De Huang Dog said a little gloomily. So many evil spirits and monsters had been killed, but the growth of the Zulong Tower was very little. I have an intuition that the first floor of the Zulong Tower might not be condensed if I don't advance to the Great Sage Realm. If I advance to the Great Sage Realm, not only will the first floor be completely condensed, but the second floor may also be condensed. Xianxia guessed. Now it seemed that it was extremely important for him to advance to the Great Sage Realm. Little Xianxia, come and save me quickly. At this moment, a message suddenly appeared in Xianxia's mind. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. He stopped what he was doing and gave up fighting with the evil spirits in front of him. What's wrong? De Huang Dog asked. Not good. Yan is in danger. Let's go. Let's hurry up. Xianxia's expression was very dignified. He once left a messenger talisman for Han Yan. The message that was about to cry for help just now was sent by Han Yan through the messenger talisman. Xianxia knew Han Yan too well. The little devil king Han Yan was a very strong-willed person. Now that Han Yan sent a call for help, he must have encountered a very critical situation. What? De Huang Dog's expression also changed. He didn't dare to be negligent. He and Xianxia turned into two afterimages and rushed in the direction of Han Yan. Since Han Yan's messenger talisman was personally refined by Xianxia, Xianxia could feel Han Yan's specific location. Gu Tianma's laughter filled the entire space, making people's hair stand on end. This was an extremely special space. It was very small and the space nodes were extremely hidden. Ordinary people couldn't find this place at all. The reason why Han Yan could come here was because he was summoned by Gu Tianma. Little kid, give up resisting. You can't change the outcome even if you do this. You will only suffer more pain. Gu Tianma used the ancient demon soul assimilating technique to deal with Han Yan. He didn't forget to provoke Han Yan with words. At this moment, Han Yan was sitting on the ground. His body couldn't stop trembling. He was suffering from the most basic pain. His soul was being torn apart at every moment. Even his blood vessels were about to leave his body. This kind of pain was 100 times more torturous than the pain brought by his flesh. No, I will never give up. Han Yan clenched his teeth and persisted, trying his best to keep his mind clear. He was very clear that once his mind became blurry, he would be finished. He would be completely controlled by Gu Tianma. However, Han Yan had already persisted for more than 10 minutes. He felt that his whole body was about to be crippled. This was the most dangerous experience he had ever experienced in his life. If anything went wrong, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Gu Tianma was very proud of himself. He liked the feeling of watching people being tortured until they died. He couldn't remember how many years it had been since he last felt this kind of feeling. At this moment, the space node was forcibly torn open. Two figures rushed in like lightning and directly appeared in front of Han Yan and Gu Tianma. Little Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia and De Huang Dog, Han Yan's painful face couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. In his eyes, there was nothing in this world that couldn't stop Xianxia. As long as Xianxia appeared, he might be saved. What happened? Xianxia and De Huang Dog's faces turned extremely ugly. Although they didn't know what happened, they could see Han Yan's pain. How did you two get in? Gu Tianma looked at Xianxia and De Huang Dog fiercely. It was a very bad thing for outsiders to come in at this time. Gu Tianma. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He recognized Gu Tianma at a glance. This old devil tricked me. Now, he used the ancient devil soul-devouring technique in the depths of my origin and planted a soul seed. He wants to erode my soul, absorb my bloodline and occupy my body, Han Yan said in extreme pain. Han Yan said in an incomparably painful manner. Xianxia and Big Yellow were able to withstand it. Han Yan's voice was trembling, and his tone was somewhat distorted. You idiot! How could you believe Gu Tianma's words? De Huang Dog was flustered and exasperated. Although he didn't know what happened just now, he clearly heard that he was tricked. Haha, so it's your friend. But what can you do? You're under my control now. No matter how many friends you have, it's useless. Gu Tianma laughed. Gu Tianma, I advise you to let go of my friend now. Otherwise, I'll make you die without a burial place. Xianxia shouted at Gu Tianma. Die without a burial place? What a joke. Do you think that I didn't take any precautions? Moreover, even if I stand here and let you kill me, would you dare to do it? Now, my soul and this brat's origin are linked together. If I die, he will die too. If you don't believe me, you can try. Haha. Gu Tianma was incomparably arrogant. This was an old devil, an old fox that had lived for God knows how many years. He was extremely cunning and had always been thorough in his actions. It was no wonder that Han Yan would be tricked. Mother asterisk cur. How despicable. De Huang Dog scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. Han Yan was about to collapse, but there was nothing he could do. Because what Gu Tianma said was right. They couldn't even attack Gu Tianma now. If Gu Tianma died, Han Yan wouldn't be able to live either. Humph. Gu Tianma, do you think you can get what you want? You're digging your own grave. Xianxia snorted coldly. Haha, foolish human. Do you have any way to save your friend? Gu Tianma laughed again, not putting Xianxia in his eyes at all. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Gu Tianma. The most important thing now was to solve Han Yan's crisis. He looked at Han Yan and said, "Ah Yan, listen to me. I'll teach you the great soul derivation technique now. With your potential, although you won't be able to learn it in a short period of time, with my help, your soul will be stable. You won't be corroded by Gu Tianma for a short period of time." Alright. Han Yan nodded. Haha, what a joke. Isn't it a little too late to learn the great soul derivation technique now? Gu Tianma laughed. Ah Yan, I'll tell you a secret of Gu Tianma. As far as I know, this ancient demon soul assimilation technique is a unique divine sense of Gu Tianma. It should be an innate divine sense. The reason why you haven't heard of it is because your cultivation is still weak and the ancient demon soul assimilation technique hasn't been activated yet. However, you possess the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma. In other words, the spiritual seed deep in your soul is evolved from the ancient demon soul assimilation technique. Since Gu Tianma can control it, your bloodline can as well. After listening to Xianxia words, Han Yan's body shook violently. But Gu Tianma's facial expression changed dramatically. His cloudy eyes suddenly brightened up. He looked at Xianxia in disbelief. How do you know so much about Gu Tianma's bloodline? Gu Tianma couldn't help but be surprised because what Xianxia said was right. The ancient devil soul seizing technique was Gu Tianma's unique innate ability. Although Han Yan hadn't awakened this innate ability, he still possessed the complete bloodline. So, he could still control the soul seed. Gu Tianma had predicted that Han Yan didn't know that the ancient devil soul seizing technique was related to Gu Tianma's bloodline. That was why he controlled Han Yan directly. Now that Han Yan knew the secret, he had the means to fight against him and fight for the control of the soul seed. Although Han Yan was just a minor saint, this wasn't what Gu Tianma wanted to see. I don't just know this. I also know that once Ah Yan controls the soul seed, you will suffer a great backlash. At that time, it won't be you refining him, but he refining you. Xianxia's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. So? Are you afraid now? For a moment, Gu Tianma's face darkened. He couldn't imagine that an outsider would know more about Gu Tianma's bloodline than Han Yan. However, Gu Tianma wasn't afraid of Han Yan. After all, the gap between them was too big. They weren't on the same level. Humph. So what if what you said is right? Although I'm at the end of my life now, I'm still a powerful 9th grade minor saint. My soul and bloodline are many times stronger than this brat's. It's wishful thinking to compete with me for the control of the soul seed. Gu Tianma harumphed coldly. He was very confident in his means. Why would an ancient devil care about a puny human? If he was at his peak, he could kill these two human brats with just a glance. Back in the ancient battlefield, the ancient divine devil had been seriously injured, but he had lingered on for many years without dying. However, his lifespan was nearing its end and he didn't have long to live. Now that he had finally encountered a young person with the complete bloodline of the ancient divine devil, he was really excited. He was very clear that this was his only chance and he wouldn't let it go. Then give it a try. Your lifespan has already come to an end. You're truly an arrow at the end of its flight. Even your spirit is about to disappear. I'd like to see how long you can last under such circumstances. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. He strode towards Han Yan. He didn't attack Gu Tianma because Han Yan's soul and bloodline were connected with Gu Tianma. If he killed Gu Tianma, Han Yan would die as well. Gu Tianma also didn't have the ability to attack. He could only grit his teeth and watch when Jiang Chen joined the battle. If he could attack, he would control Han Yan directly instead of using this method. Jiang Chen sat beside Han Yan. He operated the Great Soul Derivation technique and enveloped Han Yan completely. After that, the mnemonic chant of the Great Soul Derivation technique rushed into Han Yan's mind like a clear stream. Han Yan's body shook. He endured the pain and tried to feel the uniqueness of the Great Soul Derivation technique. At the same time, Jiang Chen penetrated his soul power into the depths of Han Yan's soul to help stabilize it. Ah Yan, try to comprehend the Great Soul Derivation technique while trying to control the Divine Soul Seed with your bloodline. This old devil won't last long. As long as your Divine Soul grows stronger, his Divine Soul will be gradually consumed. You will have the chance to turn defeat into victory. This is a crisis for you, but it is also a rare opportunity. You must seize it. Jiang Chen's voice sounded in the depths of Han Yan's soul. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Sometimes, an unexpected calamity might not necessarily be without an opportunity. Just like Han Yan now, as long as he survived the calamity, he would get a great opportunity. A 9th grade Great Saint Gu Tianma. Such a great opportunity was beyond his imagination. All right. Han Yan spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled violently, but his eyes were incomparably firm. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes to comprehend the Great Soul Derivation technique. To him, the cultivation of the Great Soul Derivation technique was much easier than when Jiang Chen first cultivated it. This was because when Jiang Chen imparted him the mnemonic chant, he also imparted him the cultivation method and a lot of cultivation experience. In other words, Han Yan was standing on the shoulder of a giant. Even if he couldn't master the Great Soul Derivation technique in a short period of time, he could still stabilize his divine soul with the help of Jiang Chen. What he needed to do now was to have a tug-of-war with Gu Tianma. As long as he didn't die, he would have a chance. At the same time, Han Yan began to secretly circulate Gu Tianma's bloodline according to Jiang Chen's instruction, trying to control the Divine Soul Seed. Due to the carelessness of his attempt, the Divine Soul Seed began to tremble violently. Under the blessing of 2 types of Gu Tianma's bloodline, the Divine Soul Seed was like a node in the center of a rope, being pulled back and forth by 2 different forces, trying to control it. While Han Yan was using his bloodline to control the Divine Soul Seed, although he had to compete with Gu Tianma, the Divine Soul Seed had acknowledged his bloodline. Therefore, Han Yan's pain was reduced by a lot. This made him heave a sigh of relief, and he even saw a glimmer of hope. Bastard! Feeling the trembling of the Divine Soul Seed, Gu Tianma couldn't help but curse. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Thinking back to when he was at his peak, all the divine tycoons had to avoid him. Now, he was like a tiger that had fallen to the plains, but he couldn't even deal with a junior. Damn you 2 brats. How dare you fight against me? You will die without a doubt. You will die miserably. Gu Tianma roared and gnashed his teeth. If I were you, I would choose to shut up, because you don't have much strength left to talk. You're just a dying man, you better cherish your last moments and enjoy this beautiful world. I'm sorry, I forgot that this world isn't beautiful at all. Jiang Chen mocked and ridiculed Gu Tianma. Old Mo, you must be very lonely after staying in this damned place for so long. This is a prison. If I were you, I would rather die than to suffer in this miserable and cold place. Think about it, you really are a very pitiful person. Don't worry, after you die, I will do a good deed. I will burn your body with fire and not let the wild beasts eat your body. You don't need to thank me, I have always been a kind person, I don't ask for anything in return when I do good deeds. Jiang Chen chattered non-stop. Every word he said was seriously disturbing Gu Tianma's state of mind, and this was exactly the effect he wanted. As long as Gu Tianma's state of mind was in chaos, Han Yan would have a chance. Shut up. Shut up. Gu Tianma was furious. His emotions were clearly fluctuating. He couldn't remember how long he had stayed in this space. That kind of miserable and cold feeling was simply killing him. Now that his thoughts were exposed by Jiang Chen, his anger soared to the sky. De Huang Dog, who was standing guard in the distance, also let out a sinister smile. He walked step by step towards Gu Tianma's body. He could already see that Gu Tianma had arranged a formation around his body. It was a defensive formation that could block attacks from experts. From this, it could be seen that Gu Tianma had left behind a contingency plan. However, this kind of formation was too easy for De Huang Dog, who was proficient in the Heavenly Book of Formations. Hee. De Huang Dog let out a series of sinister smiles and strode towards Gu Tianma. Gu Tianma noticed De Huang Dog's action, but he didn't care about it at all. He could see that this dog was extraordinary. He was already a first-grade great saint, but the formation around him wasn't something a first-grade great saint could enter. Therefore, Gu Tianma didn't put De Huang Dog in his eyes. There was only one thought in his mind now, and that was to completely control Han Yin. As long as he could refine this kid who possessed the bloodline of Gu Tianma, he would be able to regain his new life. By that time, it would be very easy for him to eliminate everything. However, what happened next made Gu Tianma feel like he was going to die. He saw this incomparably majestic De Huang Dog spitting out some kind of talisman that tore a hole in his formation and swaggered into it. How is this possible? The ancient devil exclaimed and couldn't believe its own eyes. No matter how bad the formation it had set up was, it shouldn't be able to get in so easily. Could it be that its formation had failed? That was impossible. It had tried to sense it just now. The only result was that this dog had easily broken through its formation. That's right. That's right. Stupid dog, get out of my way, or else I'll stomp you to death. Gu Tianma shouted at De Huang. Ouch. You have quite a temper and a big head. You want to stomp me to death? Now that Master Dog is under your feet, why don't you step on me? It seems like you don't even have the strength to lift your feet. De Huang Dog shook his head and wagged his tail at Gu Tianma. Gu Tianma was so angry that he rolled his eyes, but he couldn't do anything to this dog. This was the real case of a tiger being bullied by a dog when he fell to the flat land. Moreover, this dog was a shameless dog. You don't have the strength, right? It must be very uncomfortable, right? If you don't step on me, I'm going to bite you. Big Yellow said. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and bit at the ancient devil's thigh. The body of the ancient devil was very strong. If it was replaced by an ordinary human, he wouldn't be able to leave a mark even if he used his combat weapon to slash at the ancient devil's thigh. Unfortunately, De Huang Dog's teeth were much scarier than an ordinary combat weapon. If a first-grade great saint De Huang Dog went berserk, it could tear Gu Tianma into pieces. Chi La De Huang Dog tore a piece of flesh from Gu Tianma's body with his teeth. Before Gu Tianma could scream, De Huang Dog bit him again. Arg, Gu Tianma couldn't stand it any longer. He let out a deafening roar. It wasn't a big deal for De Huang Dog to bite off 2 pieces of his flesh. To him, such an injury was nothing, but the grievance he felt was indescribable. He was a dignified 9th-grade great saint, Gu Tianma. He had never thought that one day he would be bullied by a vicious dog and he couldn't even fight back. Damn dog, I won't let you go. I will eat you. Gu Tianma threatened De Huang Dog loudly, then spurted out a mouthful of blood. It was all due to his anger. However, due to the violent fluctuations in its emotions, the spiritual seed also began to move violently. It actually showed signs of leaning towards Han Yan's side. This scene frightened the ancient devil and it hurriedly stabilized its state of mind. What? If you want to eat this Lord Dog, then this Lord Dog will eat you first. Although your meat is a bit smelly, this Lord Dog can still eat it. While speaking, De Huang Dog bit Gu Tianma's butt. Chi La sound was heard. A large piece of flesh was torn off by De Huang Dog. Blood spurted out crazily. The scene was even more tragic than when one's anus was pierced. Haha. Gu Tianma, you are a dignified 9th-grade great saint, but now, your butt has been bitten by a dog. If I were you, I would have killed myself by knocking my head against the wall. Jiang Chen laughed and didn't forget to ridicule. Bastard, Gu Tianma had the urge to go crazy. He knew very well that the most important thing now was to deal with Han Yan and stabilize his mind, but this man and dog were too abominable. Especially this dog, he couldn't stabilize his mind and would go berserk at any time. Currently, Gu Tianma was fighting for his soul, being disturbed by the great soul derivation technique, being stimulated by De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen's words, and being bitten by a vicious dog. He was going crazy. Of course, he knew the purpose of this man and dog. They were trying to disturb his mind so that Han Yan could gain the upper hand. However, even though he knew the intention of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, he still couldn't do anything about it. It was impossible for him to not be affected. Kaka, De Huang Dog cackled, then leaped forward and bit the other half of Gu Tianma's buttocks. The scene of his buttocks being torn apart was really incomparable. Gu Tianma was flustered and exasperated. He couldn't stabilize his mind at all. De Huang Dog only hurt his body and didn't kill him. The injury to his body had nothing to do with Han Yan. This made De Huang Dog even more unscrupulous. On the other side, Han Yan was wholeheartedly comprehending the great soul derivation technique. His divine soul was constantly stabilized. At the same time, because of his bloodline's control over the soul seed, he was getting more and more proficient. In addition, Gu Tianma couldn't stabilize his mind and his soul was constantly consumed. Under such circumstances, the soul seed had begun to lean towards Han Yan's side. This situation made Han Yan excited. He saw a great hope. As long as he could control the soul seed, Gu Tianma would suffer a great backlash. At that time, it wouldn't be Gu Tianma thinking of ways to refine Han Yan, but Han Yan would refine Gu Tianma. A great opportunity was about to arrive. In the following time, De Huang Dog kept jumping up and down. It opened its big mouth and bit the parts of Gu Tianma's body. Gu Tianma roared continuously. Gu Tianma's flesh and blood were everywhere on the ground. One of his thick thighs was bitten by De Huang Dog until only the bones were left. This situation lasted for a day and a night. At this time, there wasn't a single part of Gu Tianma's body that wasn't damaged. De Huang Dog was biting him piece by piece. The whole scene was extremely tragic. On the other side, after a day and a night of hard work, Han Yan finally gained the upper hand. He used his bloodline to firmly control the soul seed. Buzz, the soul seed shook violently. Gu Tianma let out a miserable cry as he suffered a great backlash. At this moment, he was completely like an arrow at the end of its flight. There was no room for him to resist anymore. No, the ancient devil let out an unwilling roar. It had never thought that things would turn out like this. Not only was it deprived of its only chance to be reborn, but it was also going to become someone's food. This was an incomparably tragic and stirring thing. You're right. Upon seeing this, De Huang Dog finally stopped biting Gu Tianma. He was panting heavily. Seeing that Han Yan had gained the upper hand, his hard work for a day and a night was finally not in vain. Jiang Chen also withdrew his spiritual force. He knew that Han Yan had not only won this tug-of-war but also controlled Gu Tianma's soul and bloodline. What Han Yan needed to do next was to completely refine this ancient Gu Tianma. It was hard to imagine how much would Han Yan grow after refining a 9th-grade Great Saint Gu Tianma. Swoosh. Han Yan suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. With a sway of his body, he floated above Gu Tianma's head. Devil Qi overflowed from his body and turned into a cage, firmly enshrouding Gu Tianma. Little Chenzi, De Huang, thank you very much. Han Yan said to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog with a smile. You don't have to be so polite to your brother. This is a great opportunity for you. Make good use of it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. It was what he wanted to see the most when Han Yan encountered such a great opportunity. It made Jiang Chen incomparably happy to see the people around him continue to grow. That's right. This is a great opportunity for me. I'm going to refine this Gu Tianma now. However, it will take a long time. The 2 of you don't have to stay here with me. I can handle the rest by myself. There are many treasures in the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Both of you have already wasted a day because of me. Don't miss it, said Han Yan. There were too many people who entered the ancient battlefield this time. There were countless experts. It was a race against time to search for treasures. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had already wasted a day because of Han Yan. The rest would be Han Yan's problem. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog wouldn't be of any help even if they stayed here. If they were to delay Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog from searching for treasures, Han Yan would feel really bad. Alright. If that's the case, we will leave first. Jiang Chen nodded. Indeed, he had a lot of things to do. The Zulong Tower still needed to be condensed. He wanted to break through to the Great Saint Realm in this ancient battlefield. There were too many people who wanted to kill him. If he couldn't improve his cultivation as soon as possible, he wouldn't be able to handle all of them. If he could advance to the first grade Great Saint, he would be able to handle all of them. Then, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog left the spatial zone, leaving Han Yan and Gu Tianma behind. Outside the spatial zone, De Huang Dog said, "Little Chenzi, will there be anyone who came in here to disturb Bai Yan?" "No, this small space should be specially built by the ancient devil. It's very well hidden. Even if it's us, without Ayan's message, we won't be able to find this place. Moreover, we've been here for a day and a night and no one has come in. This place should be absolutely safe." Jiang Chen shook his head. He was very confident about this secret spatial zone. It was best for Han Yan to refine Gu Tianma in this place. Without worrying about Han Yan, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog began to fly towards the other spatial zones, but it didn't take long for Jiang Chen to find an anomaly. "De Huang, have you noticed that a lot of spatial zones have disappeared?" Jiang Chen released his divine sense and scanned the void. He found that the number of spatial nodes in the void had decreased by a lot, at least 90%. There wasn't much space left. That's right. What's going on? Why did so many spatial zones disappear all of a sudden? De Huang Dog also noticed the anomaly. They clearly remembered that a day ago, the spatial zones were still overlapping each other and there were spatial nodes everywhere. But now, most of the spatial nodes had disappeared, leaving only a very small number of spatial nodes. This situation was beyond their expectation. If my guess is correct, those empty spatial zones have disappeared, leaving behind a large number of evil spirits and treasures. Jiang Chen guessed. That's good. We don't have to waste time looking for spatial zones anymore. We can just find one and kill the evil spirits and monsters to refine your Zulong Tower. De Huang Dog said. You're right, but this situation is disadvantageous to us. The reduction of spatial zones means that we may encounter more people in each spatial zone. We have too many enemies. The people of the 5 major families and even those from Saint Origin Palace are after me. If we encounter them, a fierce battle is inevitable. That's right, but it's not good for us. Jiang Chen said. Previously, because there were too many spatial zones, it was hard for them to encounter each other even if a lot of people came in. But now, it was different. Most of the spatial zones had disappeared. The probability of encountering each other was much higher. Who cares? Even if we encounter them, we won't be afraid. Besides, ancient people and demon race are on our side. De Huang Dog wasn't worried at all. This dog had never been afraid of anything. So what if he encountered an enemy? At the worst, he would just have to fight. That's right. Whether we encounter evil spirits or enemies, it's time for a crazy massacre. De Huang, are you ready? Jiang Chen swung his arm. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand, emitting a buzzing sound. A blood-red shadow of a dragon could be seen flickering on its surface. Kaka, Master Dog can't wait any longer. De Huang Dog's face was filled with excitement. A man and a dog began to fly forward. Soon, they found a spatial node. Without any hesitation, they rushed into it. Asterisk roar, asterisk an ear-piercing roar was heard. The place where Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog entered happened to bump into a ferocious evil spirit. That evil spirit had also discovered them. It opened its ferocious mouth and lunged at Jiang Chen. Asterisk Pucci. Asterisk the evil soul that was killed by Jiang Chen was merely a minor saint. That was why Jiang Chen didn't bother to use the Zulong Tower to absorb it. Asterisk roar asterisk there were a lot of evil souls in this spatial zone. When they sensed the presence of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, a few more of them lunged at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. This time, Jiang Chen didn't attack them and left them to De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog charged forward with his hard head. The few evil souls were smashed into pieces by De Huang Dog in an instant. Roars and roars could be heard continuously in this spatial zone. The roars of monsters could be heard everywhere. Sometimes, they could even hear the violent sounds of battle. It seemed like there weren't only a large number of evil souls and monsters in this spatial zone, there were also a lot of human cultivators here. Xianxia and De Huang Dog exchanged a glance and flew towards the depths of the spatial zone. At this moment, a few people appeared in front of him. The person in front looked extremely miserable. His body was covered with blood. He was running for his life while the few people behind him were roaring and chasing him relentlessly. Stop. Leave the armor behind. A powerful 9th grade minor saint roared loudly. The man who was running saw Xianxia and De Huang Dog in front of him. It was as if he had seen his savior. He hastily shouted, "Brother Jiang, save me." As a matter of fact, the moment he saw Xianxia and De Huang Dog, he knew that he could be saved. He knew the strength of this man and dog very well. Although the few people behind him were powerful and were ranked at the top of the sky ranking, they were no match for Xianxia and De Huang Dog. Kong Yu! Xianxia and De Huang Dog exclaimed at the same time. The man who was covered with blood was none other than the youngest son of Peacock King, Kong Yu. It was obvious that the group of people behind him was chasing after Kong Yu. Asterisk swoosh asterisk in a flash, Xianxia and De Huang Dog appeared in front of Kong Yu. Their eyes were staring at the group of people. They had never seen these people before, but judging from their clothes, they were from the 8 families of Pure Land. Who are you? I advise you to mind your own business. I'm Nalan he. There are also people from Sure family and Desolate family here. You can't afford to offend them. Nalan he didn't know who Xianxia was. Although he knew that this white-robed youth wasn't someone to be trifled with, he was also a genius of Nalan family. So, he wasn't afraid at all. So, he still spoke to Chen arrogantly. Kong Yu, hand over the armor. Otherwise, you will accompany your brother and that stupid leopard in hell today. A person from Sure family shouted at Kong Yu. He had completely ignored the existence of Xianxia and De Huang Dog. They were only thinking about the armor in Kong Yu's hand. They didn't even think about the identity of this white-robed youth. In fact, if they really thought about it, it was impossible for them to not know about Xianxia's identity. After all, in the Pure Land, who didn't know about the famous Xianxia? A bunch of idiots. If I were you, I would immediately disappear from my sight. Although I have enmity with your 5 families, I'm too lazy to kill you. Get lost, disappear from my sight. Xianxia said impatiently. You want us to get lost? What a joke. Who do you think you are? Since you don't want to leave, I will kill you as well. Offending our Nalan family will only result in death. Nalan he pointed his finger at Xianxia. He even released his chi, ready to attack Xianxia. The people of Sure family and Desolate family felt that something was wrong. They frowned as if they were thinking about something. Asterisk Puchi asterisk Nalan he released his chi. His body trembled all of a sudden and stopped moving. He lowered his head and saw a cold long sword piercing through his chest. Blood was gushing out. He could feel that his life was fading away. You, Nalan he stared at Xianxia blankly. He was a powerful 9th grade minor saint, an existence on the sky ranking, a genius among geniuses. How could he be killed instantly by this opponent? He didn't even see how the opponent did it. Only now did he think of a name. Remember, the person who killed you is called Xianxia. I have given you a chance to live, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Xianxia's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Nalan he's heart. His heart was filled with endless regret. He must have been blinded by Kong Yu's armor. He didn't even recognize Xianxia. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Xianxia. He is Xianxia. The genius of Sure family exclaimed. He couldn't care less about Nalan he anymore. They quickly turned and ran, fearing that they would be too slow. They hated Xianxia to the core, but they were also afraid of him. In their hearts, Xianxia was a true fiend, a devil king. Although they were strong and were rare geniuses on the sky ranking, they were still far from being able to fight against Xianxia. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for saving me. Otherwise, I would have died here today. Kong Yu cupped his fists towards Jiang Chen and thanked him sincerely. Boy, what kind of armor did you get? They actually chased you like this? De Huang Dog asked curiously. Kong Yu turned his arm and a golden armor suddenly appeared in his hand. This armor looked extremely ordinary, but it was full of a sacred and indestructible aura. This is the golden silkworm armor, a great saint weapon. This is the golden silkworm battle armor, a great sage weapon. You are very lucky. No wonder they want to kill you. Great sage weapons are extremely rare, and defensive great sage weapons are even rarer. This golden silkworm battle armor is made from the golden silkworm silk of the western region. Jiang Chen could tell the origin of the battle armor at first glance. He finally understood why Nalan he and the others were so persistent in pursuing Kong Yu. Oh, by the way, brother Jiang, hurry up and save my elder brother and Leopard Wei. Kong Yu suddenly thought of something and said quickly. What happened to them? Jiang Chen knitted his brows. He knew that the big brother mentioned by Kong Yu was Kong Yang, the #1 genius of demon race and the third on the sky ranking. Looking at Kong Yu's expression, Kong Yang and Leopard Wei seemed to be in danger. Big Brother and Leopard Wei found a treasure that was left by a great saint expert. Unexpectedly, they met Desolate Yuan, that monstrous genius. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Desolate Yuan had, but now, he is already a great saint expert. But my big brother has also advanced to the great saint realm, so he has the strength to fight Desolate Yuan. However, Desolate Yuan seemed to have obtained a lot of benefits in the ancient battlefield. His cultivation has reached the peak of first grade great saint, only a step away from second grade great saint. My big brother is certainly no match for him. Leopard Wei hasn't even reached the great saint realm, let alone Desolate Yuan. Moreover, there are geniuses of Saint Origin Palace over there. Kong Yu quickly explained the situation of Kong Yang and Leopard Wei. Both of them were now in the most critical moment. If they didn't save them in time, they would only be able to collect their corpses. Let's go and have a look. Without saying another word, Jiang Chen flew towards the depths of the spatial zone. He had a very good relationship with Peacock King. Peacock King was still helping him to protect Martial Saint Dynasty. Kong Yang was the son of Peacock King. If something happened to him, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to absolve himself from the blame. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to face Peacock King in the future. Kong Yu wiped off the sweat on his forehead. He was secretly glad that he had met Jiang Chen. He knew Jiang Chen's means. As long as Jiang Chen took action, his big brother would be saved. In the depths of the spatial zone, a fierce battle was going on in front of a cave that was shrouded by a formation. There were many onlookers in the surroundings. There were 3 people on the battlefield. 2 of them looked very miserable. They were Kong Yang and Leopard Wei of the demon race. Kong Yang was in a better condition. After all, he was a powerful first-grade great saint. Although he couldn't defeat Desolate Yuan, it was basically impossible for Desolate Yuan to kill him in a short period of time. Leopard Wei, on the other hand, was in a miserable state. Although he had obtained great benefits in the suspended tower, he hadn't fully digested them yet. His current cultivation grade was still at half-step great saint, 1 step away from the true great saint realm. The current Leopard Wei was covered in blood from head to toe. His chi was completely dispirited. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Kong Yang's chi was shrouding him, giving him the greatest protection. Kong Yang, going against me will only result in death. I heard that your demon race is in cahoots with that damned Jiang Chen. That means you are my enemy. Today, I will kill the 2 of you and the geniuses of the demon race. When I meet that Jiang Chen again, I will certainly shred him into 1,000 pieces. Desolate Yuan said sarcastically. That day when he fought with Jiang Chen, he was in a disadvantageous position and was forced to flee. It was the biggest shame of his life. Today, he had obtained great benefits again. His combat strength had almost doubled. If he were to meet Jiang Chen again, he was absolutely sure that he could kill Jiang Chen. Not far away, there were 2 young men standing with their heads held high, as if they didn't put the whole world in their eyes. Their cultivation grade was the same as Desolate Yuan, peak first grade great saint, but they had the noblest identity, Saint Origin Palace. Desolate Yuan, don't waste time anymore. Kill them quickly. One of them said. His name was Desolate Song, also a member of the Desolate family. Don't worry. None of them will live. Desolate Yuan sneered. He didn't put Kong Yang and Leopard Wei in his eyes at all. In his mind, they were already dead men. Kong Yang, don't worry about me. Leopard Wei gritted his teeth and said to Kong Yu. He knew very well that Kong Yang wasn't a match for Desolate Yuan. Now, he had to split his attention to protect Desolate Yuan. In the end, not only would he not be able to protect Desolate Yuan, he would also lose his life. He knew Kong Yang's ability. The innate ability of the peacock was unparalleled. If Kong Yang wanted to escape, he might have a chance to do so, but Kong Yang didn't because he chose to stay behind. Shut up. Kong Yang reprimanded without turning his head. Leopard Wei didn't say anything else. Although they were once rivals, he knew Kong Yang too well. Kong Yang would never abandon him and run away alone. If that was the case, he wouldn't be Kong Yang anymore. I never thought that the two great geniuses of our demon race would fall in such a place. What a tragedy. Leopard Wei sighed helplessly. Today's situation was very obvious. Kong Yang was seriously injured and wasn't Desolate Yuan's match. Not only that, there was also Xiao Tsong and the expert of Hua family standing next to him. All of them came from Saint Origin Palace and it seemed like they had no intention of letting them go. Kong Yang, although I'm going to kill you today, I have to say that among all the geniuses on the Sky ranking, you are the one I admire the most. Unfortunately, we are destined to never be friends. Desolate Yuan shook his head and said. You're right. Both of you are destined to never be friends because people like you aren't qualified to be friends with Kong Yang. As soon as Desolate Yuan's voice faded, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. The person who spoke wasn't Kong Yang, but Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Immediately, they looked over, including Kong Yang and Leopard Wei. They saw three silhouettes appearing in front of them rapidly. Two men and a dog. One of them was a young man covered in blood. He was Kong Yu who had escaped earlier. Jiang Chen. Desolate Yuan and Leopard Wei exclaimed at the same time. They had never thought that they would meet Jiang Chen here. Seeing Jiang Chen, Desolate Yuan's battle intent erupted. He gritted his teeth, itching to dash forward and tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Ever since he was young, he had never been defeated by any of the younger generation. Only Jiang Chen had defeated him. This was considered the biggest humiliation in his life. There was only one way to get rid of this humiliation, and that was to kill Jiang Chen. Leopard Wei's way of thinking was completely different. When he saw Jiang Chen, he felt like he was looking at a blazing sun, bringing boundless sunshine to his gloomy heart. He could feel that the current Jiang Chen was much stronger than before. He had fought with Jiang Chen before, so he knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Now that Jiang Chen had appeared, he and Kong Yang could be saved. He believed that even Desolate Yuan might not be a match for Jiang Chen. Kong Yang also looked at Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with different colors. He had long heard of Jiang Chen's name, but today was the first time he had met him. He was very interested in a person who could kill Shirhan. However, he didn't expect that his first meeting with Jiang Chen would be like this. Xiao Yuan, it's useless even if you frown at me because no matter how furious you are, it can't change the fact that you've lost to me. You escaped last time, yet you've encountered me again today. That's your misfortune. Of course, you still have a chance if you choose to flee like a dog that has lost its master. Jiang Chen sneered. He didn't put Desolate Yuan in his eyes at all. What? He defeated Desolate Yuan? Many people were shocked, including Kong Yang and Leopard Wei, as well as Kong Yu, who was beside Jiang Chen. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They couldn't believe this was true, especially Leopard Wei. He had guessed that Jiang Chen could defeat Desolate Yuan, but he didn't expect that the two of them had already fought. According to Jiang Chen, Desolate Yuan was defeated by him and then fled. This was too shocking. Desolate Yuan, who was ranked first on the heaven list, was defeated by Jiang Chen. If these words didn't come from Jiang Chen's mouth, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Moreover, they all saw Desolate Yuan's expression. It was as if he had been defeated by Jiang Chen before. Xianxia, I will take revenge for the humiliation I suffered that day. I must kill you today, Desolate Yuan said fiercely. Desolate Yuan said fiercely. Xianxia's words were like a knife stabbing into his heart. It was like a bloody wound being torn open in front of countless people. Desolate Yuan's hatred towards Xianxia had reached a level that was higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea. You won't have a chance. Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and walked in front of Desolate Yuan, shielding Kong Yang and Leopard Wei. Kong Yu quickly went forward and pulled Kong Yang and the injured Leopard Wei. Big brother, are you guys alright? Kong Yu was extremely worried. We're fine. Kong Yang shook his head. Then, he and Leopard Wei each took out a pill and swallowed it, slowly healing their injuries. Kong Yang looked at the back of Xianxia and said, Xianxia, you have to be careful. This Desolate Yuan has obtained some benefits in the ancient battlefield. He won't be easy to deal with. Although Xianxia had defeated Desolate Yuan before, the current Desolate Yuan was no longer the same as before. Of course, Kong Yang didn't know that Xianxia had defeated Desolate Yuan when he was still an 8th grade minor saint. Desolate Yuan had indeed obtained some benefits, but Xianxia's benefits were even greater. He had already reached the peak of 9th grade minor saint and his combat strength was unparalleled. Desolate Yuan was no longer a match for him. The two geniuses of Saint Origin Palace also shifted their eyes to Xianxia. After they came back from Saint Origin Palace, the name that they heard the most was Xianxia. They had also heard about Xianxia's deeds. The relationship between the 8 major families wasn't harmonious. The same was true for the Hua family and Desolate family, but when it came to dealing with Xianxia, the 5 major families had the same attitude. Desolate Yuan, I don't think this man is easy to deal with. Why don't we join hands and kill him? Desolate Song, who had just returned from Saint Origin Palace, said. The other genius of the Hua family was also ready to make a move. No need. You don't need to care about my business. I must kill him with my own hands. Xiao Yuan didn't appreciate it at all. He was too arrogant. He didn't even put the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace in his eyes. Of course, as the number 1 genius of Desolate family, he had the right to be arrogant. He had the right to look down on Xiao Kong. Although Xiao Tsong had obtained a lot of cultivation resources in Saint Origin Palace, he wouldn't be a match for Xiao Yuan if they were to fight. You should really listen to him. Although the 3 of you won't stand a chance, it's still better than fighting alone. Xianxia shrugged and said indifferently. Cut the crap. Xianxia, die. Desolate Yuan's chi fluctuated. His whole body distorted instantly. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Xianxia with endless power. Desolate Yuan's first move was his most powerful attack. With him as the center, a chaotic world was formed, enveloping Xianxia. In this small world, everywhere was filled with viscous airflow. It was white but not white, giving people an invisible pressure. The void in all directions was distorted. The people inside felt as if they had fallen into a cage, which was incomparably uncomfortable. This was Desolate Yuan's latest technique. In addition to producing great pressure, the airflow inside could also transform into various sharp blades that could crush everything. Is this all you've got? Xianxia didn't care at all. 3 golden dragons suddenly rushed out from his body. Asterisk roar, asterisk the 3 golden dragons let out a roar. Xianxia instantly transformed into his dragon form, and his battle strength increased by 10 times. Under the attack of Xianxia's golden dragon seal, the indestructible small world instantly collapsed. Bang, the small world collapsed. Desolate Yuan suffered a great backlash and was sent flying. His expression changed drastically. He was truly shocked. He had indeed improved a lot in a short period of time, but Xianxia had improved even more. Even if he used his most powerful attack, he was still no match for Xianxia. Before Desolate Yuan could recover from his shock, Xianxia's body appeared in the sky above him, and a huge whirlpool stomped down on him. Desolate Yuan, this time, I won't give you a chance to escape. Xianxia's face was cold as he stomped the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Bang! First step. Bang! Second step. Bang! Third step. Bang! Fourth step. Xianxia took 4 steps in the blink of an eye. Every step was as heavy as a mountain. Desolate Yuan had no strength to fight back. Every step that landed on his body caused blood to spurt out, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. It was a very miserable scene. 5th step. Xianxia was cold and ruthless. He had always treated his enemies like this. In the eyes of all his enemies, he was a god of death. This scene had shocked everyone present. Originally, everyone thought that it would be an evenly matched battle, but they didn't expect Desolate Yuan to be so vulnerable in front of Xianxia. From the moment Desolate Yuan attacked to the moment he was beaten like a dead dog by Xianxia, only a few seconds had passed. It was too fast, but it also showed how strong Xianxia was. The current Desolate Yuan was on a completely different level from him. Stop. Xianxia's 5th step was about to land on Desolate Yuan's body. At this time, Desolate Song, who was at the side, finally reacted. Immediately, he drew out his combat weapon and attacked Xianxia, trying to save the dying Desolate Yuan from Xianxia's hands. Humph. You will die first. Xianxia harumphed coldly. The Heavenly Saint sword was wielded, and a dazzling blood-red sword net enshrouded Desolate Kong. Desolate Song's facial expression changed dramatically. He would never know how terrifying Xianxia was if he didn't fight Xianxia. No. Desolate Song let out a roar, but it was all over. Under the absolute disparity in strength, only death awaited him. The Heavenly Saint sword was too fast. It was even faster than a bolt of lightning. Desolate Song was slashed into 2 halves on the spot. Everyone was scared silly. A genius who had just returned from Saint Origin Palace was killed just like that. No one in this world would have such guts. Ever since the establishment of Saint Origin Palace, it had become the absolute ruler of Saint Origin World, the supreme existence. Although Saint Origin Palace was established by the 8 major families of Pure Land, it had actually separated itself from them. Although Desolate Yuan and Desolate Song were both members of Desolate family, their positions were different. The meaning they represented was also different. Xianxia killing Desolate Song was equivalent to going against Saint Origin Palace. In Saint Origin World, Xianxia was the first person who dared to go against Saint Origin Palace in public. Kacha, the 5th step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, was the most powerful and lethal. Desolate Yuan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. There was no way he could withstand Xianxia's last kick. Desolate Yuan's chest caved in, as if it had been pierced through by the kick. His internal organs were spurting out from his mouth. Bang! Desolate Yuan's body landed heavily on the ground, twitching nonstop. At this moment, blood was spurting out from every part of Desolate Yuan's body. He wasn't completely dead yet. His eyes that were filled with blood were filled with unwillingness and fear. He was the pride of the heavens, a supreme genius, the number 1 on the sky ranking. He had countless halos since he was young. He was the number 1 genius of Desolate Clan and was recognized by the higher-ups of Desolate Clan as the person with the highest potential to reach the immortal world. However, all of this was just a bubble. In the face of death, all glory and halos were so fragile. Xianxia raised his leg and stepped on Desolate Yuan's face. Number 1 on the sky ranking, number 1 genius of Desolate Clan, the supreme glory of Pure Land. Now that you're under my foot, what qualifications do you have to shout at me? You'll be the same as an ordinary person after you die. Nothing will be left behind after you die. Xianxia looked down at Desolate Yuan. Desolate Yuan was wriggling under his feet, as if he was trying to break free, but it was too difficult. He had lost count of the number of times he had used this kind of gaze and posture to look at others. He had even used the same words to his opponents. He had never thought that the same words would be used on him today. Die. Xianxia exerted force on his foot, pressing Desolate Yuan's head into the hard soil before lifting his leg. Desolate Yuan, who was on the ground, squirmed a few times before he stopped moving completely. At this moment, the legendary number 1 on the sky ranking, the little monstrous genius in the hearts of countless people, was completely dead. His past could only become the past, a legend. However, as long as the name Xianxia exists, he was destined to never become a legend. Even if there were legends about him, they would only serve as a foil for Xianxia. Asterisk kiss, asterisk. At this moment, everyone gasped. The scene before them was like a dream to them. The number one on the heaven ranking, Xiao Yuan, had died just like that. He was killed by Jiang Chen so easily. At this moment, in everyone's hearts, Jiang Chen's figure had become incomparably lofty. In front of him, all the dazzling stars and geniuses were nothing but floating clouds. The genius of the Hua family who had just returned from Saint Origin Palace was completely dumbfounded at this moment. The arrogance on his face was gone. To him, all of this was like a dream. Even if he didn't know how strong Xiao Yuan was, he knew how strong Xiao Tsong was. In the competition of Saint Origin Palace, he and Xiao Tsong had once confronted each other head-on. But now, Xiao Chong had been instantly killed by Jiang Chen. This meant that even if Jiang Chen had rushed forward, he would have ended up the same as Xiao Chong. Run, that's right, the only thing he could do now was to run. Perhaps he could still make it if he ran now. Otherwise, he would definitely lose his life here today. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk however, before the genius of the Hua family could run, he saw a majestic De Huang dog blocking in front of him, completely cutting off his path of retreat. Hee, it's too late to run now. De Huang dog smirked. I didn't provoke you. The genius of the Hua family frowned. If it was in the past, he would definitely kill this dog in front of him, but now, he had to endure it. Only by compromising could he have a chance of survival. You didn't provoke us first, but so what? De Huang dog's words made everyone want to spurt out blood. His words were simply shameless, but they also understood that Jiang Chen and the Hua family were absolutely irreconcilable enemies. Initially, this genius of the Hua family wanted to attack Jiang Chen, but when he saw how overbearing Jiang Chen was, he refrained from doing so. In other words, before he had the chance to attack, Jiang Chen had already killed the two great geniuses of the desolate family. Damn dog, get out of my way. The genius of the Hua family bellowed and immediately reached out his big hand to grab De Huang dog. Ga, De Huang dog wasn't afraid at all. He was now a powerful first-grade great saint, a peak first-grade great saint. Previously, when he was dealing with the Dark Shadow organization, he had personally killed a third-grade great saint, not to mention that this guy in front of him was just a first-grade great saint. Even if he was a genius of the Hua family, De Huang dog wouldn't be afraid of him. Asterisk bang. Asterisk rays of golden light flickered on the top of De Huang dog's head, colliding with the big hand of the genius of the Hua family. With a loud bang, the genius was sent flying dozens of meters away by De Huang dog. What? The genius of the Hua family turned pale with fright. He had the urge to spurt out blood. How could he not be able to defeat a dog? Nevertheless, before he could react, the big yellow dog charged at him again. There were a lot of people gathered around. All of them had been in this spatial zone for a long time. Jiang Chen's strength had already made them speechless, but now, this dog was also so tyrannical, completely suppressing the genius of the Hua family. However, the geniuses of the demon race didn't think much of it. They knew De Huang dog very well. This was a very powerful divine beast bloodline. He had entered the 9th level of the suspended tower and summoned the totem divine seal. This was the true genius of the demon race. If he couldn't defeat a genius of the Hua family, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the divine beast bloodline? Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. Most of the spatial zone had disappeared. The commotion here was likely to attract powerful experts. He drew out the heavenly saint sword, ready to kill the genius of the Hua family. But just at this moment, a buzzing sound was heard from the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen was stunned. He quickly checked and found that the Earth Devil beast in the Zulong Tower had advanced to the 3rd-grade great saint. The same was true for the devil. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd-grade great saint, and he could advance to the 4th-grade great saint at any time. Good. It seems that the continuous absorption of energy in the Zulong Tower has brought them great benefits. The Earth Devil beast has advanced to the 3rd-grade great saint, and its combat strength is comparable to a 4th-grade great saint. It will be a great help to me. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. The Earth Devil beast and the devil were now his slaves. The stronger the Earth Devil beast was, the more help it would be to him. His current combat strength was enough to fight a 3rd-grade great saint, but he wouldn't be a match for a 4th-grade great saint. Now that the Earth Devil beast had advanced to the 3rd-grade great saint, Xianxia would have the ability to fight a fourth-grade great saint. In order not to affect the advancement of the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil, Xianxia slowly put down the Heavenly Saint sword and stopped participating in the battle between De Huang Dog and the genius of the Hua family. He took a glance at the genius of the Hua family. The genius of the Hua family was no match for De Huang Dog at all. It wouldn't be long before he was killed by De Huang Dog. Looking at De Huang Dog's high-spirited look, Xianxia had a feeling that De Huang Dog would definitely bite his ass if he took action now. Asterisk bang. Asterisk under Big Yellow's ferocious attack, the genius of the Hua family fell from the sky and slammed hard on the ground. Big Yellow's speed was even faster. His huge body also pressed down, but his action was very inelegant. He shook his fat butt and pressed it against the face of the genius of the Hua family. Upon seeing such a scene, Xianxia hastily covered his eyes and dodged backwards. He didn't need to see what kind of tragedy was going to happen next. If the genius of the Hua family died under the fart of De Huang Dog, he wouldn't be able to raise his head even if he became a ghost. Taste my invincible whirlwind fart. Big Yellow exerted his strength. His butt enlarged by 1 fold. Then, everyone heard an earth-shaking rumble that sounded like thunder. A mass of green air rushed out from Big Yellow's butt and landed on the face of the genius from the Hua family, causing it to explode in an instant. Big Yellow's face was filled with disbelief. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the air dispersed like a violent storm. Everyone heard an inhuman scream from the genius of the Hua family. His whole body was smashed to the ground by the force of De Huang's fart, creating a huge pit with thick green smoke billowing out. Kill me, the scream from the pit was simply hair-raising. It was obvious that the genius of the Hua family didn't finish his words and was forcefully swallowed by something. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. However, they clearly saw that De Huang Dog seemed to have let out a fart just now. The power of this fart was simply terrifying. However, the aftermath of the fart also drifted towards everyone's face. Those who were originally in a state of shock instantly had their faces distorted. Blurg. Motherf asterisk cur, it stinks. Blurg, blurg, I'm going to die. I don't want to live anymore. Blurg, even those minor saint and great sage experts couldn't bear the attack of De Huang Dog's invincible fart. They vomited immediately. Many people's faces turned ashen as they cursed. They suddenly felt that they had lived most of their lives in vain. How could there be such a terrifying fart in this world? As soon as Big Yellow released his fart, many people moved away from him and looked at him with fear. But soon after, they shifted their attention to the big pit. They couldn't help but shiver when they thought about the miserable condition of the genius from the Hua family. Big Yellow, you're the genius of the Hua family. They only felt a trace of the aftermath of the airflow, but it was already so unbearable. How miserable would the genius of the Hua family who was in the deep pit with thick smoke at the moment be after being hit head-on? Someone scanned the area with his divine sense and found that the genius of the Hua family was lying quietly in the deep pit. He was motionless. However, judging from his aura, the genius of the Hua family wasn't dead yet. There was only one explanation for why he was motionless. He had fainted. My God! A great sage fainted. This was simply a fantasy. That was a great sage. How could a powerful great sage faint? However, the genius of the Hua family had really fainted. Moreover, he had fainted into a complete mess. De Huang Dog had also created a miracle by knocking out a great sage with a fart. Amazing. I swear that from now on, De Huang will be my leopard ways idol. Kong Yu and leopard ways facial expression was incomparably marvelous. Their admiration for De Huang Dog was like a torrential river that couldn't be stopped. A fart that could kill a great saint? Only De Huang could do such a miracle. TSK. Even if this Hua family guy doesn't die, he will be crippled in the future. De Huang's fart not only knocked him out, but also caused him serious injuries that can't be healed. Moreover, this guy won't be able to lift his head up when he walks. It's impossible for him to return to Saint Origin Palace. Kong Yang clicked his tongue. He could already see that this genius of the Hua family wasn't simply knocked out by a fart. De Huang's fart not only stinks, but also has infinite power. That Hua family guy was just a mighty great saint. If he was replaced by an ordinary minor saint, De Huang Dog's fart was enough to blast him into pieces. You're too inexperienced to fight Master Dog. De Huang Dog wagged his stout tail, raised his proud head, and swaggered to Jiang Chen's side. It seemed that he had no intention of killing the genius of the Hua family. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. He didn't plan to attack either. They had the same thought as Kong Yang. There was no need to kill such a person because his future would be worse than death. There were many geniuses of the 5 major families in the surroundings. Upon seeing this scene, they hastily scattered in all directions, fearing that Jiang Chen would kill them. Given their strength, they were no match for any of them, let alone Jiang Chen. Kong Yang came to Jiang Chen and cupped his fists at him. Brother Jiang, thank you for saving us today. I'm very grateful. Brother Kong, you don't have to be so polite. I have a good relationship with your father. The Peacock King is now protecting his homeland, so I naturally have to ensure the safety of his descendants. I can see that your injuries are not light, so take this pill as soon as possible. Jiang Chen took out 3 pills and gave them to Kong Yang, Leopard Wei, and Kong Yu respectively. Leopard Wei and Kong Yu's injuries were the most serious, and if they couldn't recover soon, it would be detrimental to their future journey. The 3 of them didn't hold back. They were now on the same boat as Jiang Chen. To Kong Yang, this was the first time he had witnessed Jiang Chen's power. A 9th grade great saint could be so terrifying. He had never seen such a genius in his life. Kong Yang rarely admired people, but today, he was convinced by Jiang Chen. After swallowing the pill, their complexion instantly changed. They had the same feeling as Gu Lufeng and the others. Originally, they had a lot of healing pills in their hands, but compared to Jiang Chen's pill, they were on a completely different level. Good pill. Kong Yang couldn't help but praise. That's right. The recovery ability of this pill is really strong. I have suffered such serious injuries, but half of them have been healed in such a short period of time. This is too scary. Leopard Wei couldn't help but say. Of course. Jiang Chen not only has a strong combat strength, but he is also a powerful alchemist. De Huang Dog said proudly, as if the one who concocted this pill wasn't Jiang Chen, but him, De Huang. Alright, we shouldn't stay here for long. Too much spatial zone has disappeared. The commotion here is likely to attract more powerful experts. Let's leave first to save ourselves some trouble. Jiang Chen said. Alright. Kong Yang nodded, feeling that what Jiang Chen said was very reasonable. Kong Long, however, just as they were about to leave, a hole suddenly burst open in the void. 3 silhouettes appeared at the same time. They were 3 elders wearing different clothes. From their clothes, one of them was from the Desolate family, one from the Hua family, and the last one was from the Narang family. The shocking thing was their strength. The 2 elders of the Hua family and Narang family had reached the 3rd grade great saint, while the elder of the Desolate family was the most terrifying. He had already reached the 4th grade great saint. After the 3 of them appeared, they immediately saw the tragic situation here. Immediately, they were enraged and sealed the entire spatial zone. Look, the elders are here. Good. Jiang Chen and his friends are finished this time. He has killed Desolate Yuan and the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace. The elders will never let them go. The appearance of these 3 elders made the disciples of the various clans who had just escaped not too far rejoice. On the other hand, Kong Yang's face was getting more and more solemn. The great saints of the ancient humans and the demon race hadn't appeared yet. These 3 experts were all from the enemy forces. The 2 3rd grade great saints were already too much for them to handle, but there was still a powerful 4th grade great saint. Wouldn't killing them be as easy as breathing? Although Jiang Chen was powerful, he was only a 9th grade minor saint after all. It was undoubtedly a fantasy for him to deal with a powerful 4th grade great saint. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Kong Yang said worriedly. At this time, Jiang Chen had undoubtedly become their backbone. It doesn't matter. Jiang Chen waved his hand, gesturing Kong Yang and the others not to worry. If it was before, they were afraid that they would really be in danger if they encountered a 4th grade great saint, but just now, the Earth Devil Beast had just advanced to the 3rd grade great saint. It wouldn't be a problem for it to fight the fourth great saint of the Desolate family. Desolate Yuan, Desolate Kong. After the great saint of the Desolate family appeared, his eyes turned red when he saw the tragic death of Desolate Song and Desolate Yuan. Two supreme geniuses of the Desolate family were killed just like that. This was a great loss to the Desolate family. There's no need to shout. They were all killed by me. By the way, let me introduce myself. I am Xianxia. Xianxia spoke to the three great saints. Even in the face of such powerful experts, there wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness on his face. It made Kong Yang and the other two to wonder where his confidence came from. Damn it. You little B*****. How dare you destroy the two great geniuses of our Shao clan? You're simply courting death. I will definitely kill you today and avenge the many people of our Shao clan who died in your hands. The elder of the Desolate family gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to pounce on Xianxia and eat him alive. The geniuses of my Hua family are also dead. Xianxia, who gave you the audacity to kill the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace? The elder of the Hua family glared at Xianxia and roared. I can smell the death chi of the geniuses of my Narang family. It must be him. Everyone here will die today. The demon race is protecting Xianxia. That makes him the enemy of our Narang family. The elder of the Narang family was also aggressive. It seemed that he had no intention of letting go of Xianxia and Kong Yang. Haha. You three old bastards want to kill me, Xianxia? That's a child's play. Use whatever means you have. Let's see who will be killed today. Xianxia burst into laughter. He was extremely arrogant. It seemed like he didn't put these three powerful great saints in his eyes at all. Putting aside the fact that he didn't have the strength to deal with these opponents, his boldness alone was enough to make people admire him. Boasting shamelessly. It's enough for you, little bastard, to be so arrogant until now. The elder of the Desolate family was infuriated. Immediately, he stretched out a big palm that appeared out of thin air and shrouded Xianxia. Moreover, his target this time wasn't just Xianxia, but also De Huang Dog and Kong Yang. It seemed like he was going to kill all of them in one strike. This person was a dignified fourth great saint, the supreme elder of the Desolate family. Today, he had taken the initiative to attack a junior from an outsider family. It was undoubtedly a very shameful thing to do, but now that Desolate Yuan and Desolate Song were dead, the elder couldn't care less about his reputation anymore. He had to kill everyone related to Xianxia in order to vent his hatred. It's over. Kong Yu shuddered. The power of a powerful fourth great saint had far exceeded their ability to resist. The palm strike made them feel a mountain-like pressure, suffocating them and making them incomparably uncomfortable. At this time even Kong Yang couldn't help but worry, because he couldn't figure out what kind of means Xianxia would use to deal with a powerful fourth great saint. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of nervousness on Xianxia's face. He was completely confident that everything was under his control. They had to admit that Xianxia's calmness made them feel relieved. Earth Devil Beast, make your move. Xianxia summoned the Earth Devil Beast. The Earth Devil Beast rushed out from the Zulong Tower. Everyone saw a pitch-black palm appear out of thin air and hit the palm of the great saint of the Desolate family. Kong Long, the heaven and earth shook. The powerful attack of the great saint of the Desolate family was destroyed by the black palm. Howl. Then, an earth-shattering roar was heard. A middle-aged man who was as strong as an iron tower appeared. He raised his head and roared at the sky. Endless black devil waves were emitted from his body. He looked like the incarnation of a giant devil. His chi soared to the sky. Haha, after the Earth Devil Beast appeared, he immediately laughed wildly. He had just advanced to the third great saint and was in high spirits. As the king of the devil race, he was born to be combative. He had almost gone crazy in the Zulong Tower. Now that he was released by Xianxia, he felt like a tiger that had come back to the forest. Who is this? Such powerful devil chi. He isn't human. He belongs to the devil race. He also has the bloodline of the demon race in his body. This is the Earth Devil Beast. The elder of Narang family identified the identity of the Earth Devil Beast through the chi released by the Earth Devil Beast. His facial expression changed immediately. A third-grade Great Saint Earth Devil Beast is enough to deal with a fourth-grade Great Saint. How could this little beast have such a powerful Earth Devil Beast beside him? Wow. Xianxia is too ferocious. He is such a powerful Earth Devil Beast with him. Leopard Wei was so excited that he almost jumped up. He thought that they were finished, but he didn't expect that Xianxia still had a trump card, summoning a powerful Earth Devil Beast at the critical moment. Although this Earth Devil Beast is only a third-grade Great Saint, its bloodline is very strong. Not only is it a top existence among the demonic beasts, it is also the king of the devils. So, even if it is a third-grade Great Saint, it won't have any problem dealing with an ordinary fourth-grade Great Saint. I didn't expect that Brother Jiang would have such a trump card. However, even if the Earth Devil Beast could block the Elder of the Desolate family, the two third-grade Great Saints of the Hua family and Narang family wouldn't be easy to deal with. Kong Yang heaved a sigh of relief. The emergence of the Earth Devil Beast had shocked him, but at the same time, he was worried. Even if the Earth Devil Beast could block the fourth-grade Great Saint of the Desolate family, there were still two third-grade Great Saints of the Narang family and Hua family. Even if it was just a third-grade Great Saint, it wasn't something that they could handle. Of course, this was because Kong Yang hadn't truly understood Xianxia's means. Xianxia wasn't an ordinary 9th-grade minor saint, but a peak 9th-grade minor saint, only a step away from the Great Saint realm. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill an ordinary third-grade Great Saint in his dragon form. Plus, he still had a devil in his hand. I know Xianxia very well. He never does things that he isn't confident about. No wonder he was so calm just now. It turns out that he has such a powerful trump card. Kong Yu nodded and said. He had been in contact with Xianxia ever since they were in Void Triangular Domain. The things that Xianxia did in Void Triangular Domain were truly domineering. Looking at Xianxia's confident face, Kong Yu had reason to believe that Xianxia would be able to deal with the two third-grade minor saints. It could even be said that Xianxia alone was enough to deal with them. On the side, De Huang Dog looked relaxed. He wagged his tail casually. It seemed that he didn't care about these three great sages at all. Others didn't know Xianxia's means, but De Huang Dog was very clear about it. He knew how powerful Xianxia was and how many trump cards he had in his hands. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to be in cahoots with this kind of demon. It seems like you are also a demon. The elder of the Shao clan accused Xianxia loudly. Who I team up with has nothing to do with you. Earth Devil, kill him. Xianxia ignored the Desolate clan elder's words and immediately ordered the Earth Devil Beast to attack. Yes, Master. The Earth Devil Beast responded and roared. It charged towards the Desolate clan's elder with an endless amount of demonic aura. I will block the Earth Devil Beast. You two go and kill the others. Today, we must kill Xianxia. This kid has already grown. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, he will become a great threat in the future. The Desolate clan elder said loudly to the elders of the Hua clan and the Narang clan. In fact, the relationship between the three clans wasn't very good. However, their attitude towards Xianxia was surprisingly consistent. They wanted to get rid of Xianxia as soon as possible. They weren't fools. Xianxia's growth was too fast. If he continued to grow, he would become a threat to them sooner or later. When Xianxia came back from Void Triangular Domain, his cultivation was still very low. It hadn't been a long time since he challenged the geniuses of the Pure Land. Now, Xianxia had even killed Desolate Yuan. No one in the younger generation of the Pure Land could be his opponent. If they didn't get rid of him now, who knew how strong Xianxia would become in the future? All right. The elders of the Hua clan and the Narang clan responded immediately. Both of them attacked Xianxia at the same time. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Kong Yang looked over at Xianxia. Two third-grade Great Saints wouldn't be easy to deal with. All of you stand back. I will deal with them. Xianxia said plainly. This, Kong Yang frowned. What is this? Although Master Dog can still kill one of them with my means, Master Dog doesn't intend to do it. These two old men are dead for sure. De Huang Dog said and swaggered to the back, leaving the battlefield to Xianxia. Upon seeing this, Kong Yang and the other two no longer hesitated and followed the Huang dog. Jiangchen, die. The elder of the Hu clan was enveloped in boundless flames. Suddenly, he struck a palm at Jiangchen. Jiangchen didn't say a word. He struck a palm casually, but this palm strike wasn't ordinary. It was the water dragon seal. After a water dragon appeared, the temperature of the entire void dropped abruptly. When the water dragon collided with the elder's attack, the elder's flames were extinguished. What? What kind of water is this? The elder of the Hu family exclaimed. As a mighty third-grade great saint, he cultivated the supreme cultivation method of the Hu family. Ordinary water couldn't withstand his powerful fire element and would be burned into steam immediately. Under his full force, even an ocean would be vaporized completely. However, Jiangchen simply struck a water dragon and destroyed his attack. This was simply shocking. It was impossible for him to know that Jiangchen's water dragon seal wasn't made of ordinary water. It was the heavenly earth pure water, the coldest and heaviest water in the heavens and earth. A drop of it could penetrate a mountain. It was the nemesis of all fire sources. Only the purest yang flame could resist it. Coincidentally, this purest yang flame was also in Jiangchen's hand. The flame of your Hu clan is too weak for me. I'm the nemesis of your Hu clan. You will be completely restrained by me. Under such restraint, you won't be able to exert your full combat strength. Jiangchen pointed at the elder of the Hu family and said impolitely. Then I'll kill you. The elder of Narang family struck. He conjured an illusory mountain, intending to crush Jiangchen to death. I'm too lazy to kill you, but you won't be able to live today. Jiangchen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't put the elder's attack in his eyes at all. He shouted, Devil, come out and exercise your muscles and bones. Roar, as soon as Jiangchen's voice faded, Devil Chi soared to the sky in the void again. An enormous devil jumped out and destroyed the illusory mountain conjured by the elder with a punch. The devil was the same as the earth devil beast. He had been bored to death in the Zulong Tower for a long time. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of third-grade great saint, he was eager to rush out and start a massacre. The devil's physique was incomparably strong. His physical body was strong and his combat strength was sky-high. In addition to his superior cultivation, the elder of Narang family was no match for him. My God! What kind of monster is that? What a powerful devil chi! It's a devil. It's actually a devil. The devil race's chi has long been exhausted. It has been suppressed by the great lightning tune temple in the devil world. I didn't expect that Jiangchen not only has an earth devil beast but also a devil. This is too scary. What a powerful devil. Judging from the devil's chi and cultivation, he is much stronger than the elder of Narang family. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The powerful earth devil beast was already terrifying enough, but now, another powerful devil had appeared. Not only were Jiangchen's trump cards extraordinary, they were also endless. Jiangchen's trump cards weren't ordinary at all, they were endless. Kong Yang and the other two were stunned once again. Now, they finally understood why Jiangchen was so calm. However, there was a question lingering in their minds. How could Jiangchen control the earth devil beast and the devil with his current ability? The devil race was wild and unruly, and it was very difficult to control them. This was a well-known fact, and it was even more impossible to control the earth devil beast. It was the king of the devil race and had a supreme bloodline. You could kill it with powerful means, but you would never be able to control it. However, Jiangchen had done it. No matter what means Jiangchen used, the three of them admired Jiangchen from the bottom of their hearts. Jiangchen, it seems like you are also a devil. Even if you are a human, your nature is the same as that of a devil. A person like you should be punished by everyone. Jiangchen, it seems like you are also a devil. Even if you are a human, your nature is the same as that of a devil. A person like you should be punished by everyone. The two elders of the Narang family and the Hu family seemed to be grieving, but in fact, they were afraid. Haha, if you want to put a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. I, Jiangchen, don't need you to tell me what to do. Since you have offended me, I will be your devil, your eternal nightmare. Cut the crap and prepare to die. The black-haired elder, Xianxia, emitted a domineering aura. The heavenly saint sword rippled in the air, and a strong murderous aura filled the air. He would never show mercy to his enemies. Whether it was a devil or a devil, as long as they went against him, there was only one ending, death. Roar. As soon as Xianxia's voice faded, the devil released a devil wave, which directly rushed towards the elder of the Narang family. At the same time, Xianxia wielded the heavenly saint sword and appeared in front of the elder of the Hua family in the blink of an eye. This time, Xianxia didn't use the heaven and earth pure water. Instead, the heavenly saint sword was covered with a layer of flame. Whether it was the heaven and earth pure water or the true thunder fire, both could completely suppress the Hua family. The heaven and earth pure water was the nemesis of the Hua family, while the true thunder fire and the true dragon fire were the kings of flames. When the flame of the great saint of the Hua family encountered the two flames of Xianxia, it could only submit. The elder of the Hua race took out a long spear that was also covered in raging flames. The scarlet flames could burn everything, but unfortunately, when it encountered the flames other than the heavenly saint's sword, the flames of the elder of the Hua race immediately trembled violently. It was a kind of fear towards a king. Clang. This little bastard is only a 9th grade minor saint, but he has such a powerful combat strength. Even I am no match for him. The elder of the Hua family was shocked. Even if Xianxia could restrain his flame, their cultivation grade wasn't at the same level. There was a difference of 3 grades between a 9th grade minor saint and a 3rd grade great saint. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such a terrifying 9th grade minor saint. This was beyond his imagination and understanding. Brother Jiang is really scary. Kong Yang couldn't help but sigh. He knew that the gap between him and Xianxia was incomparable. Xianxia was a 3rd grade great saint with a great saint weapon. How powerful was that? Of course, Kong Yang didn't know that the heavenly saint sword in the elder's hand wasn't weak at all. Although the current heavenly saint sword hadn't reached the level of a great saint weapon, the power that it could unleash was incomparable to any ordinary great saint weapon. On the other side, the earth demon beast exploded and transformed into its true form. The ferocious earth demon beast alone was like a small mountain. Its 4 eyes flickered like ghosts, forcing the desolate clan elder to retreat. The patriarch of the desolate family roared in anger, but the earth devil beast was too strong. Although the earth devil beast was only a 3rd grade great saint, it was still able to suppress his opponent. It was impossible for the elder of the desolate family to gain the upper hand in the battle. On the other side of the battlefield, the devil was even more ferocious and overbearing. The elder of the Narang family was constantly coughing out blood. It was obvious that both sides weren't on the same level. Xianxia was even more powerful. The waves of qi that he carried were like a vast ocean. He made 3 slashes in a row, causing the elder of the Hua family to spurt out blood. The powerful force made him lose his grip on the long spear in his hand. King without giving his opponent a chance to react, Xianxia made another slash. This time, the elder of the Hua family let out a wail. He could no longer hold the combat weapon in his hand and it was sent flying away. Xianxia grabbed the long spear and kept it in his pouch. Haha, Xianxia laughed madly, and his aura reached its peak. Without waiting for the Hua elder to react, he swung the heavenly saint sword once again. Even if the elder of the Hua clan didn't lose the ability to resist, he was still unable to withstand Xianxia's ferocious sword strike. One of his arms was directly chopped off by the heavenly saint sword. Blood gushed out violently, and the void was dyed red. The elder of the fire tribe was terrified. Only now did he understand that he and Xianxia were not on the same level. If he fought against Xianxia, he would be courting death. From the beginning of the battle until now, he hadn't had the upper hand at all. He had been completely suppressed by Xianxia. Now, one of his arms had been cut off, and his combat strength had been exhausted. If he continued to fight, he would lose his life. Swoosh. The elder of the Hua family didn't dare to hesitate. Immediately, he chose to flee. Unfortunately, Xianxia wouldn't give him the chance to escape. If he didn't choose to attack at the beginning and left directly, perhaps Xianxia wouldn't be able to stop him. But now, everything was too late. If he could escape from Xianxia in his current state, Xianxia wouldn't be able to live in this world anymore. It's too late to run now. Immediately, Xianxia struck out the true dragon palm. The giant dragon claw was like an indestructible cage, pressing down from the sky and enveloping the elder. The elder let out a miserable shriek before he was killed by Xianxia on the spot. What a pity. Xianxia shook his head and sighed inwardly. This was a powerful third-grade great saint. If the Zulong Tower could absorb him, it would bring boundless benefits. However, after the previous experience, Xianxia didn't dare to try it again. That kind of furious chi wasn't something to be trifled with. What? Xianxia killed the elder of the Hua family in such a short time. Such a scene made the two great saints of the Desolate family and Narang family exclaim. They initially thought that killing Xianxia would be a piece of cake. Who would have thought that the ending would be like this? The death of the elder of the Hua family didn't make the two of them feel better, especially the elder of the Narang family. He had been injured in many places by the devil. His chi was starting to become unstable. Roar. The demon roared and unleashed wave after wave of berserk attacks towards the Narang clan's elder. Garg. The elder of the Narang family began to let out a miserable shriek. As his combat strength continued to decline, how could he be a match for the devil? It seemed that he was going to die here today. Blood sacrifice. The elder of the Narang family suddenly let out a roar. Bloody holes appeared on his body. Streams of blood spurted out from those bloody holes. This was an extremely cruel taboo technique. It used injuries to bring great power. Now that his life was at stake, the elder of the Narang family had to use this blood sacrifice technique. However, it was a little too late. With his current state, even if he used the blood sacrifice technique, he wouldn't be much stronger. Of course, the elder of the Narang family did not use the blood sacrifice technique to turn defeat into victory. He only used it to gain the ability to escape. Therefore, he used the blood sacrifice technique to increase his speed. A layer of blood-red halo appeared on the surface of Elder Narang's body. His speed suddenly increased to the extreme. With a swoosh, he disappeared and directly escaped into the inner part of the void. You only know to escape now. Unfortunately, it's completely too late. Xianxia sneered. How could he give the elder the chance to escape? Even if the elder had used the blood sacrifice technique and escaped into the void, Xianxia would still be able to catch him back. His great soul derivation technique was so terrifying that it could penetrate into the interior of the void. Xianxia struck out the true dragon palm once again. Chi la sound was heard as the void was torn apart. The elder who had escaped into the void was pulled out by Xianxia like a little chick. Everyone was stunned by the scene. That was a mighty third-grade great saint. In their eyes, he was the supreme existence, their lifelong dream. That level was like a god in their hearts. But now, the mighty third-grade great saint didn't even have the ability to escape. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Don't kill me, Xianxia. Let me go. The elder of Narang clan was terrified. He began to beg for mercy. No one wanted to die, but not everyone could remain calm in the face of death. Even great sages were the same. The more powerful a person was, the more they were afraid of death. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? You want me to let you go? If I fall into your hands, will you be merciful enough to let me go? If that's the case, don't talk nonsense. Xianxia remained unmoved and killed the elder. At this point, 2 third-grade great saints had died in Xianxia's hands. Such a loss wasn't small to the 2 major families. Xianxia, you have completely infuriated the 5 major families. The next time we meet will be the day you die. The elder of the Desolate family uttered a ruthless sentence, then turned into a stream of light and vanished. He had already seen the situation today. With the Earth Devil Beast here, it was completely impossible to kill Xianxia. Furthermore, the Earth Devil Beast was too powerful. If he continued to fight, he was afraid that he would lose his life. Roar. Seeing that his opponent had escaped, the Earth Devil Beast roared in exasperation. That's enough, Earth Devil Beast. We can't stop him if he wants to leave. Xianxia said. After all, the elder of the desolate family was a powerful fourth-grade great saint. The Earth Devil Beast might be able to defeat him, but if the elder wanted to escape, the Earth Devil Beast wouldn't be able to stop him. After all, it wasn't easy to kill a fourth-grade great saint. The only way to kill the elder of the desolate family was if the elder didn't leave. If the battle continued, the Earth Devil Beast would continue to inflict injuries on him. When the elder was severely injured, he would lose the ability to escape. But now, the elder of the desolate family had fled decisively. Even if Xianxia wanted to stop him, he couldn't. Although the Earth Devil Beast was unwilling, it had no choice but to let the elder of the desolate family leave. Then, it and the devil returned to the Zulong Tower under Xianxia's command. The battlefield was tragic. The entire spatial zone was about to explode. Many of them still had lingering fear when they recalled the battle just now. It was just too brutal. The battle just now made them understand that even a mighty great saint could be easily killed. Xianxia came to Kong Yang and the other two. The three of them finally recovered from the shock. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. The way they looked at Xianxia was completely different now. If Xianxia only relied on the Earth Devil Beast and the devil to kill the two of them, they might only be shocked that Xianxia had the ability to subdue the Earth Devil Beast and the devil, but they wouldn't be shocked to this extent. A ninth-grade minor saint could kill a third-grade great saint so easily. This was simply shocking. Kong Yang knew that he had underestimated Xianxia. Brother Jiang, you're really a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Although this is the first time we've met, I, Kong Yang, admire you from the bottom of my heart. Kong Yang held his fists at Xianxia. What he said was completely from the bottom of his heart. He was once ranked third on the Sky ranking, the #1 genius of the demon race, and possessed the powerful peacock bloodline. He, Kong Yang, looked down upon all the heroes. He had never really admired anyone, not even Desolate Yuan and Shirhan, who used to be above him. He was confident that he could surpass them one day. But today, he truly admired Xianxia. Brother Kong is being too polite. We shouldn't stay here any longer. We have to leave this place immediately. The old man of the desolate family has escaped. Soon, more powerful experts will appear here. We won't be able to handle a few fourth-grade great saints, let alone a fifth-grade great saint. All right. Kong Yang nodded. He felt that what Xianxia said was very reasonable. This time, the opening of the ancient battlefield was no small matter. It had attracted a lot of attention from the 8 major families in Pure Land. Therefore, not only the young generation but also the older generation experts who came here. The strongest among them had already reached the 5th-grade great saint. Although the Earth Devil Beast was strong, it would certainly die if it encountered a 5th-grade great saint. There was almost no chance of winning. Therefore, the top priority now was to leave this place as soon as possible. Not long after Xianxia and the others left, 2 powerful experts appeared. One of them was the elder of the desolate family who had escaped earlier. Beside him was another elder of the desolate family, but this elder's cultivation was truly powerful. He had already reached the 5th-grade great saint. His powerful chi swept across the entire spatial zone, but he couldn't find any trace of Xianxia and the others. It seems like they have already escaped. The 4th-grade great saint said fiercely. Humph. It doesn't matter. The spatial zone here is still disappearing. The remaining spatial zone is getting lesser and lesser. It will be very easy to find Xianxia. This time, he must not be allowed to walk out of this ancient battlefield alive. The 5th-grade great saint harumphed coldly. It's a pity that Desolate Yuan has died. We must avenge him for making our family lose such a dazzling genius. That little bastard must be eliminated as soon as possible. His speed of growth is just too fast. How long has it been since he came back from Void Triangular Domain? Now, he can easily kill a 3rd-grade great saint. If he is allowed to grow any further, he will become a huge threat to our family sooner or later. The 4th-grade great saint said. Thinking of Xianxia's scariness, he couldn't help but clench his fists, producing cracking sounds. Xianxia was just too powerful. He had never seen a genius that could be so heaven-defying. A 9th-grade minor saint could easily kill a 3rd-grade great saint. If Xianxia advanced to the Great Saint Realm, he would become even more powerful. Not long after Xianxia and the others left the spatial zone, they met the experts of the demon race. After handing Kong Yang and the other two to the experts, he left with De Huang Dog. The secret of the Zulong Tower couldn't be known to outsiders for the time being. He and De Huang Dog still had to kill those evil creatures and monsters. In the next few days, Xianxia and Big Yellow were shuttling through different spatial zones, killing countless evil creatures and monsters, obtaining endless energy attacks. The first level of the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda had been condensed by half. Xianxia's cultivation grade had reached the peak of 9th grade Minor Saint. Currently, Xianxia was only 500 dragon marks away from the Great Saint Realm. However, it was precisely these 500 dragon marks that caused him great distress. Damn it, isn't your Ancestral Dragon Pagoda a little too abnormal? How much energy has it absorbed and the first level has not been condensed yet? De Huang Dog was depressed. The problem now isn't with the Zulong Tower, but with me. Xianxia thought of the key point. With you? De Huang Dog was stunned. That's right. The Zulong Tower has absorbed enough energy. It shouldn't be a problem to completely condense the first level, but I haven't been able to completely condense it because I haven't advanced to the Great Saint Realm yet. I am the reincarnation of the greatest saint. There are basically no bottlenecks in my cultivation, but the Great Saint Realm is a threshold after all. Even I didn't expect that the difficulty of condensing the last dragon marks would be so great. Xianxia felt helpless. The difficulty of condensing the dragon marks was getting more and more difficult. He knew that it was because of the threshold of the Great Saint Realm. The last 500 dragon marks would be even harder to condense. I don't think we can just deal with some evil spirits and monsters. I need a certain opportunity to break through to the Great Saint Realm. Once I break through to the Great Saint Realm, not only the first level of the Zulong Tower will be completely condensed, but the second level will also be completely condensed. Let's go to the deepest level of the ruins now. Xianxia said. He was still very interested in the Zulong Tower. Currently, the first level of the Zulong Tower had not been condensed yet. He didn't know what this ancient tower was used for. Now, it could only be used as a storage space apart from helping him condense dragon marks and helping him advance. Of course, judging from the collision between De Huang Dog and the Zulong Tower last time, this ancient tower's defense was still very strong. There are fewer and fewer spaces now. Many experts have gone to the deeper level. I'm afraid it will be very dangerous if we go there now. De Huang Dog said. Wealth comes from danger. I can't care so much now. If I can't break through to the Great Saint Realm as soon as possible, there will be more dangers in the future. Xianxia's imposing manner shook. His entire body turned into a fish in the water. His speed was extremely fast as he flew towards the deeper level of the space. The ruins of the ancient battlefield had been opened for a long time. Many treasures had been excavated. It could be said that the 8 families of the Pure Land had obtained a lot of benefits. However, the dangers that existed everywhere here had also caused the 8 families to lose a lot of talents. Now, all kinds of spaces had been shattered. The remaining spaces were getting fewer and fewer. Many experts had gone to the deepest level in an attempt to obtain the real treasures in the deepest level. At this moment, a lot of people had gathered in a space in the deepest level of the ruins. There were at least thousands of people at a glance. Besides the people of the 8 families of the Pure Land, there were also some individual cultivators. At this time everyone was floating in the air. Their eyes were staring at the magma in front of them without blinking. The magma in the air. That's right, it was the magma in the air. At the center of the spatial zone, there was a large amount of magma floating in the air. Looking at it from a distance, it was dozens of miles in radius, like a magma ocean. The viscous eyes were blood red in color. A strong heat was emitted from it, causing the temperature of the spatial zone to rise. Under such high temperature, some minor saint experts with lower cultivation base felt uncomfortable. A powerful minor saint expert had a very terrifying physique and yuan force. Ordinary flames wouldn't have any effect on them. However, the temperature of the magma in front of them was enough to make them feel uncomfortable. This showed how terrifying the magma was. It was conceivable that if a minor saint expert entered the magma ocean, he or she would be burned into nothingness in an instant. Where did this magma come from? It's floating in the air. This is too strange. That's right. The temperature of this magma is too high. It's incomparable to ordinary flames. This is too scary. I guess there must be a powerful existence in this magma. Otherwise, it's impossible for it to float in the air. Look, the great saints of the 8 families of the Pure Land are investigating this magma ocean. I'm sure they will find something. No one wasn't shocked. More and more people were appearing in this spatial zone. Everyone's eyes were staring at the magma ocean without blinking. The conditions for the formation of magma were harsh. Although these experts had seen magma before, this was the first time they saw magma that could float in the air. There seems to be an invisible seal outside the magma ocean. It's blocking our divine sense, but I can feel that there must be a powerful existence in it. Perhaps there is a supreme treasure. An elder of the Hua family said. His cultivation base had reached the 5th grade great saint, but even his divine sense was blocked outside the magma ocean. However, the 5th grade great saint's perception was still very sharp. He could sense the difference in the magma ocean. To the Hua family, the treasures in the magma ocean were what they were most interested in. Their physiques were all fire attribute. If they could find some powerful treasures in the magma ocean, it would bring them endless benefits. There must be a reason for the magma to appear out of nowhere. Any strange place in the heavens and earth would have a certain amount of luck and treasures. This magma ocean must be extraordinary. An elder of the ancient people said. Roar, suddenly, a roar was heard from the magma ocean. Then, a blood-red dragon that was hundreds of meters long floated above the magma ocean. This dragon was completely condensed from the magma ocean. It was a real magma dragon. After the magma dragon appeared, it glanced around. Its eyes were made of flames, but it was emitting an incomparably cold light. Everyone could feel the hostility of this magma dragon. It was a ruthless creature. This could be seen from its eyes. Incredible. The chi of this magma dragon is at least a 3rd grade great saint. An elder of the Narang family exclaimed. It's the heart of Blaze. This dragon is actually evolved from the heart of Blaze. My God, there is actually a heart of Blaze here. An expert exclaimed when he saw the essence of the magma dragon. What? The heart of Blaze? It's the legendary heart of Blaze. This is the legendary heart of the heavens and earth. I never thought that it would really exist. The heart of Blaze is also known as the heart of blazing flame. If someone can get this heart of Blaze and integrate it into his heart, he will have a lofty ambition and look down upon the world. If our Hua family can get this heart of Blaze, we will be able to cultivate an unprecedented genius. At that time, breaking through to the immortal world won't be a problem. It's too precious. This is the real treasure. We must get it. If we can get this heart of Blaze, it will bring us endless benefits. It's simply immeasurable. A heart of Blaze is enough to change the future of our family. Everyone was shocked. No one from the 8 major families could remain calm. The thing that appeared in front of them was the heart of Blaze. Putting aside the benefits of the heart of Blaze, the magma that was affected by the heart of Blaze was an incomparably precious treasure. Roar, the magma dragon roared once more. Then, it revealed a sarcastic sneer at everyone. That's right, it was a sarcastic and provocation. Judging from the expression of the magma dragon, it didn't put these humans in its eyes at all. Because of the heart of Blaze, the magma dragon seemed to have gained spirituality. Although it was provoking them, it could tell that there were many among these people who weren't to be trifled with. So, it didn't take the initiative to attack them. Instead, it dived into the magma and hid. Long, the magma was rolling, rippling layers of flame waves. This scene was witnessed by Jiang Chen and Big Yellow, who had just arrived. The two of them were hiding far away from them, keeping their composure. Everyone's attention was focused on the heart of Blaze. None of them paid any attention to the two of them. What a good treasure. Did you see that? My luck has come again. As long as I get this heart of Blaze, I will be able to break through to the great saint realm immediately. At that time, the second or even third floor of the Zulong Tower will be condensed. Jiang Chen's eyes glowed with blazing light. No one knew the preciousness of the heart of blaze better than him. He was now at the peak of 9th grade minor saint. This last step was very difficult to cross. The condensation of the last 500 dragon marks wasn't a matter of energy, but an opportunity. He needed to stimulate his potential from the origin and advance to the great saint realm. This opportunity was undoubtedly very difficult to obtain, but a treasure like the Heart of Blaze was just right. It was enough for Jiang Chen to break through to the great saint realm. Given his ability, once he advanced to the great saint realm, his combat strength would increase exponentially. At that time, he would be able to kill a 4th grade great saint with ease. He could even deal with a 5th grade great saint in his dragon form. You're right. The Heart of Blaze is indeed a rare treasure. However, given the current situation, wanting to obtain the Heart of Blaze is undoubtedly a fantasy. De Huang Dog curled his lips. There were 16 5th grade great saints from the 8 major families here, not to mention the other great saints. Now that the Heart of Blaze had appeared, which one of them wouldn't want it for themselves? It was no different from a fool's dream for Jiang Chen to get the Heart of Blaze in this situation. What do you know? As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let me tell you, that magma dragon is evolved from the Heart of Blaze, or should I say, the Heart of Blaze is in the body of the magma dragon. This dragon has already developed spirituality and its cultivation has reached the 3rd grade great saint. Such a creature of heaven and earth won't be easy to deal with. If a fight really breaks out, this magma dragon would at least have the combat strength of a 5th grade great saint. With the help of the magma, any ordinary 5th grade great saint would find it hard to be a match for it. Without the experts of the 8 major families, you and I will only be devoured by the magma dragon, let alone getting the Heart of Blaze. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose, and his eyes shone with wisdom. Hee. I know. You want to use the power of the 8 major clans to deal with the magma dragon and reap the benefits. De Huang Dog smiled sinisterly. The tacit understanding between him and Jiang Chen was too good. He could understand the meaning of Jiang Chen's glance. That's right. The Heart of Blaze is very precious. These people won't miss it if they encounter it. However, if only one clan makes a move, they won't be able to get the Heart of Blaze. So, the 8 major families will definitely try to take down the magma dragon first before deciding how to distribute it. We just have to wait for the opportunity. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. Given his eyesight, he could see through the situation in front of him. At this moment, outside the magma ocean, the atmosphere between the experts of the 8 major families was a little tense. Everyone was thinking about how to get the Heart of Blaze. The relationship between the 8 major families of Pure Land had never been good. They had always fought for themselves without any alliance. At this time, the ancient people and the demon race undoubtedly had the upper hand. Because of their relationship with Jiang Chen, the ancient people and the demon race had formed an alliance. At least, they weren't enemies. They could stand together at the critical moment. Everyone, this Heart of Blaze is very important to our Hua family. If you give us face today, as long as we get this Heart of Blaze, we will certainly give you treasures in the future. A 5th grade great saint of the Hua family said. What a joke. What face does your Hua family have? The Heart of Blaze is important to your Hua family, but it is equally important to us, the ancient people. Plus, this treasure wasn't discovered by the Hua family alone. The 5th grade great saint of the ancient people sneered. What a joke. It wasn't the style of the ancient people to give away such a treasure to others. That's right. The treasure was discovered by everyone. How can you Hua family get it directly? The elder of the Bin family spoke. They had always maintained a neutral stance towards Jiang Chen. Plus, this wasn't related to the grudge of Jiang Chen. The Heart of Blaze was a matter between the 8 families of the Pure Land. Naturally, they wouldn't give way to each other. Alright, stop arguing. I'm afraid that the Hua family doesn't have the ability to get the Heart of Blaze. You guys aren't fools. You should be able to see the scariness of this magma dragon. If the Hua family is alone, do you think that the 2 5th grade great saints can take down the magma dragon and get the Heart of Blaze? An elder of the Dan family said. Upon hearing this, many of them fell into contemplation, including the elder of the Hua family. The elder of the Dan family was right. The Heart of Blaze was indeed a good item, but it wasn't easy to get it. After all, the highest cultivation grade among them was only a 5th grade great saint. It was almost impossible for any family to get the Heart of Blaze. If the Hua family was the only one who got the Heart of Blaze, not only would they fail to get the Heart of Blaze, they would also suffer a great loss. The Dan family is right. I suggest that we attack together and take down the magma dragon first. As for the Heart of Blaze, we will decide how to distribute it later. What do you think? The elder of the Shur family said. How should we distribute it? An expert of the Narang family asked. This was the question that everyone was most concerned about. If the distribution wasn't done well, it was afraid that it would cause an earth-shattering war. Isn't it obvious? The Heart of Blaze will be divided into 8 parts, 1 for each family. An expert of the demon race said loudly. Alright, let's do it this way. The expert of the Desolate family said after a moment of consideration. The experts of the other families nodded. Although the experts of the Hua family were unwilling, they had no other choice. Once the Heart of Blaze was divided, its effect would be seriously affected. However, this method was undoubtedly the fairest way to distribute the Heart of Blaze. Otherwise, if no one was willing to give in to each other, a battle would break out. There were so many experts from the 8 families here. If a chaotic battle broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the end, the experts of the 8 families reached an agreement. All the 5th grade and 4th grade great saints unleashed their powerful chi, ready to attack the magma ocean. Look, it's time to attack. From afar, De Huang Dog chuckled. A good show is about to begin. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. The reaction of the 8 families was within his expectation. This was the only way they could deal with the magma dragon. Let me try the ability of this magma dragon first. A 5th grade great saint of the Hua family was the first to step forward. He took a step forward and gathered his chi. The flame in his hand expanded and condensed into a beam of fire. No one knew how much destructive force this beam of light carried. It was then launched at the magma ocean. Kong Long, the powerful attack hit the magma ocean. Surprisingly, a seal appeared outside the magma ocean. It formed a bright flame shield, blocking the attack of the elder of the Hua family. Roar, a furious roar was heard from the magma ocean. The action of the elder of the Hua family had undoubtedly enraged the magma dragon. The magma dragon emerged once again, spitting out huge fireballs. Each fireball was made of high-temperature magma. Its speed was extremely fast, rushing in all directions. The 5th grade great saints didn't expect such a sudden change. They just wanted to see what kind of damage the attack of the elder of the Hua family could cause to the magma ocean, but they didn't expect the magma dragon to be so terrifying. Not only was there a seal on the surface, but its attack was also so powerful. Arg, screams were heard. Although the experts of the 8 families acted in time to stop the attack, some of the fireballs still rushed into the crowd, causing a certain number of casualties to the 8 families. Retreat! Everyone, retreat! Leave only the 4th and 5th grade great saints here. The elder of the Hua family turned pale with fright. All the experts quickly joined forces to destroy all the fireballs. Even so, some of them were still killed. This kind of loss that shouldn't have happened made the experts of the 8 families gnash their teeth in anger. For God's sake! This violent dragon is really scary. You are right. Fortunately, there are these experts here. Otherwise, even if you and I found the Heart of Blaze, we won't be able to get it. De Huang Dog was shocked to see this scene from afar. This kind of heaven and earth creature is the scariest. I can see that the magma dragon has just formed not long ago. If it continues to grow, the experts of the Pure Land will be no match for it in less than 3 years. Jiang Chen said. This was all the credit of the Heart of Blaze. He wouldn't miss today's fortune. Not only was the Heart of Blaze a peerless treasure, even the magma contained a huge amount of blazing energy. It was also a rare treasure. If the Hua family could get their hands on this magma, they would be able to produce many geniuses. The whole scene became restless. Everyone's eyes revealed a trace of horror. Many of the experts from the 8 families retreated to a very far distance. Looking at the scattered corpses that were hit by the fireball, they felt their hearts pounding violently. They had underestimated the strength of the magma dragon. As a matter of fact, when someone said that the magma dragon was only a 3rd-grade great saint, many of them felt relieved. After all, there were too many experts in the 8 families of Pure Land. Putting aside the dozens of 4th-grade great saints, there were also 16 5th-grade great saints. What could a 3rd-grade great saint magma dragon do to such a powerful group? Everyone, let's work together to break the defense of the magma dragon first. Only by breaking the defense can we subdue the magma dragon and obtain the Heart of Blaze. An expert of the Desolate family said. That's right. This defense is too amazing. It's hard to break it alone. We have to work together. As long as the defense is broken, no matter how powerful the magma dragon is, it won't be a match for so many of us. The elder of the Hua family nodded. He knew very well how terrifying the magma dragon was when he took the initiative to attack. Cut the crap. Let's do it. The aura of the great sage of the demon race shook as his demonic chi soared into the sky, transforming into a heavenly leopard. This was a supreme expert of the heavenly leopard race, and his status in the demon race was extremely high. It could be said that he was second only to the great sage and above tens of thousands of people. The huge heavenly leopard let out a roar and attacked the lava. At the same time, the other experts didn't hesitate and launched their attacks. Some of them struck out a violent combat technique, some of them created a sky, some of them unleashed a fiery long sword, some struck out a dark wheel, and some took out a great saint weapon. 16 5th-grade great saints and dozens of 4th-grade great saints attacked at the same time. For a moment, the entire spatial zone was about to explode. The chi of destruction was everywhere. The aftermath of the energy was rustling. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the palpitation. The sky was filled with magnificent colors of energy. The 9-colored brilliance of energy filled everything. It looked extremely beautiful, but behind the beauty was real destruction. Countless people felt a sense of pressure. Outside such a battlefield, not to mention those minor saints, even half of the great saints had difficulty breathing. Terrifying. I'm afraid I can only see such a scene once in my life. Dozens of great sage experts have joined forces to attack. This scene can only be described as soul-stirring. The sky and the earth are about to change color. We'd better stay away from them, lest we get caught in the crossfire. This is not a joke. You're right. We simply cannot participate in such a battle. Even if we were to get close, we would still be in danger. Everyone felt a trace of horror. Such a battle scene was too horrifying. Many people had never seen such a thing in their lives. This was the first time that the 8 races of the Pure Land cooperated. Of course, this was related to their goals and benefits. Rumble, all the attacks hit the outside of the magma and almost scattered the magma. But what was shocking was that the layer of defense outside the magma was too terrifying. The joint attacks of so many experts only made the defensive shield shake violently and some cracks appeared on it, but it didn't break. What a powerful defense. Everyone, continue to attack. Cracks have already appeared on the defensive shield, which means that it's not indestructible yet. An expert shouted. At this time, many people were shocked. They knew very well how powerful the joint attack of so many experts was. But even under such a fierce attack, the defense outside the magma still couldn't be broken. This made those who thought that they could kill the magma dragon and obtain the Heart of Blaze with their own strength felt how ridiculous their original idea was. Not to mention killing the magma dragon, just the defense outside the magma alone couldn't be broken even if they exhausted themselves to death. Rumble, dozens of great sages once again joined forces and launched the same fierce attack. This time, the defense outside the magma shook more violently. Not only that, but more and more cracks appeared. Such a situation made the experts present couldn't help but feel happy. If this situation continued, the defense would be completely destroyed after 2 more attacks at most. Asterisk roar, asterisk however, at this moment, the magma dragon was also enraged. Its huge body once again pierced through the magma. As the magma dragon's body swayed, countless fireballs once again flew out in a frenzy. But this time, due to the experts' preparations, the fireballs did not hit the people in the distance. Otherwise, it would be another disaster for those cultivators. The magma dragon was incomparably furious. Its eyes looked even colder. It opened its huge mouth and brought along a sea of magma as it charged towards those experts. Everyone, be careful. Attack together. An expert of the desolate family shouted. All the experts didn't dare to be negligent. They knew that this dragon wasn't easy to deal with. Immediately, they launched another attack. However, the dragon was indeed ferocious. It used the defense outside the magma to block the attacks of the experts and swallowed a powerful 4th grade Great Saint with its huge mouth. Arg, the 4th grade Great Saint let out a blood-curdling cry before vanishing completely. He was devoured by the vicious dragon, leaving nothing behind. Kiss, countless people couldn't help but gasp at the incomparably cruel scene. It was too horrifying. That was a mighty 4th grade Great Saint, but he was swallowed in a single bite. How cruel was the scene? If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't be able to imagine such a scene. That's right. Damn it. This dragon is too scary. Fortunately, we didn't attack it. In the distance, Big Yellow couldn't help but shiver. The joint attack of so many experts was earth-shattering and destructive, but under such circumstances, not only did it not cause any damage to the evil dragon, but it had also cost them a 4th grade Great Saint. Big Yellow was shocked. The dragon is borrowing the power of the magma. If it loses the magma, it won't be able to exert such powerful combat strength even if it has the heart of Blaze. However, a creature of heaven and earth like this is very scary. We can't underestimate it. We are no match for it. That 4th grade Great Saint will end up like that. Xianxia said with a smile. Truly amazing. De Huang Dog couldn't help but praise. But this dragon is going to die today. Its defense can only withstand 1 or 2 more attacks at most. Once its defense is broken, the dragon will fall into a passive position. At that time, it will only be a matter of time before it is killed by so many experts. Xianxia said. On the blazing battlefield, the loss of a 4th grade Great Saint made the other 4th grade Great Saints tremble with fear, fearing that they would be the next one to be eaten by the dragon. Listen, all the 4th grade Great Saints stand at the back. The experts of the ancient people said loudly. This dragon was too scary. There was no need to cause more losses. Voila, all the 4th grade Great Saints quickly retreated to the back, ready to attack from the back. 16 5th grade Great Saints surrounded the magma firmly, not giving the dragon a chance to hurt anyone. Attack. The defense is going to collapse soon. An expert of the Hua family shouted. 16 5th grade Great Saints attacked together again. Powerful combat techniques and Great Saint weapons were unleashed, sending out countless energy waves, hitting the magma defense again. After 2 consecutive collisions, the defense finally let out a cracking sound and completely shattered. Roar, the instant its defenses were shattered, the evil dragon let out a world-shaking roar. Its massive body brought along a sea of lava as it wreaked havoc in the sky. Boundless energy and fireballs filled the air as the evil dragon went completely berserk. Fight. All the 5th grade Great Saints were excited. They didn't believe that the dragon could withstand all of their attacks now that the defense was broken. The sky trembled. Rolling energy was everywhere. 9-colored light engulfed everything and filled the entire spatial zone. The 16 5th grade Great Saints continued to attack. At this critical moment, they had seen the hope of victory. Roar, the evil dragon finally let out a blood-curdling screech. Even though it was supported by the magma, it couldn't withstand the attacks of so many experts. Everyone could see that the evil dragon's body doubled in size. It absorbed all the magma into its body. At this time, the sea of magma disappeared, and there was only a tyrannical evil dragon in the sky. The dragon screamed again and again as it dragged its huge body, trying to escape. The dragon is escaping. Seal this place. Someone shouted. How could they give the magma dragon a chance to escape at this moment? All the 5th grade Great Saints had gone crazy. Each of their eyes turned red as they used their unparalleled techniques to seal the void of the magma dragon. At this time, the dragon was like a turtle in a jar, trapped in a big cage. Although it roared furiously, it couldn't change the fact. Haha, the elder of the Hua family began to laugh wildly. The 16 fifth-grade great saints launched their attacks again. They had already seen that this magma dragon could recover itself by relying on the magma. So, they wanted to take advantage of its weakness and not give it a chance to recover. Howl. Finally, under the joint attack of these experts, half of the dragon's body was broken. The sea of magma appeared again. The dragon dived into the magma, but it was useless to dodge. Kong Long, the terrifying attack descended once again. The evil dragon was already beaten to the point where it couldn't fight back. It had suffered extremely serious injuries. It kept howling in pain. It could be felt that every time it howled, its body would shrink a little. The opportunity is coming. At this time, Xianxia was like a ghost hiding in the dark, ready to strike at any time. The moment he had been waiting for was coming. He had reason to believe that the magma dragon wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 3 minutes under the joint attack of these experts. Haha. The malevolent dragon is dying. The great saint of the Hua family laughed. Seeing the magma dragon getting smaller and smaller, their faces were filled with excitement. There were too many experts on their side. The malevolent dragon wouldn't be able to withstand their frenzied attacks. Continue to attack. Don't give it a chance to breathe. The experts of the desolate family yelled. No one dared to be negligent. Once again, they attacked frantically, exerting all of their combat strength. This magma dragon could recover by relying on the magma. As long as the heart of blaze was present, the malevolent dragon wouldn't die. It wasn't easy for them to achieve this victory. They would never give the malevolent dragon a chance to recover. Kong Long, the violent attacks once again bombarded the body of the magma dragon. The dragon let out a tragic roar. It continued to roar and continued to respond to the attacks, shooting out fireballs and spitting out pillars of magma. However, at this moment, the magma dragon had already been seriously injured. The attacks that it displayed were only half as powerful as when it was at its peak. For the masters of the 8 major clans, it was no threat at all. Even though the magma dragon was very unwilling, it could do nothing. In such a situation, it did not even have the chance to escape, let alone resist. It could only rely on the magma as its last resistance, a last-ditch struggle. The attacks of the experts were continuous. Every time they bombarded the body of the evil dragon, the body of the evil dragon would shrink a bit. 2 minutes later, the evil dragon let out another blood-curdling screech. Its body was only left with the last 3 meters of its body. The current magma dragon was only left with the cultivation of a first-grade great saint. It was no longer able to resist these powerful 5th-grade great saints. Furthermore, a fist-sized scarlet crystal could be seen on the neck of the magma dragon. It was the heart of blaze. Look, the heart of blaze is in the body of the malevolent dragon. It's the heart of blaze. Let's attack again and destroy the body of the malevolent dragon. The heart of blaze will automatically fall into our hands. Haha. Awesome. Finally, I've seen the legendary heart of blaze. Even if we can only get 1/8 of it, it's still a rare treasure that can be used to create a supreme genius. The magma dragon was already at the end of its flight. Many people could see the heart of blaze. Even with the protection of the magma dragon could only withstand one more attack from these experts before it was completely destroyed. At that time, the heart of blaze would be obtained by the 8 great clans. Even the magma would be divided among the 8 great clans. However, they didn't know that there was a pair of eyes staring at the heart of blaze. My chance has come. Xianxia's eyes shone with a strange light. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Be careful. This isn't a joke. De Huang Dog reminded solemnly. The experts of the 8 major clans had spent a great deal of effort to defeat the evil dragon. Now that they had achieved something, it was snatched away by Xianxia. How could they accept this? They would definitely be enraged on the spot. Moreover, considering the relationship between Xianxia and the 5 major clans, it would be strange if those old fellows did not beat Xianxia to death. Humph. Fortune comes from danger. As long as the ancient people and the experts of the demon race can hold them off for a while, I will succeed. Xianxia harumphed coldly. This was his only chance to break through to the great saint realm. He couldn't miss it. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Xianxia's body flickered and vanished. He used the spatial shift to travel at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he had passed through those experts and entered the magma. Asterisk Kong Long, asterisk a loud bang appeared out of nowhere in the void. Then, those 5th grade great saints who had just launched their last attack saw a blood-red dragon claw descending from the sky, enveloping the magma dragon in an instant. Asterisk plop. Asterisk a half-human half-dragon fell into the magma with a plop, along with the magma dragon and the heart of blaze. What? Someone exclaimed. Who is it? Who dares to snatch our treasure? Courting death. Everyone was infuriated. It's Xianxia. He is Xianxia. This bastard has been hiding in the dark and took away the heart of blaze at the critical moment. Behind them, the 4th grade great saint who was defeated by the earth devil beast roared. For a moment, the name Xianxia exploded in the crowd. The facial expression of those 5th grade great saints changed dramatically. Each of them gritted their teeth. They hated Xianxia to the bone. One of the most important figures in this ancient battlefield was to kill Xianxia. Now, they hadn't even made a move to kill Xianxia, but Xianxia had taken the initiative to appear. Not only did he take the initiative to appear, but he had also snatched the fruit of their labor at such a critical moment. This was simply intolerable. Kill. Skin this little bastard alive. How dare he scheme against us? The 5th grade great saint of desolate family said with a face full of tyranny. Elders, please help me buy some time. I am breaking through to the great saint realm. Once I succeed, I will reward you handsomely. At this time, Xianxia's divine sense spread out from the magma, falling into the ears of every elder of the demon race and the ancient people. Without any delay, the experts of these 2 families stood in front of the magma, confronting the other 6 families. The relationship between the 2 families and Xianxia had long been fixed. Not to mention the demon race, Xianxia had once entered the suspended tower and De Huang was one of them. It was the same for the ancient people. Xianxia was the son-in-law of the ancient people, which meant that he was a member of the ancient people. Even the patriarch, Gu Shantian, had a good relationship with Xianxia. Since Xianxia was one of them, they naturally had to help him. In their point of view, it would be better if the heart of blaze could be obtained by Xianxia. It was better than sharing it equally among the 8 families. Ancient people, demon race, what are you doing? The great saint of the Hua family shouted. So many of you are bullying a junior. Don't you think it's too much? The elder of the heavenly leopard family said loudly. Too much? Old leopard, it's easy for you to say that. This little bastard is clearly using us to deal with the true dragon. He has snatched our treasure at the critical moment. We must kill him. The heart of blaze belongs to all of us. That's right. This little bastard is simply insane. He actually set his sights on the heart of blaze. Moreover, this person has a deep grudge against us. It couldn't be better for him to come out and throw his life away. Cut the crap. You 2 families better move away now. Otherwise, we won't be polite anymore. The people of the 5 families were completely infuriated. They had tried their best to defeat the evil dragon. If the heart of blaze was obtained by Xianxia, they would definitely vomit blood. So what if we aren't polite? Xianxia is now the son-in-law of our ancient people. He is also one of our ancient people. Whoever wants to kill him, our ancient people will be the first to disagree. The elders of the ancient people were also extremely powerful. They did not make a move and just bought time for Xianxia. For Xianxia, the most important thing now was time. He did not delay at all in the magma. The evil dragon was crushed by Xianxia almost without any resistance. Then, he directly swallowed the heart of blaze. Under the crazy operation of the dragon transformation skill, the heart of blaze began to be refined quickly. At the same time, Xianxia took out the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower was like the big mouth of an ancient beast. It began to crazily absorb all the magma. The magma contained a huge amount of energy, which was of great use to the Zulong Tower. The number of dragon marks began to condense rapidly. 100, 200, and soon, 300 were condensed. There were only 200 left to the Great Saint Realm. Rumble, the rumbling sound in the magma was endless. A large amount of magma disappeared quickly. This scene immediately attracted the attention of all experts. I don't know what that little bastard is doing inside. He has already obtained the Heart of Blaze and is absorbing the magma. We must stop him quickly. If the Heart of Blaze is refined by him, all our efforts will be in vain. We will fail at the last step and become a gift for others. The elders of Dan Clan said loudly. Cut the crap. Fire Clan, Stone Clan, you two block the people of Demon Clan and Ancient People. The rest of you capture Xianxia. The experts of Xiao Clan said sternly. They had already seen that the Ancient People and Demon Clan were helping Xianxia to delay time. Once Xianxia refined the Heart of Blaze, all their previous efforts would be a gift for Xianxia. However, they did not believe that Xianxia could refine the Heart of Blaze in such a short time. It was not so easy to refine such a treasure of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, they did not know the horror of dragon transformation skill. Not to mention the Heart of Blaze, even if it was a powerful treasure, it would be a piece of cake under the operation of dragon transformation skill. Fight! The experts of Hui Clan shouted and took the lead to attack the Ancient People. On the other side, the experts of Shi Clan were also fighting against the Demon Clan. The 8 major clans that were united before had clashed with each other. The faces of the Ancient People and the Demon Clan were incomparably ugly. They wanted to help Xianxia delay time, but there were too many enemies. They were powerless. Now, they were being blocked by the Shi Clan and Hui Clan. There was no way they could help Xianxia to stop the other 4 clans. The Bin clan had always been neutral when it came to the issue of Xianxia. After all, Xianxia did not attack the experts of the Bin clan in Void Triangular Domain. However, now that it was about the Heart of Blaze, the Bin clan couldn't ignore it. If they didn't cooperate with the other 4 clans to deal with Xianxia, they would not be able to divide the Heart of Blaze. This bastard is too audacious. He still dares to attack in such a situation. He must be courting death. That's right. He thinks that no one will dare to attack him just because he has the support of the Ancient People and the demon race. What a joke. The Heart of Blaze was won by the experts of the 8 major families. If it falls into the hands of this bastard, where will the 8 major families put their faces? Don't worry. He is going to die for sure. Now that the Shi family and Hui family are blocking the demon race and the Ancient People, the experts of the other 4 families are going to deal with Xianxia. That brat is just a minor saint. Even if he has heaven-defying means, he won't be a match for so many 5th-grade great saints. Many of them were ridiculing Xianxia, but at the same time, they couldn't help but admire Xianxia's audacity. His audacity was boundless and insane to such an extent. However, in the eyes of many people, such audacity was a display of stupidity because Xianxia was too ignorant of the current situation. A genius like him couldn't even see the current situation clearly. Attacking in such a situation was no different than courting death. It turns out that Brother Jiang has been hiding in the dark all this while, but his current situation is really dangerous. Kong Yang, who was standing at a very far distance, saw everything. His face was full of worry. Brother Jiang is really a peerless hero. This Heart of Blaze is also known as the ambition of Raging Flame. It's the perfect match for someone like Brother Jiang. If Brother Jiang can refine it, you will get unimaginable benefits and you will be able to exert the power of the Heart of Blaze to the extreme. Unfortunately, the situation is too dangerous. We are too weak to provide any help and can only watch helplessly. Gu Lufeng shook his head and sighed. As a genius, he had been completely subdued by Xianxia, but even he knew how dangerous the situation was for Xianxia. All the experts of the Desolate family, Dan family, Narang family, and Bin family, including 8 5th-grade great saints and nearly 20 4th-grade great saints. Not even the evil dragon could resist such a force, so how could Xianxia resist it? The battlefield was filled with flames. Destructive energy was raging everywhere. The entire spatial zone was about to explode. The geniuses of the Ancient People and the demon race were completely pinned down. It was impossible for them to help Xianxia. On the other side, the experts of the four families were ready to attack Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia could only rely on himself. Currently, Xianxia was circulating the dragon transformation skill to the extreme. In a blink of an eye, another 100 dragon marks were formed. There were only 100 more dragon marks left before he could break through to the first-grade Great Saint. The only thing he needed to do now was to seize the time to do so. Kong Long, however, the people on the outside obviously didn't want to give him any time. An enormous wave of energy blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it rushed towards the magma. If Xianxia was hit by this boundless energy head-on, he would be torn into pieces. Zulong Tower, I'm counting on you. Don't let me down. As long as I can withstand this wave of attack, I will be able to advance to the Great Saint Realm. Xianxia gritted his teeth and released the Zulong Tower completely. The huge blood-red ancient tower enveloped Xianxia completely. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil inside instilled all their energy into the Zulong Tower, hoping to increase the power of the Zulong Tower. Kong Long, the attacks of all the experts of the four families hit the Zulong Tower at the same time. Everyone stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Kong Yang and Da Huang Dog felt that it was difficult to breathe. No one could estimate the power of the joint attack of so many experts, but they were sure of one thing. If they were hit by this energy, there would only be one ending for them, they would certainly be smashed into pieces. Xianxia was betting now. He had pinned all his hopes on the Zulong Tower. Although the first floor of the Zulong Tower hadn't been fully condensed, it wouldn't be too weak as a true dragon supreme treasure. Furthermore, the collision between Da Huang Dog and the Zulong Tower proved that the Zulong Tower had an amazing defensive power. The boundless energy hit the Zulong Tower, causing the Zulong Tower to shake violently. Cracking sounds were heard and cracks were everywhere. It was on the verge of shattering. Xianxia, who was in the Zulong Tower, was greatly shaken. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil were the same. Their faces were extremely ugly. Master, the ancient tower is about to shatter. We won't be able to withstand another attack from those experts. We will all die. The Earth Devil Beast said. Shut up. Xianxia shouted coldly. This situation was within his expectation. The Zulong Tower had just condensed. It was already quite good that it could help him block one attack. It was already beyond his expectation that it didn't shatter directly. For Xianxia, this short period of time was enough. He believed that the emergence of the Zulong Tower would certainly shock the opponents for a short period of time. This time was enough for Xianxia to break through to the Great Sage Realm. In fact, as Xianxia expected, everyone's eyes fell on the blood-red ancient tower that was about to shatter. They were shocked. What's that thing? It can actually block our attack. This little bastard has a lot of treasures on him. But it's impossible for this treasure to stop us. It's about to shatter. Let's attack again and break this treasure. Then we'll find Xianxia. Humph. This little bastard thinks that he can stop us with a defensive treasure. It's ridiculous. The experts of the four clans were shocked by the appearance of the Zulong Tower. But after a short period of shock, they were ready to attack again. Ancient people and the people of the demon race were extremely nervous. They didn't know what other tricks Xianxia had up his sleeve. But now it was really a moment of life and death. At this moment, Xianxia's eyes were brighter than the stars. His expression was incomparably dignified. He was racing against time. The number of dragon marks had been completely condensed. A large number of top-grade true meta stones were consumed freely. The Zulong Tower was also working hard to absorb the magma to restore itself. He broke through, the Great Sage Realm was finally broken through. Xianxia's aura surged out of his body like a storm. It was like a monstrous wave. At this time, the attacks of those experts also came again. Xianxia put away the Zulong Tower directly. He spent a lot of effort to condense the Zulong Tower. Once it was broken, it would need to be condensed again. Moreover, after he advanced to the Great Sage Realm, the Zulong Tower also shook violently. The original broken parts began to recover gradually. At the same time, it was rapidly condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! Xianxia let out a wild roar towards the sky. His body doubled in size, like a peerless dragon. He waved his hand and struck out the 5-elemental combat dragon seal. 15 powerful azure dragons whizzed out and attacked the experts of the 4 major families. Rumble! The violent energy was like a stormy sea, covering the entire battlefield in an instant. Everyone stared at everything in front of them with their eyes wide open. Whether it was Xianxia's enemies or friends, they were all in shock. My God! What did I just see? Xianxia has advanced to the Great Saint realm. That's right. That's the chi of a great saint. He has refined the heart of Blaze in such a short period of time and advanced to the Great Saint realm. Isn't he a little too powerful? Haha. Brother Jiang is really awesome. He actually advanced to the Great Saint realm at this time. He was able to kill a 3rd grade Great Saint when he was still a 9th grade Great Saint. Now that he has advanced to the Great Saint realm, I'm afraid that he can kill a 4th grade Great Saint. He even has the strength to fight an ordinary 5th grade Great Saint. However, there are 8 5th grade Great Saints in front of us. No one wasn't shocked. Who would have thought that Xianxia would advance to the Great Saint realm at such a critical moment? In their opinion, Xianxia was going to die today. There was no possibility of him surviving the attacks of so many experts. However, nothing was impossible for a person who could always create miracles. Today, Xianxia had once again created a miracle at the last moment. Bastard! This little bastard has really refined the heart of Blaze. Damn it! He has advanced to the Great Saint realm. I wonder if our attacks just now have killed him. Seal everything here. We must not let this little bastard run away. The experts of the 4 major families were infuriated. They had the urge to vomit blood. They had gone through untold hardships to eliminate the evil dragon and obtain the heart of Blaze, but all of their hard work had gone to someone else. In the end, it was Xianxia's doing. How could they bear this? At this time, the ancient people and the experts of the demon race stopped what they were doing. Each and every one of them looked at the center of the frenzy. Their eyes were filled with strange colors. The chaotic energy dissipated. Xianxia's figure once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The current Xianxia was still in his half-dragon form, but his body was much bigger than before. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered some injuries in the collision just now. The gap between great saints wasn't small. It was different from minor saints. So, even if Xianxia was in his half-dragon form, he could only barely fight a 5th grade Great Saint. It was almost impossible for him to kill a 5th grade Great Saint. Just now, he had to withstand the joint attack of 8 5th grade Great Saints and 24th grade Great Saints. Alright. The experts of the ancient people were pleasantly surprised. They could already see that Xianxia had advanced to the 1st grade Great Saint. Plus, he was still unscathed under the attacks of so many people. Such an abnormal ability was simply unprecedented. Bastard! Everyone, let's attack together. We must eliminate this brat today. If he continues to grow, he will become a big threat to us sooner or later. We must eliminate him. The scene that had just been silent for a moment erupted again. Although the Stone family and the ancient people didn't attack, it was impossible for them to help Xianxia as long as the Stone family and Hua family stood in front of the demon race and the ancient people. The destructive chi pervaded the air once more. The means of a great saint could destroy the heavens and earth with just a casual move. Even destroying a part of the sky was a very simple matter. At this moment, the experts of the 4 major families had sealed the entire spatial zone, not giving Xianxia a chance to escape. Even the Ben family did the same. They were now involved in the battle and had witnessed the terrifying potential of Xianxia. A brat who had just advanced to the Great Saint realm was able to withstand the joint attack of so many experts without dying. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that there was such an abnormal existence in the heavens and earth. It was imaginable that if Xianxia was allowed to continue to grow, he would become a great threat to them sooner or later. The Ben family remained neutral in the beginning, but since they had taken action today, there was no way for them to withdraw themselves from this battle. They had also heard about Xianxia's means. Today, they had taken action. If Xianxia grew stronger in the future, he would definitely go against them. Instead of that, it would be better for them to unite with the other three families to eliminate him. The current Xianxia didn't put these experts in his eyes. Although his current combat strength wasn't enough to defeat these 5th-grade great saints, he wasn't afraid of them. All his attention was now on the Heart of Blaze. This Heart of Blaze was really powerful. In a very short period of time, it had helped him condense another 1,000 dragon marks, making the total number of dragon marks in his body reach 81,000. With another 1,000 more dragon marks, he would be able to break through to the 2nd-grade great saint. Not only that, the Heart of Blaze had other magical uses. Xianxia was still exploring them. Furthermore, after he advanced to the 1st-grade great saint, the first level of the Zulong Tower had been completely condensed. The Zulong Tower had absorbed all the magma, and the stimulation from his advancement had also completely condensed the 2nd level. In other words, the current Zulong Tower had already condensed 2 levels. It looked even more solid and majestic. A casual move of it would release boundless desolate force. Rumble, the attacks of the experts from the 4 major clans once again arrived before Xianxia. The void was shattered inch by inch, and the entire space was in a frenzy. Xianxia felt like he was in the middle of a storm. He suddenly raised his head, and 2 beams of ferocious light flashed in his eyes. The 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal was once again unleashed by Xianxia in a frenzy, colliding with the spreading energy. An energy storm was formed and Xianxia was completely engulfed in it. He was caught in the eye of the storm. Such an attack was too strong. To put it bluntly, if a 4th-grade great saint was caught in it, he would be killed instantly. Even an ordinary 5th-grade great saint would be seriously injured if caught in it. After all, such an attack had combined the energy of 8 5th-grade great saints and 20 4th-grade great saints. It was imaginable how powerful it was. Thud thud thud, Xianxia was sent flying away by the frenzied energy. The green dragon that he unleashed was completely destroyed. Xianxia was severely injured once again, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia, you are indeed a miracle. A brat who has just advanced to the 1st-grade great saint is able to withstand 2 of our attacks without dying, but compared to us, you are still too weak. Today, you will die for sure if we attack together. The great saint of Desolate family said loudly. Kill him and take out the Heart of Blaze. The elder of Dan family said sternly. He couldn't wait to tear Xianxia into pieces. A bunch of old bastards. You have forced me to do this. Xianxia wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth with his hand. His eyes were filled with ferocious light. He was concentrating on condensing the Zulong Tower and exploring the Heart of Blaze, but these old bastards kept attacking him. This had undoubtedly infuriated Xianxia. In that case, they shouldn't blame him for being impolite. Little beast, you have just advanced to the Great Saint realm. Don't tell me you still have any means to fight us? A great saint of Narang family sneered. Gia**Gia**, these old bastards are going to suffer in a while. De Huang Dog smiled evilly from afar. Others might not know about Xianxia's means, but he knew it very well. As long as Xianxia advanced to the Great Saint realm, everything would be fine and no one would be able to do anything to him. De Huang, could it be that Brother Jiang still has some powerful means? Kong Yu asked doubtfully. That's right. Although Brother Jiang has advanced to the Great Saint realm, he is just a 1st-grade great saint. It is already very heaven-defying to be able to survive the joint attack of so many experts. It's almost impossible for Brother Jiang to turn defeat into victory when there's a huge gap in their cultivation. Leopard Wei also looked at De Huang Dog in surprise, because he couldn't think of any means that Xianxia had to deal with so many 5th-grade great saint experts. You all have overlooked one thing. Why didn't the heavenly tribulation befall Xianxia when he advanced to the Great Saint realm? De Huang Dog smiled mischievously. That's right. I have been wondering about it. One should know that the heavenly tribulation would befall immediately after an ordinary expert advanced to the Great Saint realm, but Brother Jiang has already advanced to the 1st-grade great saint, but the heavenly tribulation hasn't befallen him yet. What's going on? Kong Yang also looked at De Huang Dog. As someone who had experienced it before, he had more right to speak than Kong Yu and Leopard Wei. He knew more about the situation of advancing to the Great Saint Realm. When he advanced to the Great Saint Realm, the heavenly tribulation befell him immediately. Undoubtedly, the current situation of Xianxia was very strange. Because Xianxia can control the time of the heavenly tribulation by himself. You all will see. De Huangdog's face was full of confidence. Not only did he know that Xianxia could control the time of the heavenly tribulation, but he also knew that once the heavenly tribulation was over, Xianxia's cultivation would probably advance to the second grade Great Saint. At that time, any 5th grade Great Saint and 6th grade Great Saint would be killed instantly. At that time, no one in the entire Pure Land would be able to kill him. What? I have never heard of someone who can control the heavenly tribulation by himself. Kong Yang exclaimed. He couldn't believe his ears. His knowledge wasn't shallow, but he had never heard of anyone who could control the time of the heavenly tribulation. The experts of the 4 major families were ready to attack again. They had completely regarded Xianxia as their prey. Today, they were determined to destroy Xianxia here. However, they were still angry because of the Heart of Blaze incident. They wanted to kill Xianxia, but they had neglected one thing, Xianxia's heavenly tribulation. Although this was the internal space of the ancient battlefield, it was impossible to stop the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was everywhere. No matter where you were or what spatial zone you were in, it would cause the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. It was the same in countless planes. Even if you were in the high and mighty immortal world, you still wouldn't be able to get rid of the deterrence of the heavenly tribulation. Xianxia's eyes were filled with cruel light. He could already see that these old guys wouldn't let him go. They wouldn't allow him to explore the Heart of Blaze. In that case, there was no need for him to be polite. He would trigger the heavenly tribulation and consign these people to eternal damnation. Rumble, the experts of the 4 major families were just ready to attack again. Suddenly, the sky and earth roared. The color of the sky changed completely. There was the sound of thunder everywhere. Dark clouds covered the sky. In just a blink of an eye, endless thunder and lightning flashed and swept across the entire sky. A huge thunder and lightning vortex appeared above Xianxia's head. It's the heavenly tribulation. Everyone, retreat. The great sage of Shao clan exclaimed quickly. The heavenly tribulation was not a joke. Once you were involved, you would trigger your own tribulation and die tragically under the heavenly tribulation. The other experts of the 4 major families retreated in a hurry when they saw the situation. How could they still care about killing Xianxia? If they were involved in the thunderclouds, it would be embarrassing. Why is this kid's heavenly tribulation so strange? Why didn't it appear when he was advancing to the great sage just now? It only appeared now. I can't care so much. Everyone retreat. Otherwise, if you are involved in the thunderclouds, the consequences will be unimaginable. Humph. Xianxia will definitely die. After he passes the heavenly tribulation, he will be in a serious period of weakness. At that time, it will be easy to kill him. The entire space shook violently. Everyone began to retreat and did not dare to have the slightest neglect. In the face of the terrifying heavenly tribulation, no one dared to take their own lives as a joke. Ancient people and the experts of the demon clan all showed a strong worry on their faces. They did not know that the arrival of the heavenly tribulation was deliberately controlled by Xianxia. They did not know how brilliant Xianxia's method of crossing the heavenly tribulation was. They were worried about Xianxia's situation after crossing the heavenly tribulation. It was conceivable that after Xianxia crossed the heavenly tribulation, he would fall into a period of weakness. Who could save him at that time? The other 6 major families were different. Each of them showed a sneer on their faces. They were very clear that no matter how powerful a practitioner was, he must be single-minded when crossing the heavenly tribulation. He dared not relax even a little. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xianxia was bound to be the same. When he fell into a period of weakness, it would be easy for them to kill him. Roar, howl, the thunderclouds in the sky shook violently. Everyone looked at it and saw a golden dragon with a length of 100 feet in the depths of the thunderclouds. It was circling and dancing, letting out bursts of dragon roars. Next to the dragon, there was a big bird emitting a 9-colored light. The big bird was incomparably mystical. It exuded arrogance from head to toe. Although it was not a real existence, its posture alone made people unable to help but have the thought of worshipping it. Divine Bird Phoenix. Yes, that was the legendary Divine Bird Phoenix. Oh my god, the dragon and phoenix roar together. It turns out to be the legendary dragon phoenix Major Tribulation. How is this possible? This is really the legendary dragon phoenix Major Tribulation. The dragon and phoenix roar together. This is the symbol of the dragon phoenix Major Tribulation. There has never been a tribulation in history. Generally, when people advance to the great sage, it is already very terrifying to attract the 9 revolutions Major Tribulation. This dragon phoenix Major Tribulation has never appeared. This is the first time. The dragon phoenix Major Tribulation was a legendary tribulation. The legendary tribulation of the immortals had never appeared in the Saint Origin world. The most powerful tribulation here was only the 9 revolutions Major Tribulation. Now that Xianxia had advanced to the great sage realm, the dragon phoenix Major Tribulation had appeared. The appearance of the dragon phoenix Major Tribulation shocked countless people. No matter what happened to Xianxia today, Xianxia's name would be recorded in the history of the Saint Origin world. The appearance of the dragon phoenix Major Tribulation was a historical moment. Heaven-defying. Xianxia is really heaven-defying. You should know that the strength of heaven's tribulation depends entirely on the heaven-defying degree of the person who transcends the tribulation. Only a very heaven-defying person can trigger the dragon phoenix Major Tribulation. The elder of the heavenly leopard clan stared at the scene of the dragon phoenix in the sky and sighed again and again. Yes, De Huang has the bloodline of the divine beast, and he has obtained the existence of the totem divine seal. What he triggered was only the 9 revolutions Major Tribulation. Xianxia is really heaven-defying, but this dragon phoenix Major Tribulation is too terrifying. It's not easy to pass through it safely. Yeah, such a terrifying Major Tribulation is a great test for the person who transcends the tribulation. The destructive power of such a tribulation is too great. It is very likely that the person will die during the tribulation. Even if he doesn't die, he will be skinned and fall into a very serious state of weakness. This is very disadvantageous for Xianxia's current situation. It's a pity that we can't help with this dragon phoenix Major Tribulation. We can only rely on Xianxia himself. He has been creating miracles all along. Now that he has obtained the Heart of Blaze, the benefits are great. I hope he can create another miracle again. Ancient people and the great sages of the Beast King clan sighed endlessly. While they were shocked by the dragon and phoenix tribulation, they were also worried about Xianxia. They really couldn't help but worry. Xianxia's dragon and phoenix tribulation was indeed shocking, but the power of this tribulation was also unimaginable. After Xianxia experienced the dragon and phoenix tribulation, even if he didn't die, his condition would be very bad. How could he resist the attack of the 6 clans? However, even though they were worried, they couldn't do anything to help. Even a 9th grade great saint couldn't do anything about the tribulation. One had to rely on himself to overcome the tribulation. If anyone else were to enter the tribulation, they would trigger their own tribulation. At that time, they would be burned by the lightning fire and die without a burial place. Under the thunderstorm, Xianxia raised his head. His blood-red eyes stared at the dragon and phoenix in the sky, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The dragon and phoenix Major Tribulation. The dragon transformation skill is truly abnormal. It has actually attracted the dragon and phoenix Major Tribulation, but this is nothing. I can use this tribulation to break through to the 2nd grade great saint. At that time, I will kill everyone. Xianxia thought to himself. As a matter of fact, he didn't expect to attract the dragon and phoenix Major Tribulation. The last time he advanced to the minor saint was the devil dragon tribulation. He thought that this tribulation would be more terrifying than the last, but he didn't expect it to be this terrifying. Come on. Xianxia's chi fluctuated, and he roared at the thunderclouds in the sky. Asterisk roar, hell, asterisk the dragon and phoenix roared again. Both of them were staring at Xianxia with merciless eyes. They were furious at this person who dared to challenge the heaven's might. The heaven's might was inviolable. Anyone who violated the heavens must die under the lightning tribulation. The dragon and phoenix major tribulation was used to destroy everything. Kong long, thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Countless lightning began to condense. The body of the dragon and the phoenix grew a lot stronger. Then, the dragon and the phoenix opened their mouths and spat out a ball of raging fire. It was the thunder fire, a flame that was condensed by lightning. It was the true thunder fire that Xianxia had obtained in his body. However, these two bolts of true thunder fire were cast by the dragon and phoenix. They contained boundless heavenly might and unimaginable destructive force. The two bolts of true thunder fire crashed towards Xianxia. However, at this moment, the ancestral dragon pagoda that had already condensed 2 floors suddenly shook violently, emitting an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before he saw the ancestral dragon pagoda automatically unleashing its power from his body and colliding with the 2 lightning lights. Kong long, the 2 thunder fire struck the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower shook violently, but to everyone's surprise, the 2 thunder fire were devoured by the Zulong Tower. Crackle, lightning flickered outside the Zulong Tower. There were dense electric nets everywhere, making the Zulong Tower even more magical. Moreover, after absorbing the 2 thunder fire, the 3rd floor of the Zulong Tower began to condense. This scene made Xianxia almost shout in excitement. Haha, awesome! Xianxia laughed. The Zulong Tower was said to be able to refine and absorb any energy between heaven and earth. However, he never thought that the Zulong Tower could even absorb the power of thunder and lightning. This was the dragon and phoenix tribulation. Xianxia's own tribulation was forcibly taken away by the Zulong Tower. However, Xianxia was now connected with the Zulong Tower by blood. Therefore, the forced appearance of the Zulong Tower did not cause the heavenly tribulation to go berserk. Under the heavenly tribulation, Xianxia's tribulation and the Zulong Tower's tribulation were the same. They were one. Rumble, the dragon and phoenix roared together. 2 thicker thunderbolts fell again. Each thunderbolt was like a giant python. No one knew how much destructive power it carried. Xianxia was originally worried that the Zulong Tower could not withstand it. However, after the Zulong Tower absorbed the 2 thunderbolts again, he was completely relieved. It seemed that after the Zulong Tower condensed 2 floors, its defensive power was even more tyrannical. Now that the Zulong Tower was condensing a 3rd floor under the thunder tribulation, Xianxia was naturally very happy. More importantly, Xianxia did not have much confidence in crossing the dragon and phoenix tribulation. In addition, there were so many strong enemies outside. Now it seemed that all his worries were unnecessary. The existence of the Zulong Tower could not only help him resist the heavenly tribulation, but it could also absorb all the energy of the heavenly tribulation, maximizing his benefits. No matter how he thought about it, it was a very awesome thing. Xianxia could not help but be excited. The Zulong Tower absorbed a large amount of the power of thunder and lightning. He was connected to the origin of the Zulong Tower, so he could also benefit. Although the benefits were limited, it was better than nothing. However, the absorption of the power of thunder and lightning by the Zulong Tower made the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil inside the Zulong Tower suffer. Both of them were creatures with strong demonic nature. These fierce and pure young thunderbolts were their nemesis and natural enemies. Earth Devil Beast, Devil, quickly hide in the interspatial ring. Xianxia opened an interspatial ring and let the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil go in. Now that I have the protection of the Zulong Tower, I can go through the heavenly tribulation without worry. I will also enter the Zulong Tower and accept the baptism of thunder and lightning while exploring the Heart of Blaze. With a sway of his body, Xianxia entered the ancestral dragon pagoda. At this time, Xianxia simply reverted to his true form. He sat cross-legged in the lightning and began to explore the Heart of Blaze wholeheartedly. He had already refined the Heart of Blaze completely, but it hadn't reached a perfect fusion with his heart. He believed that he would certainly get some benefits after the Heart of Blaze had completely fused with his heart. Roar! The dragon and phoenix in the sky became even more furious when they saw that they could not hurt Xianxia. They began to bombard him with even more powerful attacks. However, the Zulong Tower was not afraid at all. No matter how many attacks came, they were still absorbed. This scene stunned everyone. Everyone's mouths were wide open. They could not believe what they were seeing. Look! What kind of treasure is that blood-red ancient tower? It can actually help Xianxia to resist the heavenly tribulation. This is too shocking. Yeah, it's too scary. The ancient tower didn't seem to be so powerful just now. It was almost shattered by the attacks of the experts. I didn't expect it to recover so quickly. Where did Xianxia get this treasure? It's too abnormal. It can actually resist the heavenly tribulation. Damn it. How can this little bastard be so lucky to get such a treasure? I thought he would die in the Dragon Phoenix major tribulation. Now, it seems that he will probably pass through it. Humph. It's not a big deal if he passes through it. He will more or less enter a period of weakness. Even if he doesn't enter a period of weakness, with his first-grade Great Saint Cultivation, it will be as easy as playing a game for us to kill him. The people of the 6 major families were gnashing their teeth. When they saw the Dragon Phoenix major tribulation, they were sure that Xianxia was going to die, but they didn't expect that Xianxia would have such a powerful trump card that could help him resist the heavenly tribulation. What the F***ck? This tower is too awesome. De Huangdog was shocked. He already knew about the appearance of the Zulong Tower. As a matter of fact, when the Dragon Phoenix major tribulation appeared, De Huangdog's heart was filled with worry, but he was still very confident about Xianxia's heavenly tribulation. Now, it seemed that he didn't need to worry at all. The Zulong Tower had directly helped Xianxia resist everything. This guy is truly a monstrous genius. Sure enough, he has created another miracle. I just don't know what kind of treasure is in that ancient tower. Xianxia is a person with great luck. Such a person's future will be limitless. It's the right choice for us to befriend him. In the near future, Saint Origin World will fall into chaos and Xianxia will certainly play the most important role. That's right. Now it seems that we don't need to worry about the Dragon Phoenix major tribulation anymore. Let's see if he can create another miracle after the heavenly tribulation. Ancient people and the great saint experts of the demon race heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia had this kind of heavenly tribulation. No matter how powerful the heavenly tribulation was, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. His whole body was bathed in the sea of lightning as if he was taking a bath. Xianxia didn't have the mood to pay attention to the shock outside. All his attention was on the heart of Blaze. While absorbing the power of lightning, he was making the heart of Blaze fuse perfectly with his heart, waiting for the appearance of a miracle. Hong long long, the rumbling sound lingered in the sky above the entire spatial zone. The dragon and phoenix kept launching lightning and fire attacks, but they couldn't cause any damage to the Zulong Tower. All the lightning were absorbed by the Zulong Tower. It was obvious that the 3rd floor of the Zulong Tower was condensing at the fastest speed. Half of the 3rd floor had already been condensed. Inside the Zulong Tower, Xianxia was in a perfect state of cultivation. Apart from the fact that the number of dragon marks in his body was condensing slowly due to the absorption of the heavenly lightning, the most important thing was the fusion of the heart of Blaze. Currently, the heart of Blaze had completely fused with Xianxia's heart. At the moment when the two hearts were completely fused together, a tremendous aura was suddenly released from Xianxia's body. That aura was that of a peerless hero, a supreme hero. The heart of Blaze was also known as the heart of raging flames. After fusing together, Xianxia's already domineering aura was added with a hidden heroic spirit, making people admire him. However, what Xianxia obtained was not only his heroic spirit, but also his own benefits. Behind his back, an illusory pair of fire wings gradually appeared. The wings gradually solidified, and in the end, it turned into a solid form. These fire wings were different from his dragon wings. They were evolved from the heart of Blaze. In other words, the heart of Blaze had turned into a pair of dazzling and bizarre fire wings. Wings of Blaze. 4 words emerged in Xianxia's mind. His eyes turned fiery red, and the fiery wings on his back fluttered, unleashing endless waves of fire. Especially after the heart of Blaze merged with the true thunder fire and true dragon fire, its power was unimaginable. The wings of Blaze could travel thousands of miles in a flash. The world was so vast that any place could be within a single thought. Although the wings of blaze didn't have much offensive power, the increase in speed was unimaginable, especially to Xianxia. With the help of the wings of blaze and the spatial shift, he could travel to the interior of the void. Even a mighty 7th grade great saint wouldn't be able to kill him. Haha. This feels great. Xianxia laughed. This was indeed a very delightful thing. He had gained a lot from this trip to the ancient battlefield. Putting aside the Zulong Tower, the Heart of Blaze alone had brought great benefits to Xianxia. With a sway of his body, Xianxia kept the flaming wings. His eyes were fixed on the experts of the 6 major families through the ancestral dragon pagoda. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. It wasn't the first time that he was implicated. If he were to face the heavenly tribulation and chase after the experts of the 6 major families, he didn't know how many of them would die under the Dragon Phoenix major tribulation. There were a lot of 5th grade great saints on the other side. If it was before, Xianxia wouldn't dare to guarantee that he could kill all of them. After all, most of them would choose to flee due to the fear of the lightning tribulation, but now that he had the flaming wings, he could kill anyone he wanted. Catching up to the 5th grade great saints was just too easy. I'll let you live a little longer. You can't miss such a great opportunity like the heavenly tribulation. Xianxia looked at the lightning surrounding him and began preparing to concoct the 9 solar less rond pill. He had no more 9 solar less rond pill. He had left some in the Martial Saint dynasty, and he had given the rest to the ancient people as a betrothal gift to Wu Ningzhu. For a medicine like the 9 solar lightning dragon pill, it would be best if he could concoct more of it. Today, the ancient race and demon race had helped him a lot. If it wasn't for them, he wouldn't have been able to successfully refine the Heart of Blaze, and the ancestral dragon pagoda would have been destroyed by now. Now that the Heart of Blaze had been refined by him and the magma had been absorbed by the Zulong Tower, he didn't have anything precious to repay the ancient people and the demon race. So, he decided to use the opportunity of the lightning tribulation to concoct some 9 solar less rond pill. He believed that the 2 major families would be very interested in the 9 solar less rond pill. Who, the true thunder fire and true dragon fire fused together, and with Xianxia as the center, a sea of flames was formed. At the same time, Xianxia's soul energy was gushing out from his body like a tidal wave, fusing with the flames. After that, as if he was performing a magic trick, Xianxia took out some herbs and 9 solar holy water and threw them into the flame. With the help of the lightning, he started concocting pills as if there was no one around him. What's Xianxia doing? He's concocting a pill, concocting the 9 solar lightning dragon pill. That's right, it's the 9 solar lightning dragon pill. Under the heavens, only Xianxia can concoct this pill. Ancient people cried out in shock. What? The legendary 9 solar less rond pill? An elder of the heavenly leopard race exclaimed. Although they had never seen the 9 solar less rond pill before, they had heard of its fame. Among all the pills, the 9 solar less rond pill was undoubtedly the best. That's right. When Xianxia went to the ancient people to propose marriage, he brought 3 9 solar less rond pill as a betrothal gift. He personally concocted them. We didn't believe it at first, but who would have thought that he would be concocting the pill now? It must be the 9 solar less rond pill. Ancient people said. Many people were shocked. They stared at Xianxia's movements without blinking. Especially the experts of the Dan clan. For the Dan clan, concocting pills was the easiest thing to do. It was their greatest pride. But in the entire Dan clan, there was no one who could concoct the 9 solar less rond pill. Damn it. I don't believe that he can concoct the 9 solar less rond pill. Our Dan clan's concoction technique is the number 1 under the heavens. How can Xianxia concoct a pill that even our Dan clan can't? The elders of Dan family's facial expression was incomparably unsightly. Alchemy was the greatest pride of their family, but now, Xianxia was going to suppress them in their most prideful field. This made them feel extremely uncomfortable. You're right. But at the same time, the people of the Dan clan were also staring at Xianxia without blinking. They wanted to see how Xianxia would concoct the 9 solar less rond pill. Putting aside the fact that Xianxia was their enemy, if they could see the process of an alchemist concocting the 9 solar less rond pill with their own eyes, it would be a once-in-a-100 years opportunity. Haha, your Dan clan is known as the number one under the heavens in alchemy. I wonder how your Dan clan is compared to Xianxia. The elders of the ancient people laughed and started to mock them. Humph. It's still uncertain whether he can succeed or not. The expert of the Dan clan harumphed coldly. The most important thing in alchemy was the state of mind. It was the combination of the state of mind and soul power. The higher the grade of the pill, the harsher the conditions needed to concoct it. He firmly believed that no one could concoct a pill while transcending tribulation, not even Xianxia with the help of the Zulong Tower. Of course, if they knew that Xianxia had concocted the 9 solar less rond pill more than once without the help of the Zulong Tower, they would surely feel uncomfortable. I really admire Xianxia from the bottom of my heart. He is truly a peerless genius. Not only does he have heaven-defying combat strength and tyrannical means, he is also a formidable alchemist. Such a genius rarely appears in 10,000 years. There has never been such a genius in the history of Saint Origin world. Kong Yang couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He knew that he would never be able to catch up with Xianxia's footsteps in this lifetime. He could only look up to Xianxia in the future. Gu Lufeng had the same expression. Both he and Kong Yang were famous figures on the sky ranking, but when compared to Xianxia, they felt that the gap between them and Xianxia wasn't small. Not only them, but some geniuses from St. Origin Palace also had an incomparably ugly expression. All along, they were the elites among the geniuses, the pinnacle existence of this era. They were proud of themselves. The fact that they could cultivate in St. Origin Palace was a symbol of their identity. However, after seeing the strength of Xianxia, they all lowered their heads. In front of Xianxia, their so-called halo was overshadowed. Lightning rippled. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xianxia, hoping to see the birth of the 9 sun less rond pill. Xianxia's hands kept moving, striking out seals at an extremely fast speed. Many of them didn't know how to concoct pills, so they couldn't see what was going on. However, those from Dan family had an ugly expression on their faces. They even found it difficult to breathe. Xianxia's concoction technique was too amazing. They had to admit that watching Xianxia concoct pills was a kind of enjoyment. It was a kind of improvement to their attainments in alchemy. Very quickly, the first 9 sun less rond pill was completely concocted. The pill was golden in color and was wrapped in lightning. One could see the shadow of a dragon rippling inside the pill. It looked very mystical. Look, he has concocted the 9 sun less rond pill so easily. There's almost no chance of failure. Someone from Dan family exclaimed. At this moment, they had already forgotten that Xianxia was their enemy. They couldn't help but praise Xianxia. That's the 9 sun less rond pill? It really is miraculous. It looks exactly the same as the legendary 9 sun less rond pill. There's no difference at all. That's a peerless holy medicine. If I can get a 9 sun less rond pill, my constitution will undergo a heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformation. At that time, my talent will be reborn, and I'll be able to break through to a higher realm. Look, another one is concocting. 3, 4, 6. Too fast. There's no chance of failure at all. Heavens, is he even human? How can there be such a monster in the world? A high-grade alchemist has to spend his entire life concocting pills. As a result, his combat strength won't be too strong. But not only is his combat strength heaven-defying, his alchemy skills are also heaven-defying. Such a monster, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Kill. When the heavens' tribulation is over, we have to kill him no matter what. He's too terrifying and heaven-defying. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, there will be endless troubles in the future. The faces of the experts from the 6 clans changed. They were completely shocked by Xianxia's monstrousness. Thanks P12300, Anonymous A2FA19, Anonymous A072BA, refining elixirs under the thunderbolts was a spectacle in itself. It was even more peculiar than the dragon and phoenix. No one dared to believe the scene in front of them. However, this was nothing to Xianxia. Since he had cultivated the great soul derivation technique, refining elixirs was a piece of cake for him. Even without the help of the Zulong Tower, he could still refine the 9 sun less rond pill. However, it would be more difficult to refine. Asterisk rumble, asterisk seeing that they couldn't kill Xianxia, the dragons and phoenixes were infuriated. They kept bombarding Xianxia crazily. The ancient battlefield was almost destroyed. Cracks began to appear on the spatial barrier, as if it was going to shatter at any time. Xianxia raised his head to look at the dragon and phoenix in the sky and said faintly, "It's almost time. After refining a few more elixirs, it will be time to settle the score with them." Xianxia revealed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. The dragon and phoenix calamity had been bombarding for a period of time. Seeing that it was coming to an end, Xianxia didn't want to give up this great opportunity. Moreover, the closer it was to the end, the more powerful the heaven's calamity would be. It couldn't be compared to before. Overall, this heaven's calamity had benefited Xianxia a lot. The main reason was the strength of the Zulong Tower. At this moment, the third floor of the Zulong Tower was about to be completely condensed. It was certain that after the heaven's calamity was over, the third floor of the Zulong Tower would be completely condensed. At that time, its power would be even more tyrannical. The defensive ability of the Zulong Tower was already beyond doubt. As for the offensive ability, Xianxia still didn't know. However, now wasn't the time to discuss it. The secrets of the Zulong Tower could be slowly explored in the future. Very soon, Xianxia's second wave of refining elixirs was over. In Xianxia's hands, he had refined a total of 29 sunless rond pill. The 20 incomparably dazzling elixirs were constantly hovering around Xianxia's body. Heavens, he was able to refine 29 sunless rond pill in such a short time, and there was no failure rate at all. Is he still human? The great saint of Dan family shivered. He was a powerful alchemist himself. Putting aside other aspects, he was one of the best in Saint Origin world in terms of alchemy. However, after witnessing Xianxia's concoction, he felt that he had lived his life in vain. He didn't know that there was such an exquisite and peerless concoction technique in this heavens and earth. Putting everything else aside, watching Xianxia concoct pills with his own eyes had brought him endless benefits. After returning to Dan family, he was afraid that it wouldn't take long for his concoction technique to reach a higher level. Of course, it was hard to say whether he could return alive today. At this moment, many people of Dan family felt regretful. If they didn't make Xianxia their enemy in Void Triangular Domain, they might be able to befriend him like the ancient people and the demon race. In that case, it would be extremely beneficial to their Dan family. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. They were now mortal enemies with Xianxia. The hatred between them and Xianxia was irreconcilable. There was no way to resolve it now. 29 sunless rond pill. What an eye-opener. Being able to witness such an amazing concoction with my own eyes, I have no regrets. I have seen some high-ranked alchemists concoct pills before, but compared to Xianxia, no matter if it's the technique or the success rate, they are on a completely different level. That's right. It's a miracle to concoct 29 sunless rond pill in such a short period of time. In the entire Saint Origin world, only Xianxia can do it. Dan family is known as the #1 family in alchemy, but compared to Xianxia, it's like a child playing house. Ancient people and the great saints of demon race were generous with their praises for Xianxia. The elder of heavenly leopard race even started to ridicule Dan family. In fact, Xianxia's existence was a slap to Dan family's face. Asterisk roar, hell, asterisk the roar of the dragon and the cry of the phoenix. The two lightning gods were completely enraged. Their lightning attacks were at least twice as powerful as before. At this time, Xianxia suddenly kept his flames and pills and stopped his pill concoction. With a sway of his body, he rushed towards the camp of the desolate family at top speed in the blink of an eye. Ancient people and demon race, retreat now, lest you get caught in the crossfire. Xianxia's voice reached the ears of ancient people and demon race at the same time. The experts of the two races saw Xianxia's movement and their facial expression changed. They instantly understood what Xianxia was going to do. How would they dare to delay any further? Immediately, they flew away at full speed. Damn it! This is crazy! The elder of heavenly leopard race was full of excitement. Now that the dragon phoenix major tribulation had reached its final stage, its power was countless times stronger than before. It was imaginable how much damage and destructive power would be caused if Xianxia rushed into the crowd with lightning. Not good. Run. The fifth-grade great saint of Desolate Family's facial expression changed drastically. Immediately, he stretched his neck and roared. Many of them had seen through Xianxia's intention. This was simply insane. Normally, when a cultivator was transcending the tribulation, he would only focus on his own tribulation. How would he dare to split his attention to deal with others? If other experts were involved in the tribulation, it would only increase the power of his own tribulation. This was a suicidal method, but Xianxia had done it. Swoosh, all the experts of Desolate Family were terrified. Immediately, they fled in all directions. Unfortunately, Xianxia's speed was just too fast. He caught up with them in an instant. Half of them were shrouded by the lightning, including the two powerful fifth-grade great saints. Kong Hong, Arg. Arg. Arg, immediately after that, shrill screams were heard. Those great saints of Desolate Family who were shrouded by the lightning let out blood-curdling screams. They were blasted to pieces by the heavenly tribulation and died on the spot. Swoosh. It was too fast. Everything happened in an instant. The Desolate Family had encountered a catastrophe. The two fifth-grade great saints had died tragically. Everyone was waiting for Xianxia to enter a weakened state after the tribulation, but no one had thought that Xianxia would use such a method to attack them. If he was allowed to continue his rampage, they were afraid that many of them would die before the end of the lightning tribulation. After killing nearly half of the experts of Desolate Family, Xianxia's cold eyes turned to the Hua family. The people of the Hua family gasped and began to flee frantically. It was too terrifying. They had seen the tragic death of the experts of Desolate Family clearly. Now that Xianxia was going to attack them, they were scared out of their wits. They knew very well that their opponent wasn't Xianxia, but the heavenly tribulation. It was imaginable that if they were shrouded by the heavenly tribulation, their ending wouldn't be any better than the Desolate Family. Haha. Where do you think you're going? Xianxia laughed loudly. The flaming wings spread out with a swoosh. With a gentle flap, his speed reached the extreme. In a blink of an eye, he had caught up with the camp of the Hua family. This time, another half of the experts of the Hua family were shrouded by the lightning. Miserable screams lingered in the air. All those who were shrouded by the lightning were instantly turned into powder by the lightning. Oh my God! Many of them exclaimed. Even the ancient people and the people of the demon race were dumbfounded by the scene. It was 2F** King powerful. Such an attack was simply heaven-defying. They were glad that they had made a wise choice to befriend Xianxia. It wasn't a good thing to be enemies with such a heaven-defying figure. Run! Everyone, run! This little bastard has gone crazy. The great sage of Narang clan shouted loudly. He was really frightened. Once the heavenly tribulation came, it would be a disaster. They were all people who had passed the tribulation, but the heavenly tribulation of others was different from their own. Their own heavenly tribulation came according to their own strength and could be resisted. However, if they fell into the heavenly tribulation of others, not only would they have to bear the power of the heavenly tribulation of others, they would also trigger their own tribulation. That was a tribulation originating from the origin. The thunder and fire began to burn from the depths of the soul. It was impossible to resist it. As long as they fell into it, they would almost certainly die. However, all along, those who had passed the heavenly tribulation would go through it in a safe and steady manner. They wouldn't joke around with their lives. They had never seen someone as crazy as Xianxia before. Half of the experts of the Desolate Family and Hua family had died. This had completely frightened the other 4 families. They didn't dare to be careless anymore. They immediately scattered and hid in the inner part of the spatial zone. However, it was useless to travel through the spatial zone at this moment unless they could get out of the ruins and return to their original world. Otherwise, even if they were in the inner part of the spatial zone, they would still be within the range of the heavenly tribulation. They wouldn't be able to avoid it even if they wanted to. 5 elemental sphere. Their speed was fast, but Xianxia's speed was even faster. He immediately casted out the 5 elemental sphere. Almost half of the experts from the 4 major families were covered by the 5-elemental sphere. Because these experts were running in different directions, it was basically impossible to kill all of them. Xianxia's 5-elemental sphere was extremely powerful. However, Xianxia also had a specific target. This time, all the 5th grade minor saints were enveloped by the sphere. At most, only 2 of them managed to escape. The 5-elemental sphere was Xianxia's personal sphere. So, he would be completely involved in the heavenly tribulation. In other words, once these experts entered the 5-elemental sphere, they would be punished by the heavenly tribulation. Arg, in the entire 5-elemental sphere, lightning flashed and flames soared to the sky. Miserable shrieks were heard everywhere. Some of them were covered in lightning fire and were burned to ashes in an instant. In less than a minute, all the experts who were enveloped by Xianxia's sphere had died tragically. None of them survived. Under the lightning, a blood-red ancient pagoda was hovering above Xianxia's head. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were cold and merciless. He was simply a peerless devil. He didn't even bat an eyelid when killing people. The entire spatial zone was in complete chaos. Spatial turbulence was shooting everywhere. Countless places were flickering with lightning. Everyone who was standing here felt an inexplicable sense of insecurity. They were all mighty great saints, high and mighty. It wasn't easy to kill a great saint, but at this moment, all of them felt that they might die at any time. Everyone, get close to the ancient people and the demon race. Someone shouted. The people of the 6 major families reacted. They didn't care whether the demon race and the ancient people were against them or not. One by one, they approached the 2 major families crazily. Even if they couldn't integrate into the 2 families, they couldn't stay too far away from them. Only now did they realize that Xianxia was on the same side as the ancient people and the demon race. He couldn't bear the heavenly tribulation to attack the ancient people and the demon race. Get lost, the elder of heavenly leopard shouted at the people who were approaching them. It seemed that he was ready to attack at any time. The demon race was a bloodthirsty race. They wouldn't care who their opponent was. Plus, they were now on the same side as Xianxia. Get lost? They wouldn't scram even if they were beaten to death. How could they possibly scram? As long as they scram, they would definitely die. They would rather be beaten to death by the demon race and ancient race. In fact, they might even start a huge war with these 2 races than to die under the heavens tribulation. Asterisk roar, hell, asterisk above the sky. At the peak of the lightning, the dragon and phoenix were finally infuriated. Xianxia raised his head and saw that the body of the dragon and phoenix had doubled in size. The spatial barrier here had begun to crumble. This was the collapse of the ancient battlefield. It seems like this place is going to collapse soon. The dragon phoenix major tribulation is about to reach its final stage. I will return to the eastern continent. The Zulong Tower will absorb the last lightning tribulation and the 3rd level will be fully condensed. Unfortunately, I won't be able to advance to the 2nd grade Great Saint after the Zulong Tower absorbs all the lightning tribulation. But it's not a big deal. Even if I can't advance to the 2nd grade Great Saint, I will still be at the peak of the 1st grade Great Saint. Plus, my foundation is strong and stable, it will be easy for me to advance to the 2nd grade Great Saint in the future. Xianxia looked at the dragon and phoenix tribulation that was about to come down from the sky and pondered. He looked at the remaining people of the 6 major clans and saw that they were too close to the ancient people and the demon clan, so he put away the idea of killing everyone. This was a divine tribulation. He could control the time of the divine tribulation, but he could not accurately control the location of the divine tribulation. If he was careless and engulfed the ancient people and the demon clan, it would be terrible. Kong Long, the dragons and phoenixes roared at the same time. This time, they dragged their true bodies and charged towards the ancestral dragon pagoda. When they collided with the ancestral dragon pagoda, they exploded. The destructive energy went completely berserk. Not even the ancestral dragon pagoda could absorb all the energy. Xianxia saw that the Zulong Tower was shaking violently. The 3rd level had been fully condensed. Kong Long, the divine tribulation vanished, but the rumbling sound became more intense. It was the sound of the spatial shattering. Under the raging dragon and phoenix major tribulation, the spatial zone finally couldn't withstand it anymore and shattered completely. Xianxia kept the Zulong Tower. The current him had 81,500 dragon marks in his body. He was only 500 dragon marks away from the second-grade Great Saint. With his current combat strength, killing a fourth-grade Great Saint would be a piece of cake. He could even fight against an ordinary fifth-grade Great Saint. The defensive power of the Zulong Tower was amazing. The 3 levels of the Zulong Tower could almost withstand the attack of a sixth-grade Great Saint. In other words, from now on, no one in the entire Pure Land could kill Xianxia. Everyone, leave this place quickly. The spatial zone is about to shatter. Someone shouted. If the spatial zone shattered, everything here would cease to exist. They had to leave this place before the spatial zone shattered. However, this was a very simple thing for great saints and minor saints who had complete control over the spatial force. They just needed to grab a crack in the spatial zone and rush out of it. No one dared to be negligent. Everyone began to frantically fly out of the spatial zone. Xianxia flew to De Huang Dog and Kong Yang's side and said, "Let's leave as well." "What about Ayan? He is still refining Gu Tianma and Xiaoyu. She hasn't appeared yet." De Huang Dog sounded worried. When the 4 of them came here together, there was no news of Yanxinyu. Han Yan was still refining Gu Tianma. "Don't worry. I have already sensed it. Only half of the spatial zone in the ancient battlefield has collapsed. The spatial zone where Ayan is in is still intact after being reinforced by Gu Tianma. As for Xiaoyu, even if the spatial zone is shattered, she can still rush out of it given her ability," Xianxia said. Han Yan was the safest. That small spatial zone was once refined by the 9th-grade Great Saint Gu Tianma. It was very strong. Refining a 9th-grade Great Saint Gu Tianma was a great fortune to Han Yan. Before the refinement was completed, they should try not to disturb him. As for Yanxinyu, she hadn't appeared yet. Xianxia guessed that she might have encountered some kind of great fortune. One should know that Yanxinyu was born with the 9 meridians, a powerful 9 body. She had also obtained the inheritance of the ice god. Such a figure was born with great luck. She would certainly obtain great benefits in this ancient battlefield. This was for sure. Therefore, Xianxia wasn't worried about their safety. The spatial zone shattered and the thunder disappeared. Everyone rushed out from the broken spatial zone. Thick smoke billowed under their feet. All of the experts were floating in the sky. Below them was a boundless desolate mountain range. This was the most remote place in the eastern continent. At this moment, everyone was automatically divided into 2 camps. The people of the 6 major families gathered together. Although almost half of their experts had been killed by Xianxia, there were still a lot of them. At least, their numbers were more than the combined forces of the ancient people and the demon race. However, the faces of the people of the 6 major families darkened. They had suffered a great loss in this trip to the ancient battlefield. Their hatred for Xianxia had reached a level higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. It was the ultimate hatred that couldn't be resolved. Xianxia stood in front of the camp of the ancient people and the demon race. It was as if he had become the backbone of the 2 families. He completely ignored the hateful gazes of the 6 major families and turned to the ancient people and the demon race. He turned his palms and 8 sunless Rond pill appeared on each of his palms. "Elder Gu, Elder Heavenly Leopard, you have helped me, Xianxia, a lot today. The hearted blaze has been completely refined by me and the magma has been absorbed. Xianxia has nothing to repay you with. These 8 sunless Rond pill will be your reward." Xianxia stretched his arms and handed the 8 sunless Rond pill to the 5th-grade Great Saints of the ancient people and the demon race. Kiss, many of them gasped. The eyes of the ancient people and the demon race fell upon Xianxia's hands. 8 sunless Rond pill. Wasn't this reward a little too precious? It was too generous. At this moment, everyone felt that it was worthwhile for them to help Xianxia. Although he was a devil god of slaughter, he was also a man who valued friendship and righteousness. He was cruel and overbearing to his enemies, but true to his friends. They all knew that Xianxia had refined a total of 29 sunless Rond pill. Now, he had taken out 16 of them. His heroic spirit was truly admirable. From this, it could be seen that Xianxia's heroic spirit had become stronger after refining the heart of Blaze. This? Xianxia, isn't this a little too precious? Elder Heavenly Leopard didn't dare to accept it. As a matter of fact, they only stopped the Shi family and Hua family. They didn't help Xianxia much. In the end, all the difficulties were solved by Xianxia himself. It was really embarrassing for them to take out such a precious reward. Haha. When did the demon race become so bashful? You demon race and the ancient people are my people. I have always been a straightforward person. If you don't want it, I will be eaten by De Huang like beans. Xianxia said and was about to throw the 9 sunless Ron pill to De Huang dog. Yes, yes. Upon seeing this, the Elder of Heavenly Leopard and the Elder of Ancient People didn't dare hesitate. They quickly snatched the pill from Xianxia's hand while glaring at De Huang dog who was wagging his tail. What kind of joke was this? This was the 9 sunless Ron pill. Letting this dog eat it like beans was simply a reckless waste of God's gift. Watching the ancient people and demon race receive so many 9 sunless Ron pill, the eyes of the other 6 families were filled with envy and jealousy. They wondered how many geniuses could be nurtured by these pills. Xianxia, you are insane. You have killed so many of our people. Don't even think about leaving alive today. A 5th grade great saint of the Shi family said to Xianxia fiercely. His words made the atmosphere tense again. Xianxia slowly turned around and stared at the elder of the Shi family coldly. He said in a flat tone, just with the likes of you? If I were you, I would run as far as I can. Humph. Xianxia, don't be arrogant. The experts of the 6 families are coming soon. You will die today. Someone harumphed coldly. As soon as his voice faded, a group of incomparably powerful experts appeared in the distance. There were at least a dozen of them. Each of them had an incomparably powerful chi. An ordinary 5th grade great saint couldn't compare to them. Not good. The patriarchs of the 8 major families are here. There are also other 6th grade great saints. They are here for you. The news has already reached the Pure Land. Haha. Xianxia, you are dead meat. Without the heavenly tribulation, you have lost your protective talisman. How can a puny 1st grade great saint fight a 6th grade great saint? That's right. You are a mad devil. Everyone has the right to punish you. Seeing the emergence of the experts of the 6 major families, the people of the 6 major families were excited. Thinking of their people who died tragically under the lightning tribulation, their hatred for Xianxia was indescribable. All of them gritted their teeth and their eyes turned red. If looks could kill, Xianxia wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 9 lives. Xianxia, run away quickly. The elder of the Heavenly Leopard family said. That's right, Xianxia. You might have a chance if you run away now. The elder of the ancient people also reminded him that if he didn't run away now, there would be no chance for him to escape. It's too late. Xianxia smiled, but there wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness on his face. He didn't plan to run away at all. If he wanted to, he could leave safely even if all the 6th grade great saints besieged him. However, after seeing the emergence of these 6th grade great saints, Xianxia suddenly came up with a new plan. Bow. Bow, more than a dozen 6th grade great saints appeared, hovering in the sky. After they appeared, their eyes fell upon their own camp. Their facial expression changed dramatically when they saw that almost half of their people had been killed. What's going on? The patriarch of the Desolate family, Desolate Yuntian, shouted. A 4th grade great saint elder of the Desolate family hastily flew to Desolate Yuntian's side and said bitterly, Patriarch, it's all because of that Xianxia. He snatched the heart of Blaze and advanced to the great saint realm. He used the heavenly tribulation to destroy half of the people of the 6 major families. What? Desolate Yuntian's anger burst out immediately. He had never been so furious before. The chi of a 6th grade great saint was fully unleashed. His cold eyes stared at the direction where Xianxia was. Patriarch, we've also lost half of our people, said the elder of the Hua clan. Hua Badian was even more furious. He wanted to tear Xianxia into pieces. At the same time, the patriarchs of the Bin clan, the Shur clan, the Narang clan, the Dan clan and the Great Elder who came with them were all furious. The number of their clansmen who came to the ancient battlefield was too great. To them, this was an unimaginable loss. Little bastard, I only regret not killing you in the spiritual space mountain back then. Xianxia's arms released caw-caw sounds. You've killed so many of my clansmen. Even if you grow wings, you won't be able to escape today. You must leave your life behind. Narang Changtian was also furious. It's a big mistake that we didn't kill him in the spiritual space mountain. The patriarch of the Dan clan, Dan Yangtian, was also grieved. Just like the other patriarchs, he felt that the biggest mistake they made was not killing Jiang Chen in the spiritual space mountain, which resulted in today's disaster. During this period of time, not only did they give Jiang Chen a chance to grow, but they also lost a lot of geniuses. Now, a large number of their clansmen were killed by the lightning tribulation. The culprit of all this was Jiang Chen. What reason did they have to let him go? Jiang Chen, our Bin clan has no grudge against you. Why did you do this? The patriarch of the Bin clan, Bing Long Tian, shouted at Jiang Chen. I'm afraid you have to ask your clansmen. They attacked me first. Could it be that only the Bin clan can kill me, but I can't kill them? Jiang Chen said indifferently. He had a lot of enemies anyway, so he didn't care about one more member of the Bin clan. Back then, these people in the spiritual space mountain didn't kill him. Now that he had fully grown, it was impossible for these people to kill him. Jiang Chen was now full of confidence. He didn't have the slightest bit of fear when facing these people. Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian didn't speak. They just stood on the left and right of Jiang Chen. Ancient people and the great sage of the demon clan had already told them everything that had happened before using divine thoughts. Even Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian were shocked by such earth-shattering events. It was a pity that they couldn't witness the Dragon Phoenix major tribulation and the refinement of 29 suns less Rond pill with their own eyes. Moreover, Jiang Chen had given them 8-9 suns less Rond pill. Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian also knew about it. They really felt that Jiang Chen was a good friend. More importantly, the reason why they decided to befriend Jiang Chen was because of Jiang Chen's potential and talent. However, they had never thought that Jiang Chen could grow to such a terrifying extent in such a short period of time. It had only been a short period of time, but he had already turned the entire Pure Land upside down. Jiang Chen, we will help you hold them off for a while. You need to buy some time to escape. Gu Xiantian secretly transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. That's right. The trouble you have caused today is too big. I'm afraid that our two families won't be able to protect you, but we can buy some time for you to escape. You must do it. Lang Xingtian's voice also reached Jiang Chen's ears. There was also a great elder of the ancient people and heavenly leopard king beside him. There were a total of 4 6th grade great saints, but there were 10 6th grade great saints from the other 6 families. No matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't be able to resist all of them. I'm afraid it's too late to escape now. Jiang Chen shook his head. He had no intention of escaping. Of course, he wasn't confident that he could kill a 6th grade great saint, but he had a new plan, a plan that he had to execute. The arrival of these 6th grade great saints gave him a good opportunity. Gu Xiantian, Lang Xingtian, are you two really going to protect Jiang Chen? We won't take a step back today. Desolate Yuntian said loudly to Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian. Of course. Gu Xiantian was incomparably domineering. If he retreated now, wouldn't it be a disgrace to his reputation? Besides, the ancient people didn't treat their friends like this. Cut the crap. In that case, let's fight. Anyway, we must kill this little bastard today. He must die. Huabatian was hot-tempered. He was ready for battle. All right. 4 of us will resist Gu Xiantian and the others. The rest of us will besiege Jiang Chen and kill this little bastard. Xianxia said and launched an attack at Jiang Chen. Everyone listen, retreat immediately. Jiang Chen, find a chance to escape. Gu Xiantian shouted at the people of the Gu family and demon race. This was a battle between 6th grade great saints. The aftermath of the battle was unbearable. If these people were caught in the shockwaves of the battle, no one knew how many of them would die. Voila, the ancient people and demon race had retreated completely from the battlefield. They couldn't get close to such a battlefield. There was a risk of losing their lives at any time. That was an unnecessary loss. Xianxia didn't retreat because he knew very well that his opponent's target was him. If he and the ancient people and demon race retreated together, it would bring a disaster to them. The experts of the 6 major families had completely sealed this part of the void. It seemed like they wouldn't give him a chance to escape. Xianxia revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He really didn't plan to escape. His plan was about to be implemented. Gu Xiantian blocked Shihaoyan. The 2 patriarchs were fighting. Huabadian had also rushed over and engaged in a fierce battle with Lang Xingtian. Heavenly Leopard King and the Great Elder of Ancient People were also fighting with the elders of the other 2 families. Desolate Yuntian and Narang Changtian locked their eyes on Xianxia. Their bodies were emitting strong murderous intent. Bang. Xianxia's body swayed and turned into his dragon form. The dragon wings on his back flapped and he fled frantically. Although he didn't plan to escape, he still had to pretend to be one. Humph. Trying to escape? It's too late. If we let a little beast like you escape today, where will we put our faces? Dan Yangtian harumphed coldly. The 6 of them vanished instantly. When they reappeared, they had already surrounded Xianxia. Little beast, where do you think you can run to? Desolate Yuntian sneered. What should we do now? Xianxia is besieged by 6 6th-grade great saints. There's no way he can escape. Unfortunately, we can't help him. Damn it. How could this happen? Xianxia is in real danger now. The opponents are too strong. All we can do is to watch. Now, we can only pray that Xianxia can create another miracle. The people of the Gu family and the demon race were incomparably worried. The siege of 6 6th-grade great saints would surely kill anyone. Xianxia had already lost the advantage of the heavenly tribulation. How could he fight a 6th-grade great saint? He couldn't even handle one of them, let alone 6 of them at the same time. Kong Yang, Leopard Wei, Kong Yu, and Gu Liufeng's faces were filled with worry. Facing such a scene, even De Huang Dog couldn't help but feel worried. Haha. This little beast is going to die soon. Let's see how arrogant he can still be. That's right. He has killed so many of our people. Even if he dies 10,000 times, it won't be enough. We must destroy his body and soul. Kill. Kill him. Compared to the worries of the ancient people and demon race, the other 6 families were incomparably excited. To them, the death of Xianxia was a matter of universal celebration. Completely trapped in the encirclement of the 6 experts, Xianxia had become a turtle in a jar. It seemed that there was no chance for him to escape. The dignified patriarchs of the 6 major families, 6th-grade great saints, are actually besieging a puny 1st-grade great saint like me? Aren't you ashamed? Xianxia said in a stern voice, but in the eyes of the 6 experts, Xianxia was obviously afraid of them. Little beast, aren't you very bold? It seems like you also have moments of fear. You have killed so many people and now, it's your turn. Desolate Yuntian said Lung Lung. Why are you wasting so much time talking to this little beast? Just kill him now. Energy was rolling in Narang Changtian's palm, ready to strike at any time. In my opinion, we can't let this little beast die too easily. We have to torture him to death bit by bit. Dan Yangtian said sinisterly. Haha. Just use whatever means you have. I, Xianxia, am not afraid of you. Alright, I will torture you first. I will extract your soul so that you will never be able to reincarnate. An elder of the Desolate clan released his chi and was about to attack Xianxia. Hold on. At this moment, Bing Long Tian stopped the elder of the Desolate clan. Bing Long Tian, what are you trying to do? Don't forget that half of the people of the Bin clan died in the hands of this little bastard. The elder of the Desolate clan looked at Bing Long Tian. This person must die. In my opinion, we should attack at the same time and directly destroy his body and soul. After all, we are all tycoons, and there are so many people watching. Killing a brat is, after all, beneath our dignity. If we torture him slowly to death, it will affect our reputation too much. Bing Longtian said. Xianxia must be killed, but he did not agree with torturing him slowly. Alright, he's right. Let's attack together and destroy his soul. Let's just kill him. Dan Yongtian nodded, thinking that what Bing Longtian said made sense. No matter how much Xianxia deserved to die, they were still big shots after all. They represented the pinnacle of the Pure Land and they cared about their reputation the most. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let Xianxia off back in the spiritual space mountain. Xianxia's eyes flashed. Everything was within his expectations. He knew that these people cared about their reputation, but they couldn't let him off today. Therefore, they would attack and kill him. This was exactly what Xianxia needed. Little bastard, you're lucky today. The elder of the Desolate clan said while gritting his teeth. Come on. You bunch of old guys ganging up on me, a junior. I will definitely leave you guys with a good reputation. Xianxia looked like he was not afraid of death. Cut the crap. Kill him. Desolate Yuntian bellowed and unleashed all of his chi. At the same time, the other 5 experts also unleashed their own powerful attacks. For a moment, the entire void was submerged by violent energy, turning into a chaotic battlefield. Xianxia was completely submerged in it. No one could see his figure from the outside, and no one could feel his chi. The 6 experts attacked with all their might. No matter how strong a monster was, he would die on the spot. Not even a piece of him would be left. Haha, come on. After 18 years, I, Xianxia, will be a hero again. Xianxia's voice came from the center of the energy, startling everyone. Xianxia. Gu Xiantian screamed and tried to get rid of Shi Haoyan to help. However, he was trapped by Shi Haoyan. Gu Xiantian, your opponent is me. Even if you go, don't even think about saving that kid's life today. Shi Haoyan sneered. He and Gu Xiantian were equally famous figures, one of the 8 magnates. Shi Haoyan had no confidence in defeating Gu Xiantian, but keeping Gu Xiantian occupied was not a problem. Lang Xingtian and the others were also entangled by their opponents. They had no time to save Xianxia. Haha, Xianxia is dead for sure. The people from the 6 major clans laughed. Damn it, Totem God Seal, give me strength. Da Huang Dog went berserk. He could not watch Xianxia die just like that. At this moment, looking at the powerful energy released by the 6 experts, Da Huang Dog did not know if Xianxia had the ability to escape. However, he would not bet on it. Even if he had to die a horrible death, he would save Xianxia from the center of the energy. Asterisk roar, asterisk with an earth-shattering roar, Da Huang Dog's body began to change. His body instantly doubled in size. The dragon horn on his head shone brightly, and the totem god seal floated above his head. At this moment, Da Huang Dog went berserk. Da Huang, don't! Kong Yang cried out in alarm. The people of the monster race were all alarmed. They could see what Da Huang Dog was doing. He was going to burn his divine beast bloodline to stimulate the totem god seal and obtain a powerful force to save Xianxia. However, this method was too harmful to Da Huang Dog. He might lose his divine beast bloodline and the totem god seal. Da Huang, don't do it. Don't mess up my plan. At this moment, Xianxia's voice suddenly reached Da Huang Dog's ears. Hearing the word plan, Da Huang Dog, who was about to burn his bloodline, hastily stopped. The aura on his body receded like the tide, and the totem god seal once again entered his body. His body, which had doubled in size, instantly returned to its original appearance. This scene stunned the people of the monster race. They had no idea what this damn dog was going to do. Just a moment ago, he looked like he was going to fight at all costs, but in the next moment, he completely stopped, causing the people of the monster race to worry for nothing. For God's sake, this master dog was almost consigned to eternal damnation. This bastard, I'll bite his ass when I get back. Da Huang Dog said indignantly, but the worry on his face had vanished completely. It seemed like all of this was part of Xianxia's plan. He was still feeling gloomy at first. Since when did Xianxia become so easy to bully? It wasn't his style to stand there and let the 6 great experts attack him. Now, he completely understood what Xianxia was up to. But one thing was certain, Xianxia had a way to protect himself. Even if the 6 great experts attacked him at the same time, they wouldn't be able to kill him. As a matter of fact, Xianxia wasn't that easy to kill. Kong long, under the gaze of innumerable people, the spatial zone exploded completely. A huge hole was blasted in the sky. It was dark and scary. Countless of gloomy airflow drifted out from it. The combined attack of 6th-grade great saints was enough to destroy the heaven and earth. Even the sky had been smashed. It was imaginable what would happen to Xianxia, who was at the center of the attack. He was afraid that not even his dregs would be left. Thick smoke billowed and raging fire rose. The entire area was covered by thick smoke. Everyone held their breath and stared at the area without blinking, waiting for the result. Desolate Yuntian waved his hand and struck out a stream of airflow, dispersing all the thick smoke. The place where Xianxia was just now was empty. Except for the broken void, nothing was left. Is he dead? He must be dead. The attack just now was so powerful that even the sky was smashed. It's impossible for Xianxia to still be alive. Haha. He's dead. Not even his dregs are left. This crazy bastard has finally gotten his retribution. Upon seeing the scene, the experts of the 6 major families were excited. It was a very delightful thing for them to witness the death of Xianxia. Damn it. Sigh, the heavens are jealous of the talented. It's such a pity for a genius like Brother Jiang. If he didn't die, his future would surely be limitless. The heavens are helpless. We, the ancient people and the beast race, can't save him in the end. The ancient people and the members of the beast race wore pained expressions. Xianxia's death was undoubtedly one less peerless genius. They were sad and angry, but it did not change the fact that they had tried their best. Desolate Yuntian and the other 5 sealed the void. Their divine sense swept through the spatial zone again and again, but they couldn't find any trace of Xianxia. Finally, they came to a conclusion: Xianxia was dead. He died under the full force strike just now. Is he dead? Danyang Tian was still unconvinced. He's dead for sure. It's impossible for him to run away from us. We didn't find any trace of him. The attack was enough to kill him. Desolate Yuntian said confidently. It's too easy for him to die just like that. Lung Lung, the elder of the Desolate clan, said. Alright, from today onward, Xianxia will no longer exist in this world. We've suffered a great loss this time. We'll need some time to recuperate after we return. Bing Long Tian let out a sigh. The Bin tribe should not have been involved in the conflict. Even though they had killed Xianxia in the end and gotten rid of their greatest threat, the Bin tribe had suffered a great loss. You bunch of old men teaming up to kill a junior, how shameless of you. Gu Xiantian gritted his teeth and said. He felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife at the thought of Xianxia's death. Putting aside the fact that Xianxia was Wu Ningzhu's husband, he didn't know how to explain it to Wu Ningzhu when he returned. Moreover, he and Xianxia had developed a mutual appreciation for each other. Now that Xianxia was dead, how could he not be heartbroken? Unfortunately, no matter how heartbroken he was, he couldn't change the fact that Xianxia had been killed. Lang Xingtian also looked sorrowful. He hadn't known Xianxia for a long time. Xianxia wasn't even a member of the demon tribe. However, after such a long time of contact, he had long treated Xianxia as a friend. However, the ancient people and the demon tribe had tried their best today. There was nothing they could do to change the situation. Humph. Gu Xiantian, Xianxia should have died long ago. It's impossible for your 2 tribes to protect him. From today onward, Xianxia will no longer exist. Desolate Yuntian snorted coldly and left with the people of the Desolate clan. Subsequently, the other 5 clans also left with their clansmen. They had suffered a great loss this time and had to go back to recuperate. Since Xianxia was dead, there was no need for them to continue fighting with the ancient people and the demon tribe. During this period of time, because of Xianxia, the 6 major clans had suffered a great loss. However, the ancient people and the demon tribe had become stronger and stronger. The people of the 6 major clans left, leaving behind the ancient people and the demon tribe who were sad. Whether it was their superiors or their subordinates, they had already regarded Xianxia as one of their own. Especially Gu Lufeng and Kong Yang, Xianxia had saved their lives. Now, they could only watch helplessly as Xianxia died tragically. That kind of sorrow was as if they had lost a family member. Ancient people took one last look at the place where Xianxia was killed. They sighed and left with sad faces. They wanted to bury Xianxia, but unfortunately, Xianxia's body was nowhere to be found. Since everything was over, the demon race was going to return to the spiritual space mountain. Lang Xingtian looked at De Huang Dog and said, "De Huang, do you want to go back with us?" "No, I'm going to the Martial Saint Dynasty," De Huang Dog said, trying his best to look sad. He knew that Xianxia wasn't dead, but he didn't know what Xianxia's plan was. Therefore, he didn't reveal this secret to the people of the demon race. If he ruined Xianxia's plan, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. "Alright, tell Xianxia's family not to be too sad. We've tried our best." Sigh. Lang Xingtian let out a heavy sigh and left with the people of the demon race. Kong Yan didn't leave. "Why aren't you leaving?" De Huang Dog asked. "I'm going to visit Xianxia's family with you. Jiangchen saved my life, so his family is my family. Now that brother Jiang is dead, I'll help take care of his family," Kong Yang said with a righteous expression. "You're quite a good boy. Come with me." De Huang Dog looked around and flew in a certain direction. Kong Yang followed behind De Huang Dog. Both of them were extremely fast, and soon, they disappeared without a trace. "De Huang, this doesn't seem to be the direction to the Martial Saint Dynasty." After flying for a while, Kong Yang realized that De Huang Dog wasn't heading to the Martial Saint Dynasty. He was confused. "Don't worry about going to the Martial Saint Dynasty. I'll bring you to meet someone." De Huang Dog grinned at Kong Yang. "Meet who?" Kong Yang asked. Looking at De Huang Dog's smiling face, he really wanted to go up and slap the dog's face. This heartless big fellow, how could he still smile when his best brother was dead? "You'll know when we get there." De Huang Dog ignored Kong Yang's gaze and continued to fly forward. Kong Yang followed De Huang Dog. He didn't know who the dog wanted him to meet, but he was sure that De Huang Dog wouldn't harm him. Soon, under De Huang Dog's lead, they came to a barren land. The void in front of them was very calm, but with De Huang Dog's eyesight, he still saw a trace of ripples. He poked his head out and directly tore the ripples apart. It turned out to be an independent space. Kong Yang was puzzled, but he followed De Huang Dog inside. It was obvious that this space had just been built. It was only the size of a house. Compared to an independent space, this size was pitifully small. At this moment, a young man in white was sitting in this space. His face was a little pale. When Kong Yang saw this white-clothed young man, his expression changed instantly. His eyes widened as if he was looking at the most unbelievable existence in the world. "Jiang. Jiangchen." Kong Yang stuttered. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes to make sure that he was not mistaken. If this white-clothed young man wasn't Jiangchen, who else could it be? "Brother Kong." Jiangchen grinned at Kong Yu. This small spatial zone was created by him. Just now, he had used the spatial shift and flaming wings to escape the attacks of the 6 of them, but he had still suffered a certain degree of damage from the attacks. He needed a quiet environment to recover. As for this small space, he had secretly told the location to De Huang. Therefore, De Huang could find it accurately. As for the others, Jiangchen wasn't worried at all. The experts of the 8 families of the Pure Land had all left. In the eastern continent, who could find the small space created by Jiangchen? Therefore, he was absolutely safe here. What's going on? Weren't your body and soul destroyed by the 6 experts? Kong Yang was so confused that he couldn't believe what he saw. However, there was one thing he could be sure of. Jiangchen was not dead. He glanced at De Huang Dog. No wonder this dog was so heartless and not sad at all. It turned out that he knew that Jiangchen was not dead. At this moment, Kong Yang suddenly thought of De Huang Dog's action when the 6 experts attacked Jiangchen. This dog was about to burn his bloodline to save Xianxia, but he suddenly retracted his aura. This behavior was extremely abnormal. It seemed that De Huang dog knew that Xianxia could escape at that time. They want to kill me? They are too naive. Although I managed to escape, I've also suffered some injuries. I need time to recover. Xianxia smiled. You bastard. You made Master Dog worry for nothing. I almost burned my bloodline to save you. De Huang dog bared his teeth at Xianxia. Go to hell. You almost ruined my plan. Xianxia glared at De Huang dog. However, he couldn't hide the gratitude in his eyes. De Huang dog didn't hesitate to burn his bloodline to save him at the critical moment. Xianxia couldn't help but be touched by this kind of friendship. What's the situation outside? Asked Xianxia. Everyone thought that you were dead. It was the same for the Gu race and the Yao race. Now, all the members of the 8 great clans have returned. This time, you killed a lot of people from the Desolate clan and the Hu clan, causing them to suffer heavy losses. After returning, I'm afraid they will need a period of time to recuperate. However, your death has also caused a great impact on the emotions of the Gu race and the Yao race. Kong Yang explained the situation outside to Xianxia. Very good. Xianxia nodded with a smile. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted everyone to think that he was dead so that he could carry out his plan. Tell me quickly. What's your plan? Asked De Huang dog impatiently. My next target is Saint Origin Palace. I once promised someone to do something in Saint Origin Palace. This time I've created an opportunity. Now, everyone thinks that I'm dead. Even if I enter Saint Origin Palace, no one will know that I'm dead. If I don't die, the 6 major families will endlessly deal with me. Now, I have nothing to worry about. Said Xianxia. He had already advanced to the Great Saint Realm. Pure Land was no longer a challenge to him. Saint Origin Palace was different. There were many experts and geniuses there. Plus, he had promised Great Master Ran Feng that he would go to Saint Origin Palace to inquire about Ancestor Green Lotus. But there are also some geniuses in Saint Origin Palace who know you. How are you going to get there? Asked Kong Yang. I have my own way. Xianxia smiled. His plan had just begun. This move of yours is really amazing. I really want to know what kind of expression the people of the 6 major families will have when they know that you are still alive. Kong Yang chuckled. He really couldn't imagine what kind of expression the 6 major families would have if they knew that Xianxia was still alive. One had to say that this move of Xianxia was really brilliant. He was now a first-grade great saint. If he really wanted to go against the 6 major families, he wouldn't be able to inflict heavy damage to them. The 6th-grade great saint experts of the 6 major families would search for Xianxia everywhere. From then on, there would be no place for Xianxia in Pure Land. He could only live a life of fleeing. If the 6 major families were infuriated, they might even implicate Xianxia's family. But now, everyone thought that Xianxia was dead. The 6 major families would treat Xianxia as a thing of the past and never mention Xianxia again. Xianxia would have plenty of time to cultivate. That was why Kong Yang thought that Xianxia's move was brilliant. They will know sooner or later. Xianxia squinted his eyes. The enmity between him and the 6 major families was far from over. Whether it was the 6 major families of Pure Land or the 6 major palaces of Saint Origin Palace, the enmity had just begun. Not only would the Pure Land be in chaos, but Saint Origin Palace would also be in chaos because of his existence. The entire Saint Origin world would be in turmoil soon. Gia*********, I have already guessed your plan, kid. De Huang dog smiled evilly. He knew Xianxia too well. He could roughly guess what Xianxia was going to do next and how he was going to do it. Alright, the 2 of you guard me. I need to recover my injuries as soon as possible. Said Xianxia. Then, he circulated the dragon transformation skill and would element to heal his injuries rapidly. However, the injuries this time were more serious. It wouldn't be easy for him to recover. He was afraid that he would need at least 3 hours to fully recover. During this period of time, the news of Xianxia's death began to spread like wildfire. The first place the news reached was the Martial Saint dynasty. Since this had happened in the Eastern continent, as the ruler of the Eastern continent, the Martial Saint dynasty was naturally the first to receive the news. Xianxia's death had caused the entire Martial Saint dynasty to be grieved. The god in the hearts of countless people had fallen. That kind of blow was unimaginable. In the Martial Saint main hall, all the higher-ups of Martial Saint dynasty had gathered together. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Xianxia was muddle-headed. He kept muttering Xianxia's name like a fool. All of his hopes and the most important part of his life had left him just like that. That kind of pain wasn't something that outsiders could understand. Peacock King and Lion Yan had also appeared in the main hall. These two great saints of the demon race had already advanced to the 5th grade great saint. What they didn't expect was that the first thing they heard when they came out of seclusion was the news of Xianxia's death. The excitement that they felt after advancing to the next realm was swept away in an instant. Their hearts were shrouded by a layer of haze. Heavy emotions filled the entire main hall. There was anger, sadness, and despair, but no one said anything because they knew that it was useless to say anything. Xianxia's enemy was too powerful. They would never have the chance to avenge Xianxia in this lifetime. Martial Saint dynasty could rule the entire Eastern continent, but the gap between them and the 8 families of the Pure Land was unimaginable. Any random expert of the enemy could annihilate the entire Martial Saint dynasty 100 times. How could they fight against them? Actually, being a profligate disciple in Fragrant Sky City wasn't bad. Bang suddenly, a hole exploded in the void and 3 silhouettes walked out of it. They were Jiang De Huang Dog and Kong Yang. The current Jiang had fully recovered and returned to his peak state. Jiang could be said to be the biggest winner and also the biggest winner in the opening of the ancient battlefield. The Heart of Blaze and the Zulong Tower had given him 2 more trump cards. The only regret was that he didn't discover any other functions of the Zulong Tower other than defense. Especially in terms of offensive power, it was estimated that the Zulong Tower had no other functions other than being used as a weapon to smash. Of course, how could a powerful true dragon treasure not have any offensive ability? Jiangchen speculated that it was probably because he was still too weak to control the Zulong Tower to attack and unleash the full power of the Zulong Tower. Besides, the Zulong Tower had a total of 99 floors. He had only reached the 3rd floor, which meant that he hadn't reached the level where he could unleash the full power of the tower. Even so, the Zulong Tower was still a defensive divine weapon. At least, if Jiangchen wanted to defend against it, the combined attack of the 6 6th grade great saints wouldn't be able to destroy the Zulong Tower. Where are we going now? De Huang Dog looked at Jiangchen. Let's go home first. The news of my death must have spread to Martial Saint dynasty. I'm afraid that my father can't bear such a huge blow. I have to let him know that I'm still alive. Jiangchen looked in the direction of Martial Saint dynasty. The most important thing right now was to go home and tell Xianxia that he was still alive. He knew Xianxia too well. This father of his had placed all his thoughts and expectations on him. Jiangchen was Xianxia's entire world. If he died, he couldn't imagine how Xianxia was going to survive. Without any hesitation, Jiangchen and the others flew towards the direction of the Martial Saint dynasty. With their speed, it would only take them a few breaths to reach the Martial Saint dynasty. He didn't want to disturb anyone and went straight to the Martial Saint main palace. He was going to carry out a big plan. Therefore, the news that he was still alive should only be known to the higher-ups of the Martial Saint dynasty. In the Martial Saint palace, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Needless to say, Xianxia had a lonely expression on his face as he kept muttering Jiangchen's name. Peacock King and Lion Yan were sitting there like 2 gods, not saying a word. Yan Zhanyun, Wu Jiao, Guoshan, Yu Zihan, Daoist Black, and all the higher-ups of Martial Saint dynasty had an extremely ugly expression on their faces. Jiangchen's death was a huge blow to them. In their hearts, not only was Jiangchen the god of Martial Saint dynasty, he was also their family, friend, and brother. Right at this moment, the air in the palace suddenly trembled. Who is it? Peacock King and Lion Yan shouted out at the same time. Others might not be able to sense the slight tremble in the air, but they could. Since Jiangchen had just died in battle, they would be the first to stop anyone who wanted to attack martial Saint dynasty. Xianxia had given them the sacred heavenly demonic skill, which was a great favor to them. Now that Xianxia had died in battle, they had to ensure the safety of martial Saint dynasty and ensure that Xianxia's family would not be harmed. 3 figures appeared in the palace. The one in the lead was dressed in snow-white clothes, looking elegant and elegant. Every single move he made was filled with a domineering and heroic aura. Who else could it be if not Xianxia? Peacock King, Lion Clan Chief, don't worry. Xianxia chuckled. Xianxia. Both of them exclaimed at the same time. Their expressions were exactly the same as Kan Yang's, as if they were wondering if there was something wrong with their eyes. That's right, it's me. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. Being able to see Peacock King and Lion Yan here made Xianxia very happy. It meant that he had a good eye for people. As the saying goes, the tea cools when the person is gone. He was already dead, but the Peacock King and Lion Yan were still here to protect his family. This touched Xianxia's heart. Chen. Xianxia, who was half dead, suddenly stood up from his seat when he saw Xianxia. With a single step, he arrived in front of Xianxia. His mood was indescribable. Not only Xianxia, but everyone else was also shocked. Their eyes were wide open. Didn't Xianxia die in battle? How come he was still alive? What was going on? Dad, I've made you worry. It's all my fault. Xianxia reached out his hand and wiped away the tears from the corners of Xianxia's eyes. He felt extremely guilty. Ever since he left Fragrant Sky City, he hadn't spent much time with his father, but he knew that no matter where he went, no matter how high he flew, he would always be the biggest concern of this middle-aged man. This was the love of a father, the irreplaceable love of a father. Brother, you are not dead. Wu Jiao ran over and patted Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia, what's going on? Weren't you killed by the joint attack of the 6th grade experts? Peacock King was still very puzzled, so was Lion Yan. When they heard that Xianxia was attacked by 6 6th grade great saints, they basically believed that Xianxia was dead for sure. Even if Xianxia had broken through to the great saint realm, he wouldn't be a match for the joint attack of 6 6th grade great saints. Therefore, they didn't doubt the authenticity of the news. Do you think that I, Xianxia, can be killed so easily? Xianxia shrugged. Dad, this is all Brother Zhang's plan. He wasn't killed, but escaped using a powerful technique. The 6th grade experts didn't notice it at all, so they thought that Brother Zhang has been killed. Kong Yang said with a smile. Asterisk kiss, asterisk upon hearing this, Peacock King and Lion Yan sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. A 1st grade great saint was able to escape from the joint attack of 6 6th grade great saints without alerting any of them. They were afraid that Xianxia was the only one who could do such a heaven-defying technique. Perhaps, this wasn't enough to describe it as heaven-defying. Dad, father-in-law, Brother Jiao, I didn't die in the battle. I, Xianxia, am not that easy to kill. I didn't want you to worry about me, so I came back as soon as I recovered from my injuries. However, I will be leaving soon. The reason why I pretended to be dead is to carry out another plan. Don't tell anyone that I'm still alive, not even in Martial Saint Dynasty. Xianxia said solemnly. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Xianxia laughed out loud. I knew it, my son wouldn't die so easily. Xianxia regained his vigor and enthusiasm, completely different from his half-dead appearance just now. Xianxia, what is your plan? Peacock King asked curiously. I'm going to change my identity and go to Saint Origin Palace. Xianxia told him his purpose. Go to Saint Origin Palace? Lion Yan was stunned. That's right. I have already advanced to the Great Saint Realm. Pure Land is no longer a challenge to me. Given my ability, it's not difficult to change my appearance. Plus, everyone thinks that I'm dead now, so I only need to change my appearance. No one will care about it. Xianxia said. One should know that it was easy to change one's appearance, but it was hard to change one's qi. However, the current situation of Xianxia was different. In many people's eyes, he had died in the battle. Both his body and soul were destroyed. That was why he didn't need to deliberately hide himself. no one would suspect him. Plus, none of the peerless experts in St. Origin Palace had seen him before. It turns out that you are planning to go to St. Origin Palace. But this is for the best. Given your ability, I believe that you will turn St. Origin Palace upside down in the future. This is exactly what we want to see. Peacock King nodded. It would be great if Xianxia could go to St. Origin Palace. A figure like Xianxia wouldn't be able to stay calm no matter where he went. St. Origin Palace was the real ruler of St. Origin World. St. Origin Palace would certainly dominate the chaos in the future. Desolate family was getting stronger and stronger, which wasn't a good thing for the demon race and the ancient people. If Xianxia could muddy the water, it would be extremely beneficial for both the ancient people and the demon race. Xianxia, do you have any specific plan? Lion Yan asked. The 8 major families should have the right to send people to St. Origin Palace at any time. I will enter St. Origin Palace with the identity of an ancient people. When you return to Demon Race, you can tell the patriarchs about my trip to St. Origin Palace, but don't spread it too widely. Once the people of the 6 major families know that I'm still alive, all the plans will be in vain. Xianxia arranged them in a very serious manner. That's for sure. Peacock King and Lion Yan nodded at the same time. They understood that Xianxia deliberately pretended to be dead in order to deceive the people of the 6 major families. If the news that he wasn't dead was spread out, all their efforts would be in vain. They were very clear about the stakes involved. There's no time to lose. Let's return to Pure Land now. Xianxia said and immediately bid farewell to Xianxia and the others. Chen be careful. Xianxia reminded Xianxia. Although he didn't know what kind of place St. Origin Palace was, he could guess that it was a major power that was above Pure Land. Even Xianxia couldn't afford to offend it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pretended to be dead. Don't worry, Dad. I know what I'm doing. Don't you worry about your son's ability? Xianxia put his hand on Xianxia's shoulder, looking like a playboy in fragrant Sky City. Haha. Of course, I'm not worried. Xianxia burst into laughter. He was in a good mood and his spirit was boosted. After that, Xianxia, Peacock King and the others left the martial Saint dynasty. However, Xianxia didn't leave immediately. Instead, he summoned the evil devil and the earth devil beast. Master. The 2 great devils saluted Xianxia. From now on, you 2 don't need to follow me. Stay here and protect Martial Saint Dynasty in secret. If anything happens here, you 2 will die. Yes, Master. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil didn't dare to be negligent. They wouldn't be stubborn no matter what Xianxia asked them to do. Subsequently, the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil disappeared. He asked them to hide in the dark so that they wouldn't put too much pressure on the people of Martial Saint Dynasty. After all, they weren't just great saint experts, they were also powerful devils. Once they appeared, the impact would be too great. The Martial Saint Dynasty was Xianxia's home, and it was the place that he cared about the most. He didn't want the Martial Saint Dynasty to become a powerful superpower, and he didn't want the Martial Saint Dynasty to be able to enter the Divine Continent or the Pure Land. He just wanted the Martial Saint Dynasty to be safe. Xianxia, now that the 6 major families think that you have died in battle, this chapter has been turned over. The Dark Shadow Organization has also been wiped out. Even if there are some survivors, it's nothing to worry about. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil are enough to deal with them. At present, Martial Saint Dynasty is absolutely safe. You don't have to worry about it at all. Are you going to head straight to the ancient people? Asked Peacock King. That's right. I'm going to enter St. Origin Palace through the ancient people. We'll part ways from here. If we go together, I'm afraid that it will attract the attention of outsiders. Peacock King, after you return, you just need to tell the news to a few reliable higher-ups of Demon Race that I'm still alive. Remember to keep it a secret, said Xianxia solemnly. If the news of him faking his death was leaked, all his plans would be ruined. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Peacock King patted Xianxia's shoulder. Demon Race and Xianxia were on the same boat. In other words, the future of Demon Race depended on Xianxia to change it. Kid, you want to go to St. Origin Palace through the ancient people? Where will Master Dog go? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen. Naturally, you'll follow me to Saint Origin Palace. You will follow Peacock King back to Demon Race and let them send you and Kong Yang to Saint Origin Palace. At that time, we'll have some fun there. Of course, you have to pretend that you don't know me. Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head and said. Jiang Chen is right. As long as the geniuses of the 8 major families advance to the Great Saint Realm, they will immediately be sent to Saint Origin Palace for cultivation. Apart from that, Saint Origin Palace will also select some talented geniuses and accept them directly. Those who don't want to return to Saint Origin Palace will be part of Saint Origin Palace. Due to the influence of the cultivation environment in Saint Origin Palace, the geniuses born there are also peerless geniuses. You all have to be careful at that time. After all, Saint Origin Palace is incomparable to Pure Land. Now that De Huang and Yang Heir have advanced to the Great Saint Realm, they are also qualified to be sent to Saint Origin Palace for cultivation. Peacock King said. Kaka, good. I really want to have a look at the legendary Saint Origin Palace. De Huang Dog was very excited. Kong Yang was the same. It was an incomparably glorious thing to be able to enter Saint Origin Palace for cultivation. It was an existence that countless geniuses yearned for the most. Everyone knew that Saint Origin Palace was jointly built by the supreme experts of the 8 major families. It was said that it could directly communicate with the immortal world and receive a trace of immortal chi from the immortal world. The entire spatial zone where Saint Origin Palace was located was filled with heaven and earth yuan chi that was many times denser than the outside world. It was absolutely a treasure land for cultivation. Of course, there were also countless geniuses and experts in such a place. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog could do whatever they wanted in Pure Land, but they had to behave themselves in Saint Origin Palace. After that, Jiang Chen and Peacock King flew towards Pure Land from 2 different directions. In order not to attract attention, Jiang Chen separated from De Huang Dog. As a matter of fact, the one he should separate the most was De Huang Dog. From the beginning until now, De Huang Dog had become the symbol of Jiang Chen. Wherever De Huang Dog was, Jiang Chen would be there. Now, it was necessary for Jiang Chen to pretend to be dead in battle and separate from De Huang Dog. At this moment, the news had already spread across Pure Land. Almost everyone knew that Jiang Chen had died in battle. Every district, every street and every alley was talking about that battle and Jiang Chen's name. Even if a peerless figure had fallen, he was destined to leave behind an endless legend. He would be talked about and admired for a long time. The illustrious Jiang Chen has finally died in battle. What a pity. If Jiang Chen didn't die, he would certainly become a pinnacle figure in the future. Yeah, I heard that he triggered the Dragon Phoenix Tribulation and was able to refine the legendary 9 Suns less Rond pill under the Tribulation. It's simply heaven-defying. It's a pity that he offended the 6 major clans and ended up dying tragically. That's for sure. The 6 major clans have decided to kill him. I heard that all the patriarchs have personally taken action. Although it's a bit shameless, it also shows that Jiang Chen is too strong. He has already made the 6 major clans feel afraid. It's conceivable that if such an evildoer is allowed to continue to grow, he will definitely become a big problem for the 6 major clans in the future. He will bring unimaginable losses to the 6 major clans. It's a pity that such a figure died, but the existence of Jiang Chen is destined to leave a deep mark in the history of Pure Land. Shirhan, who ranked 2nd on the Heaven list, and Xiao Yuan, who ranked 1st on the Heaven list, both died in his hands. I heard that he also killed half of the great sage masters of the 6 major clans during the tribulation. This is an earth-shattering event. Even if he died, it's worth it. The 6 major clans have suffered heavy losses. I'm afraid they need some time to recuperate. Everyone was discussing. Although in many people's hearts, Jiang Chen's death was inevitable. After all, the people Jiang Chen offended were too terrifying. It was difficult for him not to die. However, this did not prevent countless people from worshipping and feeling sorry for him. No matter when, the fall of a peerless figure would become a glorious period of history. Ancient people. No, little Chenzi won't die. I don't believe it. In the condensing mist world, Wu Ningzhu was incomparably emotional when she heard the news of Jiang Chen's death. All along, Wu Ningzhu had a cold and tough character. Back in the southern continent, she was famous for being a cold and elegant saintess. She had never been so emotional for so many years. In Wu Ningzhu's heart, Jiang Chen had long become an inseparable part of her. All along, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent existence. From the eastern continent to the southern continent, Jiang Chen had killed countless powerful enemies. All of them became the stepping stones on his path of growth. He had long become a creator of miracles and an immortal legend. But now, the news that Jiang Chen had died in a battle. He was killed by 6 sixth-grade great saints at the same time. How could Wu Ningzhu bear such a heavy blow? Ning Er. Gulan felt incomparably distressed. When she thought of Jiang Chen, the handsome young man in snow-white robe, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She knew that it was all because of Jiang Chen that Wu Ningzhu could find her and reunite her family. It was all because of Jiang Chen that Wu Ningzhu could successfully find her and reunite her family. Now, her daughter had just gotten engaged to Jiang Chen and died in a battle. It was hard to imagine how Wu Ningzhu was feeling right now. Ai. Back when young Master Jiang was in the Dancing Sun City, he had helped us defend against the foreign enemies and saved countless people in our city. Now, he has reunited our family. I, Wu Tianyang, will never be able to repay this kindness in my life. I didn't expect that I would die before I could even meet young Master Jiang. Wu Tianyang, a man of iron blood, couldn't help but feel sad at this moment. The kindness that Jiang Chen had done for their family was too heavy. There was a saying that kindness was as heavy as a mountain, but the kindness that Jiang Chen had done for them was countless times heavier than a mountain. Ning Er, I'm sorry for your loss. Uncle has tried his best. Gu Shantian sighed. He had expected that Wu Ningzhu would be in extreme pain, but this news couldn't be kept a secret. He would have to tell Wu Ningzhu sooner or later. No, little Chenzi won't die. Wu Ningzhu kept shaking her head in agitation. She couldn't accept the news of Jiang Chen's death. Gulan hugged Wu Ningzhu's shoulder distressingly. Although she wasn't present at the scene, she could imagine how Jiang Chen, a junior who had just advanced to the Great Saint realm, could survive the joint attack of 6 sixth-grade great saints. This was simply impossible. The 6 major families wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Even if Gu Shantian and Lang Xingtian had great means, they wouldn't be able to protect Jiang Chen. After all, it was the joint attack of the 6 major families. Sister Ning, I feel relieved to see you crying so sadly. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the void. That familiar voice caused Wu Ningzhu to freeze. Everyone looked in the same direction and saw a ripple in the void. A white-robed young man walked out like a ghost with a radiant smile on his face. He looked at Wu Ningzhu with a calm and unruffled expression. Little Chenzi. Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen again, Wu Ningzhu's face stiffened. Gu Shantian exclaimed. He had seen Jiang Chen die tragically under the joint attack of the 6 great experts. He was sure that there was nothing left of him, but the person in front of him was undoubtedly Jiang Chen. Judging from his qi, there was no change at all. What was going on? Patriarch, father-in-law, mother-in-law, I'm not used to your expressions. Congratulations on the reunion of father-in-law's family. Jiang Chen strode to the 4 of them and cupped his fists at Wu Tianyang. Wu Ningzhu threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms and smiled through her tears. I knew it. You bastard won't die so easily. Jiang Chen, what's going on? I'm sorry to have worried the patriarch. It won't be that easy for them to kill me. After refining the heart of blaze, I have obtained a pair of flaming wings. This pair of flaming wings combined with my body technique allows me to travel through the void silently. Let alone 6 sixth-grade great saints, even if there are 60 sixth-grade great saints besieging me, I will still be able to leave quietly. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't have anything to hide from these people. Good boy. It seems like you are the biggest winner in this ancient battlefield. Not only did you make the 6 major families suffer a great loss, but you also obtained such a great treasure. Gu Shantian was overjoyed. The death of Jiang Chen made him feel incomparably uncomfortable. It turned out that Jiang Chen wasn't dead, but had escaped safely. This made him very happy. He had no doubt about Jiang Chen's escape technique. One should know that he didn't notice Jiang Chen's appearance just now, This was enough to show how terrifying Xianxia was. It really made people speechless that a first-grade great saint had such a heaven-defying ability. However, Xianxia had created a lot of miracles. This time, it was an eye-opener for Gu Xiantian. If I didn't die, the 6 major families would never let me go. With my current strength, I won't be able to deal with the bombardment of the 6 major families. It will also involve the ancient people and the demon race, causing chaos in the Pure Land. Now that I'm dead, it will save them a lot of trouble. When I confront the 6 major families again, it will be their doomsday. Xianxia said with a smile. Gu Xiantian nodded secretly. His eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Xianxia. This young man was too scary. Not only did he have heaven-defying talent and potential, his wisdom was also amazing. Even he had to admit that Xianxia's fake death was a great idea. It could completely get rid of the pursuit of the 6 major families and buy him enough time to improve himself. What are you going to do next? Asked Gu Xiantian. He believed that Xianxia wasn't a person without a goal. I'm going to Saint Origin Palace. Xianxia told his thoughts to Gu Xiantian. Gu Xiantian also nodded. He felt that there was nothing wrong with Xianxia going to Saint Origin Palace. After all, a figure like Xianxia would come into contact with Saint Origin Palace sooner or later. The final chaos of Saint Origin World would also happen in Saint Origin Palace. If Xianxia went to Saint Origin Palace, he would certainly create chaos in Saint Origin Palace and destroy the plan of Desolate Family. This would be very beneficial to both the ancient people and the demon race. You should have a more complete plan, right? Gu Xiantian asked. A trace of a smile appeared on Xianxia's face. His countenance started to contort as cracking sounds rang out from his body. In the blink of an eye, he had completely changed into a different person. The Xianxia in front of him looked much more ordinary, but the domineering aura between his brows was unconcealable. From now on, my name is Gu Chen. As for what identity Patriarch will give me to enter Saint Origin Palace, it's up to you. Xianxia said. Gu Xiantian wasn't a fool. Some things didn't need to be explained too clearly. He had changed his appearance in front of Gu Xiantian. As for what to do next, he believed that he didn't need to say it. Gu Xiantian would arrange everything. All right. You don't have to worry about going to Saint Origin Palace. You can rest in this mist-congealing world for a few days. Gu Lufeng is in seclusion. He has taken a 9-sun-less rond pill. I believe it won't take him a few days to break through to the Great Saint Realm. At that time I will send both of you to Saint Origin Palace. Gu Xiantian said. All right. Xianxia nodded. His impression of Gu Lufeng was very good. Gu Liufeng's cultivation had already reached the peak of half-step Great Saint Realm, only a step away from the true Great Saint Realm. Now that he had taken a 9-sun-less rond pill, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the Great Saint Realm. For the next 3 days, Xianxia stayed in the mist-congealing world, accompanying Wu Ningzhu and her family, waiting for Gu Lufeng to break through to the Great Saint Realm. On the 3rd day, lightning and thunder were hovering above the ancient people. Thunderclouds were densely covering the sky. Gu Lufeng had successfully broken through to the Great Saint Realm. A ray of light flew out from the seclusion place of the ancient people and flew towards the outside of the ancient people. Gu Lufeng was the same as Big Yellow. For something like going through a tribulation, they had to find a remote place. They definitely couldn't do it in the skies of the ancient race. Otherwise, the entire ancient race would be implicated. Something like a heaven's tribulation was hard to defend against. The more one tried to defend against it, the stronger the heaven's tribulation would be. For the ancient people, it was a rare good thing for the young generation to have a great saint. Gu Liufeng's advancement had caused a great commotion. Almost all the experts in the Pure Land could sense the movement of the tribulation. Gu Liufeng's tribulation made the 6 major clans extremely uncomfortable, especially the Desolate clan and the Shi clan. Desolate Yuan and Shi Han were originally much more powerful than Gu Lufeng. Now that Gu Lufeng had been promoted to the Great Saint Realm, Desolate Yuan and Shi Han had died. Thinking that Kong Yang of the Demon Clan had also been promoted to the Great Saint Realm, they hated Xianxia even more. They deeply felt that it was too easy for Xianxia to die so easily. But in any case, Xianxia was finally dead. The 6 major clans could also be at ease. Even as an enemy, they had to admit that Xianxia was a rare genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. If such a person was given enough time and enough space to grow, his future achievements were destined to be limitless. In the main hall of the ancient people, more than a dozen high-level people gathered together. Gu Xiantian sat at the top, and next to him stood an ordinary-looking young man in white. This young man in white was none other than Xianxia. These people present were the most trustworthy people of the ancient people. So, Gu Xiantian did not conceal the identity of Xianxia. After learning that Xianxia wasn't dead, everyone present was shocked to the extreme. Their expression was exactly the same as when Gu Xiantian first saw Xianxia, but at the same time, they felt endless joy. At this moment, Xianxia's position in the hearts of the higher-ups of the ancient people had become even higher and more important. A person who could escape unscathed from the joint attack of 6 sixth-grade great saints, how amazing was that? Plus, Xianxia was merely a first-grade great saint. Up until now, almost no one doubted the future achievements of this monstrous genius. They didn't even dare to estimate it. They could even imagine that in the near future, even Saint Origin Palace would be turned upside down by Xianxia. They already knew everything that had happened to Xianxia along the way from Eastern Continent. This monstrous genius had created countless miracles along the way. He was simply a heaven-defying existence. If one had to describe a person with luck, then Xianxia would be the one with the greatest luck. At this time, the elegant Gu Lufeng walked into the hall. His tribulation wasn't too terrifying, so he recovered very quickly. Basically, there wasn't any period of weakness. Gu Lufeng couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the Dragon Phoenix major tribulation that descended upon Xianxia when he advanced to the Great Saint Realm. After Gu Lufeng successfully advanced, he was summoned by Gu Xiantian. Without delay, he came to the main hall. Patriarch, elders. Gu Lufeng saluted everyone. He had just advanced to the Great Saint Realm. It could be said that he was in high spirits. However, his eyes immediately fell on the white-clothed youth beside Gu Xiantian. He was familiar with everyone present except for this youth. What made him puzzled was that this person was qualified to stand beside Gu Xiantian. One should know that even he, the number one genius of the ancient people, wasn't qualified to stand beside Gu Xiantian. Lufeng, let me introduce you. This is Gu Chen, a little beggar that I picked up in the past. I adopted him as my son and he has been cultivating in secret. Now, he has already reached the Great Saint Realm. I'm going to send both of you to Saint Origin Palace for cultivation. Gu Xiantian said with a smile. This was the identity that he had arranged for Xianxia. This identity was undoubtedly excellent. A dignified patriarch accepting a son would never arouse any suspicion. What? Beggar? Adopted son? Gu Lufeng was dumbfounded on the spot. What kind of joke was this? When did the patriarch pick up a beggar and adopt him as his son? Moreover, this person looked younger than him and had already reached the Great Saint Realm. How was it possible that there was such a peerless genius hidden among the ancient people? Haha, seeing the expression on Gu Liufeng's face, Gu Xiantian and the others burst into laughter. Brother Gu, congratulations on advancing to the Great Saint Realm. Take a look at who I am. Xianxia came to Gu Lufeng and reverted to his original appearance. Xianxia, Gu Lufeng immediately cried out in alarm, and he felt dizzy as if he had seen a ghost. This was too shocking. Immediately, Xianxia reverted to Gu Chen's appearance. Gu Xiantian told Gu Lufeng everything, including the plan to send Xianxia and Gu Lufeng to Saint Origin Palace. Gu Lufeng sighed as if he was dreaming, but he knew that it was true. Xianxia was still alive. He and the others exchanged a glance with each other. How did Xianxia escape from the joint attack of the 6 experts? But in any case, he was extremely happy and excited that Xianxia was still alive. One should know that Xianxia had saved his life in the ancient battlefield. If it wasn't for Xianxia, he would have lost his life in the ruins. Gu Lufeng had been brooding over the fact that he couldn't do anything when he saw Xianxia being beaten to death by the 6 experts. It was a huge hurdle in his heart that he was destined to feel guilty for the rest of his life. Now that Xianxia was still alive, this hurdle was finally over. Xianxia, Lu Feng, this is the token to enter Saint Origin Palace. Take it. I will help you open the spatial passageway to Saint Origin Palace. You can use this token to enter Gu Palace. But I have to remind you that Saint Origin Palace isn't like the Pure Land. You must be very careful in there. Gu Shantian reminded them solemnly. Although Saint Origin Palace was built by the ancestors of the 8 major families of Pure Land, it had developed into a system of its own after nearly 100 years of development. Saint Origin Palace was divided into 8 palaces. Ancient people occupied Gu Palace. The token in Xianxia and Gu Liufeng's hands was the symbol of Gu Palace. Xianxia, Lu Feng, drip a drop of blood on the token. Gu Palace will sense it and send someone to pick you up. After that, you will be a member of Gu Palace. Gu Shantian said. Xianxia and Gu Lufeng cut their fingers and dripped a drop of blood on the token. Buzz buzz suddenly, the token shook violently, emitting a buzzing sound. It was as if there was a strange connection between the token and the void. Both of them kept the token. Gu Liufeng's heart was filled with excitement when he thought of entering Saint Origin Palace. Saint Origin Palace was the ultimate dream of countless genius disciples. In other words, it was the highest institution in Saint Origin world. Those who could enter Saint Origin Palace for cultivation could not only obtain top-grade resources, but more importantly, it was a symbol of identity and status. It represented a kind of nobility. I'll send both of you to Saint Origin Palace now. Gu Shantian stood up from his seat with a solemn face. All along, only the patriarchs of the 8 major families had the qualification to open the door of Saint Origin Palace. A pale yellow talisman appeared in Gu Shantian's hand. The talisman was covered with complex patterns, exuding a noble qi. Gu Shantian struck out a divine light into the talisman. The talisman exploded with a bang, turning into an illusory portal. Everyone present was a great saint expert, so they could naturally feel the spatial fluctuation coming from the illusory portal. This was an incomparably solid spatial passage that was refined by a supreme expert. It connected to the spatial zone of Saint Origin Palace. Xianxia, Lu Feng, are you two ready? Gu Shantian looked at Xianxia and Gu Lufeng. The two of them nodded and leaped into the illusory door at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Patriarch, do you think Gu Palace will accept Xianxia well? After hundreds of years of development, Saint Origin Palace has almost broken away from the 8 major families of Pure Land. Although the ancient people and Gu Palace still share the same root, Gu Palace doesn't care about the ancient people of Pure Land anymore. The great elder of ancient people said. It depends on Xianxia's ability. Regardless of whether Gu Palace values us or not, we are all aware of the situation in Saint Origin Palace or not, we of ancient people are very clear. Desolate Palace has great ambition. Once they rule Saint Origin Palace, I'm afraid that all of us will be faced with extinction. Desolate land. Palace will Jiang Origin Palace will Palace. Palace. Ancient people of Palace of Sect of Palace. Saint Ancient People Palaces. Inside the spatial passageway, Xianxia and Gu Lufeng were looking at the colorful spatial turbulence that kept retreating around them. They didn't need to use spatial force because this passageway was the safest and sturdiest. There wouldn't be any problem in it. This was probably the safest time that Xianxia had ever been in the spatial passageway. Brother Jiang, I really didn't expect that you could escape from the attack of the 6 great experts. It really surprised me. I, Gu Lufeng, have never admired anyone, but you are definitely one of them. Gu Lufeng said with a smile. Brother Gu, from now on, you have to change the way you address me. I am now called Gu Chen. You can call me Little Chenzi like De Huang and the others. Jiangchen said with a smile. He had to pay attention to the way he addressed Gu Chen. One should know that he was now Gu Chen, not Jiang Chen. It's my fault. The spatial zone of Saint Origin Palace is very far from the Pure Land. I estimate that it will take us an hour to reach there. I know many of my elder brothers in Gu Palace. I'm sure they will take good care of us when we arrive there. Gu Lufeng said. Jiangchen smiled but didn't say anything. He was afraid that Gu Palace wasn't as simple as what Gu Lufeng had imagined. After nearly 100 years of development, Saint Origin Palace had undergone too many changes. He was afraid that even the 8 major families had changed. If the 8 major families of Saint Origin Palace were regarded as their headquarters, the 8 major families of Pure Land were at most a branch of them. Of course, this was just Xianxia's guess. As for the specific situation in Saint Origin Palace, he would only know when he arrived there. An hour later, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in front of him. The light was getting brighter and brighter. Both Xianxia and Gu Liufeng's eyes lit up. "We're reaching the end of the passageway," Xianxia said calmly. After all, as the greatest saint under the heavens, he had seen all kinds of situations. Gu Lufeng, on the other hand, was particularly excited. The excitement on his face couldn't be concealed. His voice was trembling. "Saint Origin Palace, I'm finally here." To Gu Lufeng, entering Saint Origin Palace was his lifelong dream. Now that his dream had finally come true, there was no way he wouldn't be excited. Asterisk bang bang. Asterisk at the end of the passageway, Xianxia and Gu Lufeng were pushed by the spatial force and bounced out. Both of them staggered and barely stabilized themselves. When they raised their heads, they saw that they had entered another spatial zone. In other words, it was another world. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. Heaven and earth Yuan-Chi was drifting everywhere. There were tall trees that reached the sky. The Qi here was like the legendary fairyland that fascinated people. What a strong heaven and earth Yuan-Chi. This place is truly a paradise for cultivation. Gu Lufeng couldn't help but say. Dao seeking that has a trace of immortal Qi. Sure enough, it's a great place. Xianxia was astounded. The spatial zone here was almost a world of its own. That year when he split the sky with his sword and broke the gate of the immortal world, he sensed the immortal Qi in the immortal world. It was exactly this Qi. However, the immortal Qi here was only a very small part that had been integrated with the heaven and earth Yuan Qi. Compared to the real immortal world, the difference was not small. Even so, the environment here was incomparable to the Pure Land. One should know that the heaven and earth Yuan Qi that had been integrated with the immortal Qi, even if it was just a trace, would bring boundless benefits to the cultivator. It could even change the physique of the cultivator. Just think about it, those who were born in this spatial zone had been absorbing the heaven and earth Yuan Qi for cultivation since they were young. The benefits were simply unimaginable. To put it bluntly, those who were born in this place were the geniuses among geniuses compared to those who were born in the outside world. Xianxia and Gu Lufeng looked around and found that this spatial zone was simply boundless. Occasionally, a few red-crowned cranes would fly across the sky, adding to the feeling of a fairyland. Little Chinzi, this place is so big. It's much bigger than my imagination. Gu Lufeng was incomparably shocked. That's right. This spatial zone has a circumference of at least 100,000 miles. It's enough to be comparable to a small world. No wonder Saint Origin Palace has been completely separated from the Pure Land for the past 100 years. I'm afraid that the 8 major palaces of Saint Origin Palace no longer put the 8 families of the Pure Land in their eyes. For the past 100 years, I don't know how many geniuses were born in this place. I wonder if there are any immortals in Saint Origin Palace. Xianxia said. Before he came to Saint Origin Palace, he had never thought that there would be such a high and mighty existence in Saint Origin Palace. When he was still unparalleled in the world, the Pure Land was already the pinnacle of existence in Saint Origin world. 100,000 miles of territory is nothing to a great saint, but the spatial zone here is very solid. Not even a 9th grade great saint has the ability to create such a spatial zone. It seems like this spatial zone was really created by the immortals of the 8 major families. However, I heard that 9th grade great saints will ascend to the immortal realm after reaching the immortal realm. I wonder if there are any immortals in Saint Origin Palace. Gu Lufeng said. Immortal realm. Xianxia murmured to himself. In order to achieve this goal, he had put in so much effort in his past life. With his abilities back then, becoming an immortal was a simple task. But too bad, he had fallen on the Saint Cliff, and all his efforts had gone to someone else. Now that he was reborn, not only did he want to reach the peak of his previous life, but he also wanted to enter the legendary immortal world to make up for the regret of his previous life. Little Xianxia, have you noticed that there are no buildings in this area? It should be Saint Origin Palace. It's an open space and we don't seem to know the direction to Gu Palace. Gu Lufeng said. He looked around but didn't see any buildings. Plus, this was their first time coming to Saint Origin Palace, so they didn't know the direction to Gu Palace. Don't worry, someone will come to pick us up. Xianxia shrugged with a relaxed face. Since Gu Xiantian didn't say anything, it meant that someone would come to pick them up. Gu Xiantian had said that the moment they dripped their blood on the token, Gu Palace would have already sensed it. He believed that Gu Xiantian would send someone to pick them up. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, 3 silhouettes flew from a direction and arrived in front of him. They were 3 young men. Their faces were filled with arrogance. The one in the front looked like he was in his 20s, but his cultivation wasn't weak. He had reached the peak of second-grade great saint. Beside him were 2 other young men. One was a peak first-grade great saint while the other was a second-grade great saint. They were all geniuses of the ancient people, but the chi of the 2 young men seemed to be a lot weaker than the one in front. It wasn't because of the gap in power, but a symbol of status. The young man was arrogant, looking down on others with his nose. The innate sense of superiority on his face was much stronger than the other 2. Lufeng, congratulations on advancing to the Great Saint realm. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Haha. A young man saw Gu Lufeng and immediately came forward to give him a bear hug. He was the weakest among the 3, a peak first-grade great saint. Brother Lu Hui. Gu Lufeng recognized this man. His name was Gu Lu Hui. He came to Saint Origin Palace from the ancient people a year ago. Both of them had a good relationship when they were still ancient people. Naturally, it was inevitable for the brothers to reunite with each other. Another second-grade great saint youth came forward and patted on Gu Liufeng's shoulder. Not bad, kid. Your talent is above me and Lu Hui, but we are a few years older than you. I didn't expect you to catch up so quickly. Brother Luiying, you must be joking. Gu Lufeng couldn't hide his joy. These 2 were also the geniuses of the ancient people. They were sent to Gu Palace after advancing to the Great Saint realm. He didn't expect that they would personally welcome him this time. This touched his heart. Humph. The so-called talent is just so in my opinion. The ancient people of Pure Land have really declined. It seems that we need to set a strict standard to accept all of you in the future. We can't just let anyone in. At this time, the arrogant youth suddenly harumphed coldly and looked at Gu Lufeng with eyes full of disdain. Upon hearing this, Gu Luiying and Gu Liuhui's facial expression turned incomparably ugly, but they didn't say anything. They just smiled awkwardly, but Gu Lufeng couldn't stand it. As the number 1 genius of the ancient people, he was very proud. He didn't expect that he would be despised by someone the moment he arrived in Saint Origin Palace. How could he feel good about it? Who are you? Gu Lufeng asked with a frown. By the way, Lufeng, let me introduce you. This is young Master Ling. His name is Gu Ling, a rare genius of Gu Palace. Young Master Ling was born in Saint Origin Palace and has been receiving abundant cultivation resources since young. He has reached the peak of second-grade great saint at such a young age. That's pretty amazing. Gu Luhui hastily introduced Gu Ling to Gu Lufeng, but everyone could hear the insinuation in his tone. Although he said that Gu Ling was amazing, he was actually saying that Gu Ling wasn't that amazing. The reason why he could achieve what he had today was because of the cultivation environment and the cultivation resources of Gu Palace. If they were like Gu Ling and grew up in Saint Origin Palace, their achievements would certainly be greater than Gu Ling's. Looking at this scene, Xianxia muttered inwardly. Sure enough, Saint Origin Palace had been separated from Pure Land for too long and had completely changed. Putting the other families aside, ancient people had been completely divided. Gu Ling was a very good proof. He was a genius born in Saint Origin Palace. He thought highly of himself and looked down on the people from Pure Land. In his eyes, Gu Lufeng and the others were outsiders. In his point of view, Gu Palace allowing them to cultivate in Saint Origin Palace was a kind of charity. No one knew how many geniuses had been born in this place in the past 100 years. The more geniuses there were, the more severe the polarization became. Now, Gu Palace had completely changed. Those who came from Pure Land and the higher-ups who created Gu Palace were now wholeheartedly pursuing a higher realm. They didn't have much time to care about the affairs of Gu Palace. It was conceivable that after another 100 years, Saint Origin Palace would abandon the 8 families of Pure Land completely. Gu Lufeng, it's your honor that I, young Master Ling, have come to welcome you. Of course, I'm not here to welcome you. I just want to see how the hidden number 1 genius of ancient people looks like. You are Gu Chen, right? Gu Ling looked at Jiang Chen and said, you look very ordinary. Gu Xiantian said that you are his biggest hidden weapon, a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. That's a big boast. Besides, you are just someone picked up by Gu Xiantian. No matter how much Gu Xiantian boasted, you are still an outsider. So, it's better for you to behave yourself in Gu Palace. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was this the legendary show of strength? It seemed like the status of the disciples from Pure Land wasn't that good in Gu Palace. This could be seen from the way Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng didn't even dare to breathe heavily in front of Gu Ling. However, when he thought of Gu Xuantian's boasting, he couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like Gu Xiantian had secretly introduced him as his secret weapon, which was only revealed today. It was no wonder that Gu Ling gave him tit for tat. After all, this boast was a little too big. Now, it seemed like ancient people and Gu Palace were 2 completely different things. Let alone becoming enemies with the 6 major families in Saint Origin Palace, Jiang Chen was afraid that his days in Gu Palace wouldn't be peaceful anymore. However, this wasn't a big deal. He, Jiang Chen, had seen all kinds of things. Since there was an internal conflict in Gu Palace, he would find a way to unite them. We are all from the ancient people. We are from the same sect and the same origin. We have come to Saint Origin Palace and you want to bully us? What's the meaning of this? Gu Lufeng was annoyed and said loudly. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so loudly in front of me? You asked for it even if I cripple you. But considering that you have just arrived at Gu Palace, I will forgive you for the time being. If there's a next time, I won't be polite anymore. Gu Ling reprimanded. Gu Lufeng was infuriated. Just as he was about to say something, he was pulled by Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng. Why are you pulling me? We are all from the ancient people. What gives him the right to treat us like this? Gu Lufeng absolutely couldn't stand this kind of humiliation. All along, it had been his biggest dream to enter Gu Palace. In his heart, Gu Palace and the ancient people had always been a family. He had never thought that Gu Palace wouldn't take him seriously, turning him into an outsider, a beggar. This kind of psychological blow was unbearable for Gu Lufeng. It was as if he had gone through hardships to achieve his dream, only to find out that it wasn't what he had expected. The gap in his heart was too big. Lufeng, there's no need to talk too much when dealing with this kind of person. Jiang Chen walked towards Gu Lufeng and squinted his eyes at Gu Ling. Although his eyes were squinted, it still couldn't hide the sharp light that was overflowing from his eyes, bringing with it a hint of coldness. Who do you think he is? But in my eyes, who do you think you are? Don't use your sense of superiority to show off your intelligence. What's so great about being born in Gu Palace? Your ancestors came from the Pure Land. What's there for you to be proud of? Jiang Chen enunciated each and every word without the slightest bit of politeness. Jiang Chen's way of dealing with people like this had always been very simple. He would shatter their sense of superiority and make them fall down from their high and mighty position, letting them know that they weren't that great. Gu Chen. Gu Luiying and Gu Liufeng's facial expression changed dramatically. They already knew the information about Gu Chen. When Gu Xiantian sent them the message, he almost praised Gu Chen to the heavens, completely suppressing the number 1 genius of the ancient people, Gu Lufeng. However, they didn't expect that Gu Chen would be so bold to confront Gu Ling. However, they knew that this was because Gu Chen and Gu Lufeng didn't know the specific situation of Gu Palace. They still brought the habits of those geniuses from the Pure Land here. But in Gu Palace, it wasn't the case at all. Those who came from the Pure Land didn't have any status. Offending Gu Ling wouldn't end well. As a matter of fact, Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng really wanted to beat this Gu Ling up. Everyone who came from the Pure Land was holding back their anger, but they had to stop Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was just a first-grade great saint. How could he be a match for Gu Ling? Bastard! What did you say? Gu Ling raged immediately. You can't even understand what I said? It seems that not only do you look down on your ancestors, you also have a problem with your IQ. A retard dares to look down on others? Jiang Chen wasn't going to be polite. Upon hearing this, Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng staggered and almost fainted on the ground. They didn't expect that Gu Chen would have such a fiery temper. Now, they couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. They knew Gu Ling too well. This guy must be angry and he would never let Gu Chen go. Good, very good. You people from the Pure Land haven't met such an arrogant guy for a long time. You are courting death by disrespecting me. I will let you know the consequences of offending me now. Gu Ling's anger couldn't be quelled. Yuan Qi began to surge on his palm. That was a tyrannical energy wave. He was infuriated. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Today, he must teach this arrogant guy a lesson. He must let him know that he had to kneel down for everything in Gu Palace. With lightning speed, Gu Ling raised his arm and slapped Jiang Chen's face. *Pa. A loud and clear sound of a slap rang out. However, Jiang Chen just stood there, not moving an inch. Instead, it was Gu Ling who staggered and nearly fell to the ground. He was stunned, and felt a burning pain on his face. Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng were also stunned. They stared at the clear palm print on Gu Ling's face without blinking. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak a word. Even though they were so close to each other, they couldn't see how Jiang Chen did it. It was too fast, too fast. Immediately, their hearts were filled with earth-shattering shock. One should know that Gu Ling was a peak second-grade great saint, only one step away from advancing to the third-grade great saint. Gu Chen was only a first-grade great saint. Even if he was a peak first-grade great saint, it was impossible for him to be so powerful. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Gu Lufeng sneered. Others might not know about Jiang Chen's strength, but he knew it very well. He believed that if Gu Ling was his enemy, he would be a dead man by now. It wouldn't be as simple as a slap. You dare to slap me? Gu Ling recovered from the shock. He couldn't believe that he was slapped by a first-grade great saint. He couldn't believe that a newcomer from the Pure Land would dare to slap him. You should be glad that you were only slapped. You should be glad that you can still stand here after offending me. Arrogant. Arrogant, he was too arrogant. There were plenty of geniuses from Pure Land in the past few years, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as him. The first thing he did on his first day was to slap a genius of Main Palace. Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui were truly shocked. Only now did they recall the information that Gu Shantian had sent to them. The one and only peerless genius, the hidden trump card of the ancient people. Now, it seemed like this Gu Chen in front of them, be it his courage or strength, was too shocking. Good, Gu Chen. I never thought that you would be so audacious and insane. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. In this Saint Origin Palace, no one has ever dared to slap me, young Master Ling, in the face. I will let you know what terror is. Gu Ling was infuriated. His qi began to rise steadily. The qi of a second-grade great saint was completely unleashed. He was ready to teach this reckless newbie a lesson. One should know that in his point of view, it was an accident that he was slapped by Jiang Chen. It was caused by his carelessness. Given his peak second-grade great saint cultivation, how could he lose to a puny first-grade great saint? It was simply impossible. Lufeng, advise Gu Chen not to make a big deal out of this. Gu Luiying whispered to Gu Lufeng. In fact, he was afraid that Jiang Chen would suffer a loss. In Gu Palace, the geniuses who came from Pure Land were very united because of the oppression from the geniuses of Main Palace. Although this was their first time meeting Jiang Chen, they had already regarded him as one of their own. Don't worry, Brother Luiying. He isn't a match for little Chenzi. Although we came from Pure Land, we are also the real ancient people. We shouldn't be bullied. This situation should be changed. Little Chenzi can change that. Gu Lufeng smiled. He was very confident in Jiang Chen's strength. Not to mention Gu Ling, even if there were hundreds of Gu Lings attacking at the same time, they would still be no match for Jiang Chen. Besides, even though he hadn't arrived at Gu Palace yet, he wasn't an idiot. From Gu Ling's attitude towards them, he could more or less guess the situation of Gu Palace. They were all descendants of the ancient people, but now, they were living under someone else's roof. Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui were heroes in the Pure Land, but now, they had to lower their voice to a mere Gu Ling. This made Gu Lufeng even more furious. Furthermore, Gu Lufeng knew Jiang Chen too well. Even if he tried to persuade him, it would be useless. Jiang Chen had brought this upon himself. Gu Ling had just unleashed his aura, but before he could even attack, Jiang Chen slapped him across the face again, causing Gu Ling to fall into a daze. Then, Jiang Chen kept slapping Gu Ling's face like a storm. Gu Ling didn't even have the strength to fight back. There were many times when he wanted to fight back, but he found that he had lost the ability to resist in front of Jiang Chen. He could only allow himself to be manipulated by Jiang Chen. Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui who were at the back were completely dumbfounded. They finally knew the strength of Jiang Chen. If the first time was an accident, this time was definitely not an accident. The current situation was enough to prove that Jiang Chen's strength was far stronger than Gu Ling's. Gu Ling, who was a second-grade great saint, didn't even have the chance to resist in front of Jiang Chen. This was truly a shocking scene. Bang. Gu Ling was slapped to the ground by Jiang Chen. Blood kept spurting out from his mouth. A few of his teeth had been knocked out. His face looked ferocious. Jiang Chen raised his big foot and stepped on Gu Ling's face. Gu Ling struggled violently and roared, trying to break free from Jiang Chen's foot. However, he found that it was useless. In front of him, Jiang Chen was like a mountain, suppressing him firmly. Gu Chen, you are so audacious. Gu Ling was extremely angry. This was a great humiliation, a humiliation that went deep into his bones. He, Gu Ling, had always been high and mighty. When had he ever been stepped on by someone like this? The psychological blow he suffered was unimaginable to ordinary people. You are now under my foot. What else do you have to be proud of? Don't always think that you are very noble. Your so-called nobility is nothing but a joke in front of me. Get lost. Jiang Chen's foot trembled, sending Gu Ling flying 100 meters away. Gu Ling stood up from the ground, trembling. His eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Jiang Chen like a wild beast. The word "get lost" was like a sharp blade piercing his heart. He was shocked by Jiang Chen's strength, but he wouldn't let this matter go so easily. Gu Chen, just you wait. After saying that, Gu Ling turned into a ray of light and vanished. Good. This kind of person deserves to be beaten. Gu Liufeng's face was filled with excitement. Seeing Gu Ling being beaten like a dog, Gu Lufeng felt very happy. Amazing. No wonder the patriarch has such a high evaluation of him. With just a first-grade great saint, he beat Gu Ling until he couldn't even fight back. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Gu Chen, you have really helped us vent our resentment. This is really great. That Gu Ling has always been yelling and shouting at us, the people of Pure Land. He has never put us in his eyes. We have never put him in our eyes, but he is a member of Pure Land, so we have no choice but to swallow our anger. Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui said. While they were shocked by Jiang Chen's strength, they also felt that beating Gu Ling today was a very refreshing thing. Or it could be said that this was something that they had always wanted to do, but they didn't have the means to do so. Although this was the first time they met Jiang Chen, they were full of admiration for this godson that the patriarch had picked up. It seemed like Gu Shantian wasn't bragging at all. Gu Chen was indeed a great killer weapon that he had been keeping hidden. Once he was revealed, Gu Chen's ability would be revealed. There is no need to reason with this kind of people. Jiang Chen said. But Gu Chen, you have beaten Gu Ling on your first day here. This is something that has never happened in the history of St. Origin Palace. Gu Ling will certainly not let this matter go. I'm afraid that those geniuses of Pure Land will be furious. This matter is going to be very troublesome. Gu Luing said with a frown. Beating Gu Ling was undoubtedly a very refreshing thing, but the consequences would be very serious. After all, such a thing had never happened before. Brother Luing, what is going on in Gu Palace? Asked Gu Lufeng. Plus, Saint Origin Palace has existed for nearly 100 years. After so many years of development, the number of people in Saint Origin Palace is much more than the number of outsiders like us. Now, the two poles are divided and there are a lot of internal conflicts. Not only Gu Palace, but also the other races. Only Demon Palace is slightly better. The demon race has always been a united race. Plus, they respect their bloodline and innate talent, so there is no division between Saint Origin Palace and Demon Palace, said Saint Origin Palace with a smile. Although Saint Origin Palace is still a Gu family in name, it is divided into Inner Palace and Outer Palace. The people of Inner Palace don't put us in their eyes at all. They don't even treat us as their own people. Gu Luing said, explaining the situation of Gu Palace once more. Ai. Upon hearing this, Gu Lufeng couldn't help but sigh. The difference between Gu Palace and the Gu Palace of his dreams was just too huge. All along, we, the people of Outer Palace, have been swallowing our anger and humiliation. The higher-ups of Gu Palace don't care about the internal conflicts between us. As a matter of fact, there are already differences among the higher-ups. If this continues, I'm afraid that it won't take long before the ancient people of Pure Land are separated from Gu Palace. Gu Luhui said gloomily. This situation is within my expectation. Given the current development of the 8 major families in Saint Origin World, if we can't solve the internal conflicts of the ancient people as soon as possible, the ancient people will face a very painful end sooner or later. Xianxia said. He had already expected this situation from the very beginning, but he didn't think that it would be this serious. It seemed that in order to deal with the enemies of the other 6 major families, they must solve the internal conflicts of the ancient people as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. An ununited race would only have one ending even if they didn't have any powerful enemies, let alone the desolate family which was like a tiger eyeing its prey. As for the demon race, Xianxia wasn't worried at all. Unlike humans, the demon race was independent. So even if there were internal conflicts, it would be very easy to solve. If De Huang Dog and Kong Yang wanted to go to the demon race, he wouldn't be worried at all. Kong Yang had the peacock bloodline, so he would be valued. As for De Huang Dog, not only did he have the bloodline of a divine beast, he also had the totem divine seal. As long as he released the totem divine seal, even the master of Demon Palace would have to show some respect to De Huang Dog. Furthermore, although Saint Origin Palace had developed to such an extent, it still couldn't separate itself from the 8 major families of Pure Land. More or less, they still had some influence on each other. They must have known what happened in Pure Land previously. Ancient people of Pure Land had a close relationship with the demon race. Therefore, the relationship between Gu Palace and Demon Palace in Saint Origin Palace was very harmonious. It's easier said than done to solve this conflict. Gu Chen, although it's very satisfying for you to beat Gu Ling today, it's a little too reckless. After all, you have beaten one of our geniuses on your first day in Gu Palace. I'm sure that those geniuses of Gu Palace won't let you off easily. Gu Luing's words were filled with worry. There's no need to be polite to such people. When someone looks down on you, you don't need to look up to them. You must remember that this is a world where only the strong are respected. No matter where you go, strength will always come first. They bully you not only because you are from Pure Land, but also because you are weaker than them. If you were stronger than them, would they still dare to bully you? If you are strong, there won't be any internal conflicts in Gu Palace. Only when you are strong will others respect you and fear you. Rules are meant to be obeyed, but they are also meant to be broken. Our people have been bullying you for too long, and both sides have become accustomed to it. That's why the current situation is like this. Given Gu Palace's current situation, it's not necessarily a bad thing for us to make a big fuss. Jiang Chen's words ignited the blood of Gu Luing and Gu Luhui. Although it was Jiang Chen's first time in Gu Palace, he seemed to know more about the situation in Gu Palace than them. Furthermore, in their eyes, not only was this white-clothed youth powerful, he also had a maturity that didn't match his age. The domineering and heroic spirit that was exuding from his body made them admire him even more. They were very clear that Jiang Chen's words were right. In this world where strength was revered, strength was the only thing that mattered. The reason why the geniuses of Outer Palace were often bullied by Inner Palace and didn't even have the courage to resist was because they were too weak. If they were stronger and had the courage to resist, would the geniuses of Inner Palace still dare to bully them? Let's go. Bring us to Gu Palace. Jiang Chen's face was calm, as if he wasn't worried about beating Gu Ling. Let's go. Gu Luiying took a deep breath and flew towards the direction of Gu Palace with Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng. He was sure that Gu Ling wouldn't let this matter go. He would find trouble with Gu Chen, but since Gu Chen didn't seem to care about it, there was nothing for them to worry about. In any case, Jiang Chen beating Gu Ling was a very satisfying thing. The geniuses of Outer Palace had been suppressed for too long in Gu Palace. Gu Chen, Lufeng, this Saint Origin Palace has a circumference of hundreds of thousands of miles. It's a typical small world. The 8 major palaces occupy their own territories in different directions. Compared to the Pure Land, the number of people here isn't as much, but each and every one of them is an elite. The lowest cultivation base among them is at the Great Saint Realm. It can be said that this is the highest domain in Saint Origin world. Along the way, Gu Luiying and Gu Luhui told Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng about the general situation of Saint Origin Palace. Both of them were Great Saint Realm experts. Their speed was extremely fast and they arrived at Gu Palace in the time of Xin Yuan. In front of them was an endless mountain range that seemed to stretch on for thousands of miles. Above the mountain range, white smoke was rustling and the world's yuan qi was extremely dense. Looking at the sky above the mountain range, there were buildings everywhere. The buildings of ancient palaces were filled with noble and majestic qi. There were palaces, courtyards, ancient pagodas, and many other buildings were floating in the air. Some mountain peaks were floating in the air, relying on the power of space to exist. Those courtyards and buildings were built on top of the mountain peaks. The whole scene looked like an immortal palace, giving people a very shocking feeling. Gu Chen, Lufeng, now that you have the identity token, you are now the people of Gu Palace. From the moment you dripped your blood on it, Gu Palace will have your information. Do you see that mountain in front of you? Basically, the people of Outer Palace like us live on that mountain. Let me bring you there. Gu Luiying pointed at a relatively remote mountain peak and said. It was a mountain that was floating in the sky. There were many buildings and courtyards on the mountain peak. They were the places where the disciples of Gu Palace lived and cultivated. Under Gu Luiying's lead, the 4 of them flew to the top of the mountain. There were quite a number of empty courtyards here. Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng randomly picked one of them as their residence. It's new now. Many people have gone to cultivate. There's a refining tower in Gu Palace. It's the main place for cultivation. This is the residential area. There's basically no one here at this time. Besides, those who live here are below 3rd grade Great Saint. Gu Luhui introduced. N. Jiang Chen nodded and walked into the courtyard. This would be his and Gu Liufeng's residence in the future. However, before Jiang Chen and the others had the time to rest, they saw a dozen silhouettes flying towards them from afar and landing on the huge martial arena. This was the only martial arena in the residential area. It was used to settle the grudges between the disciples, but in this area, the disciples of Outer Palace were very united. So, this martial arena was basically not needed. It's Gu Liang and the others. Didn't they go to the refining tower to cultivate? Why did they come back at this time? Let's go and have a look. Gu Luiying was puzzled. Usually, the training in the training tower would end in the evening. Noon was the time when the heaven and earth essence was the densest and most suitable for training. However, Gu Liang and the others had returned at this time. It was indeed puzzling. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps, he had already guessed what was going on. On the huge martial arena, Jiang Chen and the other 3 were walking towards them. Gu Luiying came close to them and said, Gu Liang, why did you all come back at this time? And you look so flustered. This youth called Gu Liang wasn't weak. He had already reached the 2nd grade Great Saint Realm. Brother Luiying, I heard that the newcomer from Pure Land, Gu Chen, has beaten Gu Ling. Is that true? Gu Liang asked hastily. That's right. How did you know? Gu Luing knitted his brows. Something bad has happened. That Gu Ling has gone straight to the refining tower. Many people know about this matter now. He is bringing a lot of geniuses of Inner Palace and is coming here soon. He said that he is going to teach Gu Chen a lesson. We came back as soon as we heard the news. Many disciples of Outer Palace are also coming back. Gu Liang said. The other disciples looked worried, but at the same time, there was a hint of excitement in their eyes. Such a thing had never happened in St. Origin Palace. There was already a conflict between Outer Palace and Inner Palace. Now that the newcomer from Outer Palace had beaten Gu Ling, this matter wouldn't be left unsettled. Similarly, they were also excited to see Gu Ling being beaten like a dog. Their hearts were filled with joy, feeling that they had finally vented their resentment. Gu Chen, it seems the matter is more serious than we thought. Gu Luing looked over at Jiang Chen. You are the newcomer, Gu Chen? Everyone's eyes shifted to Jiang Chen. Apart from shock, there was also admiration in their eyes. They were shocked that Jiang Chen was able to beat Gu Ling to such a state with just a first-grade Great Saint cultivation base. They were also impressed by Jiang Chen's courage. Brother Gu Chen, it's really satisfying for you to beat that bastard Gu Ling, but I'm afraid that today's matter will be very difficult to deal with. Gu Liang said. It doesn't matter. I will deal with everything. Our outer palace has been bullied by them for too long. It's time for us to regain our dignity and confidence. If they dare to come, I will break one of their legs. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent. His tone was extremely calm. There wasn't even the slightest ripple in his tone. No one could see the slightest nervousness on Jiang Chen's face. What a strong temperament. What a domineering figure. Gu Liang and the others immediately had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Chen. Putting aside other things, Jiang Chen's temperament alone was incomparable to any ordinary person. Furthermore, the domineering qi that was casually exuded from Jiang Chen's body was really convincing. Break one of their legs? What kind of arrogant words were these? It was simply heaven-defying. They had never thought that the ancient people of Pure Land would have such a figure. It seemed that Gu Palace wouldn't be peaceful today. They had to admit that Jiang Chen's words made their blood boil unconsciously, but at the same time, they were extremely worried. After all, they didn't know much about Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen could defeat Gu Ling and was a rare genius, he was only a first-grade Great Saint after all. Soon, more and more people came back. Most of them were from the outer palace, coming back from the direction of the refining tower. Behind them was a large number of disciples. Judging from the number of these disciples, they were almost the same as the disciples of the outer palace. There were more than 100 of them, but their chi seemed to be stronger. They were the geniuses of the inner palace. Each of their faces was filled with anger and unconcealable arrogance. There were also a lot of disciples from the outer palace. In the past, the ancient people would send some genius disciples to the inner palace every year. Most of them were 9th-grade minor saints. They would be given a year's time to cultivate. If they could advance to the Great Saint realm within a year, they would be allowed to stay. If not, they would be sent back. But since a year ago, Gu Palace had stopped accepting the people of Pure Land. Only the geniuses who had advanced to the Great Saint realm in Pure Land could enter. From this, one could see the internal conflict in Gu Palace. Soon, everyone landed on the martial arena. Both sides stood facing each other. There were nearly 300 of them. Most of them were first-grade Great Saint or third-grade Great Saint. Of course, these weren't all the geniuses of the outer palace and the inner palace. There were still a lot of disciples who hadn't appeared yet. Which one of you is Gu Chen? Come out now. On the side of the main palace, the leader was a burly young man in a pale yellow robe. His face was full of arrogance. His chi was strong and his cultivation base had reached the peak of third-grade Great Saint. It was obvious that he was the leader of the group. Beside him was Gu Ling, who had a swollen face and a badly battered nose. His name is Gu Lang, the elder brother of Gu Ling. He is a very ferocious man. He usually acts high and mighty and doesn't put us, the people of the outer palace, in his eyes. Gu Luhui said in a low voice. Gu Lang, aren't you being a little too arrogant by bringing so many people to our place to cause trouble? A youth from the outer palace shouted. His cultivation was also at the peak of third grade great saint, but his chi was obviously weaker than Gu Lang's. Gu Luyang, cut the crap and hand over that new bastard. Otherwise, I won't let this matter end here. You guys from the outer palace are getting bolder and bolder. A new piece of trash actually dared to hit the people of the inner palace. Why don't you take a look at your own status first? Remember, every single one of you here can cultivate in Gu Palace because of Gu Palace's charity. Gu Lang was too arrogant. He didn't put the people of the outer palace in his eyes at all. Mother asterisk cur. He's too arrogant. We, the outer palace, have been enduring and swallowing our anger. Now, they are going to shit on our necks. This Gu Lang's words are clearly humiliating us. This is really infuriating. I've had enough of this. I really want to have a good fight with these bastards. Seeing Gu Ling being beaten like this really makes me happy. I wonder who is Gu Chen. I must thank him properly. The people in the outer palace began to whisper and their voices were getting louder and louder. All of them came from Pure Land. When they were in Pure Land, all of them were famous figures. Now that they had arrived here, they had to endure such humiliation. Even a clay figurine would have 3 points of anger. The newcomer named Gu Chen had beaten Gu Ling on the first day of his arrival. This behavior didn't make the people in the outer palace resent Gu Chen. Instead, they admired Gu Chen. The thing that many of them wanted to do but didn't dare to was done by Gu Chen. Looking at Gu Ling's arrogant appearance gave them an indescribable pleasure. That's him. He is Gu Chen. Gu Ling saw Jiang Chen from the crowd, and immediately shouted out. For a moment, all eyes were on Jiang Chen. Whether it was the people in the inner palace or the outer palace, their eyes fell on Jiang Chen. When they saw Jiang Chen's appearance clearly, they were all surprised. Is this the audacious Gu Chen? I didn't expect him to be so young. This Gu Chen is only a first-grade great saint. So, Gu Ling was beaten up by a first-grade great saint? This is too shameful. How can this guy be so strong? Is there a mistake? A new first-grade great saint actually beat Gu Ling to the point that he couldn't even fight back. At this moment, not only the people in the outer palace, but also many people in the inner palace were frowning. They thought that the person who beat Gu Ling would be a very powerful person, but they didn't expect that it was just a first-grade great saint. It was really shameful for Gu Ling to be beaten up by a first-grade great saint. As if feeling the sarcastic gazes, Gu Ling's face turned red. He quickly said to Gu Lang, "Big brother, don't look down on this kid. He is very powerful." Haha. Gu Ling can't even defeat a first-grade great saint. How dare you all come here to cause trouble? That's really funny. Gu Luing laughed heartily. If this Gu Chen was a third-grade great saint, it would be considered as bullying Gu Ling, but Gu Chen was just a first-grade great saint. Gu Ling couldn't even defeat a first-grade great saint. This could only mean that his strength was too weak. Humph. You people from the outer palaces are of the first rank to begin with. You've beaten up people from the inner palaces, and that's a huge provocation to us. If we don't teach you a lesson, you'll be doomed to die in the future. Gu Lang coldly snorted as he turned to look at Jiang Chen. Gu Chen, I have to say that you're too courageous. You actually dared to beat up my people. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel down and apologize to my brother, break your own legs, and take out 100,000 Saint Elixir as compensation. Then, I'll let this matter rest. Jiang Chen calmly walked to the front of the camp. His gaze swept across everyone in the main hall like a knife. Then, he said in a loud voice, Gu Lang, your words are simply ridiculous. I can just treat them as fart. Jiang Chen could see that the internal conflicts of the ancient palace were far more serious than he had imagined. If they were not dealt with as soon as possible, it would have a great impact on the future of the ancient people. Bastard, what did you say? How dare you talk to me like that? Gu Lang was immediately enraged. It seemed that Gu Chen was indeed as arrogant as Gu Ling had said. I said that your words are fart. Look at the faces of all of you. Each and every one of you is high and mighty. Could it be that your sense of superiority is based on your own clansmen? The distinction between the outer palaces and the inner palaces is simply ridiculous. Don't forget that your ancestors came from the Pure Land. Ancient people's bloodline flows in your bodies. They also have the bloodline of the ancient people. Why do you think you're superior to them? Xianxia said in a righteous manner. These words were exactly what the people of the outer palaces were thinking. That's right, everyone had the bloodline of the ancient people flowing in their bodies. Why did the people of the inner palaces have to be superior to others? I hit Gu Ling because he deserved to be hit. You arrogant people just can't find your place. In my eyes, you are nothing because I am stronger than you. You look down on us from the outer palace. I will use my strength to show you that you are the weak ones. What right does a weak person have to look down on the strong? Gu Ling snorted coldly. What right do you have to look down on the strong? Xianxia's voice was very loud. It was the first time for the people of the outer palaces to see Xianxia. However, Xianxia's words made them feel very satisfied. It was truly a pity that they couldn't see Xianxia beating up Gu Ling with their own eyes. There's no point in arguing. You said that the people of the outer palaces are stronger than us? That's just a joke. Gu Linling said. Brother Gu Ling, why are you wasting so much time talking to this kind of person? It seems like he's not going to apologize. Let me see how strong he is. I don't believe that a puny first-grade great saint like him can be that powerful. At this time, a young man walked out. His cultivation grade was similar to Gu Ling, he was only a peak second-grade great saint. He felt deeply ashamed that Gu Ling was beaten to such a state. He absolutely didn't believe that a first-grade great saint brat from Pure Land could be so powerful. So, he wanted to test it himself. Gu Chen, kneel down. The young man arrived in front of Xianxia and shouted. Ai! Xianxia shook his head. It seemed that it was impossible to solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace with words. In that case, he could only use iron and blood means. Since you all want to break my legs, then everyone who came here today will have a leg broken, starting from you. Xianxia said plainly. What did you say? The youth was stunned, suspecting that his ears were playing tricks on him. Pa. The response to the young man was a loud slap on his face. The sound of the slap resounded across the entire training field. It was a very loud and clear slap. Xianxia's slap was very fierce, it slammed the young man onto the ground. After that, Xianxia raised his leg and forcefully stomped on the young man's face, causing half of his head to sink into the ground. Kiss. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the scene. It was one thing to hear about it, but another to see it with their own eyes. Many of them didn't see how Xianxia did it. It was too fast. The scene was simply horrifying. This was St. Origin Palace. There were countless experts here. Which one of them wasn't an expert? Which one of them didn't have some means? They had never seen a first-grade great saint that could be so tyrannical. That slap was absolutely not an accident. So strong. The people of the outer palace widened their eyes. Xianxia's slap was really satisfying. Arg, the youth struggled violently under Xianxia's foot, but it was to no avail. It was a great irony to think that he was arrogant enough to make Xianxia kneel down, but the next moment, he was trampled under someone else's foot. You are now under my foot. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? I, a new disciple of the outer palace, can trample you at will. What qualifications do you have to look down on the people of the outer palace? This is a world where only the strong are respected. Everything depends on your strength, not your mouth. Your mouth should be used to chew mud. Every word and sentence of Xianxia had shattered the sense of superiority of the geniuses of the outer palace. Looking at the scene and listening to the arrogant words of Xianxia, all the experts of the outer palace didn't roar. This scene was too satisfying and satisfying. It was something that they had been dreaming of. Gu Chen, stop. Gu Lang bellowed. What qualifications do you have to order me? I have already said that today, everyone will have a leg broken. He is just the beginning. None of you will be an exception. Xianxia said and stepped on the thigh of the youth. With a cracking sound, the thigh of the youth was twisted on the spot. His face, which was already buried in the ground, let out a shrill scream. Bastard! Damn it! This is a great provocation to our inner palace. Presumptuous, too presumptuous. Since the establishment of Gu Palace, there has never been such an arrogant person. We must not let him go. The people from the main hall became restless. They simply couldn't believe this scene. This newcomer could simply be described as deranged. Regarding the anger of the inner palace, Xianxia didn't put it in his eyes at all. He walked past the body of the youth, took 2 steps forward and said loudly, "Who else?" Disdainfully looking down on all the heroes, arrogant in the world. His words showed the true nature of a man. At this moment, all the disciples of the outer palace were infected by Xianxia's qi. Everyone's eyes turned fiery. Many years of suffocation were about to be released. They had never felt so refreshed after being suppressed for so long. Even though this was the first time they saw him, Xianxia's position in their hearts had already risen. To Xianxia, today was the day that he would restore the dignity and confidence of the people of the outer palace. Only by letting them know that the outer palace wasn't to be trifled with would they be afraid of him. Only by letting the people of the inner palace lose their sense of superiority and become equal could the internal conflicts of the ancient people be resolved. As for the injury of the broken leg, Xianxia wasn't worried at all. To a great saint, this kind of injury was nothing. Gu Chen, you are too arrogant. You will pay a heavy price for what you have done. I will personally deal with you and let you know what regret is. Gu Lang's qi fluctuated, completely unleashing the qi of a peak 3rd grade great saint. He was ready to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Brother Gu Lang, let me do it. You don't have to deal with him personally. At this time, another youth walked out. This person's cultivation was relatively strong. He had already reached the 3rd grade great saint, but he had just reached the 3rd grade great saint. There was still a huge gap between him and a peak 3rd grade great saint like Gu Lang. The 3rd grade great saint was incomparably arrogant. He walked towards Xianxia and said in a cold tone, "Xianxia, the fact that you could defeat a 2nd grade great saint while only being a 1st grade great saint really surprised us. I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in the Pure Land, but since you dared to beat a genius of our palace and spoke rudely to us, you must be punished and taught a lesson." The youth was incomparably surprised by Xianxia's strength. One should know that all the geniuses present on the scene weren't comparable to ordinary great saints. The fact that Xianxia could defeat a 2nd grade great saint under such circumstances was enough to show the strength of Xianxia. Even though they were his opponents, they had to admit it. Xianxia had a faint smile on his face. He stretched out his finger and waved it at the youth. "You are no match for me. Gu Chen, you are too arrogant, but sometimes, you have to pay the price for being arrogant." The youth was infuriated. As a mighty 3rd grade great saint, which was 2 grades higher than Xianxia, he didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. But now, he was being despised by Xianxia. How could he bear it? Xianxia shook his head. He didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore. Today, he came to Gu Palace to establish his prestige and seek justice for the geniuses of the outer palace. He wanted to completely solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. So, he had to be tough. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk with a sway of his body, Xianxia appeared in front of the youth like a ghost. So fast. The youth's facial expression changed. He didn't expect that Gu Chen's speed would be so fast that he, a 3rd grade great saint genius, couldn't even react in time. He could feel a strong force rushing towards him. Without any delay, he quickly conjured his yuan force to defend himself. That's right. Asterisk pa. Asterisk however, even though he was a 3rd grade great saint, his ending wasn't much different from Gu Ling's. Xianxia's slap landed on his face. He didn't even have the chance to dodge, let alone block it. He was slapped to the ground by Xianxia. Before he could struggle, Xianxia's foot landed on his face like before. What? My God! How can this Gu Chen be so strong? That's a 3rd grade great saint, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. Is he still human? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can a 1st grade great saint be so powerful? This scene made everyone exclaim. Whether it was the genius disciples of inner palace or outer palace, all of them widened their eyes, looking at Xianxia as if they were looking at a ghost. It was too unbelievable. Even in Saint Origin Palace, there had never been such a terrifying genius. Ancient people of Pure Land actually had such a peerless figure. I also grew up among the ancient people, but I have never heard of Guchen among the ancient people. I have never seen him either. How could he be so nature-defying? You still don't know that Guchen was a beggar when he was young. He was adopted by the patriarch. The patriarch saw his extraordinary talent, so he hid him and cultivated in secret. Now, he has just come out. It is said that the patriarch values this person very much, calling him the hidden great killing weapon of the ancient people. Now, it seems that it is true. Compared to him, the gap between us is too huge. I see. The patriarch has really hidden his strength well. This Guchen is really valiant. I thought that it was already very scary that he could defeat a second-grade great saint, but I didn't expect that even a third-grade great saint couldn't withstand a single strike from him. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. The arrival of this Guchen has simply vented out all the depression that we've been feeling for so many years. This is too satisfying. We're all from the Gu clan. Why should the people of the Gu clan act all high and mighty, bullying and looking down on us? It's time for us to retaliate. That's right. The people of Outer Palace were whispering to each other. On the first day that Xianxia arrived in Gu Palace, he had completely conquered all the geniuses of Outer Palace without even speaking a word to them. Now, there were so many people present on the scene. All of them admired Xianxia from the bottom of their hearts. Every word and action of Xianxia made their blood boil. The youth kept roaring under Xianxia's feet, but he couldn't break free. Xianxia looked down and said disdainfully, "I just want to ask you, what qualifications do you have to look down on the geniuses of Outer Palace? Even 100 of you won't be enough to defeat me." Xianxia's words were very impolite, but what he said was a fact. To deal with a third-grade great saint like this, he could kill him instantly even without using his dragon form. If he really wanted to kill him, the youth under his feet would already be a dead man. Ka-cha. Xianxia's attack was merciless. He broke one of the youth's legs. Then, his chi fluctuated wildly. His eyes stared at Gu Lang and the others like a knife. Suddenly, he shouted, "All of you, come at me together. Come at me together." His voice was rolling and domineering. He wanted to challenge more than 100 geniuses of Inner Palace alone. He was afraid that only Xianxia would have such a heroic spirit. Fight. Brothers, it's time for us to avenge the humiliation of Outer Palace. From now on, we won't be bullied by the people of Inner Palace anymore. Gu Lufeng shouted. At this time, the emotions of all the geniuses of Outer Palace had reached the tipping point. All they needed was a fuse. Gu Liufeng's words had undoubtedly become the fuse. That's right. Fight with them and let them know that we, the geniuses of Outer Palace, aren't so easily bullied. We will speak with our strength. That's right. Fight and defend our dignity. We are all the people of ancient people. Why should our status be lower than theirs? We can't let Guchen fight alone. We, the Outer Palace, have always been the most united. Motherf *Ker, I have long disliked these bastards of Inner Palace. The geniuses of Outer Palace roared. The repressed feelings of the past few years suddenly burst out. It was like a bottomless river that couldn't be controlled. They had been bullied for too long. Every one of them had been bullied by the geniuses of Inner Palace. The resentment in their hearts had been accumulated for a long time. Every one of them was once a famous figure. They were all rare geniuses. Who didn't have a little bit of arrogance? Who didn't have a little bit of anger? Boom. Boom. Boom, waves of tyrannical chi were released from the bodies of the geniuses of Outer Palace. The entire martial arts field was shaking. All the geniuses of Outer Palace had red eyes. Their faces were filled with excitement. They looked at the white-robed youth who had his back facing them. Without a doubt, they had regarded him as their leader. It was time to have a good fight. Just like what Xianxia had said, this was a world where only the strong were respected. Only when you were strong enough would others respect you and not dare to bully you. The dignity and confidence of the outer palace needed to be proven with strength. Seeing this situation, Xianxia smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Only when the people of outer palace showed their strength and courage and treated themselves as the people of inner palace could the internal conflict of Gu palace be resolved. That's right. Only when the people of outer palace show their strength and courage and put themselves on the same level as the people of inner palace could the internal conflict of Gu palace be resolved. This was the first step and also a very important step. If Xianxia was the only one standing here and clamoring against so many geniuses of inner palace, it wouldn't have the slightest effect. It would only make the geniuses of inner palace hate him more and deal with him. But now, it was different. All the geniuses of outer palace were going to take action. Then, it would be a problem of internal conflict. Only when it got bigger would someone come to solve it. They must let the higher-ups of Gu palace see the seriousness of the situation. Bastard! Are you rebelling? Damn it! The geniuses of outer palace are really tired of living. How dare they shout at us like this? Do they really think that Gu Qin can deal with everything? If they want to fight against us, they are not qualified enough. The geniuses of inner palace were also angry. They had always been the ones bullying the geniuses of outer palace. But now, the geniuses of outer palace dared to rebel. This made them extremely angry. They felt that their dignity and high position had been seriously challenged. Cut the crap. Do you dare to fight? Let's see who is stronger between inner palace and outer palace. Xianxia released his chi completely and shouted at the crowd of inner palace in front of him. His words were earth-shattering and lofty. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If you are weak and don't want to fight, then get out of here as soon as possible. You are a coward, and a group of cowards. Brothers, for the dignity and status of inner palace, fight with them. Let these reckless geniuses of outer palace know how powerful we are and let them see clearly. Gu Lang was furious and shouted at the geniuses of inner palace. They had to fight even if they didn't want to. Xianxia's words had pushed them to the teeth of the storm. It could be said that they were riding a tiger and it was hard to get off. If they didn't fight, it meant that they were afraid. How could the strong be afraid of the strong? If they didn't dare to fight today, it would not be them bullying the geniuses of outer palace in the future, but it would be the other way around. Fight! Xianxia bellowed and took the lead to rush towards the camp of the main palace. For a moment, a chaotic battle broke out among the camp of 300 great saints. The battle between 300 great saints was terrifying and majestic. It could be described as the heavens and earth annihilation. The martial arts practice field was smashed in an instant. All the residences of the entire outer palace and all the courtyards were turned into nothingness in an instant. This mountain peak that was suspended in the air would be smashed in an instant if it wasn't for the restrictions set up by the experts. The people of outer palace were in high spirits and shouting. At this time, how could they still care about whether the residences were intact or not? For great sages, a courtyard was not even worth a fart. Now it was a battle of wills. All the geniuses of the outer palace were fighting for their pride. In this battle, they had to defend their position and change the situation. This was their only chance. All of them had followed Gu Chen's lead. If they were defeated, they would never be able to raise their heads again. They've had enough of the days of being bullied. They had to turn this situation around. Every single outer hall disciple was suppressing a gloomy feeling in their hearts. Given the situation today, they had to vent their anger properly. There were more or less some conflicts between the people present here. Hence, when they fought, the outer hall disciples specially picked the people they disliked the most and wanted to beat up the most. Regardless of whether they could win the fight or not, they would fight first. It should be known that in the past, they did not even have the courage to fight. Rumble, the aftermath of the powerful battle had just begun, but it had already swept everything here into slag. All the buildings were destroyed. 200 to 300 great sages were fighting fiercely. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. However, although it was a fierce battle, they still had some sense of propriety. Everyone used combat skills to attack and didn't use combat weapons. After all, this was an internal conflict of Gu Palace. Compared to other families, no matter how much conflict there was, they were all on the same side. They were fighting to vent their anger. If someone really died, then the nature of the fight would be completely different. You bastard, aren't you very arrogant on normal days? Come on, fight with me. A genius of the outer palace shouted and rushed towards a genius of the inner palace who usually showed off his strength. He launched a powerful attack and began to bombard the genius. The people of the inner palace were also furious. They had never put the people of the outer palace in their eyes. In their hearts, their status was above the geniuses of the outer palace. But now that they were fighting with the disciples of the outer palace, they realized that the geniuses of the outer palace were actually so powerful. They were not inferior to them in a battle of the same level. Asterisk kacha, asterisk in the vast battlefield, a white silhouette flickered constantly. Every place he went would be accompanied by blood-curdling screams and the sound of bones breaking. That white silhouette was Xianxia. His attacks were ruthless and his movements were strange. Every time he appeared, he would cause a certain amount of damage to his opponents. None of the people from the main palace could withstand a single strike from him. One of their legs was broken as soon as he appeared. In just the blink of an eye, 20 geniuses of the inner palace had been killed by Xianxia. He had greatly consumed the opponent's fighting strength. Moreover, his strength had boosted the morale of the geniuses of the outer palace. This made the outer palace gradually gain the upper hand in this big battle. Damn, how can this bastard be so strong? Gu Lang shouted loudly. He jumped and his majestic body blocked in front of Xianxia. Gu Chen, let's fight. Gu Lang shouted. He could already see that among all the geniuses who came here today, he was afraid that he was the only one who could fight Xianxia. Besides, he had no confidence in fighting Xianxia. Although he was a peak third-grade great saint, he couldn't slap a third-grade great saint to the ground, but Xianxia did it so easily. A peak third-grade great saint. Gu Lang, you are no match for me. Xianxia said. Given his current cultivation grade, it would be hard for him to find a third-grade great saint who could match him. If he used his dragon transformation, even a fourth-grade great saint would die. However, he needed to hide his identity now, so he couldn't use his dragon transformation. Even if he didn't use his dragon transformation, it was enough to deal with these people. Arrogant black whirlwind. Gu Lang bellowed. The black whirlwind turned into a black storm. This storm was somewhat similar to Xianxia's eternal immortal wind. Each wind blade was like a sharp blade. Once it was used, the void would be cut into pieces. However, the difference between this black whirlwind and Xianxia's eternal immortal wind wasn't just a little bit. The two of them weren't on the same level. The eternal immortal wind came from Nan Beichao's powerful technique. It was the technique of an immortal. Naturally, Xianxia couldn't use the eternal immortal wind to deal with Gu Lang. Otherwise, he was afraid that Gu Lang would die. Asterisk roar. Asterisk in the face of Gu Lang's powerful black whirlwind, Xianxia's response was very simple. He punched out. The golden fist wind turned into a golden dragon, roaring and colliding with the black whirlwind. Asterisk Kong Long, asterisk when the two collided, one side of the battlefield was destroyed. A big hole was created in the spatial zone. The destructive energy rustled and made people shudder. Fortunately, there were great saint experts on this battlefield. If a minor saint fell into such a battlefield, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The aftermath of these terrifying attacks was enough to kill him in an instant. Arg, Gu Lang let out a blood-curdling scream. He was sent flying away. Even though he was a peak third-grade great saint and had cast a powerful combat skill, he still wasn't a match for Xianxia. The black whirlwind that he struck out was completely destroyed by the golden dragon that was punched out by Xianxia. Gu Lang was greatly shaken. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. His combat strength had been seriously damaged. Impossible. Both of Gu Lang's eyes were red. Compared to his injuries, his heart was more shocked. He had never seen such a terrifying person. Not to mention the Pure Land, even in St. Origin Palace, a place where geniuses were as numerous as the clouds, there had never been such a monstrous genius. Such combat strength was simply heaven-defying. He was a peak third-grade great saint. Any ordinary fourth-grade great saint wouldn't be a match for him, but now, he couldn't even defeat a puny first-grade great saint. Such an ending was beyond his wildest dreams. Not good. Brother Gu Lang has been defeated. Even he isn't a match for Gu Chen. Mother *****. Is this guy still human? Since when did the Pure Land cultivate such a monstrous genius? There are also those people from the outer palace. Usually, they would hide from us when they see us. I didn't expect them to be so powerful. Now that Gu Chen is here, it's impossible for us to win. We have already lost a lot of people. Our morale is low, but the other side is as if they have been injected with chicken blood. The defeat of Gu Lang by Jiang Chen had made the geniuses of Inner Palace lose their confidence. During the battle just now, they had seen the true strength of the Outer Palace. Although they didn't say it out loud, subconsciously, these geniuses of Inner Palace no longer looked down on the people of Outer Palace like before. And this was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. *swoosh. Jiang Chen's body moved and appeared in front of Gu Lang in a flash like a flash of light. What are you doing? Gu Lang's face was filled with fear. I'm going to break your leg. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He struck out with the true dragon palm. Gu Lang couldn't resist the huge cage and was trapped by Jiang Chen on the spot. A force like a sharp sword hit one of Gu Lang's legs. Gu Lang let out a wail and followed the footsteps of the two youths. Gu Chen, you are insane. You are finished. Do you know what you are doing? Gu Ling, who was standing at the side, yelled, but he had the urge to cough up blood. Initially, he had called for reinforcements to avenge him, but he had never thought that Gu Chen would be so powerful. This made the hatred and disgust in Gu Ling's eyes turn into fear when he looked at Jiang Chen. Get lost. Jiang Chen slapped Gu Ling's face, which had already turned into a pig's head. The slap sent Gu Ling flying. Haha. The geniuses of Inner Palace are just SOSO. Brothers, beat them up. Beat them until their teeth fall all over the ground. That's right. Today, we are going to release all our depressed feelings. Mother ****, beat them up. That Gu Lang is just SOSO. A peak third-grade great saint can't even withstand a slap from Gu Chen. Shouting loudly, the people of the Outer Palace were completely excited. Everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. The geniuses of the Inner Palace were utterly defeated. This area had already been completely destroyed, but the people of the Outer Palace didn't care about this. Compared to losing some buildings, venting their anger was more important. However, the commotion here was too big. It was impossible for them not to be alarmed. Stop. At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded from afar. In the next moment, a young man in blue appeared in the sky. This young man had a head full of red hair and was incomparably majestic. His aura was monstrous, and the airwaves that were casually emitted from him were extremely frightening. Gu Lian, it's Big Brother Gu Lian. Big Brother Gu Lian, you have to seek justice for us. Mother ****. Big Brother Gu Lian, these guys from Outer Palace are rebelling. They must be punished. Seeing the newcomer, the geniuses of Inner Palace who were crying for their parents were cheered up, as if they had seen hope. Gu Lian, the genius of Inner Palace, 4th grade great saint. What's going on? Gu Lianling's eyes swept across the battlefield. He saw that many of the geniuses of Inner Palace had a broken leg. The others were also covered in dust and dirt. As a genius of Inner Palace, Gu Lian was naturally infuriated. Big Brother Gu Lian, one of them used divine sense to tell Gu Lian everything that had happened. A bunch of trash. After listening to it, Gu Lian couldn't help but scold. Of course, he wasn't scolding the geniuses of Outer Palace, but the geniuses of Inner Palace. He didn't feel angry at the miserable state of the geniuses of Inner Palace. Instead, he felt ashamed because he could see that the geniuses of Inner Palace were superior to those of Outer Palace in terms of numbers and cultivation. Under such circumstances, the geniuses of Inner Palace were still defeated miserably. It was an incomparably shameful thing, but it also gave Gu Lian a new view of the geniuses of Outer Palace. *swoosh. Gu Lian's eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. When he realized that Jiang Chen was only a 1st grade great saint, his eyes glinted with a strange light. Putting everything else aside, the fact that a 1st grade great saint like Jiang Chen could defeat Gu Lang was enough to earn his respect. You are the newcomer, Gu Chen? Gu Lianlingling asked. Yes, I am. Jiang Chen didn't show the slightest fear in Gu Lian's eyes. Gu Chen, it seems like we are going to be in trouble today. This Gu Lian is a 4th grade great saint. He won't be easy to deal with. You must be careful. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't put Gu Liuyang's words in his heart. He looked straight at Gu Lian and said, You have seen it yourself. None of the geniuses of Inner Palace can defeat me. Although Jiang Chen didn't make it very clear, the meaning he wanted to express was very clear. He was saying that the geniuses of Inner Palace couldn't even defeat him, a 1st grade great saint. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant and bully the disciples of Outer Palace? You are indeed very good. You have really shocked me. I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in Pure Land. They can't defeat you because they are not strong enough. I have nothing to say. The performance of Outer Palace today has indeed made me, Gu Lian, look at all of you in a different light. Gu Lian nodded and said. He was indeed a straightforward person. However, you're a newcomer, yet you've beaten up so many of our people and broken so many of their legs. This means that you don't place us in your eyes at all. I'll take this as a provocation to us. So, even though I admire you, I must seek justice for us and regain the face we've lost. Gu Lian said. His words were understandable. Jiang Chen also expressed his understanding. If he was in Gu Lian's shoes, he would also make the same decision. After all, Gu Lian was on Inner Palace's side. If he remained indifferent in the face of such a situation, he would be considered as a coward. What do you want? Jiang Chen said plainly. The internal conflict between the ancient people had intensified. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to resolve it as soon as possible. If it couldn't be resolved in time, the conflict would escalate to an unmanageable stage. At that time, the entire Gu Palace would be finished. From the bottom to the top, everyone would be caught in the conflict. Therefore, Jiang Chen had no other way out now. He could only take one step at a time. However, there was one thing that he must do, he must be strong to the end. He must show the prestige of the geniuses of Outer Palace. I will fight with you. Gu Lian's eyes were blazing. A trace of combat intent burst out from his body. No way. Gu Lian, you are a 4th grade great saint. It's not fair to fight with Gu Chen. Gu Luyang was the first to object. That's right. It's a 4th grade great saint versus a 1st grade great saint. Even if he won, there's nothing to be proud of. Has your palace become so shameless? One should know that the gap between a 4th grade great saint and a 3rd grade great saint wasn't small. The advancement from 3rd grade to 4th grade was a hurdle in itself. Jiang Chen was able to defeat the 3rd grade great saint Gu Lang, but he was only a 1st grade great saint after all. How could he deal with the 4th grade great saint Gu Lian? Jiang Chen raised his hand and silenced the voices in the outer hall. He smiled at Gu Lian and said, All right, I'll fight you. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest confidence in dealing with Gu Lian. If he transformed into his dragon form, he would certainly be able to defeat Gu Lian, but he couldn't use it now. His current strength was more than enough to deal with an ordinary 4th grade great saint, but it was somewhat insufficient to deal with a genius like Gu Lian. However, he had no choice but to accept Gu Lian's challenge. If he didn't, the Outer Palace would still be looked down upon and bullied by the Inner Palace like before. Furthermore, it would only get worse. Therefore, regardless of the outcome of the battle, he had to fight. Gu Chen, I, Gu Lian, admire your guts. Come, let me see how powerful the peerless genius nurtured by the Pure Land is. Today, I will beat the crap out of you and defend the dignity and status of the Pure Land. Gu Lian's chi fluctuated wildly. His entire body soared high into the sky. His chi of a 4th grade great saint was completely unleashed. Jiang Chen also unleashed his chi and stood in front of Gu Lian. His clothes were as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. His black hair fluttered along with the wind. He was exuding a strong heroic aura that captivated and subdued people. Mother ****. Isn't this bullying? I don't know if Gu Chen can defeat Gu Lian. I think it will be very difficult. That Gu Lian isn't an easy opponent. Gu Chen is only a first-grade great saint. This battle is really worrying. What do you all know? Gu Chen is fighting for the dignity and glory of our outer palace. He has to accept the challenge. Otherwise, our outer palace won't be able to stand firm in the future. We will still be bullied by those bastards of the inner palace. Everyone in the outer palace shifted their eyes to the sky. Their eyes were filled with worry. Their opponent was the mighty Gu Lian. There was no way they wouldn't be worried. This guy actually dared to accept the challenge. I really don't know where he got his courage from. Although he is from the outer palace, I have to admit that this Gu Chen is really powerful. You and I are still far away from him. That's right. Yeah, I didn't expect the Pure Land to be able to cultivate such a genius. Even I admire him a little. However, this is a battle of dignity and status. Big brother Gu Lian will let him know how powerful he is and teach him a good lesson. A newbie is going to pay the price for being so arrogant. A lot of people in the inner palace were talking about it. Xianxia didn't even think about it before accepting Gu Lian's challenge. This was beyond their expectation. After all, the gap between their strength was just too big. It was a gap that was hard to make up for. Even though they were his opponents, even though they hated Xianxia to the bone, they couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Xianxia to show their admiration. Sometimes, admiring a person had nothing to do with whether the person was a comrade or an enemy. Gu Chen, come on. Give it your all. Gu Lian shouted. He was fully prepared for the battle. Stop. Just at this moment, another shout was heard. 4 extremely powerful silhouettes appeared in the sky. They were 4 elders. Each of them was brimming with qi and powerful cultivation base. All of them were 5th-grade great saints. They had a panoramic view of everything that had happened here the moment they appeared. This was originally a beautiful place where the geniuses of the outer palace resided. There were martial arts arenas, flowers and trees, as well as courtyards and palaces. But now, there was nothing left. Everything had been completely destroyed. Although it was worthless, it was still the symbol of the ancient palace. This group of prodigal sons of cheese. It seemed like this floating mountain peak would have been completely destroyed if it wasn't for the restrictive spells set up by the masters. It's the elders. They were indeed the elders of Gu Palace. Usually, the elders wouldn't show up no matter how much trouble the disciples caused. It seemed like today's matter wasn't a small matter. Even the elders had come. What have you all done? Gu Lian, are you going to tear down the entire Gu Palace? One of the elders shouted at Gu Lian before looking at Gu Chen, who are you? But very soon, the 4 elders knew what had happened here. Someone had already told them everything through divine sense, including the cause, the process, and the result. As for the result, there was no need to talk about it because it was in front of them. Gu Chen, did you hurt all these people? An elder asked in disbelief. That's right. Xianxia said, I think the elders should know why I attacked them. Although this is my first day here, I absolutely can't stand the humiliation. Ancient people built Gu Palace. Why is there a difference between the inner palace and the outer palace? Do the geniuses of the outer palace have to be bullied? I just wanted to see what's so great about the geniuses of the inner palace. Now, it seems that they are just SOSO. How dare you? You are just a newcomer. How dare you beat the geniuses of the inner palace and destroy the entire residents of the outer palace? That is a serious crime. Gu Chen, follow me to the punishment hall immediately. An elder shouted at Xianxia. Elder Gu Rong, this place wasn't destroyed by Gu Chen alone. All of us have attacked the geniuses of the inner palace. If you want to punish them, punish us too. Gu Luyang stood up. At this time, the outer palace must be united. What are you doing? Is your outer palace going to rebel? Gu Rong's eyes widened. Rebel? Elder Gu Rong's words are a little harsh. I think Gu Chen is right. We are all ancient people. There shouldn't be a difference between the inner palace and the outer palace. Today, it seems that the geniuses of the inner palace are just SOSO. Gu Chen is merely a first-grade great saint, but he has already beaten so many geniuses of the inner palace until they are crying for their parents. It's our fortune that the Pure Land sent such a genius to us. An elder next to Gu Rong suddenly spoke. His name was Gu Jing. He was also from the outer palace. He had always been very unhappy about the difference between the inner palace and the outer palace. Xianxia saw all of this with his own eyes. His heart was filled with worry. The internal conflict of Gu Palace had reached a level that couldn't be ignored. Not only the geniuses, but also the elders. Once this kind of conflict was triggered, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Gu Jing, since the establishment of Gu Palace, there has never been such a disgraceful thing. Destroying public facilities and ignoring the rules of Gu Palace is a serious crime. He must be punished. Otherwise, how will Gu Palace manage the disciples in the future? Gu Rong said loudly with a very firm attitude. Bullshit. Gu Chen's crime is nothing more than beating up Gu Ling. This is a fight between disciples, which is very common. We have always ignored it. As for destroying public facilities, I would like to ask you something. This is the place of the outer palace. Why did more than 100 people from the inner palace come here? If you are talking about destroying public facilities, it is the disciples of the inner palace who came here to cause trouble. If you want to go to the punishment hall, you should take Gu Lang and the others away. Everything here has been destroyed. The disciples of the outer palace are the victims. It's not fair for you to punish the victims now. Gu Jing spoke sternly. It seemed that he was going to stand firmly on the side of the outer palace. The confrontation between the two elders made Xianxia even more determined to solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. 5th grade Great Saint was the most common cultivation grade in Gu Palace. The 4 elders in front of him were also at the bottom of the hierarchy. However, from the different standpoint of Gu Rong and Gu Jing, one could imagine that even among the higher-ups of Gu Palace, such conflicts also existed. In the final analysis, this conflict wasn't between people, but between the outer palace and the inner palace. The people of the inner palace thought that they were superior and superior, so they looked down on the people of the outer palace. The people of the outer palace, on the other hand, were naturally dissatisfied because they were all from the ancient people. All right, stop quarreling, both of you. Another elder said with a frown. What's the difference between the two of you arguing here and them fighting here? I believe both of you are very clear that the conflict between the inner palace and the outer palace isn't new. Today, because of the arrival of Gu Chen, this conflict has erupted. But it's good that it has erupted because this kind of potential conflict isn't a good thing for Gu Palace. Since it has erupted in advance, we should solve it as soon as possible. Gu Lian, Gu Chen, how do you want to solve it? This person was called Gu Wang. His words were considered more dignified among the 4 elders. Xianxia couldn't help but admire his words. It seemed like there weren't any lack of discerning people in Gu Palace. He believed that many of the higher-ups were also very worried about the conflict in Gu Palace, but they didn't have a good way to stop it. Elder Gu Wang, I will fight with Gu Chen. If Gu Chen loses, all the people of the outer palace, including Gu Chen, will have to apologize to Gu Lang and the others in public. From today onwards, they will have to avoid the people of the inner palace. Gu Lian said. Gu Lian, you are a 4th grade Great Saint, challenging a 1st grade Great Saint. Do you still have the nerve to say that? Gu Jing harumphed coldly. Elder Gu Wang waved his hand, signaling Gu Jing to keep quiet. He looked at Xianxia and said, Gu Chen, Gu Lian's challenge, are you willing to accept it? Of course I accept, but I also have a condition. Xianxia clasped his fists at the 4 elders. Say it. Elder Gu Wang nodded approvingly. A 1st grade Great Saint didn't even think twice before accepting the challenge of a 4th grade Great Saint. This courage alone was worthy of admiration. Furthermore, he had heard about Gu Chen's means today. Even Gu Lang wasn't his match. Such a genius, even if he came from the Pure Land, Gu Palace would still treat him seriously. If I lose, I will do as Gu Lian said, and I will also compensate them with a huge amount of wealth. From now on, the disciples of the outer palace will hide wherever they are. However, if I win, I don't want anything. I just want to give the disciples of the outer palace a proper name. I will fight for the dignity and status of the outer palace. If I win, I hope that from now on, there will be no distinction between the outer palace and the inner palace. Xianxia said. What he said wasn't only for the four elders, but also for the geniuses of the main palace. One should know that this wasn't something that could be achieved with just a single word from an elder. If the words of an elder were effective, there wouldn't be any internal conflicts between the geniuses. Haha. What a joke. Gu Chen, it's impossible for you to win. If you win, I, Gu Lian, will be the first to submit to you. In the future, the people of Inner Palace will never look down on Outer Palace. Gu Lian laughed heartily and said in an extremely solemn tone. That's right. As long as he can defeat Big Brother Gu Lian, we will acknowledge you as the geniuses of Outer Palace. Someone in the main palace shouted. As a matter of fact, after today's battle, many of them had a new opinion about the disciples of Outer Palace, especially Gu Chen. Countless of them admired him. If Gu Chen could defeat Gu Lian, who was a fourth-grade great saint, it would be enough for him to be called the #1 genius of Gu Palace. Such a genius would probably alarm the higher-ups of Gu Palace. Moreover, such a genius came from Pure Land and not from Inner Palace. So, what qualifications did the people of Inner Palace have to look down on the geniuses of Outer Palace? Good. Since you all are willing to use this method to solve the problem, then 3 days later, in the martial arena of Gu Palace, Gu Lian and Gu Chen will have a showdown. At that time, many people of Gu Palace will be watching, including the higher-ups. Now, you all have 3 days to prepare. After Elder Gu Wang finished speaking, he left with the other 3 elders. As for why Elder Gu Wang wanted to delay the battle to 3 days later instead of letting Jiang Chen and Gu Lian start the battle immediately, many of them knew the reason. After all, this battle was related to the conflict between the Inner Palace and the Outer Palace. These 3 days were undoubtedly used to create hype for Gu Chen and Gu Lian, allowing many people in Gu Palace to know about this battle. This news had even reached the ears of the higher-ups, causing them to pay close attention to this battle. After all, the significance of this battle was extraordinary. The more people paid attention to it, the better it would be for Gu Palace. It was time for the internal conflict of Gu Palace to be resolved. Therefore, no matter who won this battle, it would be beneficial to Gu Palace. If Gu Chen won, then the internal conflict of Gu Palace would be resolved. From then on, the people of Outer Palace would have a high status and dignity. Inner Palace would no longer bully the disciples of Outer Palace, which would unite everyone in Gu Palace. Moreover, Jiang Chen had defeated Gu Lian and became famous. Gu Palace would certainly nurture such a genius. On the contrary, if Gu Lian won, the conflict would escalate to the surface. The people of Outer Palace would lose more and more status. Perhaps, many of them would return to Pure Land. From then on, Gu Palace would no longer accept people from Pure Land. Ancient people of Gu Palace and Pure Land would be completely separated. In this way, although it was cruel, Gu Palace would soon be united and there would no longer be any hidden conflicts. Gu Wang was a smart man. Many people weren't stupid either. They could still see the situation clearly. Even Jiang Chen and Gu Lian were aware of it. Therefore, everyone expressed their understanding of the reason for postponing the battle for 3 days. Gu Chen, if I were you, I would immediately admit defeat to avoid losing face 3 days later. Gu Lian said. At that time, we will know who will lose face. Jiang Chen's face was filled with disdain. These 3 days were a good thing for him. Under the situation where he couldn't transform into his dragon form, it was indeed not easy for Jiang Chen to defeat Gu Lian. Now that there were 3 more days, Jiang Chen had the hope of improving his strength to the next level. If he had the chance to advance to the 2nd-grade Great Saint, defeating Gu Lian would be as easy as blowing off dust. Jiang Chen's current cultivation grade had reached the peak of 1st-grade Great Saint. He was only 500 dragon marks away from the 2nd-grade Great Saint. All he needed was an opportunity to break through. Gu Lian left with the geniuses of Inner Palace. Now that the battle had been decided, there was no point in staying here any longer. It seemed like they were not welcomed here. As for Gu Lang and those who had their legs broken by Jiang Chen, they flew away. To a great saint, a broken leg wasn't a serious injury. When Jiang Chen landed from the sky, a group of geniuses from Outer Palace immediately surrounded Jiang Chen. Satisfying, too satisfying. Gu Chen, you're really amazing. Even that Gu Lang fellow's leg was broken by you. This is really satisfying. I've taken a look just now, at least 30 people's legs were broken by Gu Chen. Let's see if they still dare to be arrogant in the future. That's right. We have been sulking for a long time. Today, we can finally vent our frustrations. Those geniuses from Inner Palace are just SOSO. I'm not afraid of them if we really fight. We will follow Gu Chen from now on. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be able to have today's pleasure. Everyone in the outer palace was in high spirits. Thinking of the refreshing battle just now, many people still felt as if they had been injected with chicken blood. As for the destroyed houses, it was nothing. They were all great sage experts. It was just a matter of minutes if they wanted to build some courtyard houses. Even if they wanted to build a small space, it was also a very simple and easy thing. It felt really good. At this time, everyone admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. They had already regarded Jiang Chen as their representative and leader. The world of the strong was originally like this. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they would still live the same days as before, suffering from the supercilious and oppressed geniuses. But Gu Chen, Gu Lian is not easy to deal with. Are you sure? Gu Luiying said with a frown. The others also looked at Jiang Chen with bright eyes. Although they had a good time today, the real highlight had yet to begin. The real highlight would only begin 3 days later. If Jiang Chen was defeated, their status wouldn't change either. Gu Luiying said with a frown. Brothers, rest assured. I will definitely defeat Gu Lian and clear the name of our outer palace. This is a battle of dignity. Our dignity will not be trampled on. Jiang Chen's expression changed. His eyes turned cold, and his body emitted an unstoppable confidence. It was a confidence that came from his bones, and it could infect many people. The people around him couldn't help but be influenced by it. Ha ha ha. Well, Gu Chen, we believe in you. Gu Luhui shouted. After all, they had all seen the strength of Jiang Chen with their own eyes. Even if the cultivation gap between Jiang Chen and Gu Lian was huge, it was not completely impossible. What's more, in the current situation, they could only believe in Jiang Chen. It seemed that there was no other way but to believe and pray. Everyone, clean up this place first. Restore the original buildings. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion to prepare for the battle 3 days later. Jiang Chen said. Okay, leave these to us. After Gu Luiying finished speaking, he waved out a wave of air. All the debris on the entire mountain peak was cleaned up. For more than 100 great sages, it was too easy to build some courtyard buildings. In almost a few minutes, all the buildings were built again. After everything was restored, Jiang Chen found a random courtyard and went into seclusion. It wasn't an easy task to advance to the second grade great saint in just 3 days. Jiang Chen's seclusion lasted for a day. He shook his head helplessly. Although there are only 500 dragon marks left, it's too difficult to condense them all. Unless there's an opportunity or a powerful energy impact, I won't be able to advance to the second grade great saint even if I cultivate for another 2 days. Jiang Chen stood up from the futon. He decided not to go into seclusion anymore. This kind of meaningless seclusion was just a waste of time. There were only 2 days left before the battle with Gu Lian. He couldn't afford to delay it any further. Creak Jiang Chen pushed the door open and saw Gu Lufeng and Gu Luiying standing in front of his door. It seemed like they were about to knock on his door. Lufeng, what's the matter? Jiang Chen asked. Gu Lufeng had been in contact with him for a long time and he had a certain understanding of him. If there was nothing important, he wouldn't disturb his seclusion. Little Chenzi, today is the opening day of the refining tower. Brother Luiying wants to ask if you want to go there for cultivation. Gu Lufeng said. Isn't the refining tower opened every day? Yesterday, they were still cultivating in the refining tower. Jiang Chen was puzzled. He still remembered what happened yesterday clearly. Gu Luyang and Gu Ling came from the refining tower and had a chaotic battle here. That was to say, the refining tower had opened yesterday, but today was the opening day of the refining tower. Wouldn't it be contradictory? Gu Chen, you don't know this. This refining tower is different from the previous one. There are a total of 9 refining towers in St. Origin Palace. Each of the palaces has one that is used for cultivation. The purpose of the refining tower is to condense the heaven and earth yuan qi. If you cultivate in it, your cultivation speed will be faster. However, the refining tower that opens today is the most unique tower in St. Origin Palace. It opens for 1 day every month and the geniuses of the 8 major palaces can enter it. If you can't enter it, all the good cultivation places will be taken away. Gu Luing explained. I see. What's the difference between this refining tower and Gu Palace? Xianxia asked. The difference is huge. The refining towers of the various palaces can only gather the heaven and earth yuan qi in this space, making the heaven and earth yuan qi even denser. There are also some arrays that can help in cultivation. But today, the refining towers can absorb a small amount of immortal qi. This is the immortal qi from the immortal world. If you are lucky enough to absorb some, it will bring you endless benefits. Gu Luhui hurriedly said. Immortal energy. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled all of a sudden. He was worrying about how to advance his cultivation grade in 2 days. Now, it seemed like this refining tower was a good choice. If he could absorb the immortal qi, he might be able to stimulate his dragon transformation skill. At that time, he would be able to condense 500 dragon marks and advance to 2nd grade Great Saint. As long as he advanced to the 2nd grade Great Saint, he would have no problem dealing with Gu Lian 2 days later. That's right. This refining tower was set up by the old ancestors of the 8 major families when St. Origin Palace was built. It can absorb a small amount of immortal qi from the immortal world. Although the amount is very little, it's very beneficial to us. However, it only opens once a month and many geniuses of the 8 major palaces will go there. The competition is very intense. Gu Luing said. The refining tower should have been opened by now, right? Jiang Chen asked. It has been opened for a while. Gu Luhui said. Alright, let's go there now. Jiang Chen said. He was very interested in this refining tower. He was eager to improve his strength. The immortal qi came from the immortal world. The quality of the heaven and earth yuan qi was many times higher than the heaven and earth yuan qi in St. Origin world. Jiang Chen cultivated the dragon transformation skill, which was a supreme divine skill. Therefore, his ability to absorb the high-grade yuan qi in the immortal world was much stronger. Under the lead of Gu Luing and Gu Luhui, the 4 of them flew rapidly towards the refining tower. It was the first time for Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng to go to the refining tower. Jiang Chen's reaction was better than Gu Liufeng's. The refining tower of St. Origin Palace was located at the center of St. Origin Palace. A grey ancient tower was suspended high in the sky. This ancient tower seemed to have 9 floors. There was a golden light at the top of the tower that went straight into the sky. No one could see where it extended to, as if it was going to poke a hole in the sky. Thousands of miles around the ancient tower was empty, which added a sense of loneliness to the ancient tower. This was the refining tower, which only opened once a month. At this moment, a lot of people were moving towards the refining tower. All of them were young geniuses. Each of their faces was filled with arrogance. The geniuses of the 8 major palaces had arrived. For this day, St. Origin Palace was a grand event. Gu Chen, this is the refining tower. It opens once a month. The tower is divided into 9 levels. The higher the level, the higher the chance of absorbing immortal qi. The lower the level, the lower the chance. Basically, only 5th grade Great Saints and above can enter the 7th level and above. With our current strength, we won't be able to go there. Gu Chen, this is the refining tower that opens once a month. Gu Luing introduced. I'm afraid that there will be constant friction and trouble when the geniuses of the 8 major palaces gather together, right? Jiang Chen smiled. That's for sure. The relationship between the 8 major palaces has always been very tense. This time of the month is also the most chaotic time. Many people will fight each other for territory. Sometimes, there will even be deaths, but these are the battles between the geniuses. The higher-ups of St. Origin Palace won't care about it. Even if someone dies, as long as it isn't too excessive, no one will care. This is a world where the weak are prey to the strong. Apart from allowing the geniuses to absorb immortal chi, the opening of the refining tower is also a form of training for the geniuses. Whether it is Pure Land or Saint Origin Palace, the contradictions between the 8 major palaces have long been deep-rooted. It's not uncommon for people to die because of the battles. Gu Luiying said. He had been here for a long time, so he had a better understanding of the situation here. Although Saint Origin Palace was a powerful place, the competition here was also more intense. Compared to Pure Land, this place was much crueler. Under normal circumstances, which floor should we go to? Asked Jiang Chen. Given our cultivation grade, we can still go to the 4th and 5th floors, but I'm afraid that the 4th and 5th floors have already been occupied. Let's go to the 5th floor and try our luck first. Gu Luiying said. Alright, let's go to the 5th floor and have a look. Jiang Chen nodded. He didn't care which floor he was going to because given his strength and means, he would still be able to absorb immortal chi even if he was cultivating in the lowest floor. Although he wanted to compete with the geniuses of the 6 major families, he didn't want to cause any trouble today. All he wanted now was to cultivate and absorb immortal chi to advance to 2nd grade Great Saint. Then, he would fight Gu Lian 2 days later and solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. When Jiang Chen and the others were about to enter the gate of the 5th floor, they saw 3 figures walking out from the inside. Judging from the clothes they were wearing, they were the disciples of Gu Palace. At this moment, all 3 of them had bruised noses and swollen faces. Their chi was chaotic and they had suffered certain injuries. Each of them was covered in dust and dirt, looking extremely miserable. All 3 of them were 2nd grade Great Saints. The one standing in the middle had blood at the corner of his mouth. What's wrong with you 3? Asked Jiang Chen with a frown. These 3 weren't unfamiliar to him. Although he didn't know their names, he knew that they were the geniuses of Main Palace. They were among those who went to the outer palace to cause trouble yesterday. Upon hearing the voice, the 3 of them raised their heads. When they saw that it was Jiang Chen, a complicated look was revealed in their eyes. Gu Chen. The one in the middle said in a low voice. Gu Yong, who did this to you? Asked Gu Luiying. Frankly speaking, they were delighted to see the 3 geniuses of Main Palace in such a miserable state. It's none of your business who did this to us. Another genius of Main Palace, Leng Leng, said. You're right. It naturally has nothing to do with us if you get beaten up. But if you get beaten up here, it's a disgrace to Gu Palace. Not daring to fight back after being beaten up, it's even more shameful. Your Gu Palace is truly disappointing. Jiang Chen's face was filled with disdain. Gu Chen, that's enough. I don't need your sarcastic remarks. Gu Yong said loudly. I've said it before. In my eyes, there is no distinction between Main Palace and Outer Palace. This is the refining tower. You not only represent yourselves, but also the face of Gu Palace. Tell me, who did this to you? Jiang Chen looked at the 3 of them and asked word by word. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, like an emperor questioning his courtiers. They didn't dare to not answer. It's the people of Desolate Palace. The cultivation place that we found was taken away by them and they even beat us. Gu Yong said. Bring me there. Jiang Chen said in an unquestionable tone. Gu Yong and the other 2 glanced at each other before nodding their heads. Once again, they strode towards the 5th level. The chi of heaven and earth in the 5th level was much denser than the outside world. Just a casual breath was enough to make one feel refreshed. There were many small secret chambers here, and each of them had a stone door. If the stone door was not closed, it meant that there was no one inside and people could enter to cultivate. If the stone door was closed, it meant that the inside was occupied. At this moment, the secret chambers on the 5th floor were all closed, and there were many people outside looking for places to cultivate. Where is it? Jiang Chen asked. It's here. Gu Yong came to the front of a secret chamber. The stone door of the secret chamber was closed. It had been occupied by someone. We were the first to snatch the secret chamber, but it was occupied by Desolate Ichiro and the others. They even beat us up. That Desolate Ichiro is a 3rd grade Great Saint. We are no match for him. Gu Yong said while gritting his teeth. His heart was filled with depression when he thought of the humiliation he had suffered. Kick the door. Xianxia said plainly. I will kick it. Kong. The youth of Gu Palace kicked the stone door ferociously, causing the entire stone door to tremble violently. The fifth level of the ancient pagoda buzzed. The kick of a second-grade great saint could crush a mountain, but it didn't even break a single stone door. However, this was normal. Xianxia could already see that the stone door had been set up with a seal by an expert. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to break it. Kong. The youth raised his leg and kicked again. Desolate Ichiro, get out here right now. The youth was incomparably arrogant. Although Desolate Ichiro was a third-grade great saint, they didn't care about him at all. Gu Yong and the rest had witnessed Xianxia's strength with their own eyes. Even the peak third-grade great saint Gu Lang couldn't withstand a single strike from Xianxia, let alone Desolate Ichiro. To Gu Yong and the others, since they were dealing with the people of Desolate Palace, it was only right for the people of Gu Palace to unite. Thinking of how Gu Chen was willing to stand up for them when they attacked the outer palace yesterday, they felt incomparably touched. The domineering aura radiating from Xianxia had convinced them. The commotion immediately attracted a lot of people. Most of the geniuses in the fifth floor were third-grade great saints. Most of the fourth-grade great saints had gone to the sixth floor. That was why Gu Yong and the rest were so arrogant. They could basically conclude that no one in the fifth floor was a match for Xianxia. Bang bang bang. Gu Yong stepped forward and kicked the stone door 3 times. The stone door made a cracking sound. No matter how good-tempered those who were cultivating inside were, they wouldn't be able to control themselves when they encountered such a situation. The stone door was slowly opened. 3 angry men walked out. The leader was a tall and burly man with a fierce face. He was a third-grade great saint. He was the genius of Desolate Palace, Desolate Ichiro. Standing beside him were 2 second-grade great saint geniuses of Desolate Palace. Their faces were also filled with anger. Anyone would be infuriated when they were interrupted during their cultivation. Desolate Ichiro and the rest laughed when they saw that the ones who kicked the door were the geniuses of Gu Palace whom they had beaten up and thrown out of the tower. Damn it. You 3 don't know what's good for you. How dare you kick my door and disturb my cultivation? Do you believe that I'll take your lives right now? In this refining tower, even if you die, it'll be in vain. Ichiro said fiercely to Gu Yong and the other 2. It's Desolate Ichiro. This guy isn't someone to be trifled with. Why would the people of Gu Palace provoke him? You still don't know this. This secret chamber was snatched by Gu Yong and the others. Ichiro caught up to them, and not only did he throw them out, he also seized the secret chamber and gave them a good beating. However, are these 3 fellows sick in the head? They actually dared to come back and kick the door. Are they really not afraid of death? That's right. You should know that there have been deaths in this refining tower before. Desolate Ichiro is a third-grade great saint. They are no match for him. The surrounding people began to discuss. There were also a few people from Gu Palace who came over when they saw the conflict. Their initial thought was the same as the others, but when they saw Xianxia who was standing beside Gu Yong, they immediately felt relieved. Others might not know this man who had only been in St. Origin Palace for a day, but they were all too familiar with him. Desolate Ichiro might be terrifying, but compared to this ruthless man, they were afraid that he was still far from being comparable to him. Desolate Ichiro, it's still uncertain who will die today. You all have seized our secret chamber. You better get out now, kneel down and kowtow to apologize and compensate us for our losses. Then, we'll forget about this matter. There were experts beside Gu Yong, so his words were filled with confidence. He knew the capability of Xianxia, so he no longer put Desolate Ichiro in his eyes. Desolate Ichiro and the other 2 were stunned, suspecting that their ears were playing tricks on them. What kind of joke was this? These 3 idiots who were crying for their parents after being beaten by them were now clamoring in front of him. Gu Yong, have you become stupid after being beaten by me? It seems like you don't know how to write the word death. Desolate Ichiro's face was ferocious. You are right. He really doesn't know how to write the word death because he won't die. A voice sounded beside Gu Yong. The one who spoke was none other than Xianxia. Desolate Ichiro and the other two turned their eyes to Xianxia. When they saw that Xianxia was only a first-grade great saint, they laughed again. Where did you come from? You are just a puny little first-grade great saint. You don't have the right to speak here. You better do as he said. Kowtow and apologize, then compensate us. Xianxia said with a smile. No one could tell whether he was angry or not. F***ck. How dare a first-grade great saint talk to Brother Ichiro like this? You are courting death. Kneel down before me first. A second-grade great saint beside Desolate Ichiro took a step forward and raised his hand, preparing to give Xianxia a slap. Pa. It was a loud slap, but the one who was slapped wasn't Xianxia, but the genius of Desolate family. The youth was slapped to the ground by Xianxia and then stepped on his face. Upon seeing this scene, Gu Yong and the other two couldn't help but shiver. This method was too similar to yesterday. Being so close to Xianxia, they could feel the scariness of Xianxia. Even though they were so close to each other, they couldn't see how Xianxia did it. A second-grade great saint was slapped to the ground. This scene stunned a lot of people, including Desolate Ichiro. Who is this man? I have never seen him before. He is only a first-grade great saint. How can he be so powerful? It must be an accident. He should be a newcomer from Gu Palace. I didn't expect a newcomer to be so arrogant. I guess Desolate Ichiro is going to be furious. Anyway, the secret chamber is gone. It's not bad to watch the show. When the show is over, we will go to the 4th level to find a place to stay. The surrounding people were shocked. It was indeed surprising that a person they had never seen before could be so powerful. Bastard! The youth bellowed under Xianxia's foot, but he couldn't get rid of it. Move your stinky foot away. Desolate Ichiro was infuriated. I want to remind you that if you die here, you will die in vain. Even if someone dies here, no one will care about it. Is that so? If you say so, I am relieved. A cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He exerted force on his foot. A blood-curdling scream was heard along with the sound of broken bones. The head of the youth was twisted and deformed. Blood gushed out crazily. He was stomped to death by Xianxia on the spot. After a few moments of struggling, he completely stopped moving. What? The scene made countless people exclaim. The way they looked at Xianxia had changed. None of them had thought that this newcomer of Gu Palace would kill someone without any warning. Xianxia didn't even have the slightest sign of killing someone. One should know that it was one thing to have a conflict and another to kill someone. Indeed, everyone would have a fight here. It was a very normal thing, but it was rare to see someone kill someone like this. Gu Yong and the others were also looking at Xianxia in shock. They didn't expect that Xianxia would have such a fiery temper and such a ruthless method. Even if they were from Gu Palace, they were still shuddering. Recalling the scene yesterday, they felt that they were lucky. If they weren't from Gu Palace, they would have been trampled to death on the spot after offending Xianxia. You really killed him? Desolate Ichiro widened his eyes, staring at Xianxia. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Not only was he shocked by Xianxia's courage, he was also shocked by Xianxia's cultivation grade. Whether he dared to kill someone was one thing, whether he had the ability to do so was another. A first-grade great saint had killed a second-grade great saint in just one move. This didn't mean that a second-grade great saint was too weak, but this youth was too strong. If you kowtow and apologize now, you won't have to die. Xianxia looked at Desolate Ichiro and said plainly. Bastard. This bastard is too arrogant. The other second-grade great saint beside Desolate Ichiro was so angry that he almost coughed out blood. One of their companions was killed in front of everyone. Not only did this disgrace them, it also disgraced Desolate Palace. Good. Good. I didn't expect that there would be such an arrogant person in Gu Palace. You have the guts to kill a disciple of Desolate Palace. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Tell me, what is your name? I, Desolate Ichiro, don't kill nameless ghosts. Desolate Ichiro's chest heaved up and down. It seemed like his anger was about to burst out at any time, burning everything in this place. Gu Chen. Xianxia revealed his name. Gu Lufeng shook his head and looked at desolate Ichiro with a pitiful look. This desolate Ichiro was destined to have a tragic ending. He knew Xianxia too well. This was a lawless man who wasn't afraid of anything. There was nothing that he wouldn't dare to do. Since he had already started to kill, Xianxia wouldn't mind killing one more. Kong, desolate Ichiro fully unleashed his chi of a third-grade great saint. He locked all the chi of Xianxia and decided to torture this arrogant guy. He didn't want him to die too easily. He wanted him to know the cruel consequences of offending desolate palace. Humph. Xianxia harumphed coldly. He didn't want to waste any more time with desolate Ichiro. Immediately, he struck out the true dragon palm, grabbed desolate Ichiro and threw him away. Bang. Xiao Ichiro didn't even have the chance to resist as he was thrown away by Xianxia like a sandbag. He was thrown far away and landed heavily on the ground far away. His whole body was in a daze from the fall and he was vomiting blood. Then, Xianxia once again grabbed desolate Ichiro and pulled him closer to him. Currently, desolate Ichiro's eyes were filled with fear. The confrontation with Xianxia just now had made him understand that one shouldn't judge a person's strength just by looking at his cultivation grade. Some people in this world couldn't be judged by common sense. You. What are you doing? Whatever you wanted to do just now, I will do it now. Anyway, if you die here, your death will be in vain. Xianxia's face was cold. A powerful force was released from his body, pressing towards desolate Ichiro from all directions. No, desolate Ichiro let out a roar. He could feel the chi of death. He didn't expect that his opponent would really dare to kill him. This was simply unbelievable. He regretted it very much. There were still some secret cultivation rooms here when he came here, but he chose to rob Gu Palace. Now, it seemed like he had to pay a price for acting tough, but the price was too miserable. Bang. Desolate Ichiro's body fell to the ground. After moving a few times, there was no more breath. He was dead. The scene was silent. Many of them felt their breath quicken. Their eyes were fixed on Xianxia's indifferent face, as if killing a genius of desolate palace was just like killing an ordinary person. It wasn't a big deal. My God! Where did this Gu Chen come from? Isn't he a little too audacious? How could he kill someone just like that? I'm afraid desolate palace won't let this matter go. This Gu Chen should be a newcomer of Gu Palace. I'm not surprised by his courage, but his strength. Desolate Ichiro is a mighty third-grade great saint. He killed him just like that. It's absolutely a fortune for Gu Palace to have such a genius. This is too powerful. A first-grade great saint killing a third-grade great saint. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. No one wasn't shocked. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. A genius had appeared in Gu Palace, and a ferocious one at that. It seemed that Saint Origin Palace was going to be lively in the future. Gu Yong and the others were also dumbfounded. Only Gu Liufeng's reaction was better. After all, this wasn't the first day that he met Xianxia. The people of Gu Palace looked at Xianxia with fear in their eyes, especially the geniuses of the main palace. When they recalled the scene yesterday and looked at the scene in front of them, they suddenly felt lucky. Lucky that they were from the same force as Xianxia. Otherwise, the situation yesterday wouldn't be as simple as a broken leg. But at this moment, the people of Gu Palace felt incomparably relieved, especially Gu Yong and the other two. Previously, they had been beaten up by Desolate Palace, but now, Xianxia stood up for them and killed them. Instantly, all the depression in their hearts was released. At this time, a lot of people who were cultivating in the secret chamber were alarmed. Many of them walked out of their secret chambers. Among them were the geniuses of Desolate Palace. When they saw two of their comrades lying in a pool of blood, they were instantly enraged. Xianxia's eyes shifted to the last second-grade great saint of Desolate Palace. Out of the three of them, two were already dead. It's your turn. You can choose to kneel down and apologize, or die like them. Xianxia's words were still cold and emotionless. In many people's point of view, what Xianxia did was a bit too much. Two of the geniuses of Desolate Palace had been killed. No matter how deep the hatred was, it should have been settled by now, but Xianxia still wouldn't let it go. Naturally, they didn't know about the grudge between Xianxia and Desolate Palace. He would never be polite to the people of Desolate Palace, but to his enemies, Xianxia never knew what mercy was. "Gu Chen, don't go too far." A loud shout was heard from not far away. More than 20 people of Desolate Palace gathered together. Among them, there were a few third-grade great saints like Desolate Ichiro. A group of people walked towards them in an imposing manner. The one who spoke was a young man with a cultivation of third-grade great saint. He seemed to be at the same level as Gu Lang and slightly stronger than Desolate Ichiro. "Go too far? I don't think that it was your Desolate Palace who started this first. They refuse to apologize, so they can only repay with their lives." Xianxia shrugged and said casually. Then, a sharp light appeared in his hand. Before the second-grade great saint could react, half of his head was severed. The second-grade great saint died on the spot without even having the chance to scream. At this point, the 3 people who robbed Gu Yong's secret chamber and beat up Gu Yong and the other 2 were all dead. Xianxia's attack was ruthless and merciless. "Bastard!" the people of Desolate Palace cursed. Each of them was furious, but after witnessing Xianxia's ability, no one dared to rush forward. "Gu Chen, we, Desolate Palace, will remember what happened today," the leading young man said ferociously. "If you don't want to die, you'd better disappear from my sight immediately. I don't want to see anyone from Desolate Palace in the 5th level of the refining tower today. All of you, get lost. You are not allowed to cultivate here." Xianxia didn't even look at the people of Desolate Palace and said in an indisputable tone. Kiss, upon hearing this, many of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was what it meant to be domineering. He was too arrogant. The refining tower was a public place for cultivation. Although there were constant battles, no one wanted to occupy it. Today, Gu Chen was going to deprive the disciples of the right to cultivate here. This was the first time they encountered such a situation. The disciples of Gu Palace had been completely subdued by Xianxia's dominance. Although the strength of Gu Palace wasn't considered weak among the 8 major palaces, they had never felt so proud in the refining tower before. Xianxia's domineering aura made them feel that it was an incomparable honor to be a member of Gu Palace. Gu Palace had always been this powerful. Whoever was allowed to cultivate here would be allowed to do so. If they didn't allow anyone to cultivate, they would have to King get the hell out of here. That was how arrogant they were. "What did you say?" The leader of Desolate Palace glared at Gu Chen. His name was Desolate Yiming. He couldn't believe his ears. This arrogant bastard actually wanted to drive all of them out of the refining tower and deprive them of the right to cultivate here. How could the people of Desolate Palace accept this? "Is there something wrong with your brain or your ears? He said that all of you should get lost." "Haha. Just get lost." At this time, a loud voice was heard from behind. Everyone followed the direction of the voice and saw a big yellow dog swaggering towards them. Beside him was a handsome young man. The 2 of them were emitting a strong demonic qi. Obviously, they were from the Demon Palace. "Let's go. Let's go. Let's go." Xianxia smiled in his heart when he saw De Huang Dog. The current De Huang Dog was already a 2nd-grade great saint. It seemed like he was doing very well in Demon Palace. De Huang Dog had come to Saint Origin Palace 3 days earlier than him. Given his bloodline and totem divine seal, he had already gained a certain status in Demon Palace. This could be seen from the way the geniuses of Demon Palace looked at him. A guy who possessed the bloodline and totem divine seal of a divine beast would surely attract attention, unless the brains of the higher-ups of Demon Palace were damaged. Whether De Huang Dog was doing well or not could be seen from the fact that he had advanced to the 2nd-grade great saint in just 3 days. "Hee, little Chenzi, Master Dog has come to stir things up." De Huang Dog chuckled and his voice was transmitted to Xianxia's ears. "Well done, De Huang." Xianxia praised De Huang Dog. It was the best time for De Huang Dog to appear. Today, De Huang Dog represented Demon Palace and Jiangchen represented Gu Palace. Both of them had joined forces to deal with Desolate Palace, implicating Demon Palace and Gu Palace together. This first step could be said to be perfect. Where did this dog come from? How dare you mock our Desolate Palace? Don't you want to live anymore? Desolate Yiming was infuriated. Today was too depressing. 3 of Desolate Palace's geniuses were killed and they were about to be expelled from the refining tower. Then, a Motherf * King Dog came out and ridiculed them for no reason. Who do you think you are? How dare you yell at Master Dog? I think you are courting death. Master Dog is just here to watch the show. Am I not allowed to speak? Since when did your Desolate Palace become so arrogant? De Huang Dog wasn't a kind person. He was afraid that Desolate Yiming wouldn't answer him. As long as Desolate Yiming answered him, things would be much easier. It seems like you are really tired of living. Xiao Yiming had a belly full of anger that he had nowhere to vent. Since he couldn't defeat Jiangchen, he decided to vent it on this dog. Who asked this dog to appear at such a bad time, and it was asking for a beating? Kong. Desolate Yiming struck a palm at De Huang Dog. The swift and fierce palm wind was like a spiraling weapon, rushing at De Huang Dog. Courting death. De Huang Dog's eyes glinted with ferocity. His head glowed with golden light as he collided with Desolate Yiming's palm wind. Kong Long. When the 2 attacks collided, the 5th level of the refining tower shook. The attack of a dignified 3rd-grade Great Saint was supposed to be able to destroy a mountain, but now, all the attacks were shattered by Big Yellow's head attack. Big Yellow's attack was shattered into pieces. Great Saint, swoosh. Before Desolate Yiming had the time to be shocked, he felt a ray of light rushing towards him. In a blink of an eye, it was already in front of him. Desolate Yiming knew that this wasn't good. He hastily used his Yuan force to defend himself, but it was too late. Bang. De Huang Dog's head collided with Desolate Yiming's chest like a diamond drill. Desolate Yiming let out a miserable cry and was sent flying away. A large part of his chest was dented and blood kept spurting out from his mouth. Damn it. Where did this dog come from? Why is he so strong? Motherf Cur. Don't tell me he's a newcomer in Demon Palace? Why are there so many abnormal beings? That dog's head is too hard. Desolate Yiming, a 3rd-grade Great Saint, didn't even have the strength to fight back. Desolate Palace is really unlucky today. First, they encountered Gu Chen, then a dog came out from Demon Palace. I thought I could vent my anger by bullying them, but I didn't expect to be seriously injured by the dog's head. The people of Desolate Palace were indeed depressed and aggrieved. They had never suffered such vexation in the refining tower. They were supposed to be fighting with Gu Palace, but now, a dog came out of nowhere. What was more intolerable was that they couldn't even defeat a dog. Now that they were seriously injured, they were afraid that they would die if they went forward again. Judging from the dog's attitude, it wouldn't hesitate to kill them. However, while the people of Desolate family felt aggrieved, they were also deeply shocked, especially Desolate Yiming. He couldn't help but re-evaluate De Huang Dog. Although he was very powerful, he was still injured by De Huang Dog's attack. This indicated that there was a certain gap between their combat strength. Moreover, De Huang Dog was only a 2nd-grade Great Saint. It seemed that not only Gu Palace but also Demon Palace had a true genius. It wouldn't take long for such an existence to become a dazzling existence in Saint Origin Palace. I will count to 3. If you all don't leave, I will start a massacre. Jiangchen's eyes swept across the people of Desolate Palace Lung. His ruthless eyes made them shiver involuntarily. No one doubted the authenticity of Jiangchen's words. The 3 corpses on the ground were the best proof. For a ferocious figure like Jiangchen, one should never judge him by whether he dared or not. Otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable. Brother Yiming, what should we do now? Someone of Desolate Palace asked unwillingly. Let's go. Today's matter isn't over yet. Desolate Yiming raised his hand to wipe off the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. After that, he kept the corpses of Desolate Ichiro and the other 2 into his spatial ring and left with all the people of Desolate Palace. Ever since the refining tower was built, Desolate Palace had never suffered such humiliation. It was imaginable that Desolate Palace would never let this matter rest. Everything that happened today had spread the name of Guchen among the geniuses. This dear friend is so overbearing. Master Dog likes it very much. I wonder, how do I address you? Are you willing to be friends with Master Dog? De Huang Dog said pretentiously. Kong Yang tried his best to hold back his laughter when he saw De Huang Dog's expression. Of course. I can see that Brother Dog is also a man of passion. Today, the secret chamber of Desolate Palace will be shared by Gu Palace and Demon Palace. Jiangchen was also putting on an act. That's great. Everyone, listen up. The people of Gu Palace and Demon Palace will live in peace in these empty secret chambers. People of other palaces, go to the 4th floor and find a place. De Huang Dog's words directly tied Demon Palace and Gu Palace together. The secret chamber that was vacated by Desolate Palace was occupied by both Gu Palace and Demon Palace, excluding the other palaces. To them, except for the people of Gu Palace and Demon Palace, everyone else was their enemy. Naturally, there was no need for them to be polite. The geniuses of the 5 major palaces were muttering to themselves. They were obviously very dissatisfied with the result. However, Jiang Chan and De Huang Dog's performance was too strong, so they didn't dare to say anything. The geniuses of Gu Palace and Demon Palace, on the other hand, were very excited. Many of them didn't have a secret chamber to cultivate in when they came here. Now that they had been vacated, they were naturally happy. Especially the geniuses of Gu Palace. Their faces were filled with arrogance and pride. Today, Gu Palace could be said to be proud and elated. Jiang Chen had given them a lot of face. Gu Chen, thank you so much for today's matter. I didn't expect you to be so forgiving. Gu Yong came to the front of Jiang Chen and cupped his fists at Jiang Chen. Gu Yong, you have to remember that what happened yesterday was between Inner Palace and Outer Palace. It's not a personal grudge between you and me. I don't want to see Gu Palace being divided into Outer Palace and Inner Palace. I want to see a united Gu Palace. That's why I took action. In my eyes, all of you are on the same side. How can I just stand by and watch when one of us is wronged? We are a family in the outside world. How can we let outsiders bully us? I won't allow the people of Desolate Palace to bully you, just like how I won't allow you to bully the people of Outer Palace. Jiangchen patted Gu Yong's shoulder and said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yong and the other geniuses of Inner Palace lowered their heads, feeling somewhat ashamed. Gu Luing and Gu Luhui exchanged a glance and couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. This man was courageous and astute. Jiang Chen's achievements would be limitless in the future. Even before the battle between him and Gu Lian had begun, the geniuses of Inner Palace had already completely changed their opinion of him in Outer Palace. That was a change in their hearts. They could feel that Gu Yong and the other geniuses of Inner Palace were no longer the same as before. The internal conflict of Gu Palace had begun to gradually improve. The effect of Jiangchen standing up for Gu Yong and the other geniuses was much better than defeating Gu Lian 2 days later. Gu Yong, I have some pills here. Take them to the injured brothers yesterday. Their injuries will recover very quickly. Jiangchen took out another spatial ring and handed it to Gu Yong. This was called the conciliatory policy. When there was no way to solve the conflict, beat the other party ruthlessly and then give him some benefits. It wasn't easy to change a person's mentality. This was exactly what Jiangchen wanted to do. It was imaginable that when today's matter was spread to Gu Palace, those geniuses of Inner Palace and even the higher-ups of Gu Palace would praise Jiangchen. After all, Jiangchen had brought honor to Gu Palace and suppressed the arrogance of Desolate Palace. With the addition of these pills, all the enmity would be resolved. 2 days later, he would defeat Gu Lian in the martial arts arena in front of all the geniuses of Gu Palace. By doing so, Jiangchen's goal would be achieved. Even if he couldn't solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace immediately, Gu Palace would become stronger and stronger until it became a solid block. Thank you, Brother Chen. Gu Yong received the spatial ring and said gratefully. It's Gu Palace's honor to have a genius like Brother Chen in our ranks. That's right. Given Brother Chen's strength and talent, his name will shake Saint Origin Palace sooner or later. Brother Chen, we apologize for being disrespectful to you yesterday. Many disciples of Inner Palace said solemnly. Given their arrogance, they wouldn't apologize if they didn't sincerely admire someone. Gu Chen is amazing. He has defeated all the geniuses of Inner Palace in just one day. It seems like the internal conflict of Gu Palace will be solved soon. Our outer palace won't have to live with grievances anymore. Gu Luiying sighed. It was hard for them not to admire Jiang Chen's carrot and stick tactics. Alright, everyone, go back to your cultivation. Also, friends of Demon Palace, don't waste any more time. Jiang Chen said to the crowd. Subsequently, under the envious eyes of the geniuses of the 5 major palaces, the geniuses of Gu Palace and Demon Palace entered the secret chambers to cultivate peacefully. Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and Kong Yang pretended to chat for a while before entering a secret chamber at the same time. Dong. When the stone door of the secret chamber was closed, De Huang Dog burst into laughter. Brother Jiang, De Huang, you two are really good at acting. Kong Yang couldn't help laughing. Brother Kong, don't call me by my real name in the future. My name is Gu Chen now. You can call me Little Chenzi like De Huang does. Jiang Chen reminded Kong Yang. I've been too careless. Kong Yang sighed. He was too excited just now and had forgotten about the most important point. Only now did he realize that Jiang Chen had come in with a hidden identity. I heard that there's a lot of internal conflict in Gu Palace, but you've done a good job. De Huang Dog said. He and Kong Yang had been here for 3 days, so they had a good understanding of the situation here. That's right. What I need to do now is to eliminate the internal conflict in Gu Palace and make Gu Palace united. Today, the people of Desolate Palace have given me a good opportunity and I've already seen the results. De Huang's appearance just now was just right. The relationship between Gu Palace and Demon Palace has always been good. Now that the 2 major powers have joined forces, it's a very good situation. This will pave the way for the future cooperation between the 2 major powers. Jiang Chen gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. He didn't expect De Huang Dog's sudden appearance, but he and De Huang Dog's tacit understanding was almost flawless. A small matter between their disciples had played a big role, paving the way for the future cooperation between the 2 major powers. But since you've killed the people of Desolate Palace today, they won't let you go. Kong Yang said. It doesn't matter. Desolate Palace and I are mortal enemies. Plus, Gu Palace won't sit idly by if Desolate Palace wants to deal with me. The stronger I perform, the more Gu Palace will care about me. We aren't clear about the current situation in Saint Origin Palace, but the higher-ups of the major palaces surely know. Gu Palace should be able to see my importance. Jiang Chen said with incomparable confidence. Who cares? It's not a big deal to kill the people of Desolate Palace. Anyway, it's not the first time. This place is not bad for cultivation. I heard that the refining tower will only open for a day. Let's not waste any more time and cultivate. De Huang Dog said and walked towards a futon at the side. There were a total of 3 futons in this secret chamber, just enough for 3 people to cultivate. Jiang Chen and Kong Yang went to the other 2 futons respectively and sat down cross-legged. This was their first time coming to Saint Origin Palace and also their first time cultivating in the refining tower. Therefore, they were a little excited. If they could absorb some immortal qi, it would absolutely bring them endless benefits. Jiang Chen circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique and found that there was a kind of indistinct connection between the refining tower and the passageway of the immortal world, like a formation. As for whether he could absorb the immortal qi of the immortal world through this connection, it would depend on his own ability. The refining tower had a total of 9 floors. The higher the floor, the closer the connection, the easier it was to sense it and the more immortal qi one could absorb. On the contrary, the lower the floor, the weaker the invisible connection and the harder it was to sense it. Even if one could sense it, the probability and amount of immortal qi that could be absorbed would be limited. The 5th floor that Jiang Chen and the others were in was neither up nor down. It would be difficult for them to sense the immortal qi. This mainly depended on their luck. In Jiang Chen's senses, the top of the refining tower was connected to a miniature spatial zone. This miniature spatial zone should have been specially created by the experts of Saint Origin Palace. It wasn't very big, only 1,000 miles in circumference. It was this miniature spatial zone that could absorb a small amount of immortal chi from the immortal world and let it float in this miniature spatial zone. In other words, all the geniuses who cultivated in the refining tower were absorbing immortal chi from this miniature spatial zone. Under normal circumstances, the speed at which the geniuses could absorb immortal chi from the immortal world was relatively fast, but the speed at which the miniature spatial zone absorbed immortal chi from the immortal world was very slow. This was also the reason why the refining tower only opened once a month. On the day when the refining tower opened, the immortal chi in the miniature spatial zone would be almost completely absorbed by the geniuses. In the following month, the miniature spatial zone would continue to absorb immortal chi from the immortal world. After a month, the refining tower and the miniature spatial zone would reach a balance. The miniature spatial zone only had a circumference of 1,000 miles. The amount of immortal chi in it was too little for so many geniuses. Even for those geniuses who were at the top of the 9th level of the refining tower, it was basically impossible for them to absorb a large amount of immortal chi. They might not even be able to absorb a little bit of immortal chi. Immortal energy was of high quality. The immortal plane was high up, and for people in the lower realms to want to absorb high-quality immortal energy was a manifestation of luck. The amount of immortal energy one could absorb was also related to the luck of a cultivator. Unknowingly, Xianxia's divine sense had penetrated into this miniature spatial zone. He could sense strands of divine sense drifting in the miniature spatial zone. The immortal chi seemed to have its own spirituality, wandering back and forth, its trace untraceable. Those vortexes were all immortal chi. They filled every corner of the miniature spatial zone. Xianxia could sense them clearly. He even had a feeling that he could directly capture those immortal chi for himself to absorb as long as he wanted. If other people knew about Xianxia's current situation, they would be shocked to the extreme. One should know that even those geniuses at the top of the 9th floor of the refining tower could only sense the existence of a microspace at most. They couldn't sense the existence of the immortal chi at all. They could only rely on their divine sense to scan and capture the immortal chi bit by bit and rely on their luck to absorb a small amount of immortal chi. To be able to accurately see where the immortal chi was like what Xianxia did was simply shocking and unprecedented. However, to Xianxia, the most inconceivable thing in the eyes of others was so easy. The dragon transformation skill is truly a supreme divine art. It might even surpass the existence of the immortal world. Obtaining this art is equivalent to obtaining great luck. I can do what others can't. Now, I'm going to circulate the dragon transformation skill to form an absorption whirlpool to absorb a large amount of immortal chi here. Breaking through to the 2nd grade great saint will be very easy. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up into a smile. He had a unique advantage that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Hoo-hoo, inside the miniature space, a storm was suddenly set off. With an invisible divine sense as the center, a whirlpool with a radius of 1 meter formed. After the whirlpool appeared, it immediately stirred up the entire miniature space, causing it to be restless. Then, an even more shocking scene happened. As the whirlpool spun faster and faster, the immortal chi in the microspace was automatically drawn into the whirlpool as if it was being summoned. The immortal chi flowed down along the whirlpool and instilled into Xianxia's body. Xianxia's body quivered. Suddenly, he felt extremely comfortable. The dragon transformation skill was circulating at a high speed. His bones were making cracking sounds. The immortal chi rushed into his limbs and bones, making him sublimate from the inside out. New dragon marks began to form in his chi. What's going on? Why is the microspace agitated? I can feel that the immortal chi is draining rapidly. Who did this? What happened? There is a storm in the microspace. This microspace is the carrier of the immortal chi. It has always been peaceful. Why would such a situation happen all of a sudden? For a moment, all the geniuses in the refining tower were shocked, especially those geniuses in the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors. They were cultivating diligently. It was not the first time for many of them to cultivate in the tower. The microspace had never experienced any changes before. This was the first time. Many of them were agitated and felt a deep sense of uneasiness. De Huang, Kongyang, Lufeng, quickly send your divine sense into the whirlpool. Hurry up. Jiang Chen's divine sense was transmitted to the ears of De Huang Dog, Kong Yang, and Gu Lufeng, who was cultivating in the secret chamber next door. The two men and the dog were stunned at first, but they immediately understood. They scanned the area with their divine sense and immediately found the whirlpool that was spinning at a high speed. Obviously, this whirlpool was created by Jiang Chen. They could feel countless immortal qi flowing into the whirlpool. De Huang Dog and the others were pleasantly surprised. Without any hesitation, they quickly sent their divine sense into the whirlpool. Immediately, they felt the immortal qi flowing into their bodies like flowing water. Wow! This is so cool. Little Chinzi, you can actually make all the immortal qi fly into the whirlpool automatically. This is too abnormal. How did you do it? De Huang Dog was so excited that he almost jumped up. Little Chinzi is really an extraordinary person. This is like seizing by force. The immortal qi here is very dense. I can advance to the second grade great saint if I absorb all this immortal qi into my body. The immortal qi is too dense. It won't be a problem for me to advance to the second grade great saint. Sure enough, following Little Chinzi will increase my luck and bring me endless benefits. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng couldn't hide their surprise. They admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. It was really shocking that he could do such a thing, but they didn't have the time to think about it. They didn't care how Jiang Chen did it. Given the current situation, the most important thing was to absorb the immortal qi. Only they knew how important the immortal qi was to them. In the miniature spatial zone, the whirlpool created by Jiang Chen was getting more and more powerful. The speed of absorbing the immortal qi was getting faster and faster. 3 men and a dog were seizing the immortal qi by force. The huge change in the miniature spatial zone had finally attracted the attention of other geniuses. Many geniuses in the 9th level of the refining tower had discovered the whirlpool that was crazily absorbing the immortal qi. So it's because of this whirlpool. Someone is trying to seize all the immortal qi. Damn it. We must not let anyone seize all the immortal qi. The refining tower only opens once a month, but the emergence of this whirlpool is also a good thing for us. We can use our divine sense to enter the whirlpool and absorb the immortal qi directly. It will save us a lot of trouble. Let's not think too much about it. There isn't much immortal qi in the miniature spatial zone. At this rate, all the immortal qi will be absorbed in a few minutes. I can use my divine sense to enter the whirlpool and absorb the immortal qi, which will save me a lot of trouble. Many of them had discovered the whirlpool created by Jiang Chen. Now wasn't the time to investigate the origin of the whirlpool. The most important thing now was to absorb the immortal qi. In their opinion, the whirlpool could gather the immortal qi, which would save them a lot of trouble. They could just put their divine sense into the whirlpool and absorb the immortal qi. Unfortunately, no matter how good their idea was, they couldn't even get close to the edge of the whirlpool. One after another, their divine sense rushed towards the whirlpool. However, when they touched the edge of the whirlpool, they were all bounced back. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't put their divine sense into the whirlpool. What's going on? Why can't I go in? It's intentional. Someone is doing this on purpose. Investigate, we must find out who is trying to monopolize all the immortal qi. Damn it. Damn it. This is too much. This is robbery. Don't put anyone in their eyes. Who is so audacious? Aren't they afraid of being punished by the law enforcement palace? There are a total of 4 divine senses in the whirlpool. In other words, there are 4 people trying to snatch the immortal qi in the miniature spatial zone. They want to take all the immortal qi in the miniature spatial zone. This is too abominable. We must find out who did this and drag out those 4 damned people. Many people were enraged. This situation was too shocking. The refining tower had existed for 100 years and such a daring thing had never happened before. The person who created the whirlpool to absorb the immortal qi didn't put anyone in his eyes at all. Caca. Those bastards are probably going to die from anger. Even their divine senses can't enter. De Huang Dog laughed in a carefree manner. It's indeed delightful. But isn't it too much for us to do this? I'm afraid those geniuses won't let this go easily. Gu Lufeng said worriedly. Lufeng, don't be overcautious. Just focus on improving your cultivation. There will be people who will bear the consequences for us. Xianxia said. The path of cultivation had always been about taking things by force. There were only so many cultivation resources, and it all depended on who had the courage and luck. If one had to be cautious in everything he did, then there would be no point in cultivating. Xiangqian's eyes lit up. In the miniature spatial zone, those geniuses were still unwilling to let go of this opportunity. Some mighty 6th grade great saints were still attacking the whirlpool with their divine sense, trying to tear an opening and penetrate it, but to no avail. Xiangqian's whirlpool was condensed by the dragon transformation skill and the great soul derivation technique. Even a mighty 6th grade great saint wouldn't be able to break it. After all, divine sense and soul power weren't proportional to one's cultivation. Kong, amazing. Little Xianxia has advanced to 2nd grade great saint, but his qi hasn't diminished at all. It seems like he has obtained great benefits from the immortal qi. His cultivation grade will continue to rise. Even if he can't reach the 3rd grade great saint, he can still reach the peak of 2nd grade great saint. But I'm not weak either, I'm going to advance to 2nd grade great saint very soon. Kong Yang looked at the majestic qi of Xiangqian. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock, but like Gu Lufeng, he had also obtained great benefits. To them, this was the first time they had obtained the help of immortal qi and they had absorbed so much of it at once. Naturally, the benefits were boundless. They had been baptized from the inside out. Haha. Master Dog is going to advance to 3rd grade great saint. De Huang Dog jumped excitedly. He had just advanced to 2nd grade great saint not long ago. It wouldn't be a matter of a day or two if he wanted to advance to 3rd grade great saint. Now that he had obtained so much immortal qi, his cultivation grade would advance to 3rd grade great saint. Just thinking about it made him feel extremely satisfied. In the secret chamber next door, although Gu Lufeng didn't speak, he was also feeling very happy. He was working hard to advance to 2nd grade great saint. Xiangqian had absorbed the most immortal qi. His body could accommodate hundreds of rivers. The benefits of absorbing immortal qi for the first time were unimaginable. Through the baptism of immortal qi, not only did Xiangqian successfully condense 500 dragon marks, advancing to 2nd grade great saint, the number of dragon marks was still rising. According to Xiangqian's attack, he could condense at least another 1,000 dragon marks, making the total number of dragon marks in his body reach 83,000. His cultivation grade had completely stabilized at 2nd grade great saint. In the miniature spatial zone, the geniuses kept attacking the whirlpool, but they still couldn't penetrate it. They could only watch as all the immortal qi was absorbed by the whirlpool. In just a few minutes, there wasn't even a strand of hair left in the entire miniature spatial zone, let alone the immortal qi. Damn it! Who did this? How could he absorb all the immortal qi here? Even after a month, it won't be able to return to its previous state. Just now, the divine sense was connected to the 5th level. Let's go and have a look. Who is so bold to do such a thing? It's the 5th level. 3 of the divine senses came from the same secret chamber. I have already sensed the location of the secret chamber. Let's go. I would like to see who is so bold. For a moment, the entire refining tower was stirred. All the geniuses were infuriated. The lowest cultivation grade of the 7th, 8th and 9th floor was 4th grade great saint. There were also plenty of 5th grade and 6th grade great saints. Those who could reach this level were the top geniuses of their respective palaces. It wasn't the first or second time that they had come to the refining tower to cultivate, but they had never encountered such a thing. Today, someone had actually absorbed all the immortal qi, which was an eye-opener for them. It didn't take long for all the experts to arrive at the 5th floor. Even the geniuses from the other secret chambers on the 5th floor had come out. What happened today really made everyone furious. Everyone wanted to see what kind of person could do such a crazy thing. Stopping others from cultivating was equivalent to cutting off one's path to wealth. This was very shameful. It's here, this is the secret room. There's no mistake, I can sense it very clearly. Kick the door open and get the people inside out. This is outrageous. If such people continue to exist, we won't be able to cultivate in the future. All the experts were infuriated. Some of the more hot-tempered ones went to kick the stone door, but the stone door had been tempered by experts. Even a 6th-grade great saint wouldn't be able to kick it open. Moreover, since the refining tower was built, no one had ever dared to destroy anything here. That was a serious crime, and they would be brought to the law enforcement palace for questioning. Law enforcement palace didn't belong to any of the 8 palaces. It was an independent palace. If the law enforcement palace was included, there should be 9 palaces in Saint Origin Palace. The members of law enforcement palace were also made up of people from the 8 palaces. In order to maintain the stability of Saint Origin Palace and avoid chaos, some matters would be dealt with by law enforcement palace. In other words, law enforcement palace had a pivotal position in Saint Origin Palace. "Get the people inside out," someone shouted as he kicked the stone door. However, Xianxia and De Huang Dog simply ignored this kind of behavior. They were now at the most critical moment. Unless the people outside broke the stone door and rushed in, they wouldn't care about it at all. Dong dong dong. The stone door was kicked so hard that the entire 5th floor of the refining tower started to shake. More and more people gathered outside, and their anger was getting bigger and bigger. However, the people inside the secret chamber were like tortoises hiding in their shells, completely ignoring their anger. Mother cur. Who the hell is inside? A 6th-grade great saint genius of Desolate Palace couldn't help but curse. "I know. It's Gu Chen and De Huang Dog inside," someone said. "Who is Gu Chen? And what is De Huang Dog?" a genius of Desolate Palace asked. "He is the new genius of Gu Palace and Demon Palace. He had a conflict with Desolate Palace before. 3 of your geniuses were killed by Gu Chen on the spot. All the geniuses of Desolate Palace were driven out by Gu Chen and De Huang Dog. There is no one in the 5th level of Desolate Palace. All the secret chambers of Desolate Palace have been divided by the geniuses of Gu Palace and Demon Palace." One of them said. He was here when he saw the commotion, so he knew who was inside the secret chamber. "What?" a few supreme geniuses of Desolate Palace exclaimed. They glanced around and found no one from Desolate Palace in the 5th floor. It seemed like what the other party said was true. A new disciple of Gu Palace had killed 3 of their disciples. This was too much for them to bear. Killing the geniuses of Desolate Palace is an act of courting death. "Today, we must shred this Gu Chen into 1,000 pieces," the genius of Desolate Palace said ferociously. "Haha. Your geniuses have been killed. It can only mean that you are not strong enough. This kind of thing has never happened before. It seems like a new genius of Gu Palace has arrived." A supreme genius of Gu Palace burst into laughter. His name was Gu Xuantan. 6th-grade great saints like him were considered as supreme geniuses. They wouldn't show themselves during normal days as they would only focus on their cultivation. They wouldn't care about the new disciple of Gu Palace. The fact that the immortal chi in the mini-spatial zone was forcibly taken away had infuriated Gu Xuantan and the other supreme geniuses of Gu Palace. When they heard that the person inside the spatial zone was a disciple of Gu Palace, their anger vanished immediately. In the refining tower, the most important thing for the geniuses was unity. They would never help outsiders to bully their own people. "Gu Xuantan, it's easy for you to say that. Your geniuses have killed our geniuses for no reason. We won't let this matter go. Also, this man has absorbed all the immortal chi. That means he is going against all of us." The genius of Desolate Palace, Desolate Chongfeng, was infuriated. Initially, he was angry because the immortal chi had been absorbed, but now, it was completely different. As an outstanding genius of Desolate Palace, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent when his own people were killed. It wasn't for no reason. At this time, Gu Yong stood up. He came to Gu Xuantan, clasped his fists and said, "Big brother Xuantan, this is what happened." After listening to Gu Yong's explanation, the eyes of the supreme geniuses of Gu Palace sparkled, especially when they heard that Gu Chen was only a 1st-grade great saint, but he had killed a 3rd-grade great saint of Desolate Palace. What kind of monstrous genius was that? Even they couldn't do it. Furthermore, Jiangchen had stood up for Gu Palace. This had given Gu Xuantan a very good impression of Jiangchen. How could he allow himself to be manipulated by others when his own people were bullied, Gu Yong and the others were still injured? Plus, many of them were present when Desolate Ichiro beat them up. So, no one doubted Gu Yong's words. I heard it, Desolate Changfeng. It was your desolate palace who started the trouble first. That's why Gu Chen fought back. Plus, Gu Chen is just a first-grade great saint. Killing your third-grade great saint only shows that your desolate palace is incompetent. Gu Chen was just defending himself. Even if you bring him to the law enforcement palace, you won't be able to do anything about it. Gu Shuangtan said with a smile. There's no need to bring this matter to the law enforcement palace. I will kill that Gu Chen here today. Desolate Changfeng was incomparably domineering. Then you can try. Gu Shuangtan said tit for tat. He, Desolate Changfeng, wanted to avenge his own people. Gu Shuangtan wouldn't just stand by and watch his people being bullied. If that was the case, he would be despised and looked down upon by the people of Gu Palace. Desolate Palace has no right to do such a thing. His death will be in vain. You can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. At this time, another voice sounded. It was a genius of Demon Palace. The geniuses of Demon Palace had also figured out the ins and outs of the conversation. They already knew about De Huang Dog. He was a genius who possessed the bloodline of a divine beast and had the divine totem seal. Now, it seemed that there were two geniuses of Demon Palace in this secret chamber. That was to say, the people of Demon Palace had also obtained a lot of immortal chi. In that case, there was nothing for them to be angry about. Kong Long, at this time, two extremely powerful chi rushed out of the secret chamber. De Huang Dog and Kong Yang had advanced to the next realm. After their advancement, a strong wave was also sent out from the next chamber. It was Gu Lufeng who had advanced to the next realm. Damn it. The person inside has obtained a huge amount of immortal chi. He has advanced to the next realm. Damn it. The immortal chi was supposed to belong to us. Drag out the bastard inside. Gu Shuangtan, Ing Yun Kong, the people of Gu Palace and Demon Palace have destroyed the common interest of everyone. Both of you better not intervene. Today, we must teach the bastard a lesson. That's right. This kind of thing has never happened before. Kill the person inside. The crowd was agitated. It was obvious that Jiang Chen had taken all the immortal chi by force, which caused a lot of dissatisfaction. Creak two stone doors opened at the same time. Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog, Kong Yang, and Gu Lufeng walked out at the same time. Why are there so many people here? What's happening? Jiang Chen asked with a surprised face. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. This guy was really good at acting. How could he not know why so many people were gathered here? How could he not know when the door was almost smashed? You are Gu Chen? Many eyes fell on Jiang Chen. Desolate Changfeng asked Lin Leng. The experts of Gu Palace also looked at Jiang Chen, confirming that they had never seen this person before. Sure enough, he was a newcomer. But this wasn't important. What was important was that this guy was a disciple of Gu Palace. They couldn't just stand by and watch. It was important for them to stay united. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded. I'm Desolate Changfeng of Desolate Palace. You have killed a disciple of Desolate Palace. That's a dead end for you. If you kneel down now, I may give you a quick and painless death. Desolate Changfeng said while gritting his teeth. It seems like all of you from Desolate Palace are the same. You always like to ask others to kneel down, but in the end, you kneel down yourself. I killed them because they were the ones who started the fight first. It was because they were weak. If they want to kill me, should I just stand here and let them kill me? What a joke. Jiang Chen said indifferently, totally not putting Desolate Changfeng in his eyes. Looking at his calm and composed look, the peerless geniuses of Gu Palace couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a thumbs up secretly. His courage alone was admirable. One should know that although Jiang Chen had just advanced to second-grade great saint, Desolate Changfeng was a mighty sixth-grade great saint. The gap between them was unimaginable. Sure enough, you are arrogant. It seems like I don't need to be polite to people like you. In that case, I will kill you directly. Xiao Chongfeng's killing intent surged, and he was about to make a move. Xiao Chongfeng, do you think that I, Gu Shuangtan, do not exist? If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. Gu Shuangtan stood in front of Jiang Chen, standing opposite Xiao Chongfeng. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He had expected the experts of Gu Palace to take action, and they did not disappoint him. At the very least, Gu Palace appeared to be very united, and their unity today would be of great help in resolving the internal conflicts of Gu Palace. We'll talk about the conflict between the two of you later. Gu Chen, let me ask you, how did you manage to gather all the immortal qi? A genius of Hua Palace asked. This was a question that many people wanted to know, especially those powerful 6th-grade great saint geniuses. They had been cultivating in the refining tower for an unknown period of time. They could only rely on their luck to absorb the immortal qi, but this guy in front of them was able to gather the immortal qi in such a large area. Apart from infuriating them, it also made them want to know how Jiang Chen did it. I didn't do anything. The immortal qi came to me on its own. The refining tower absorbs the immortal qi. Everyone relies on their luck. It seems like my luck is stronger than all of you. Could it be that having a strong luck is against the rules? Jiang Chen looked at the genius of the Hua family. For a moment, many of them didn't know what to say. No matter how angry they were, Jiang Chen's words didn't seem to be wrong. All along, those who cultivated in the refining tower had to rely on their luck. Whoever had a stronger luck would be able to absorb more immortal qi. Based on what happened today, it didn't seem wrong for Jiang Chen to say that he had a strong luck. Haha. Haha. You guys don't have good luck, yet you came here to behave atrociously. You really have no manners. Master Dog really looks down on you guys. Cultivating here, everyone depends on their own abilities. Experts like you can enter the 9th floor to cultivate, and every time you guys absorb the most immortal energy, the benefits you get are also the greatest. That's because of your abilities, and no one dares to cause trouble for you guys. Right now, our luck is better than yours, and that's also because of our abilities. Yet, you guys came here to cause trouble. Shameless. De Huang Dog's mouth was very sharp. He immediately turned on his mocking mode. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng grinned at the side. Yes, that makes sense. It seems that their luck is too strong, so they can absorb all the immortal qi. This doesn't seem to violate the rules. Ing Yun Kong nodded and said. At this time, they naturally had to stand together with the people of Demon Palace. There were a total of 4 people absorbing the immortal qi, and 2 of them were from Demon Palace. They couldn't stay out of this matter. That's right. Luck is something that no one can say for sure. Gu Shuangtan nodded. Unknowingly, Gu Palace and Demon Palace had already stood together. I don't think this is a problem of luck. Gu Chen did it on purpose. He used some kind of method to forcibly absorb all the immortal qi. You guys also know about that whirlpool. It was definitely done on purpose. The genius of Narang Palace said. That's right. This matter concerns everyone's welfare. We must get to the bottom of it. In my opinion, we should attack together and force Gu Chen to tell us. Yes, we must do this. Otherwise, every time we cultivate in the future, our immortal qi will be sucked away by him. How are we going to cultivate then? The people of the 6 palaces were determined to not give up. Haha. Do you want to fight? We, Demon Palace, have never been afraid of you. But you have to think it through. With so many of us fighting in the refining tower, I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear the consequences. I'd like to see if you dare to make the first move. Ing Yun Kong burst into laughter. As a genius of Demon Palace, the thing he was least afraid of was fighting. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire refining tower became tense. There were too many experts here. If both sides didn't back down, it would become a big melee. Once the structure of the tower was damaged, no one could bear the responsibility of such a large-scale battle. However, the geniuses of the 6 palaces weren't willing to let Jiang Chen go just like that. One should know that Jiang Chen's method of absorbing the immortal qi was too terrifying. If they didn't pursue this matter today, they would never be able to absorb the immortal qi in the future. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng exchanged a glance and couldn't help but shake their heads. Xianxia was indeed a devil incarnate. No matter where he went, there would be countless troubles. No matter where he went, he would always be the focus of countless gazes. This was only the second day of his arrival in St. Origin Palace, but he had already caused such a huge commotion. Adding De Huang Dog to the mix, it was simply a combination of two swords. No matter where they went, they wouldn't be able to stay calm. "What are you all doing in the refining tower?" Just when both sides were in a stalemate, a loud shout was heard from afar. 3 tyrannical silhouettes appeared on the 5th floor. They were 3 elders. Their casual movements were exuding a tyrannical chi, causing a certain amount of pressure to be felt in the entire 5th floor. They were 3 unparalleled 7th grade great saint experts. They are the people of Law Enforcement Palace. It seems like the incident here has alarmed Law Enforcement Palace. It must be because of the immortal chi. One should know that this has never happened in the refining tower for so long. It's normal for Law Enforcement Palace to be alarmed. Law Enforcement Palace is superior to the 8 major palaces. They have the right to settle everything in St. Origin Palace. The refining tower is the most important place in St. Origin Palace. Now that an accident has happened, they must investigate it thoroughly. Seeing the arrival of the people of Law Enforcement Palace, a trace of fear was revealed in the eyes of many of them. Even though they were all geniuses, they wouldn't dare to go against Law Enforcement Palace. The immortal chi in the miniature spatial zone has been taken away. Who did it? The leading elder asked. Elder, it's Gu Chen. Desolate Changfeng pointed his finger at Gu Chen. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. The elder who spoke just now was a member of Desolate Palace. He had a certain status in Law Enforcement Palace. What's the situation of Law Enforcement Palace? Jiangchen transmitted his voice to Gu Shuangtan. Law Enforcement Palace is an independent palace of St. Origin Palace. It has the right to control everything in St. Origin Palace. In other words, Law Enforcement Palace has a unique power in St. Origin Palace. Every 3 years, Law Enforcement Palace will elect one of the 8 palace masters to be the palace master of Law Enforcement Palace. However, Law Enforcement Palace has been in the hands of Desolate Palace for many years. The allocation of public resources in St. Origin Palace is also decided by Law Enforcement Palace. The old man who spoke just now is a member of Desolate Palace. Gu Shuangtan transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but turn cold. It seemed like the strength of the 8 major palaces had begun to tilt. This could be seen from the fact that Desolate Palace had always been in control of Law Enforcement Palace. Although Law Enforcement Palace had gathered the people of the 8 major palaces, the real power was in the hands of Desolate Palace. Not only Gu Chen, the 4 of them have also absorbed a large amount of immortal chi. Each of them has advanced a level. Someone said, pointing the spearhead at De Huang Dog and the others. The 4 of you, follow us to Law Enforcement Palace. The elder, Lung Lung, said. Elder, Gu Chen was able to absorb the immortal chi because of his exuberant luck. Cultivating in the refining tower is all about luck. Law Enforcement Palace shouldn't be involved in this kind of thing. Gu Shuangtan clasped his fists and said. If Gu Chen and the others were taken away by Law Enforcement Palace, it would be a serious matter. Kid, you don't have the right to interfere in the affairs of Law Enforcement Palace. Gu Chen, the 4 of you, follow us to Law Enforcement Palace and explain the matter. The elder's tone was unquestionable. Alright, I'll go with you, but this matter is my doing alone. It has nothing to do with the 3 of them. Jiang Chen said. No, take them all away. The elder made a grabbing motion, wrapping Jiang Chen and the other 3 with a wave of qi, disappearing in a blink of an eye. Brother Shuangtan, Gu Chen and the others have been taken away by Law Enforcement Palace. What should we do now? Will they be in danger? Gu Yong asked worriedly. We don't have time to worry about that. I'm going to report this matter to Palace Master. A place like Law Enforcement Palace isn't a good place. Law Enforcement Palace was an independent palace. Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog, Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng were under the control of the 7th grade Great Saint. In just a blink of an eye, they had arrived at the location of the Law Enforcement Palace. Little Chinzi, what should we do now? I heard that law enforcement palace is incomparably powerful. Even if we don't die here, we will still lose a layer of skin. The current master of law enforcement palace is the master of desolate palace. We won't have a good ending if we fall into their hands. Kong Yang whispered to Xianxia through divine sense. There was a hint of worry in his voice. You don't have to say anything later. I will handle everything. Xianxia had always been so confident. No matter what kind of situation or environment he was in, you wouldn't see the slightest trace of nervousness on his face. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng admired his temperament from the bottom of their hearts. You two don't have to worry. No one will die. De Huang Dog wagged his sturdy big tail. Since Xianxia said that it would be fine, it must be fine. It wasn't because of how strong Xianxia was. Xianxia's cultivation base was far from the level where he could fight the master of Desolate Palace, but because of Xianxia's self-confidence. The location of Law Enforcement Palace was very special. It was located in the center of the 8 palaces. There was a towering golden tower that seemed to have a dozen floors. Its whole body was radiating golden light, giving off an incomparably noble aura. Gu Chen, if you can't explain the matter of the immortal Qi clearly today, you should know the consequences. The elder looked at Xianxia and said. Gu Chen, the refining tower is the foundation of Saint Origin Palace. Nothing like this has ever happened since it was built. So, Law Enforcement Palace must find out what is going on. You are very lucky, but you are also unlucky because this time, the master of the palace will come to interrogate you personally. Another elder said. Xianxia placed his hands behind his back, acting as if he didn't hear the words of the 2 elders. There wasn't a trace of worry on his face. Let's go. The elder of Desolate Palace said and led Xianxia and the others into the Law Enforcement Palace. The main hall of Law Enforcement Palace was as big as a palace. At this moment, there were at least a dozen people sitting in it. As soon as Xianxia and the others stepped into the main hall, they immediately felt an invisible pressure filling the air above the main hall. Under this invisible pressure, Gu Lufeng and Kong Yang's bodies couldn't help but shiver. Their foreheads were full of sweat. These people in front of them were the true higher-ups of the heavens and earth. The lowest cultivation grade among them was a 7th grade great saint. There were also 8th grade and 9th grade great saints. With so many of them gathered together, the pressure that was exuded wasn't something that ordinary people could bear. At least, Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng couldn't bear it and felt extremely uncomfortable. Even De Huang Dog, who had the bloodline of a divine beast, felt very uncomfortable under such pressure. If it wasn't for the depressing atmosphere, he would have cursed out loud. On the contrary, Xianxia behaved as if nothing had happened from the beginning to the end. Even the combined pressure of so many experts couldn't affect him at all. And? The higher-ups of Law Enforcement Palace couldn't help but exclaim. Their surprised eyes fell on Xianxia. Given their eyesight, they could naturally see that this white-clothed young man was just a puny 2nd grade great saint. It was unimaginable that a young man could remain so calm in the face of so many powerful experts. Some of the members of the Gu family couldn't help but nod their heads when they saw Xianxia. They were all old antiques who wouldn't show themselves during normal times. All of them were powerful supreme figures. Which one of them didn't have high standards? However, this genius in front of them had really made their eyes light up. Palace Master, I have brought them here. All the immortal Qi in the miniature spatial zone has been absorbed by the 4 of them. The elder cupped his fists and said respectfully to a man who was sitting at the head of the table. When Xianxia came in, he had already noticed the man. He didn't look majestic. He had a medium build and seemed to be in his 40s. He was wearing a golden robe and a golden crown on his head. His eyes were as deep and bottomless as a cold lake, making people feel a trace of coldness. He was sitting there, but it was as if there was nothing there. When you looked at him, you would feel as if a mountain was sitting there. The qi that he was exuding was enough to suppress everything. He didn't have to be angry to be dignified. This was the true superior. He was the existence that stood at the peak of the heavens and earth. He was the supreme figure at the top of the pyramid of Saint Origin world. He was like an emperor, but he was many times nobler than any emperor in Saint Origin world. Ordinary emperors weren't even qualified to carry his shoes in front of him. They didn't even have the qualification to kneel before him. He was Desolate Emperor, the master of both Desolate Palace and Law Enforcement Palace. He was the most powerful man in Saint Origin world, a peak 9th grade great saint expert. One more step and he would be an immortal. You are Gu Chen? Desolate Emperor spoke. His voice was like a huge bell that could shake one's soul. His eyes were looking at Jiang Chen, making Jiang Chen feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Desolate Emperor had mentioned Jiang Chen's name. It seemed like he had already known everything that had happened in the refining tower, but it wasn't surprising. Given his cultivation base, as long as he wanted to know, nothing in Saint Origin Palace could escape his senses. That's right. I'm Gu Chen. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and took the initiative to meet Desolate Emperor's eyes without the slightest fear or panic. To Jiang Chen, there was nothing to be nervous about standing in front of Desolate Emperor. He knew this Desolate Emperor. Back then, when he was dominating the Pure Land, this person was just an ordinary great saint. Speaking of nervousness, Desolate Emperor was afraid that Desolate Emperor would be scared out of his wits whenever his name was mentioned. However, times had changed. The current Jiang Chen was no longer the greatest saint under the heavens 100 years ago. Desolate Emperor was no longer the insignificant figure who held great power and dominated the world. Presumptuous. Why aren't you kneeling down in front of the palace master? The four of you, kneel down now. Someone shouted at Jiang Chen. Kong Yang and Gu Liufeng's body trembled. They felt a ripple in their mind. Immediately, they were about to kneel down, but they were lifted up by an invisible force released by Jiang Chen. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with even more astonishment when they saw the scene. Although Desolate Emperor is the palace master of Desolate Palace and Law Enforcement Palace, he doesn't have the right to make us kneel. We are the people of Gu Palace and Demon Palace. We have no reason to kneel to outsiders. Moreover, we are great saints with dignity. Our dignity doesn't allow us to kneel. Even if the palace master of Gu Palace is here, I won't kneel. Moreover, you have no reason to make us kneel because we have done nothing wrong. Jiang Chen looked around and said faintly. Bastard. This is Law Enforcement Palace. How dare a junior like you ignore the rules of Law Enforcement Palace? Since you won't kneel down, I'll make you unable to stand up again. The elder of Desolate Palace who brought Jiang Chen and the others here was furious. His chi fluctuated and an illusory giant hand suddenly shot out towards Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen was unwilling to kneel down, he would make Jiang Chen kneel down and never stand up again. Stop. I'd like to see who dares to make the geniuses of Gu Palace kneel down. At this time, a thunderous voice was heard outside the Law Enforcement Palace. Then, a figure appeared beside Jiang Chen like a ghost. Without anyone seeing how he moved, the illusory giant hand that was shot out by the elder of Desolate Palace shattered automatically. The newcomer was wearing a pale yellow long robe. He seemed to be about the same age as Desolate Emperor. He had the same dignified chi as Desolate Emperor. He was none other than the palace master of Gu Palace, Gu Firmament. Judging from his chi alone, he wasn't weaker than Desolate Emperor. His cultivation base had reached the peak of 9th grade great saint, just one step away from becoming an immortal and cultivating the immortal Tao. My demon palace has never had the habit of kneeling before anyone. Don't you think so, Desolate Emperor? At the moment when Gu Firmament appeared, another powerful figure also appeared. This person was extremely tall and majestic. His casual movement brought about endless wind and waves. His name was Heavenly Peng King, the palace lord of the demon palace. Heavenly Peng was a peerless divine beast. Its bloodline wasn't any weaker than that of De Huang Dog. However, Heavenly Peng King didn't have a complete divine beast bloodline in his body. It was said that Heavenly Peng King was just a mutated giant bird. When he was young, he mistakenly entered a forbidden land and obtained the blood essence of an ancient Heavenly Peng. Since then, he soared to the sky and became unstoppable. Gu Firmament and Heavenly Peng King's reputation weren't inferior to Desolate Emperor's. The Law Enforcement Palace was the best place to enforce the law in Saint Origin Palace. No one would dare to act recklessly here, but these two were different. There was no place in the entire Saint Origin Palace that they didn't dare to go. Even Desolate Emperor, the palace master, couldn't do anything to them. Gu Firmament, Heavenly Peng King, I'm enforcing the law now. What are you two doing here? This is the law enforcement palace. You have no right to interfere with the matters here. Desolate Emperor said with a frown. No right to interfere my ass. Those standing here are the geniuses of Gu Palace. Let me see how you, the palace master of law enforcement palace, enforce the law impartially. Gu Chen didn't seem to have done anything wrong. Now that you, the palace master of law enforcement palace, have been alarmed, don't you think you're making a fuss over a minor issue? Gu Firmament spoke bluntly. His eyes were full of admiration as he looked at Jiang Chen. He happened to hear what Jiang Chen said just now. How could the people of Gu Palace kneel down? Such a heroic bearing made Gu Firmament very pleasing to his eyes. If Jiang Chen knelt down under the threat, Gu Firmament would have turned around and walked away without caring about Jiang Chen's life or death. Without a bit of pride, Gu Firmament wouldn't care about a genius. But now, it was different. Gu Shuangtan had told him everything that happened in the refining tower. Gu Firmament had already known everything that had happened in the refining tower. He was very curious about how Jiang Chen was able to absorb all the immortal qi in the miniature spatial zone, but he was sure that there was one more terrifying genius in Gu Palace. A first-grade great saint was able to easily kill a third-grade great saint genius of Desolate Palace. This wasn't something that anyone could do. Furthermore, he was very clear about Jiang Chen's identity. Gu Xiantian had personally sent him a letter, explaining Jiang Chen's identity and the earth-shattering things that Jiang Chen had done in the Pure Land. This made Gu Firmament, the palace master, attach great importance to Jiang Chen. Now that he had seen Jiang Chen today, he knew that Jiang Chen was indeed a dragon and phoenix among men. I also want to know what mistake the geniuses of Demon Palace have made. Heavenly Pung King spoke. Big Yellow was a man who possessed the complete divine beast bloodline and a heaven-defying totem divine seal. Demon Palace had attached great importance to him. They were very clear about the current situation of Saint Origin Palace. Desolate Palace was getting bigger and bigger. Sooner or later, the balance would be broken. Both of them knew this very well. Therefore, they knew the importance of Jiang Chen and Big Yellow. I suppose both of you have heard about the incident in the refining tower. These four people have absorbed all the immortal qi. This is the first time in the history of Saint Origin Palace that something like this has never happened before. I must know what method they used to do it. If I don't find out and punish them, I'm afraid that the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace won't be able to absorb the immortal qi anymore. Desolate Emperor stood up from his seat and said. Originally, he wanted to use forceful means to force Jiang Chen to confess, but now that Gu Firmament and Heavenly Pung King had appeared, he couldn't do that. However, he was even more determined to punish Jiang Chen. These people in front of him had directly alarmed Gu Firmament and Heavenly Pung King, which was enough to prove that they had an extraordinary status in Gu Palace and Demon Palace. Palace Lord Xiao, you must be joking. This matter has nothing to do with the three of them. The immortal qi came to me on its own, and then I separated it for them. As for what method I used, I can tell you responsibly that I didn't use any method. It was the immortal qi that came to me on its own. Jiang Chen said immediately. Nonsense. Do you think we don't know the situation of the miniature space? You better tell us the truth. What kind of forbidden technique did you use to forcefully seize all the immortal qi? What you did today has already aroused public anger. If we didn't arrive in time, I'm afraid those geniuses would have already torn you apart. The elder who brought Jiang Chen and the others here said sternly. Shut up. There are three of us here. You don't have the right to speak. Why don't you take a look at your own status? Heavenly Pung King shouted at the elder. The elder's facial expression changed, and he dared not say another word. He was facing Heavenly Pung King, the palace master of Demon Palace. Given his status, he wasn't qualified to go against Heavenly Pung King, not even Desolate Emperor. Heavenly Pung King was known for his speed. If Heavenly Pung King wanted to kill him, even Desolate Emperor wouldn't be able to stop him. More importantly, even if Heavenly Pung King killed him in the law enforcement palace, he would die in vain. Heavenly Pung King didn't need a reason to kill someone because it was a symbol of his status. Haha. This elder is also a dignified 7th grade great saint. How can you be so unreasonable? You are simply throwing the face of Desolate Palace and Law Enforcement Palace. You said that I used a forbidden technique, but you should at least show me the evidence. Law enforcement palace is a place that relies on evidence. Falsely accusing someone without any evidence isn't the style of an elder of law enforcement palace. Xianxia laughed loudly and retorted with sharp words. Upon hearing this, Gu Firmament and Heavenly Ping King exchanged a glance. Their eyes were filled with admiration. This was truly a scary young man who knew how to deal with the situation. Any ordinary disciple who came here would be paralyzed with fear. They had never seen a young man who could remain so calm in front of so many experts in law enforcement palace. You have a sharp tongue, but Gu Chen, you'd better explain this matter clearly. Since you have come to law enforcement palace, you have to explain yourself. The refining tower is related to the cultivation of all the geniuses in Saint Origin Palace. It's not a place for you alone. Desolate Emperor harumphed coldly. He already had some killing intent towards Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen's performance was just too outstanding. How could he feel good knowing that such an outstanding genius wasn't a disciple of Desolate Palace? There's no way to explain this situation. The geniuses who cultivate in the refining tower have to rely on their own luck and ability. Whoever has a stronger luck will be able to absorb more immortal qi. Now, all the immortal qi is moving towards me, indicating that my luck is strong, which has suppressed all the other geniuses. As the master of law enforcement palace, Desolate Emperor should be impartial in enforcing the law. You can't accuse me just because I have a strong luck. Every time the refining tower is opened, there will be some geniuses with strong luck who will absorb a large amount of immortal qi. There are also a lot of geniuses with bad luck who can't absorb the immortal qi. There is no such thing as fairness in this. The refining tower has been opened for so long, but law enforcement palace has never punished those geniuses who absorbed a large amount of immortal qi because of their luck. Now, it's my turn to be punished. What kind of logic is this? Jiang Chen said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, completely undeterred by Desolate Emperor's imposing manner. De Huang Dog gritted his teeth at the side. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng secretly gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Jiang Chen's words directly made Desolate Emperor speechless. Luck was something that no one could say. If Jiang Chen was punished because of his strong luck, wouldn't there be geniuses who would be punished every time the refining tower opened? More importantly, Desolate Emperor couldn't find any evidence of Jiang Chen using a taboo technique to absorb immortal qi. Jiang Chen had pushed everything to his luck. Even Desolate Emperor had nothing to say. Haha, Desolate Emperor, did you hear that? This is luck. Gu Chen is a newly promoted genius of Gu Palace. He has a strong luck. Cultivating in the refining tower is a competition of luck. Law enforcement palace should enforce the law impartially. You can't punish others just because they have a strong luck. That's called jealousy. Gu Firmament burst into laughter. The more he looked at Jiang Chen, the more he liked him. There was no reason not to like such a young man. Being able to make Desolate Emperor speechless, Jiang Chen's ability must be extraordinary. Originally, Gu Firmament wanted to come to the law enforcement palace and forcefully take Jiang Chen away. But now, it seemed that Jiang Chen's words were reasonable and the law enforcement palace had no way to punish him directly. Jiang Chen, I don't believe that your luck is strong enough to make the immortal qi take the initiative to find you. If you want to prove your innocence, then release your divine soul and let me use the soul-absorbing technique to find out whether you're lying or not. Desolate Emperor's aura fluctuated as he said. Desolate Emperor, don't go too far. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you control the law enforcement palace. Since you can't produce any evidence, I'll take him away now. You're a dignified palace master, how dare you use the soul-absorbing technique on a junior? Don't you feel ashamed? I'm standing here today, you can try and touch Gu Chen. Gu Firmament was furious. Desolate Emperor's method was simply ridiculous. If he let Jiang Chen release his divine soul, he would be handing his life directly into the hands of Desolate Emperor. If Desolate Emperor killed Jiang Chen directly because of jealousy, who could he ask for justice? Desolate Emperor, you've gone too far. It's beneath your status. The law enforcement palace has never enforced the law like this. If you don't have evidence, don't arrest people. If you arrest people, you must have evidence. Heavenly Pung King said. It seemed that because of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, he and Gu Firmament had stood together. Desolate Emperor's face was incomparably unsightly, as if he was shrouded by a layer of haze. Originally, he thought that he could rely on his aura to scare Xianxia into confessing everything, but he didn't expect that this young man would be so difficult to deal with. Just like what Xianxia said, he wanted to punish Xianxia because of the incident in the refining tower, but he didn't have any strong evidence. Now that Gu Firmament and Heavenly Peking were both here and stood on the same side, it was even more impossible for him to punish Xianxia directly because he was the palace master of the law enforcement palace. Alright, let's put this matter aside for the time being. Gu Chen, you killed 3 geniuses of my desolate palace without any explanation. You are just a new disciple, but this is your first time in the refining tower. How dare you act so recklessly and crazily? You don't put the rules of the refining tower in your eyes at all. I want to punish you. What do you have to say? Desolate Emperor shifted his target to the people of Desolate Palace who were killed. Upon hearing this, the corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. I did kill 3 geniuses of Desolate Palace, but if you want to talk about breaking the rules, it was the geniuses of Desolate Palace who started it first. They attacked the people of Gu Palace first and even threatened to kill us. Do you think that Gu Palace is a pushover? Do you think that the people of Gu Dian Palace can only stand there and be killed by the people of Desolate Palace? What kind of bullshit logic is this? Xianxia's tit for tat made Gu Firmament nod his head in anger. As a disciple of Gu Palace, it was necessary for Gu Chen to stand up for the geniuses of Gu Palace. They, the people of Gu Palace, couldn't be bullied without fighting back. Desolate Emperor, you have also heard it. This matter was started by your Desolate Palace. Gu Chen was just defending himself. Besides, it's common for the disciples to fight among themselves, even if it's just a matter of studying abroad. How can you bring this matter to Law Enforcement Palace? Aren't you ashamed? Humph. Gu Chen, a new disciple, has openly killed 3 geniuses of Desolate Palace in the refining tower. If I don't punish him for his insanity, he will surely turn the heavens upside down in the future. Where will the face of Desolate Palace be? Desolate Emperor harumphed coldly. It wasn't easy for him to capture Xianxia today. He didn't want to let Xianxia go just like that. Since Desolate Emperor is talking about face, then your 3rd grade great saint couldn't defeat me, a 1st grade great saint, and was killed by me instead. Do you think you have any face left? Now, you, the dignified Desolate Emperor, have personally intervened in the battle between your disciples? Don't you feel ashamed? Xianxia said indifferently. He didn't care about killing Desolate Ichiro and the other 2 geniuses because it wasn't a rare thing. The grudges between the 8 major families had existed for a very long time. No one knew how many bloody incidents had taken place over the years, especially the battles between the disciples. Generally, the disciples would settle it themselves. Desolate Emperor, don't you have any face left? It's shameful enough that the disciples of Desolate Palace are incompetent. Just like what Gu Chen said, only Desolate Palace can kill them and they can't kill Desolate Palace. What kind of logic is this? Does Desolate Palace have the power to cover the sky with one hand? Is the life of Desolate Palace more precious than ours? Gu Firmament Lingling said. Who said that the geniuses of Desolate Palace are incompetent? Desolate Emperor was somewhat infuriated. Desolate Palace, as the #1 palace in Saint Origin Palace, had always been high and mighty. No one dared to disobey them. Now, someone had said that their geniuses were incompetent. How could he bear it? All right. Since Desolate Emperor said that your geniuses are very powerful, I have a solution. Today, I, Gu Chen, am here. Desolate Emperor can ask any 4th grade great saint of Desolate Palace to fight me. If I lose, I will be at the mercy of the Law Enforcement Palace. If I win, the people of Desolate Palace will have to lower their heads when they see Gu Palace. Xianxia seized the opportunity and said. Today's matter must be resolved. Xianxia never liked to be passive, so he might as well take the initiative. Plus, he believed that Desolate Emperor wouldn't refuse the conditions that he proposed. Once he did, it would mean that he was admitting that their geniuses weren't good enough. After all, Xianxia was only a 2nd grade great saint. There was nothing to say about challenging a 4th grade great saint as a 2nd grade great saint. Moreover, this was also a good time to establish Gu Palace's prestige. Now that Gu Firmament was here, he wanted to win enough face for Gu Palace and let Gu Firmament hold his head high. Jiang Chen's words stunned Desolate Emperor. He had never thought that this guy would be so arrogant as to challenge their fourth-grade great saint genius. This left him speechless. How about it, Desolate Emperor? You don't dare? If you don't dare, we will leave now. Gu Firmament's face was filled with a sunny smile. It wasn't often that he could see Desolate Emperor being humiliated. Today was just too refreshing. The emergence of such a genius in Gu Palace had truly made him feel happy. All right. Since this kid wants to fight, Desolate Palace won't back down. Just you wait. Desolate Emperor's eyes turned cold. Naturally, he wouldn't say the word I don't dare because he couldn't afford to lose his face. Almost as soon as Desolate Emperor's voice faded, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the main hall of the law enforcement palace. It was a youth who seemed to be less than 30 years old. He was extraordinarily handsome and had already reached the peak of the fourth-grade great saint. He was only one step away from advancing to the fifth-grade great saint. Palace Master has summoned me. The youth came to Desolate Emperor and bowed deeply. Desolate Itong, you will fight Gu Chen. Remember, it will be a life-and-death battle. The revenge of Desolate Ichiro will depend on you. Desolate Emperor's tone was incomparably cold. Desolate Itong was one of the most outstanding fourth-grade great saints in Desolate Palace. He was a supreme genius who was many times stronger than Gu Lian, who had a battle agreement with Jiang Chen. He was only one step away from the fifth-grade great saint. Although Jiang Chen was a rare and peerless genius, Desolate Emperor absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Chen could defeat Desolate Itong. In his point of view, the two of them weren't even on the same level. Understood, Palace Master. Desolate Itong looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of coldness and killing intent. He was also present at the scene of the incident in the refining tower, but Desolate Chongfeng and the others were there, so he didn't have the chance to speak. Now that Desolate Emperor had personally asked him to deal with Jiang Chen, it meant that he thought highly of Jiang Chen. To him, this was a rare opportunity to show off. The battle with Jiang Chen was related to his face, the face of Desolate Emperor and the entire Desolate Palace. He simply couldn't afford to lose. Therefore, he had to kill this bastard from Gu Palace. At that time, Desolate Emperor would certainly reward him personally. Once he received the reward, it was highly possible for him to break through to the fifth-grade great saint. The appearance of Desolate Itong, however, made Gu Firmament frown. Desolate Emperor, don't go too far. Desolate Itong is a peak fourth-grade great saint. You are too shameless to ask him to deal with a second-grade great saint junior. Gu Firmament couldn't help but speak. Haha, that's what Gu Chen said himself. Desolate Emperor chuckled, not putting Gu Firmament's words in his heart. In his point of view, this was the pit that Gu Chen had dug himself, so he should jump into it himself. That's right. I'm willing to fight him. Jiang Chen spoke. He had already advanced to the second-grade great saint. His combat strength was many times stronger than before. Any ordinary fourth-grade great saint would be killed instantly by him. Even a powerful existence like Desolate Itong was nothing in front of Jiang Chen. Desolate Itong wouldn't stand a chance against Jiang Chen. Gu Chen, don't mess around. As long as you take back what you said just now, I will take you away immediately. This Desolate Itong isn't an ordinary genius. You may not be a match for him. Gu Firmament's voice was transmitted to Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen expressed his understanding of Gu Firmament's concern. One should know that there was a huge gap between a third-grade great saint and a fourth-grade great saint. It was equivalent to the gap between an early great saint and an intermediate great saint. Although Jiang Chen had advanced to the second-grade great saint, he was still in the early great saint realm. Even if Jiang Chen could deal with an ordinary fourth-grade great saint, he wouldn't be able to deal with an existence like Desolate Itong. Desolate Itong wasn't an ordinary fourth-grade great saint. Rest assured, Palace Master. If he wants to fight, I will definitely kill him to earn back the reputation of Gu Palace. Besides, there has to be a solution to today's matter. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Desolate Emperor won't let this matter go. Jiang Chen replied to Gu Firmament, his words were full of confidence. Alright, then be careful. Gu Firmament didn't say anything more. He admired Jiang Chen's confidence and courage. If Gu Palace could nurture such a genius, he would certainly become a great figure in the future. Therefore, Gu Firmament wouldn't allow any harm to befall Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen couldn't defeat Desolate Tong, he would forcefully protect Jiang Chen. Gu Chen, you are really courageous to agree to fight with me. I am very surprised. I will definitely kill you later to defend the dignity of Desolate Palace and avenge Desolate Ichiro and the others. The blood of Desolate Palace isn't shed in vain. Desolate Tong said arrogantly. In his point of view, killing Jiang Chen would be as easy as blowing off dust if he wanted to. Huala Desolate Emperor waved his hand. With a huala sound, a spatial zone was opened up in the main hall of the Law Enforcement Palace. This spatial zone was 100 miles in circumference. It was the battlefield for Jiang Chen and Desolate Tong. In that case, you two can enter the battlefield and fight. Remember, this is a life and death duel. You will die in vain. Desolate Emperor specially reminded Gu Firmament, which meant that even if Jiang Chen died, he would die in vain, and Gu Firmament could only watch helplessly. Wait. Jiang Chen said. What? Are you afraid? But it's too late. Desolate Tong looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen ignored Desolate Tong and looked at Desolate Emperor. Desolate Emperor, since this is a life and death duel, why don't we increase the stakes? Oh? What do you want to bet? Desolate Emperor's interest was piqued. If you want to bet, let's make it big. If I win, the position of Law Enforcement Palace's Palace Master will be taken by Gu Palace. Jiang Chen's words set off 1,000 ripples. As his voice faded, the entire Law Enforcement Palace could no longer remain calm. What? You want our Palace Master to abdicate? How dare you? Gu Chen. How dare you say such words? How disgraceful. Just based on these words alone, the Law Enforcement Palace is enough to sentence you to death. The elders of Desolate Palace in the main hall were infuriated. The others were also shocked. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would dare to make such a request. However, the elders of the Ancient People's Palace were delighted. Although the Law Enforcement Palace was an independent palace, it was composed of experts from the 8 major families. Who didn't want their patriarch to be the palace master? Gu Firmament didn't say a word. He was watching Desolate Emperor's reaction. This Jiang Chen had really surprised him, but at the same time, he was very satisfied. He could see that Jiang Chen was mature and had his own way of doing things. There was no need for him to give him any advice. Desolate Emperor's face darkened. The Law Enforcement Palace had always been under the control of Desolate Palace. One should know that whoever controlled the Law Enforcement Palace would be able to obtain the largest amount of cultivation resources. Now, Jiang Chen was using the position of Law Enforcement Palace's Palace Master as a wager. Brat, you are using my position as a wager. What will you get if you lose? Are you going to use Gu Firmament's head as a wager? Desolate Emperor looked at Jiang Chen. I, Gu Chen, never use others as a wager. If I lose, I will take out 5 billion Saint Elixir as the wager. Jiang Chen came from the Pure Land. In the entire Pure Land, only Jiang Chen had so many top-grade true meta stones. Furthermore, the amount of 5 billion true meta stones was too shocking. Desolate Emperor would definitely investigate the source of the stones. At that time, his identity would be exposed. Moreover, in Jiang Chen's view, there was no suspense in this gamble. Desolate Tong would die for sure. Now, he had to fight for the greatest benefits for Gu Palace and improve its reputation. Now, it depended on whether Desolate Emperor dared to gamble or not. 5 billion true meta stones in exchange for the position of Law Enforcement Palace Master for 3 years was a huge gamble. He believed that Desolate Emperor would not let it go so easily. Sure enough, the 3 magnates were shocked when they heard 5 billion Saint Elixir. 5 billion Saint Elixir was not a joke. Even with their own wealth, they didn't have so much wealth. 5 billion true meta stones was indeed not a small bet. Then, the question was, where could Jiang Chen, who came from the Pure Land, get 5 billion Saint Elixir? Even if all the wealth of the ancient people of the Pure Land were added up, they wouldn't have so much. Brat, don't talk big. Where did you get 5 billion Saint Elixir? You dare to bet with me? Desolate Emperor Lunglung stared at Jiang Chen. He absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Chen could take out 5 billion Saint Elixir. This was simply a fantasy. What if I can take it out? Jiang Chen smiled. If you can take it out, I will bet with you. Desolate Emperor said immediately. Firstly, he didn't believe that Jiang Chen could take out so much Saint Elixir. Secondly, if Jiang Chen really took it out, he would rather bet with Desolate Itong. He was extremely confident in Desolate Itong's strength. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. With a wave of his hand, he created a small space of his own, and an intense surge of origin energy overflowed from it. Everyone's gazes turned over and saw that in that space, there was a mountain that was completely piled up with elixirs. The entire mountain shone with golden light. Those were fist-sized pills. If they weren't Saint Elixir, what could they be? With their eyesight, not only were they able to tell that they were all Saint Elixir, they were also able to tell how many of them there were. 5 billion, no less. Oh my god, there are so many Saint Elixir elixirs. Moreover, I can feel that these Saint Elixir elixirs are emitting an incomparably pure aura. They are even more terrifying than ordinary Saint Elixir elixirs. They are all top-grade elixirs. This bastard is merely a second-grade great saint. How could he have such a huge amount of wealth? I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. 5 billion Saint Elixir. That's a lot of resources. Everyone was shocked. All of them were high and mighty great saints. There was nothing they hadn't seen before. However, these 5 billion were Saint Elixir elixirs, not Heaven Elixir elixirs. What shocked them more was that a puny second-grade great saint had such a huge amount of wealth. This kid. Gu Firmament smiled, unable to hide his astonishment. Asterisk qua la. Asterisk Jiang Chen waved his arm again and the Saint Elixir vanished. Desolate Emperor, did you see that? I didn't lie. I once broke into a ruin and found a treasure vault. These pills are all from there. There are 5 billion of them. Jiang Chen said. Naturally, he didn't have so many Saint Elixir elixirs. Only the outermost layer of the mountain was Saint Elixir elixirs while the inner layer was filled with high-grade true meta stones. However, the qi that was emitted when these two were mixed together was much purer than the ordinary Saint Elixir. Therefore, even with Desolate Emperor and Gu Firmament's eyesight, they didn't doubt Jiang Chen at all. Gu Chen, isn't this bet a little too big? Are you sure about this? Gu Firmament whispered to Jiang Chen. He came here to protect Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would use his and Heavenly Pung King's support to scheme against Desolate Emperor. This made him look down on Jiang Chen. Desolate Emperor, what do you think? Do you want to bet? Jiang Chen asked. Desolate Emperor frowned. He looked at Desolate Itong and said faintly, Itong, are you sure about this? Desolate Itong clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound. His eyes revealed 2 rays of cold light. Rest assured, Palace Master. I will kill him. Desolate Itong was incomparably confident. He didn't believe that he couldn't take down a second-grade great saint. Furthermore, if he said no and backed out now, he would lose the face of Desolate Palace and Desolate Emperor. He wouldn't be able to stay in Desolate Palace anymore. Therefore, he had to do his best to deal with Jiang Chen and win this bet. In that case, not only would he regain the face of Desolate Palace and avenge Desolate Ichiro, he would also win 5 billion of wealth for Desolate Palace. Then, he would become the meritorious minister of Desolate Palace and gain an extraordinary status. Why not bet? Life was always a gamble. Sometimes, it was a gamble with one's life. If he won, he would soar to the sky, and if he lost, he would lose everything. Alright, Gu Chen. I will bet with you. If I lose, the position of the Palace Master of Law Enforcement Palace will be given to Gu Firmament. If you lose, the 5 billion of Saint Elixir and your life will belong to us. Desolate Emperor agreed immediately. As the Palace Master of Desolate Palace, he still had this bit of boldness. If he was hesitant and scared by a junior, he would be looked down upon by others. Bring it on then. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen entered the battlefield. His black hair fluttered and his chi was unparalleled. He turned to Desolate Tong and shouted, "Desolate Tong, come and fight me." Courting death. Desolate Tong's murderous intent soared to the sky. In a blink, he had also entered the battlefield and stood opposite to Jiang Chen. Gia********. This time, even Desolate Emperor has been tricked by that brat. De Huang Dog was secretly pleased. He knew Jiang Chen too well. This guy would never fight a battle that he wasn't confident of winning. More importantly, De Huang Dog knew very well how powerful Jiang Chen was. Although Desolate Tong was a peak 4th grade great saint, he wasn't strong enough to be killed by Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen transformed into his dragon form, killing Desolate Tong would be a matter of seconds. In the battlefield of 100 miles, Jiang Chen and Desolate Tong were standing opposite each other. Their bodies were emitting strong murderous intent. Desolate Tong's chi was rising steadily, ready to strike at any time. Gu Firmament, this is a fair battle. None of us are allowed to step into the battlefield and interfere with their battle. Desolate Emperor said to Gu Firmament with a smile. Of course, but Desolate Emperor, are you so confident that Desolate Tong can win? If Desolate Tong is defeated, don't forget to hand over the position of the Palace Master of Law Enforcement Palace. Gu Firmament said. Haha. Do you really believe what you just said? Desolate Emperor laughed. As a mighty 9th grade great saint and the Palace Master of Desolate Palace, he had seen too many geniuses. He knew the gap between a 2nd grade great saint and a 4th grade great saint. No matter how talented Jiang Chen was, it was impossible for him to defeat Desolate Tong, who was 2 grades higher than him. Humph. Gu Firmament harumphed and ignored Desolate Emperor. His eyes were staring at the 2 people on the battlefield without blinking. Although he looked very confident and strong on the surface, he didn't have any confidence in himself. However, since the bet had already been made, he wouldn't say anything about it. On the battlefield. Gu Chen, I have to admire your courage and arrogance. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Desolate Tong's face was filled with ridicule. You will know my confidence very soon. Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense. A monstrous chi wave suddenly burst out from his body and immediately turned into a ray of light, rushing at Desolate Tong. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment because from the time when Jiang Chen launched his attack to Desolate Tong, it was so fast that there was no concept of time. So fast. Desolate Tong was shocked. He quickly put away his contempt for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's fist shone with a reddish golden light. The airwaves that were shot out from his fist cut the void into pieces. This punch was powerful enough to shatter a mountain. Ha. Desolate Tong's reaction was also very fast. In a flash, he punched out with the same explosive energy and collided with Jiang Chen's fist. Kong Long, the impact of the powerful force had destroyed the battlefield within 100 miles. Desolate Tong could only feel a majestic and irresistible energy rushing towards him. Under the push of this force, he was pushed back a distance of 12 meters. His blood and chi couldn't help but churn, making his body feel indescribable discomfort. On the other hand, Jiang Chen was still maintaining the posture of punching. He stood there motionlessly. What? Desolate Tong exclaimed. He couldn't believe that he was repelled by a 2nd grade great saint. Outside the battlefield, all the elders were shocked. The smile on Desolate Emperor's face froze instantly. With his eyesight, he could see how strong Jiang Chen was. He knew how powerful Desolate Tong was. Now that this was the 2nd round of the bet, Desolate Tong wouldn't dare to be careless. In other words, the confrontation just now wasn't an accident. Haha, good kid. Gu Firmament burst into laughter. This scene was simply too satisfying. All the elders of Gu Palace in the hall were also overjoyed. If the law enforcement hall fell into the hands of Gu Palace, it would be a great feeling. No one knew how many years it had been since Gu Palace took control of the law enforcement hall. The Heavenly Pung King also clicked his tongue in wonder. He had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Chen. Xiao Tong, you're pretty good to be able to take one of my moves. However, it's only one move. Jiang Chen's aura was monstrous. His words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Xiao Tong's heart. To him, it was a kind of humiliation, a disgrace. Gu Chen, don't be arrogant. I was just probing you with my attack, Lai Yang. Xiaotong didn't dare to underestimate Xianxia anymore. He immediately used his most powerful combat skill. A golden sun with a diameter of 30 meters was conjured by him. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with golden light and the scorching aura of the sun was everywhere. Even Xianxia was shrouded by the scorching sun. The airflow that came out from the scorching sun was like a sharp blade. If it was an ordinary person, just these airflow alone would be enough to cut him to death. Your combat skill is pretty good, but it's a pity that the person using it isn't good enough. I won't waste my time with you. Xianxia didn't take Xiaotong's combat skill seriously at all. The difference between this Lai Yang combat skill and his golden dragon seal was huge. Rumble, Xianxia waved his arm and struck out the golden dragon seal. An incomparably dazzling reddish golden dragon roared out and collided with the scorching sun. The violent collision was like a battle between ancient beasts. The battlefield within 100 miles was completely incinerated. However, this was, after all, a battlefield created by Desolate Emperor. Even if the battlefield was in chaos, the energy wouldn't leak out. The huge sun was torn into countless pieces by the golden dragon. Once again, Xiaotong was sent flying by the destructive force and spurted out 3 mouthfuls of blood. It was another move. The outcome of the battle was decided without any suspense. Even though Xiaotong was a peak 4th grade Great Saint expert, he still couldn't fight against Xianxia. The gap between a genius and a monstrous genius couldn't be measured with common sense. Desolate Emperor's face darkened. At this moment, it was impossible for him to not see the reason. This Gu Chen was far more powerful than he had imagined. He was one of the most terrifying monstrous geniuses he had ever seen in his life. Once such a monstrous genius grew up, he would be really terrifying. Gu Firmament and Heavenly Ping King's faces were also showing a dignified look, but their eyes were blazing, especially Gu Firmament. He seemed to be able to see the future of Gu Palace from Jiangchen. Clang. Jiangchen didn't want to waste any more time. He didn't want to expose too many of his combat skills and trump cards. Immediately, he drew out the Heavenly Saint sword and lunged at Desolate Tong with thunderous force. Roar. Desolate Tong roared furiously. Today's battle was a great humiliation to him. His honor didn't matter. If Desolate Emperor lost his position as the palace master because of this, his crime would be unforgivable and he wouldn't be able to show his face in Desolate Palace anymore. At this moment, Desolate Tong had no way to retreat. He could only fight with his life on the line with bloodshot eyes. A golden fan appeared in Desolate Tong's hand. This fan exuded an incomparably bright brilliance. Under his control, it turned into a huge fan like a heavenly barrier, covering the entire battlefield. This was a powerful Great Saint weapon. When it was used by Desolate Tong, its destructive power was unimaginable. However, although Desolate Tong's fan was terrifying, it was still not on the same level as the Heavenly Saint sword. Out of the 7 fragments of the Heavenly Saint sword, 5 had been fused. Although the other 2 fragments were not found, as Jiangchen's natal weapon, an ordinary Great Saint weapon could not be compared to it at all. Not only was the Heavenly Saint sword tyrannical, but more importantly, the person who used it. Jiangchen could instantly merge with the Heavenly Saint sword, achieving the most perfect fusion. Under the crazy attack of the Heavenly Saint sword, Desolate Tong's fan was cut in half on the spot like a piece of paper. It seemed vulnerable. Desolate Tong was seriously injured again after his natal weapon was destroyed. There was a big wound on his chest and blood gushed out. No, Desolate Tong let out a roar. He and Jiangchen had exchanged a total of 3 moves. In just 3 moves, he was now completely in a state of being an arrow at the end of its flight. Desolate Tong was beaten by Jiangchen and had no strength to fight back. At this moment, he was seriously injured and could not even exert half of his combat power. How could he be a match for Jiangchen? Jiangchen did not give Desolate Tong a chance at all. The Heavenly Saint sword turned into a divine light and rushed out. In the blink of an eye, it was above Desolate Tong's head. Countless rays of light rushed out of the Heavenly Saint sword and turned into a sword net. It enveloped Desolate Etong and sealed the void, making it impossible for Desolate Etong to escape. An extremely dangerous aura rose from the depths of Desolate Etong's heart. It was the smell of death. It was an aura that he had never felt before. Deep fear instantly filled his heart. He was going to die. No one was not afraid of death. The better the life, the more afraid of death, because his life was precious. Gu Chen, stop! Desolate Emperor bellowed. He had never thought that Gu Chen would be so powerful. The mighty Desolate Etong couldn't even withstand 3 moves from Gu Chen. Now, he was about to be killed. How could he not be angry? That was a genius of Desolate Palace. Losing one of them would be a great loss. However, Xianxia pretended not to hear Desolate Emperor's words. From the moment he started the battle with Desolate Etong's fate had already been decided. Pucci, along with a shrill scream, the genius of Desolate Palace, Desolate Etong, was slashed into 2 halves by the Heavenly Saint sword and died on the spot. For a moment, all the elders in the law enforcement palace widened their eyes. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them, especially those from Desolate Palace. This was a huge blow to them. They were very clear about Desolate Etong's strength. Otherwise, Desolate Emperor wouldn't have sent him to fight against Xianxia. Not only them, even Gu Firmament was stunned on the spot. He had high expectations for Xianxia, but now it seemed that he had still underestimated Xianxia. Such a genius was simply heaven-defying. Gu Palace had really picked up a treasure this time. Xianxia kept the Heavenly Saint sword slowly, then walked out of the battlefield and returned to the main hall. The corner of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. He looked at Desolate Emperor and said, "Desolate Emperor, you should still remember our bet, right?" All the elders' faces turned ugly in an instant, including Desolate Emperor. Just now, they were immersed in Xianxia's monstrous talent and Desolate Etong's death, so they had forgotten about this matter. Only after Xianxia's reminder did they remember it. This time, things had really gone out of control. Desolate Emperor didn't want to believe this fact, but he had to admit that he had been fooled by Xianxia. He was an old man who had lived for hundreds of years and was the pinnacle figure of Saint Origin World, but he was fooled by a brat. To him, this was an endless humiliation. Desolate Emperor wasn't a fool. How could he not see that he had fallen into Xianxia's trap today? From the moment Xianxia took the initiative to fight any 4th-grade great saint of Desolate Palace, Xianxia had been setting a trap for him. Thinking about it made him want to spurt out blood. Haha. Desolate Emperor, it would be disrespectful of me to refuse the position of the Law Enforcement Palace Master. I have been coveting this position for a long time. Gu Firmament was afraid that Desolate Emperor wouldn't die from anger, so he added another stab. He was in a good mood now. Gu Palace had never felt so proud and elated before. Motherf *Ker, Desolate Emperor felt a little stuffy in his chest. 100,000 *CK horses were galloping wildly in his heart. As the high and mighty Desolate Emperor, he didn't know how long it had been since he last got angry because no one had ever dared to make him angry. But today, it wasn't as simple as just being angry. That kind of grievance and depression was driving him crazy. He, Desolate Emperor, had been tricked by a brat. He, Desolate Emperor, had actually suffered such a huge setback in the hands of a junior. How shameful. If this matter were to spread out, he wouldn't know where to put his face. His supreme prestige had suffered a serious provocation and damage. However, Desolate Emperor knew that this matter would soon spread to every corner of Saint Origin Palace. Even he, Desolate Emperor, wouldn't be able to stop the spread of this news. Desolate Emperor, given your identity, it's impossible for you to go back on your words. Since you have made a bet with Gu Chen, you have to be willing to accept the loss. The position of the Law Enforcement Palace Master will be changed. Desolate Emperor, you have been sitting in this position for so long, I guess you should be tired of it. The Heavenly Rock King said in a serious manner. It was easy for him to talk while standing. Desolate Emperor really had the urge to rush up and beat this Heavenly Rock up. Before Desolate Emperor could say anything, Heavenly Pung King cupped his fists at Gu Firmament and said, "Old Gu, congratulations." Haha, congratulations to you too. We are all on the same side. Why don't the two of us take the position of the Law Enforcement Palace Master together? That's not appropriate. The position of the law enforcement palace master has always been occupied by one person. How can two people take the position together? Brother Heavenly Peng, you don't have to be so courteous. I can't do it in the past, but I can now. I'm the law enforcement palace master now. I have the final say. How can I accept this? Looking at these two old men echoing each other and treating the law enforcement palace as their own home, everyone was stunned. Even Xianxia couldn't help but grin. Today, he had finally seen what was called shamelessness. Gu Firmament and Heavenly Peng King were afraid that they wouldn't anger Desolate Emperor to death. They began to discuss how to manage the law enforcement palace in the future and how to reform it. Enough. He felt that he was about to explode. He was the hall master of the law enforcement hall. Even if he lost, his own people were still here. At the very least, these two bastards should have waited for him to leave before discussing the matter. They really didn't give him any face at all. The position of the hall master of the law enforcement hall had been snatched away. Moreover, the position had changed from one person to two people. These two bastards were shamelessly discussing the reform of the law enforcement hall, and they were discussing it in an incomparably serious manner. This was really infuriating. Desolate Emperor, since you lost the bet, hand over the token of the law enforcement hall. Gu Firmament didn't care whether Desolate Emperor would vomit blood or not. He stretched out his hand directly. Heavenly Peng King, who was beside him, had a gloating look on his face. Xianxia was very satisfied with the performance of Gu Firmament and Heavenly Peng King. As long as these two bastards could come together, Gu Palace and Demon Palace would be completely united. Desolate Emperor was trembling with anger, but there was nothing he could do. His identity was there, and he was not allowed to act shamelessly. If the dignified Desolate Emperor didn't even dare to honor a bet, he would not only lose his position as the hall master of the law enforcement hall, but also his reputation. Here you go. Desolate Emperor waved his hand and a golden light flew out, which was caught by Gu Firmament. It was a golden token with the word law enforcement engraved on it. It was the token that controlled the law enforcement hall. There was only one such token in the entire law enforcement hall, and only the hall master was qualified to possess it. Subsequently, Desolate Emperor looked at Xianxia without concealing his killing intent. He couldn't help but feel jealous of such a genius. It would be great if Xianxia was a member of Desolate Palace. Unfortunately, he wasn't. Desolate Emperor's figure slowly disappeared. He had lost the bet and was no longer the hall master of the law enforcement hall. If he continued to stay here, he would only bring trouble to himself. The entire law enforcement hall was in an uproar. Since the establishment of the law enforcement hall, the position of the hall master was elected every 3 years, and there had never been a bet. Today, they finally witnessed it. The elders of Gu Palace happily ran to Gu Firmament to congratulate him. Congratulations, Hall Master. We, Gu Palace, have finally taken control of the law enforcement hall. That's right. Gu Palace is really proud and elated today. Gu Chen, you are really good. With such a genius in our palace, we will certainly be more glorious in the future. That's right. Gu Chen is merely a second-grade great saint, but he could kill a fourth-grade great saint genius. He is a heaven-defying monstrous genius. Plus, he could absorb all the immortal qi in the refining tower. His luck is flourishing. Xianxia will certainly become a great figure in the future. This is the fortune of Gu Palace. The elders of Gu Palace were incomparably complacent, but there were some who weren't happy. The elders of Desolate Palace were depressed to the extreme. They were supposed to punish Gu Chen, but they didn't expect that Gu Chen would lose his position as the hall master. Law enforcement hall is used to enforce the law. It doesn't belong to Gu Palace alone. The elder of Desolate Palace who brought Xianxia here said angrily. However, as soon as his voice faded, Gu Firmament turned to him and said with Lung Leng, "You have been dismissed from your position. Get out of law enforcement hall immediately." Why? The elder's eyes widened. What kind of joke was this? How could he dismiss someone just because he said so? I'm the hall master. You don't have the right to speak here. Just get out of here. You were disrespectful to me just now. That's treason. Dismissal is already the lightest punishment. Gu Firmament waved his hand. A wave of chi hit the elder of Desolate Palace, throwing him out of the main hall. What the F***ck? This guy is really something. De Huang Dog couldn't help but murmur. Of course. As a giant, how can he not have a little boldness? Xianxia shrugged. Even a peerless figure like Gu Firmament would have a little temper. That elder of Desolate Palace was blind enough to bump himself into the muzzle of a gun. A newly appointed official would have 3 fires, let alone Gu Firmament. Alright, the law enforcement hall will continue as usual. I will come to visit from time to time. Gu Chen, come with me. Gu Firmament said. A wave of chi enveloped Xianxia and then he vanished into thin air. Subsequently, Heavenly Peking also left with De Huang Dog and Kong Yang. Gu Lufeng left the law enforcement hall and headed in the direction of Gu Palace. In Gu Palace, there was a temporary residence built in a space of nothingness. This was where Gu Firmament lived. Ordinary people couldn't enter without his permission. Now, he brought Xianxia here. Xianxia, you brought honor to our Gu Palace today. You've given me a great pleasure. It's a miracle that you have such a heaven-defying talent at such a young age. Gu Firmament looked at Xianxia with great satisfaction. He called Xianxia by his real name instead of Gu Chen. Obviously, he already knew Xianxia's identity. In this case, Xianxia didn't need to hide anymore. His facial muscles twisted and he returned to his original appearance. I did this with the help of the Palace Lord's power. If the Palace Lord didn't appear, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the chance at all. Desolate Emperor would have 100 ways to kill me. Xianxia said with a smile. Haha, you really have guts. Gu Xiantian has told me all the earth-shattering things you have done in the Pure Land. I heard that you are the son-in-law of the ancient people, which means that you are one of us. Today, you helped the people of Gu Palace absorb all the immortal chi in the refining tower, which greatly boosted Gu Palace's prestige. Now, you even won the position of the Law Enforcement Hall Lord and humiliated Desolate Emperor. You are now a great hero of Gu Palace. I believe that after this news spreads out, everyone in Gu Palace will know about you and your status in Gu Palace will rise steadily in the future. Gu Firmament said with a smile. He was very satisfied with Xianxia's performance today. He didn't know how long it had been since he felt so refreshed. Desolate Palace is getting more and more powerful and ambitious. The balance of the 8 major families will be broken sooner or later. We, Gu Palace, have to stand out and join forces with the Demon Palace. Desolate Palace has been getting stronger and stronger these years. Do you know why? Asked Xianxia. Desolate Palace is indeed getting stronger and stronger, especially their young generation. They are much stronger than the young generation of the other 7 major families. They seem to have obtained resources that we can't get. This isn't just because Desolate Palace controls the Law Enforcement Palace. There must be some other reason that we don't know about. I have investigated it before, but I didn't find anything. However, Desolate Palace's ambition has been revealed. You are right, the balance of the 8 major families will soon be broken. If we can ally with Demon Palace, it will be a good choice. If we can join forces with the Demon Palace, it will be a good choice, said Gu Firmament. He was very confident in Xianxia. When Gu Xiantian said that the future of the ancient people rested in Xianxia's hands, he didn't believe it at first, but after seeing Xianxia today, he truly believed it. Let's put this aside for the time being. Right now, there is an urgent matter that needs to be done, and that is to solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. Among the 8 major palaces, the Demon Palace is the best. Basically, they don't have any internal conflicts. Regardless of the other palaces, we, Gu Palace, must solve this internal conflict. Otherwise, it will affect the entire future of Gu Palace. Xianxia said solemnly. You are right, but there has been no way to solve this conflict. However, your appearance has brought this conflict to the surface. Plus, what you did in the refining tower has helped Gu Palace a lot in solving the internal conflict. Now, you have made a great contribution to Gu Palace, helping Gu Palace to achieve supreme glory. So, it's best for you to solve this conflict. I believe that you already have a solution. In addition, I think the battle between you and Gu Lian should be cancelled. You are now a second-grade great saint and even Desolate Tong has been killed by you. The battle with Gu Lian is basically meaningless. Gu Firmament said. No way. Jiangchen immediately denied. End of chapter 966. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.